The Family of Mind Readers, a tale of the underestimated child and the tyrant. Having transmigrated into the form of a helpless infant is already unfortunate enough, but to be a mind-reading pawn of a family? Fortunately, this family's ability to discern her thoughts allows them to foresee the future, thereby altering a fate that was once destined for annihilation. The once fallen emperor, upon discovering her thoughts, eliminates corrupt officials, stabilizing the empire. Her mother, the former empress, wields this gift in court, dominating the palace intrigues. As for her, she simply enjoys a life of ease. Chapter 1. Transmigrated into a pawn. By Moo, having failed her ascension and struck by lightning, found herself in a novel. Within the Jian palace, the gentle consort lovingly cradled her cherubic daughter, her heart nearly melting. Little Moo gazed up with her big, watery eyes, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair. Transmigration was one thing, but to become a doomed infant destined to perish early was another. Moo is truly beautiful. The gentle consort affectionately tapped her daughter's nose. What good is beauty? I have barely been born for a day before my mother will fall victim to a conspiracy, secretly colluding with the second prince to rebel, enraging the emperor, who will cast her into the cold palace and bestow upon her a death by poison. Subsequently, my maternal grandfather and brothers will be slaughtered, power seized, and those villains will rise in rebellion, leading to the downfall of our entire royal family. We are all mere pawns. Alas, the gentle consort was startled by this inner voice, her eyes widening in disbelief as tumultuous waves surged within her. She had just heard her daughter's thoughts. It seemed her daughter possessed the extraordinary ability of foresight, predicting her impending betrayal. Your Majesty, this is a congratulatory gift sent by Consort Li from the Jiaqing Palace. A palace maid announced, holding a delicate redwood gift box with utmost reverence. Goodness, speak of the devil. Here comes the very person who has conspired against my beautiful mother. She must not accept this gift. It is a rare jade from the second prince's fief, hastily delivered from afar. Moreover, this maid, Xiaohe, has accepted bribes from Consort Li. Once my mother receives the jade, she will claim it was a gift from the second prince all along. The gentle consort felt a jolt of alarm as she regarded the respectful maid, confusion evident in her gaze. All those in her palace had been meticulously chosen, and bribing them was no easy feat. Could she have misheard? Seeing Xiaohe still standing there, she waved her hand, saying, "Place it down. I am weary, you may wait outside." "Yes, your Majesty." Xiaohe bowed her head and carefully set the box on a table close to the gentle consort, ensuring it appeared as though she cherished the second prince's gift. After a moment's thought, the gentle consort, summoning her waning strength, rose to open the box. In an instant, her gaze froze and her heart raced. Was indeed the jade. Was everything her daughter had foretold true? Little Moo, peering where her mother had placed the box, felt a sinking sensation in her heart. Oh heavens! The items on this table are all meant to ensnare my mother. She often studies and organizes her calligraphy practice, leaving her materials on the table. Consort Li has cunningly mixed forged letters implicating my mother in a conspiracy to rebel among her writing supplies. When my mother attempts to explain, Consort Li will assert that the most dangerous place is often the safest, claiming my mother's deep thoughts led her to place them there. The emperor will be furious, banishing her to the cold palace and condemning her to death by poison. The gentle consort felt a chilling dread. The emperor was notoriously suspicious. Even the sight of that jade would displease him. If those letters were discovered, it would lead to her and her family's destruction. As she pondered this grim reality, she gently patted little Moo's back while the infant gradually succumbed to drowsiness. I cannot fall asleep. Now, I must stay awake. Moments later, little Moo, with her tiny lips pursed, drifted off to sleep. Seeing this, the gentle consort carefully laid her daughter down and called out, "Qiu-Lai." The maid named Qiu-Lai immediately entered the room. She had been specially assigned to the gentle consort by her mother, known for her loyalty and formidable martial skills, making her utterly trustworthy. Glancing at the objects on the table, she whispered, "Examine them closely for anything that should not be present." Noticing her mistress' grave expression, Qiu-Lai sensed something was amiss and promptly scrutinized the assortment of items. Upon discerning the contents, her face paled dramatically. Chapter 2. Attracting the Emperor's Attention. She presented the letters to the gentle consort. Just a glance sent a chill coursing through her. She had now confirmed twice that her daughter's foresight was genuine, revealing her extraordinary ability to predict the future. The dismal fate was indeed real. Your Majesty, it appears someone is plotting against us. What should we do next? Keep away from prying eyes, dispose of the jade, and keep a close watch on Siahi. Upon hearing this, Cholai immediately understood her intent and swiftly exited with the items. The gentle consort gazed at her soft, obedient daughter, feeling a wave of dread wash over her. It was her daughter who had saved her life, saved the lives of her family. Just as the gentle consort was lost in her thoughts, a palace servant announced the arrival of the emperor and consortly. She composed herself, concealing her inner turmoil, and transformed her demeanor into one of gentle warmth. Before long, a man clad in a bright yellow dragon robe strode into the room. My beloved consort, your efforts have borne fruit in the birth of our little princess. There is no need for excessive formality. By Junia, the emperor remarked, his expression softening as he looked at his plump, rosy daughter. Today, he had been detained by several ministers and had merely come to bestow a name upon his daughter, by Mumu, to ease the gentle consort's worries. The gentle consort smiled gently, her voice soothing. Your Majesty, your concern for the nation warms my heart. I seek no reward but to be the one behind you, free of worries. Excellent, Junia exclaimed, delighted. He had little patience for cunning women, especially those who plotted in the shadows. Though the gentle consort was the daughter of a great general, her calm and gentle nature was to his liking. Consort Ro has given birth to the first little princess for the emperor. This is indeed a cause for celebration. I hope you will take good care of yourself and bear the emperor's son in the future. The overlooked consortly interjected, her voice coy and sweet. Junia cast a glance at consortly, feeling inexplicably irritated. Little Mumu, drowsily awakening, jolted at the mention of consortly. Yet, in the next moment, she found herself cradled in warm arms. Opening her eyes, she was met with a handsome face looming before her. Is this my tyrant father? Upon hearing her inner thoughts, Junia felt a tremor in his heart. Had he not been accustomed to various spectacles, he might have trembled in surprise. Could this tender voice truly belong to the infant in his arms? The rumors depict my father as a tyrant, but in truth, he cares for the people and the empire, eliminating only corrupt officials. Yet, a hidden figure seeks to usurp power, spreading false tales of my father's cruelty among the populace, tarnishing his reputation. Alas, this shadowy villain is too deeply concealed in the end. My father was pierced by countless arrows, and the royal family was annihilated, all without discovering the true culprit. Little Mumu furrowed her brow, lamenting that she had yet to reach the novel's conclusion. The hidden antagonist lurked in the shadows, reaping the benefits while repeatedly ensnaring members of the royal family. She must uncover this person's identity, otherwise, the predetermined fate of the fallen royal family could not be altered. She did not wish to perish yet. Meanwhile, Junia was consumed by confusion upon hearing the thoughts of little Mumu. Since ascending the throne, he had vigorously pursued the eradication of corruption within the court. To set an example, he had indeed executed many, and he was aware that some citizens deemed him cruel and unfit to rule, but he had quietly suppressed such sentiments. He pondered how the newly born little princess could possibly know, claiming that there were hidden forces exacerbating the situation, ultimately leading to his heart being pierced by 1,000 arrows. Could she truly possess the gift of foresight? Chapter 3. Unveiling the conspiracy. Junia's heart was increasingly burdened with doubts. This matter demanded thorough investigation to ascertain whether there were individuals manipulating events from the shadows, tarnishing his reputation and inciting the reckless to revolt. The mere thought of these troubling issues made Junia irritable. Yet when the little Mumu stirred slightly in his arms, he promptly adjusted his hold, anxious that she might be uncomfortable. Strangely, it seemed that none present could hear his daughter's unspoken thoughts, only he could. This suggested a unique bond between him and his daughter. Suddenly, Junia felt a lift in his spirits that, dear Sister Raushin, I misplaced a pair of earrings granted to me by His Majesty during my visit yesterday, and I believe they may have fallen within your palace. Might you allow my attendants to search for them? Li Fei spoke with heartfelt sincerity. Heaven forbid she rummages through everything. She had already instructed her people to place the items there, waiting to frame the beautiful mother. Alas, Li Fei's scheme is succeeding when the Emperor learns of this. He will be furious and may execute the lovely mother, handing me over to Li Fei for upbringing. Little Muumu's mind raced with these thoughts, her small frame trembling uncontrollably. Raoshen's heart ached. How could her poor daughter face such a fate? Had she known, she would have repaid the malice in kind. Bai Junia was equally taken aback. Li Fei indeed had a penchant for rivalry and was not on amicable terms with Raoshen. Could it be that Li Fei had truly meddled in Raoshen's chambers? At this moment, Bai Junia resolved that if the items were indeed found, then Muumu's fears might very well be justified. He would temporarily confine Raoshen and her daughter for further investigation. If no items were discovered, he would scrutinize Li Fei closely. A ruthless glint flashed in Bai Junia's eyes, unnoticed by anyone. Meanwhile, Li Fei's entourage had thoroughly searched the Jian Palace, turning Raoshen's belongings into disarray, yet they found nothing of interest. Li Fei was flustered. Bai Junia observed her unease and, based solely on her slightly panicked demeanor, understood that her intentions were far from benign. Seeing Bai Junia's displeasure directed her way, Li Fei assumed he was dissatisfied with her interference in Raoshen's affairs. After a moment of contemplation, she recognized that the situation had yielded no results and wisely decided to retreat, saying, "Perhaps it has fallen elsewhere I shall search for." And now that I take my leave, little Muumu, witnessing this, gasped in surprise. How could nothing be found? Perhaps the beautiful mother uncovered the truth? Well, that's a relief for my life. Sigh, Li Fei's family has set their sights on the military power held by my mother and brothers, and with the guidance of hidden forces, they concocted this vile scheme to entrap my mother. Should my mother and her brothers fall, the military power will fall into Li Fei's family's hands, who have long conspired with the shadowy figures to stage a rebellion. If this attempt fails, they will surely try again. Regrettably, the mastermind behind this is too well concealed. I have no inkling of their identity. Little Muumu was deeply troubled by the state of her family, unaware that all her thoughts were being overheard by Raoshen and Bai Junia. Though they appeared calm, their hearts were tumultuous. Bai Junia gazed at Li Fei's departing figure with an icy demeanor. Very well, if Li Fei's cleverness was solely employed in the pursuit of favor, he would turn a blind eye. However, should she conspire with her brother to clandestinely seize military power, neither sibling would deserve to live. He would unearth the true mastermind lurking in the shadows. Chapter 4. Uncovering the minister's secrets. Bai Junia appeared contemplative. My beloved consort seems weary today. Please rest well while I take the little princess for a stroll. Raoshen wished to express that this course of action might not be prudent, but Bai Junia had already exited with little Muumu in his arms, leaving her no opportunity to object. So be it. She would seize this moment to address the issues concerning Li Fei. With a heavy heart, she summoned Chiolai. Meanwhile, Bai Junia had taken a seat in the Imperial study with little Muumu, where several trembling ministers knelt, reporting the dire state of disaster relief in the south. Your Majesty, the calamity is exceedingly grave, and due to the lengthy journey, we have frequently encountered bandits, resulting in significant losses of relief provisions. It is simply insufficient. Your Majesty, many disaster victims are making their way to the capital to maintain order. I implore Your Majesty to issue an edict prohibiting their entry. Your Majesty, one minister after another lamented, causing Bai Junia's expression to darken further. Little Muumu, however, scoffed coldly. Nonsense about the severity of the disaster and the waste of provisions. It is these individuals who have lined their own pockets, having cut corners when repairing the riverbanks, resulting in worsened conditions. They have embezzled relief funds and provisions, exacerbating the disaster. The disaster victims would not want to journey so far to the capital. It is because their officials protect one another, leaving the common people with no recourse, that they intend to seek justice. In a moment, a guard will arrive to report that citizens are beating the drum to lodge a complaint. Upon hearing this, Bai Junia's gaze grew even more formidable. He had previously suspected that most of the relief funds and provisions had been devoured by these corrupt officials, but he had yet to find evidence. He would wait a moment longer to see if anyone indeed beat the drum of complaint. As this thought crossed his mind, a guard hurriedly entered, exclaiming, "Your Majesty, someone is beating the drum." Junia's heart jolted. Glancing at little Moo Moo in his arms, he was now utterly convinced of the truth of his daughter's inner voice. Meanwhile, the ministers below were thrown into disarray, trembling in fear as they knelt. After a moment's contemplation, he declared, "Let the second prince investigate the matter of the drum beating. The citizens deserve accountability." "Yes," replied his trusted eunuch, who promptly withdrew. Junia then turned to the ministers, saying, "The disaster victims are driven to the capital out of desperation. Relay this order, allow them entry, and swiftly establish porridge kitchens that I shall personally visit at a later date." Wow. Father is even more handsome when he considers the welfare of the people. But let's not have that so-called chancellor handle this matter. He is the true arch-corrupter. It would be better to assign my mother's second brother to this task. Though my second uncle is somewhat antiquated, he genuinely cares for the people. Upon hearing this, Junia immediately appointed Raoshen's second brother, Chu Mo, to oversee the matter. At this moment, little Moo Moo was mentally applauding Junia, while the ministers below were in despair. Allowing the disaster victims entry was one thing, but appointing that wooden-head Chu to oversee it while the emperor planned to inspect personally, heaven was turning against them. Seeing the ministers' expressions of utter hopelessness, Junia continued, "I have never heard of bandits on the route carrying relief provisions. It seems someone has intentionally embezzled. Issue a decree directing General Chu to lead troops for disaster relief should they encounter bandits. They are to be eliminated, and any corrupt officials shall be executed." His words were delivered with great conviction, causing the ministers below to tremble in fear. Junia cast a cold gaze upon them, inquiring, "Do you have further matters to discuss?" The ministers shook their heads vigorously. Continue lamenting would likely unearth their own misdeeds. In these times, their plight was indeed arduous. Several corrupt officials lamented inwardly, devoid of conscience. Meanwhile, little Moo Moo rejoiced at the news of Junia's reliance on her maternal grandfather and second uncle, bubbling with delight. Junia, hearing his daughter's thoughts, felt equally pleased. "Your Majesty, we have made a discovery." Chapter 5. A calculated scheme. The individuals dispatched by Junia to investigate Li Fei's family appeared silently in the Imperial study. Upon hearing the results of the investigation, Junia's expression grew increasingly grim. Little Moo Moo was consumed with rage. The wretched dog. They not only conspired to frame the beautiful mother, but also incited her to poison the emperor. The world believes the emperor's irascibility is innate, but in truth, it is the result of the chronic poison administered by the beautiful lady, causing him to gradually become increasingly temperamental, irritable, and even bloodthirsty. Junia's expression darkened instantly. A group of audacious scoundrels dared to attempt to poison him. "Summon the imperial physician," he commanded. Regaining his composure, Junia understood that it was impossible for the beautiful lady to act alone, as the imperial physician examined him daily, and there was no reason for him to overlook any signs. The only plausible explanation was that the physician had been bribed. Soon his dedicated physician arrived, an elderly man with a small goat-like beard, carrying a medical box. "Your Majesty, I shall take your pulse at once," he said, bowing. This old fool, seemingly respectable, not only assisted the beautiful lady in her nefarious deeds, but also encouraged his son to pursue her. The young, handsome eunuch by the beautiful lady's side was indeed his son, who would be summoned by her whenever the emperor neglected her. With a resolute expression, Junia prepared to confront the physician. Just as the physician stepped closer, Junia, filled with rage, delivered a kick to his chest. The physician fell to the ground, spitting out a mouthful of blood. "Your Majesty," the already guilty physician looked at Junia in terror, attempting to rise and plead for mercy. However, Junia did not even spare him a glance. "Lock him up and interrogate him rigorously. I wish to uncover whose man he truly is." With that, Junia strode out of the study, cradling little Moo Moo in his arms. He was determined to discover which handsome eunuch in the beautiful lady's palace had captured her favor. He made his way to the beautiful lady's quarters, the Jiaqing Palace, specifically instructing the palace maids to remain silent. He entered the inner hall without obstruction, only to hear faint, suggestive moans before he even crossed the threshold. Such sounds are all too familiar to him. Junia's expression grew increasingly frigid. Meanwhile, little Moo Moo was bewildered, frightened that her father might send her to the beautiful lattice side for upbringing after she narrowly escaped death. Before she could dwell on her thoughts, she discerned the ambiguous sounds emanating from within. Could it be that her father was about to catch them in the act? How shocking it would be for him, intending to surprise the beautiful lady, only to be met with an unexpected revelation. "Father, hurry inside. The poison the beautiful lady has administered lies beneath her pillow, delivered by her paramour." Just as little Moo Moo pondered this, a sudden crash echoed as the inner hall's doors were kicked open. The two entwined figures on the bed halted abruptly. "Drag those two off the bed," Junior commanded. "Ah!" The beautiful lady screamed in terror as a man was forcefully thrown off the bed. Before Junior's guards could intervene, the disheveled, beautiful lady hastily crawled down, tears streaming down her face as she protested. "Your Majesty, please, this wretched man came from nowhere and drugged me, tarnishing my innocence." "Get away," Junior retorted, delivering a kick to her chest. The beautiful lady was sent flying, her insides feeling as though they had been displaced, and she collapsed on the ground, coughing up a mouthful of blood. The man lay trembling on the floor, too terrified to lift his head. Junior surveyed the scene with a chilling gaze. "If you cannot control your desires, then there is no need for you to remain. Drag him away for execution." Upon hearing this command, the man's face turned ashen, and he began to bang his head on the ground. "Your Majesty, spare me. It was the beautiful lady who seduced me. It was she who coaxed." With a swift motion, his tongue was severed, blood spraying the ground. Junior quickly covered little Moo Moo's eyes, casting a cold glare at the shadow guards. His daughter was still so young he feared the gruesome sight would terrify her. Yet at that moment, little Moo Moo could only think, splendidly executed. The man, reduced to a lifeless state, was dragged away for execution, while the unconscious beautiful lady remained unresolved. Junior coldly regarded the motionless beautiful lady, signaling for his attendants to thoroughly search her quarters, where they naturally discovered the hidden poison. Little Moo Moo was taken aback by the swift turn of events, her eyes nearly bulging out in surprise. Nonetheless, the outcome was favorable. Though the Emperor had exhibited a volatile temperament, the absence of chronic poison would allow him better control over his emotions. "If I am fortunate enough to live a few more years, I shall assist my father in tempering his demeanor. He must not become a tyrant, for should that happen, the entire royal family would suffer dreadfully." As Junior listened to little Moo Moo's unspoken thoughts, he felt a mix of joy and concern. His temper had indeed been exacerbated by the beautiful lady's treachery, yet warmed his heart that his precious daughter, though still young, was already considering his well-being. Little Moo Moo remained blissfully unaware that her thoughts had been overheard. Had she not wished to accompany her father for the spectacle, she would have already fallen asleep. Now that the crisis had passed, she nestled in Junior's embrace and drifted off. The following morning, after a hearty meal, little Moo Moo snuggled in Ro Fei's arms, basking in her mother's warmth, when a palace maid arrived with news. The beautiful lady had brazenly poisoned the Emperor and was executed by dismemberment. Furthermore, her family, implicated in the conspiracy, faced annihilation, with orders for a thorough investigation into anyone associated with the beautiful lady. Ro Fei gently patted little Moo Moo, her heart calm. Those who commit wrongful acts ultimately meet their demise. The beautiful lady's family had merely reaped what they sowed. Fortunately, she had learned the truth in advance and dealt with the matter, sparing herself and the Chu family from disaster. Now, it was time to address the treacherous individuals within her own palace. "Bring her forth," Ro Fei instructed softly. Qiu Lai promptly dragged the tightly bound Xia He and tossed her onto the ground. "Mistress, I do not understand what wrong I have committed to displease you. Please enlighten me, and I shall make amends," she pleaded. "It is too late," Ro Fei replied, her voice soft yet laced with a hint of menace. "The beautiful lady is dead, and a traitor like you must be purged as well." Having intended to use Xia He against the beautiful lady, she was surprised by the latter's swift execution. In that case, Xia He had lost her purpose: execute her by beating. She summoned the palace maids and eunuchs to witness the fate of betrayal. The palace echoed with cries of despair as the servants trembled on the ground. Little Moo Moo shifted, preparing to enjoy a peaceful slumber. With the immediate threat averted, she and her beautiful mother, along with her grandfather's family, could safely navigate the year ahead. As for the hidden mastermind, she would ponder that upon waking. Chapter 7. Little Lucky Star after a day of tranquility. As Little Moo Moo was preparing to indulge in rest, Junya arrived once again. Upon seeing his soft and adorable daughter, the turmoil within Junya's heart dissipated significantly. He knew he must temper his temper, otherwise his precious daughter would worry for him. Contemplating this, he reached out and enveloped Little Moo Moo in his embrace. The sudden lift startled her, and upon opening her eyes, she realized it was her tyrannical father. I wonder if the Li family has conveyed any clues. However, I believe that the old doctor, Lao Deng, must know something. Now that his son has perished, he must be disheartened. All of this can be traced back to the instigator behind it all. As Junya pondered the old doctor's reticence, a glimmer of inspiration struck him. Since the hidden hand had spread rumors labeling him a tyrant, he could turn the tables and make the doctor recognize that all tragedies stem from the orchestrator behind the scenes. As for the specifics of his plan, he could deliberate further. Moo Moo truly was his little lucky star. Upon seeing her, all his worries vanished. With that thought, Junya imitated the gentle concubine Ro, awkwardly humming a lullaby to Little Moo Moo. It sounded a bit off-key. Perhaps I should cry out to remind him? Junya thought. He found a melody quite pleasing. Surely it was his daughter who wasn't paying attention. Thus, he sang a few more lines, prompting Little Moo Moo to wail. Concubine Ro, who had witnessed the entire spectacle, could only laugh through her tears. Your Majesty, why not allow this humble servant to hold her? No need. Junya replied earnestly. I can manage. The father and daughter exchanged determined gazes, and eventually, it was Little Moo Moo who succumbed to slumber. When she awoke, she remained in Junya's embrace, yet instead of in her mother's Jian palace, she found herself in the Imperial study. Her tyrannical father cradled her in one arm while reviewing memorials with the other. Father, I have matters to report. A slightly immature voice echoed from outside the study. Gumin, at his command, a youth clad in a moon-white brocade robe strode in, kneeling to pay his respects. Son pays his respects to father. The matter you entrusted to me has shown progress. The crown prince bowed, recounting the results obtained from re-examining the old doctor, along with speculations concerning potential masterminds behind the scenes. Junya gazed upon the crown prince, his expression softening with pride. Very well, my son. You have performed admirably as the crown prince. The crown prince? Is that my elder brother who just married 3 days ago and has already passed? Crown Prince Yinqing mused. It seems a child is speaking. He discreetly scanned the surroundings, noticing only the newborn princess in his father's arms. Surely not her? He hesitated. Meanwhile, Little Moo Moo continued to lament for him. My elder brother is quite handsome, and the bride father has chosen for him is beautiful as well. Alas, her family is as treacherous as a serpent. Knowing my brother's frail health, they concealed the fact that the bride was ill, leading to my brother falling gravely ill the day after their wedding, sacrificing a crown princess, and costing my brother his life. Yinqing, Junya, who could also hear the thoughts, felt a pulse of frustration at his temples. The crown princess he had personally selected was a woman afflicted with a contagious disease. Impossible. He had meticulously raised his crown prince. He would not allow these people to harm him. After a moment of contemplation, just as he was about to speak, Yinqing interjected. Father, I have another request. Chapter 8. What illness has been contracted? Yinqing spoke respectfully, as I'm still young. I wish to learn more from you and alleviate your burdens. Thus, perhaps it would be best to cancel the engagement. He spoke cautiously. Although he could not ascertain the truth of the voice he had heard, he pondered the possibility. Given that his mother had given birth to him prematurely, his health had always been delicate. He needed to eliminate any potential harm to himself. Surprisingly, Yinqing's thoughts aligned with Junya's, and the latter's expression softened slightly. You're but 15, indeed still quite young. Very well. I shall decree a new engagement for that young lady from the Su family. With that, Junya waved his hand and issued the decree. also dispatching 3 doctors to compensate the Su family and thoroughly examine the young lady to ascertain the nature of her illness. Little Moo Moo exclaimed, "Long live father. This compensation is rather clever. The engagement between my elder brother and that woman is set for the 12th month, with 5 months remaining. She must already be in poor health, merely sustaining herself with medicine." Junia grew increasingly infuriated, instructing the doctors to accompany the eunuchs who were to announce the decree immediately. Observing his father's hasty demeanor, Yinqing felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Yet, he had no evidence. "Very well, you may leave." After a moment's hesitation, Yinqing cautiously added, "Father, I have yet to properly see the little princess. May I hold her?" Junia glanced at the little bundle in his arms, reluctant to part with her. Yet, with his son standing before him, his eyes nearly glued to the little princess, it would be unkind not to oblige. "Thank you, father," Yinqing exclaimed joyfully, swiftly taking little Moo Moo from his father's arms. "Rascal, trying to steal my daughter," Junia thought, while Yinqing gazed tenderly at little Moo Moo, his mind swirling with thoughts of how he seemed to be able to hear the princess's innermost feelings. Little Moo Moo smacked her lips, smiling up at Yinqing. "He smiles like a fool, unaware that the Empress is ill. If this continues, the Empress will fall gravely ill, and no remedy will suffice. Then it will be you who cries." Yinqing, Junia, "Father, I suddenly have matters to attend to. I take my leave." Yinqing's expression shifted dramatically as he hurriedly returned little Moo Moo to Junia before swiftly exiting the Imperial study. Meanwhile, little Moo Moo nestled in Junia's embrace, continuing to express her thoughts. The Empress and father were once a youthful couple, deeply in love. Alas, for the sake of balancing courtly powers, father had to bring in one concubine after another, causing the Empress to harbor resentment. She could not bear to see father in difficulty. The Empress is truly a good person, yet father fails to understand her heartfelt concerns. Junia froze. He had indeed neglected the Empress's feelings in recent times. In the past, whenever he brought concubines into the palace, he would ensure to comfort the Empress. But in these tumultuous years, various issues had arisen, and he had become overwhelmed, losing sight of her sentiments. "Gulme, to Jiafeng Palace," Junia commanded, cradling little Moo Moo as he strode directly toward the Empress's quarters. Before he could enter the inner sanctum of Jiafeng Palace, he was met with a heart-wrenching bout of coughing, accompanied by Yinqing's concerned voice. "She is truly gravely ill. If my elder brother were to marry that crown princess, he would perish within days, and the Empress would not endure long thereafter. It must be the hidden hand at work, intentionally causing a rift between the Empress and father, leading her family to no longer wish to support him, gradually undermining father's authority. How malicious." Chapter 9. The third wash. Little Moo Moo silently lamented, while Junia felt increasingly guilty. Without waiting for the palace attendants to announce him, he strode into the inner chamber. Why had the Empress not sought the doctor's help promptly when she was unwell? The affairs of the harem were numerous. He needed the Empress to alleviate his burdens. How could he not cherish her health? The Empress, her complexion pale, lifted her head, tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Junia. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" As she spoke, the Empress stumbled to rise from the bed. "Do not stand on ceremony. You are unwell, lie down quickly." Junia approached the bedside, holding little Moo Moo in one arm and gently pressing down on the Empress's shoulder with the other, urging her to rest. With reddened eyes, the Empress felt a wave of warmth within her heart, responding softly, "I merely caught a chill. There is no grave concern. Your Majesty need not worry." The apparent chill in the air masked the reality of a woeful physician's incompetence. The court doctor, lacking in skill and unable to ascertain the Empress's ailment, resorted to mere conjectures, thereby exacerbating her condition. "Junia, I shall not harbor incompetence. Bring forth this quack at once, and let him face justice." Yinqing, such a charlatan deserves death. Moo Moo gazed longingly at the Empress. Indeed, the Empress radiated grace and beauty, rivaled only by her own mother. Alas, she was a woman of misfortune, isolated within the palace's confines. "When I grow up, I shall treat the Empress with kindness," she resolved. The Empress, cradling the little one, was taken aback. Had she just heard the little princess speak? The child's words struck a chord deep within her. For many years, as the mother of the nation, she had come to accept that the emperor was not solely hers. She was willing to be a magnanimous empress for his sake. Yet, who could fathom the sorrow that lingered within? In that moment, the empress's gaze toward Bai Mumu was filled with affection. Your Majesty, if I recall correctly, tomorrow is the day we shall conduct the naming ceremony for the little princess. Have you chosen a name? Bai Junia slapped his forehead in dismay. He had completely forgotten such an important matter. You are right. I have been remiss. Bai Mumu pouted, shaking her tiny fists in frustration. The emperor's expression shifted. Only the little one in his arms dared to voice such candid remarks. Sister Ro has likely been busy. You should go check on her, the empress suggested, suppressing her reluctance. As the mother of the nation, her burdens were no lighter than Bai Junia's. Perfection is a myth, and life rarely goes as desired. Bai Junia swiftly lifted Bai Mumu and exited. Bai Mumu felt a pang of disappointment. Father, that blockhead, couldn't even bid farewell to the empress or offer her comfort. How did he win the heart of such a wonderful empress? Bai Junia paused, turning to grasp the empress's hand. Take care and recuperate. I shall visit you daily. Do not overexert yourself. The empress's eyes glimmered with unshed tears. It had been long since she had witnessed such tenderness from the emperor. I will, she nodded, her gaze toward Bai Mumu brimming with love. The next day, Bai Mumu's naming ceremony took place in the palace of Consort Ro. Given the empress's illness, they opted for a simple affair, seeking merely a touch of good fortune. Chapter 10. Princess Yoning. Consort Ro held Bai Mumu in her arms, her eyes sparkling with warmth and satisfaction. Bai Junia had envisioned a grand celebration, but upon hearing Consort Ro's sensible reasoning, he acquiesced. Despite the simplicity, no essential rituals were overlooked. Consort Ro enlisted the eldest matron in the palace for the ceremony. The matron respectfully received Bai Mumu and gently placed her in the ceremonial basin. Following the established procedure, the ceremony unfolded smoothly, with auspicious phrases spoken, making little Bai Mumu comfortable enough to nearly drift off to sleep. As the ceremony approached its conclusion, an announcement rang out. The Empress has arrived. The Empress, smiling, appeared markedly healthier than in previous days. As Consort Ro prepared to greet her, the Empress gestured for her to stop. Today I feel revitalized, perhaps due to the auspicious nature of the little princess's ceremony, prompting my hasty arrival to witness it. The Empress held a sandalwood box, and, as Bai Mumu peeked inside, she discovered a longevity lock, exquisitely carved and evidently crafted with care. Isn't this a gift from me to you? The Emperor questioned in surprise. Indeed, it is a betrothal gift you bestowed upon me when we wed, the Empress replied with a gentle smile, adorning Bai Mumu's neck with the longevity lock. I believe it complements the little princess beautifully. Consider it a token of our first meeting. Overwhelmed with unexpected joy, Bai Mumu nestled in Bai Junia's embrace, her tiny hands reaching for the lock, her mouth opening to take a bite. No teeth, can't bite. It's heavy, pure gold, no doubt. The Empress is truly generous. The Empress remarked, such a sweet, soft little girl, even if a bit of a gold digger, is utterly adorable. Bai Junia added, my dear, could I possibly gift you a fake? Consort Ro interjected, this child should at least show some restraint. The longevity lock hung upon Bai Mumu's chest, shimmering in the morning sun, enveloping her small form in warmth. Let us name her Yoning, Bai Junia began to announce, but hesitated. Yoning? It doesn't sound as lovely as Mumu, Bai Mumu pouted. The little one still prefers Mumu? Very well. Let us retain Bai Mumu, with the title Yoning bestowed upon her. Bai Mumu thus became a princess with a title from birth, a rare honor, drawing envy from many. Life flowed on in tranquility. Bai Mumu spent her days either nestled in Consort Ro's arms or in Bai Junia's, exchanging playful banter. Even her brothers found time to visit her daily. She had become the darling of all. One day, while Bai Junia held Bai Mumu and attended to state affairs, a palace eunuch rushed in, kneeling and pleading, Your Majesty, please, you must see the Empress. She has suddenly begun to cough up blood. Bai Junia sprang to his feet, and Bai Mumu, sensing the urgency, urged him to hurry. Father, go quickly. The Empress's health cannot be delayed. The thought of the mild-mannered Empress suffering brought Bai Mumu distress. Though not bound by blood, The Empress had always treated her with utmost kindness. Upon arrival, Bijunia found the Empress lying pale and weak upon her sickbed, devoid of her usual vitality. "But just yesterday, I saw you and you seemed well." His expression turned grave. The Empress gently smoothed his furrowed brow, forcing a smile. "It is nothing serious. The court physician assures me it is merely a common cold." Mumu shook her little fists, indignant. The Empress was poisoned. Those quacks misdiagnosed her condition as merely a cold. If we do not find a skilled physician, the Empress's life may be at stake. Chapter 11. She was poisoned? She was poisoned? Was the court physician's claim of a cold merely a deception? How could a mere child grasp such complexities? The Empress's heart was filled with doubt until the esteemed physician Zhou arrived to examine her. "Your Majesty, the Empress exhibits a complex pulse that does not indicate a cold," he stated, his demeanor becoming serious and perplexed. "I have never encountered such a pulse. It appears she has been poisoned. Moreover, this poison is quite rare, one I have never seen before." As the most experienced physician in the palace, the Empress trusted his words. She had indeed been poisoned. The little princess's insights were astonishingly accurate. Yet, if even physician Zhou could not treat her, what hope remained? The Empress's expression turned desolate. "I shall issue a royal decree offering a reward. I refuse to believe that in this vast empire we cannot find a suitable healer." Bijunia promptly issued the command. "Your Majesty." The Empress felt a surge of emotion, her gaze toward Mumu filled with tenderness. This little princess was indeed a fortunate star, so attuned to her needs, even foreseeing them. "Rest well, and I shall visit you daily. As for matters of the harem, I will leave them in Consort Ro's capable hands until you recover." Once the Empress took her medicine and fell asleep, Bijunia carried Mumu away, with physician Zhou trailing behind. "Investigate what ailment the daughter of the Su family, engaged to the crown prince, suffers from. How dare they scheme against my son?" Physician Zhou was taken aback and immediately bowed to accept the order. The woman was afflicted with smallpox. Xiaoma pouted. Bijunia's expression darkened upon hearing her thoughts. How dare the Su family marry off their daughter, stricken with smallpox? To the crown prince. Immediately investigate this matter. If evidence is found, the Su family shall be punished. Bijunia commanded, his frown deepening. Dr. Zhou, taken aback, was uncertain of the Su family's predicament, but the emperor's demeanor indicated a desire to reform the Imperial Medical Bureau. "Yes, I shall investigate at once," he replied before departing. Bijunia held Xiaomu even more dearly. The little princess was truly his lucky star. Had it not been for the heavens bestowing her upon him, calamity would have befallen them all. Ru's consort, himself, the crown prince, and even the empress would have suffered dire consequences. It was the little princess who saved them all. Report. A guard approached, stating that the envoy bearing the state hostage from Chu had arrived at the palace gates, seeking an audience with the emperor. The Chu state hostage? Bijunia's little Xiaomu suddenly shuddered, startled by a hiccup. In the midst of indulgence, he had nearly forgotten this significant figure. "Wah!" Xiaomu began to wail. Bijunia rushed to console her. "Father, don't hurry to calm me down. Quickly arrange for Lu Chonglin's reception, and ensure he is treated well, or our entire family will be in peril. Also, our nation ultimately fell because of Lu Chonglin. You must not provoke him." Xiaomu's thoughts screamed in frustration, lamenting her infantile state. A glint of coldness flickered in Bijunia's eyes. So it was Lu Chonglin who frightened his precious daughter and threatened his nation? Chapter 12. An inconsequential hostage, then let us first diminish his arrogance. A mere state from Chu is hardly worthy of concern. An inconsequential hostage, as long as he does not perish, is sufficient. Xiaoma hiccuped once more. "No, father, are you out of your mind? By treating him with such disregard, you are forcing him into darkness. We are doomed." Xiaomu's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she looked up at Bijunia, her expression a mix of grievance and pity. Still not acting? Bijunia's countenance remained icy. The envoy was the sixth prince of Chu, born of a lowly concubine, thus unappreciated. To frighten his beloved daughter, allowing him to live, was already too merciful. Xiaomu's heart screamed for ages, unable to sway her tyrannical father's decision. She resigned herself to fate, hoping to extract Lu Chonglin before he succumbed to darkness. The following day, in the Imperial study, Dr. Zhou appeared grave. Your Majesty, I have investigated the Su family's daughter's case. She suffered from smallpox, which the Su family concealed, only sustaining her with herbal remedies without proper treatment. Of course, they would not treat her. Their intent was to infect the crown prince after the marriage, Zhou added, appalled by the Su family's maliciousness. Fortunately, Your Majesty is astute and has redirected the Su family's marriage proposal. Under ordinary circumstances, Baijunia would have relished his little princess's praise, but now, he was consumed by fury. The 3 physicians he dispatched uncovered nothing substantial, merely stating that the Su lady was frail. I truly underestimated their wolfish ambitions. Proclaim the order. The Su family's attempt to harm the crown prince warrants the execution of all males, while the females shall serve as military concubines. The Imperial Medical Bureau must conduct a thorough investigation. Anyone connected to the Su family or the Empress's palace shall be executed without mercy, Baijunia decreed. Baizuomu expressed her approval with a wave of her tiny hand. Allowing such treachery to persist was perilous. The Su family is merely a pawn. There are surely greater puppeteers behind this. Father, please remain vigilant and protect yourself. She wriggled in Baijunia's embrace, who felt a slight solace, tenderly stroking her head. Thank goodness, his little princess was unscathed by fear. Before long, news of the Su family's confiscation spread throughout the capital. In a mere 2 days, their engagement to the crown prince was annulled, followed by their swift downfall, instilling terror in the hearts of many. The Imperial Medical Bureau underwent a complete purge, leaving the palace in a state of unease, with none daring to harbor ulterior motives. Only Xiaomu lay in her cradle, gently rocked by Ru's consort, her drowsiness overtaking her. On the 3rd day, in the Imperial study, Baijunia and the director of the Imperial Medical Bureau discussed the Empress's health. Bai Yinqing arrived with an individual clad in tattered garments, a bag slung over his shoulder emblazoned with the words healing the sick. Father, this man has proclaimed himself, he announced, revealing that for days he had observed the imperial edicts, and none dared to make such a claim concerning the Empress until now. The man did not bow but grinned, sitting cross-legged on the floor. Were it not for the inscription on his bag, one might mistake him for a beggar or a fool. Crown Prince, your concern is misplaced. That is the Empress, you know, the director remarked, rolling his eyes at the unkempt figure. Just as Baijunia was about to respond, Xiaomu kicked her little legs, waking up. She surveyed the room, noticing the newcomer with curiosity and blinking her eyes. The words on the bag, healing the sick, suddenly brightened her eyes. Father, you have found salvation. This person is Su Yinluo from the Valley of Medicine. His medical skills are extraordinary. With him treating you and the Empress, you both shall recover. Do not believe a word from this director. He hides the deepest secrets among the physicians. If it were not for his machinations, the Imperial Medical Bureau would not dare deceive you. Chapter 13. Has the Emperor truly changed? So it is thus. The late Emperor had indeed mentioned the Valley of Medicine to him. However, since ascending the throne, the people from the valley had become elusive, and he had searched for them in vain. Su Yinluo continued sitting cross-legged, cleaning his ears and clicking his tongue, awaiting the Emperor's wrath. He found it hard to believe the Emperor could change overnight. Surely it was a ruse. The title of Sir nearly choked Su Yinluo on his own saliva. Baijunia, cradling Xiaomu, approached him with a gentle demeanor. Crown Prince says you have proclaimed yourself? Indeed, amusing, Su Yanluo replied, perturbed. Those from the Valley of Medicine are not bound by convention. Royal authority? But a triviality. He was determined to provoke a reaction from the Emperor, confident that his audacity would elicit a response. Baijunia was indeed furious. No one had ever dared to speak to him in such a manner. Yet, upon reflection, he realized that such individuals were often resistant to corruption, making them suitable for his purposes. Since you find it amusing, stay in the palace and enjoy yourself for a few days, Baijunia said politely, showing no disdain for Su Yinluo's disheveled appearance. Instead, he was exceedingly courteous. Su Yinluo was taken aback. Had the Emperor truly changed? Your Majesty, the director exclaimed, alarmed. It seems your intention is to retain this itinerant physician. He is in tattered rags, and his behavior is crude. He cannot be kept. Crude behavior? Baijunia countered. I see a man in rags with a heart to heal. It is you, director, who has presided over the Imperial Medical Bureau for years, yet failed to uncover the vile deeds beneath your nose. I should punish you to experience the hardships of the common folk. Bai Junya, resolute, summoned eunuch Fu, disregarding the director's pleas for mercy, ordering him to be removed at once. Su Yin Luo regarded Bai Junya with a peculiar gaze, realizing his insights were accurate. The emperor was not truly tyrannical. Rather, he seemed to have been unjustly maligned. He ceased to feign ignorance, dusting himself off and standing to bow. Commoner Su Yin Luo of the Valley of Medicine, at your service. Your Majesty, Suan Luochik Bayunespaus. How's my health? Bai Junya inquired. Having learned so much from Xiaomu, he was now solely concerned with his own well-being. Only by remaining strong could he ensure the safety of his wife and child. The emperor was poisoned, a matter not difficult to resolve, albeit requiring some time. Su Yin Luo collected the medicine box and cast his gaze upon Bai Mumu, who lay on the couch. Since his entrance, the little princess had been smiling at him, her soft and adorable demeanor evoking an irresistible tenderness. Bai Junya narrowed his eyes. He was indeed poisoned. Had it not been for little Mumu's reminder, he would have remained oblivious to his own physical condition. Surely, as little Mumu had said, he would be the architect of his own demise, as well as that of the entire nation. The thought of such insidious scheming made Bai Junya's expression even graver. In that case, I must trouble you to remain in the palace until I and the Empress are well, he declared. It is getting late. Attendants, take Mr. Su to settle in. Su Yin Luo followed the palace servants out. Thus, a month passed quietly until the day of little Mumu's full moon banquet arrived. Everyone was aware of the current emperor's fondness for the little princess, yet they were astonished to find that this banquet rivaled that of a state feast. Before dawn broke, the gentle consort held by Mumu in her arms and dressed her in the softest, most delicate little gown. Despite her scanty baby hair, she stubbornly styled it into a high little bun. Once adorned, the gentle consort beamed with joy at her daughter. Our little Mumu is truly beautiful. Chapter 14. The little princess's full moon banquet. Oh dear, must I really wear so many adornments? It seems even being a wealthy little princess comes with its own troubles. Little Bai Mumu had just awakened when she was once again cradled by Bai Junya to attend court. Fortunately, she could catch a brief nap in the Imperial study. Concerned for his precious daughter's comfort, Bai Junya instructed the servants to prepare a cradle in the study. Once he had finished with state affairs, it would be time for the evening banquet, and he carried Bai Mumu towards the Longyin Hall, where the festivities were to be held. As the emperor arrived, the eunuchs raised their voices, and the Longyin Hall fell into silence. Countless pairs of eyes were drawn to the grand figure of the emperor, resplendent in his bright yellow dragon robe, as he strode forward with a pink bundle in his arms. Today is the little princess's full moon banquet. My esteemed ministers need not stand on ceremony. Bai Junya spoke with rare gentleness. The officials dared not disregard his words. For just a month prior, the emperor had eradicated the Li consort and her entire family. They feared that one misstep could incur his displeasure. After the Ministry of Rites delivered their congratulatory speech, little Mumu was taken away by the gentle consort. The banquet was divided into two sections, one for male guests and one for female guests. Nestled in her beautiful mother-s embrace, Bai Mumu felt so comfortable that she only wished to sleep. This is a gift for the little princess on her full moon. I am certain she will adore it, a cheerful and somewhat childish voice chimed in. Little Mumu sensed her beautiful mother tense momentarily, and she slowly opened her sleepy eyes. Before her stood a youth, a few years younger than Bai Yinqing, with a darker complexion, striking features, and bright eyes, curiously gazing at the little princess in the gentle consort's arms. In his hands, he held a birdcage containing a vibrant young hawk, beautiful in its plumage. Is this the priceless haydonking? The gentle consort thought. Your Highness, the little princess is still too young for this. The second prince, unlike the crown prince, was captivated by military affairs and hunting, lacking an understanding of a young girl's heart. With this in mind, the gentle consort reasoned it would be better to wait until the little princess was older before accepting such a gift. Bai Jingxiao hesitated for a moment, glancing at the tiny little Mumu. Isn't my big brother too generous? A haydonking worth a fortune. I absolutely adore it. I wish to touch it. Will it bite me? Bai Jingxiao's eyes suddenly brightened as he seemed to hear the little princess express her fondness for his gift. Gentle consort, the little princess likes my present, he proclaimed, lifting his chin with pride. In the future, when I hunt down more delightful treasures, I shall bring them to the little princess as well. Later? Big brother is such a fool. Little Mumu's expression dimmed. Tomorrow, father will assess your studies, and big brother's horse will be tampered with, causing him to fall and break a leg. The thief will frame this incident on the third prince, creating discord between you two, leaving father to worry himself gray over this matter. Big brother's leg will be crippled. He can no longer lead troops into battle or become a formidable general. Bai Jingxiao's smile froze on his lips, and the gentle consort felt a pang of horror. Beneath the emperor's domain, how could anyone dare to harm the royal heirs so maliciously? I hope big brother can remain vigilant and not be led astray. Little Mumu continued her silent lament, while Bai Jingxiao's expression changed as he handed the cage to an attendant beside him. Gentle consort, Jingxiao has matters to attend to and must take his leave. Chapter 15. You truly worry too much. Very well. The gentle consort nodded. After sending off the second prince, she sighed, gently tapping the nose of the already sleeping little Mumu. My dear, you truly worry too much. However, since it was Mumu's wish, she must ensure that no rift formed between the second and third princes over this incident. Once the palace banquet concluded, Bai Junya, in high spirits, arrived at Jian Palace. Seizing the opportunity, while little Mumu was still asleep, the gentle consort broached the subject. Bai Junya's anger flared. Such a thing has occurred. As if the crown prince were not enough, they dare also target the second and third princes. But my beloved, how did you come to know of this? Whether your majesty believes it or not, ever since Mumu was born, I have often dreamt of divine beings offering guidance. Fearing Bai Junya would resent little Mumu, the gentle consort took the matter upon herself. I only worry, your majesty. It is better to be safe than sorry. Mumu's predictions have come true several times. I trust in my daughter. Bai Junya felt a pang of discomfort. He had thought himself the only one capable of hearing their daughter's thoughts. Yet the gentle consort also had dreams of divine guidance. Suddenly, he felt less unique. I understand. Where is Mumu? I shall take her out for a stroll. There are lanterns to see today. Your majesty, Mumu is asleep. The gentle consort was distressed at the thought of her precious daughter being whisked away. It matters not. She loves lively gatherings. I am aware of this, Bai Junya replied. The gentle consort thought, though she is unwilling, there is no stopping it, and helplessly watched as Bai Junya wrapped the little bundle in his arms and carried her away from Jian Palace. Bai Junya, aware that someone intended to harm the second prince, initially considered canceling the equestrian examination, but then deemed it an excellent opportunity to root out the spies, thus declaring that the examination would proceed as scheduled. Naturally, Bai Mumu was taken to the equestrian grounds by Bai Junya. So sleepy, she lay in Bai Yinqing's embrace, yawned, and turned her head, finally taking in the entire equestrian venue. The examination was about to commence. The second prince, Bai Jingxiao, and the third prince, Bai Hongrui, sat upon their steeds. Their usual animosity heightened to the point of not even casting a glance at one another. Big brother and third brother have clashing personalities. It is no wonder they have fallen prey to such machinations. It is all because the guards around third brother have been whispering to second brother that he has usurped third brother's military achievements, fueling third brother's jealousy. In truth, neither of them realized they had been deceived. Bai Jingxiao's grip on the reins faltered momentarily as he recalled that 3 months ago, their father had sent them out to train and suppress bandits. Initially, it was meant to be the third prince's ambush on the bandits. However, news had come that the third prince was unwell, and only he could lead the troops. He had mocked him for being a coward, only to realize there was more at play. Bai Jingxiao wished to reconcile. What could he possibly say? It would be too awkward for a man. The event commenced. The sound of gongs echoed as 2 magnificent steeds surged forward. Will Big Brother be all right? Soon, a dart will be fired to strike Big Brother's horse's leg, causing him to fall and break his leg. Crown Prince, can you halt the competition? Little Mumu fretted intensely. Bai Yinqing appeared calm on the surface, yet he was internally fraught with anxiety. Father, please focus and refrain from speaking out of turn, he was admonished. Bai Junya's words left Bai Yinqing at a loss for words. What was to be done? Were they truly to witness this pair of adversaries continue their quarrel unabated? Just as he was growing increasingly anxious, an arrow suddenly flew from the shadows, aimed at Bai Jingxiao's horse's leg. Bai Mumu, terrified, shut her eyes, already envisioning the grim fate that awaited Bai Jingxiao. After a moment of tense silence, no cries of alarm were heard. Cautiously, Bai Mumu opened her eyes, surprised to find the outcome different from her expectations. The arrow had been deflected off its original course by Hung Rui's whip, landing harmlessly on the ground. Unnoticed by anyone nearby, Bai Jingxiao, having been prepared, was momentarily taken aback by Hung Rui's unexpected intervention. Third brother, I can win against you openly. Very well, Bai Jingxiao replied with a hearty laugh, no longer willing to concede. In the shadows, a hunched figure glared resentfully at the two, quickly vanishing into the darkness. Fortunately, no harm had come to them. Bai Mumu couldn't help but laugh joyfully. After the contest, Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hung Rui's horses nearly crossed the finish line together, while Eunuch Fu silently approached Bai Junya. Your Majesty, no suspicious individuals have been found. They are well hidden, Bai Junya replied with a cold smirk, vowing to uncover the culprit one day. Next came Bai Junya's routine inquiries of the two princes, leaving Bai Mumu feeling quite bored. She tugged at Bai Yinqing's sleeve, blinking her eyes at her elder brother. Elder brother, don't you find this tiresome? My ears are nearly worn out from listening. What brotherly harmony, what fraternal respect. Goodness, father is more loquacious than a monk reciting scriptures. Bai Yinqing replied, only you, dear sister, would dare to utter such words. Why don't we go for a stroll instead? Would that be all right? Bai Mumu's charm was irresistible, especially when paired with her adorable face. Bai Yinqing, unable to resist, took her in his arms and departed, noting that Bai Junya was preoccupied for the moment. The horse grounds were vast, filled with royal steeds under the careful watch of palace attendants. Bai Mumu, curious as ever, looked around until she heard a familiar voice. The things are mine, give them back to me. Wasn't he that Lu Chonglin's voice? The antagonist hostage? It seemed to emanate from the haystack area. Oh, he is quite the temper. Isn't he a hostage from the state of Chu? Yet here he is, forced to clean up horse manure alongside us lowly servants? That exquisite jade pendant could fetch quite a sum. Let us take him down, brothers. Panic surged through Bai Mumu's face as she realized Lu Chonglin was about to be beaten. I must go to the haystack. Lu Chonglin is in danger. I have to save him. We cannot allow a child to be harmed like this. Elder brother, let us hurry. Bai Mumu's fervent cries resonated. Bai Yinqing, now relieved that the situation was not as dire as he had feared, carried Bai Mumu towards the haystack. There, several young eunuchs were surrounding a boy, kicking and punching him. The boy, small and frail, curled up to protect his head, unable to fight back, yet refusing to utter a sound of surrender. Stop this at once. Bai Yinqing shouted, his authoritative voice booming. Who gave you the audacity to assault someone here? As the future monarch, his commanding presence was reminiscent of Bai Junya. Your Highness, forgive us. It was this hostage from Chu who insulted us first, they stammered. Yes, he was the one who insulted us. How outrageous. They dare to turn the tables. Elder brother, punish them. Bai Mumu huffed angrily. Bai Yinqing, buoyed by his sister's unwavering trust, ordered, go to Master Wu and accept your punishment. If I ever see you bullying others again, it will not be a simple reprimand. The young eunuchs hastily retreated. Bai Yinqing cast a brief glance at the still-lying Lu Chonglin before turning to leave. Just then, a small hand inadvertently tugged at his pouch. He looked down to find Bai Mumu's bright eyes fixed on him, filled with urgency. According to father, we can place him anywhere. Why not let him stay in Mother S palace as a little attendant? We cannot just leave him. He will surely be retaliated against. After all, we must see this through to the end. Please, elder brother, you are the best. Who could resist such a charming plea? Certainly not Bai Yinqing. He thus took Lu Chonglin to the palace of Concubine Row, despite the risk of incurring his father's wrath. Yet, having already brought the boy, he could not disappoint his sister. I found a hostage from Chu being bullied at the horse grounds and brought him here. Could he stay in the Jian Palace as a little attendant? Concubine Row responded, but why does the crown prince wish to take in such a boy? Is it not better to do good elsewhere? Please, beautiful mother, Bai Mumu's wails echoed. The softening of Concubine Row's heart led her to say, however, His Majesty is known for his compassion. He shall surely consent. Do not worry, Crown Prince. Caring and compassionate? Bai Yinxing's eyelids twitched, but he refrained from exposing the truth. I must take my leave. I have matters to attend to. Departing the palace, concubine Ro embraced by Mumu, playfully poking her nose with a mix of reproach and affection. She cast her gaze toward the boy below, noting his frail frame and tattered clothing. He stared blankly ahead, seemingly indifferent to the scrutiny of others. Despite his worn appearance, he possessed a certain charm that explained Bai Mumu's fondness for him. Very well. He may stay as a companion or attendant. Take him down, give him a bath, and provide him with clean clothes. Lu Chonglin followed the palace attendant to be bathed and dressed anew. The attendant entered with food, placing it before him. You are quite fortunate to have encountered the little princess and the crown prince. Had it not been for them, you might have been beaten to death at the horse grounds. As a hostage from Chu, he was not favored by the emperor, and naturally, the attendants held no regard for him either. Lu Chonglin remained silent, unmoving, causing the attendant to feel awkward and depart. After a prolonged silence, Lu Chonglin finally stirred. He recalled the little princess, her soft visage flashing in his mind, and a faint smile graced his pale lips. Meanwhile, concubine Ro awaited the emperor's return to address the matter. However, urgent issues concerning the populace occupied by Junia and the ministers, leaving them little time to enter the inner court. In the Jian Palace, laughter and joy resounded. Bai Mumu lay in her cradle as concubine Ro playfully entertained her with a rattle, surrounded by palace maids and eunuchs. Mumu, this rattle was made by your mother. Do you like it? Recently, concubine Ro had taken to crafting various toys for Mumu, from fabric tigers to rattles, providing a plethora of choices. How childish, Bai Mumu thought. Yet out of fondness for her beautiful mother, she feigned a smile. The little princess smiles. How lovely she is. The attendants rejoiced at the sight. Yet, soon Bai Mumu ceased smiling, finding the noise unbearable, and began to wail. The beauty of infancy lies in the ability to cry whenever one pleases. Bai Mumu raised her voice in a fit of tears, prompting concubine Ro to panic. Is it because Mumu dislikes the rattle? Frantically, she discarded the toy and the attendants. Sensing the princess's displeasure, dispersed quietly. After some time, concubine Ro recalled the longevity lock, Mumu's favorite, still in the room, and hurried off to retrieve it. Beneath the tree, only Bai Mumu remained in her cradle. Finally, peace at last. She sighed in relief. Lifting her eyelids, she was taken aback, standing beside the cradle. Who else could it be but Lu Chonglin? He gazed curiously at her, his phoenix eyes reflecting a mix of confusion and intrigue. What are you looking at? It seems I've gained a little weight. Not as slender as before, she remarked. Indeed, the palace's cuisine is delightful. Being plump is endearing, just like me. Lu Chonglin. Did he just hear something? In that moment, he confirmed he had indeed perceived the little princess's unspoken thoughts. Before he could ponder further, his hand instinctively rested on the cradle, giving it a gentle rock. Just the right amount of force. Splendid. Little Mumu relaxed, closing her eyes in comfort. As Ruo Fei emerged with a longevity lock, she noticed the scene before her and unconsciously softened her footsteps. However, upon seeing the figure at the palace gate, her expression shifted. The emperor, after finally resolving the issues with the displaced people, Bai Junia rushed over, eager to spend time with his beloved daughter. To his astonishment, he found the Prince of Chu entertaining his precious girl. In an instant, Bai Junia's anger flared. He approached with a stern countenance, directing his displeasure at the young man kneeling on the ground. Who permitted you to come here? Lu Chonglin remained silent on the floor. Mumu sensed the impending trouble. Wishing she could speak to explain. Speak up. It was Prince Brother who sent you here, she urged. Are you foolish enough to place the blame entirely on Prince Brother? Ruo Fei, in a state of panic, implored her daughter, sweetheart, refrain from such thoughts. If Lu Chonglin were to say that, your father would have his head. Noticing Lu Chonglin's silence, Bai Junia's irritation deepened, disregarding even his daughter's sentiments. This insolent boy, relying on his handsome visage, dared to cavort before his daughter. How brazen. Not speaking, are we? Very well. I shall grant you your wish. Bai Junia scoffed, signaling for Eunuch Fu to have Lu Chonglin removed. In response, Bai Mumu began to wail uncontrollably. As expected, This tactic proved effective. Bai Junya hastily scooped her into his arms, his eyes brimming with affection. Mumu, do you miss your father? Come here, let me hold you. Yes, yes. If you don't drive Lu Changlin away, I shall like you even more, she exclaimed. He clearly possesses martial skills, yet harms no one. Why does father dislike him so? Bai Mumu felt aggrieved. Bai Junya was left speechless, recognizing his daughter's discontent. He contemplated expelling Lu Changlin, but could not ignore the tearful expression of his little girl. Thus, he relented. Since you are skilled, you may remain by Mu Mu's side as her attendant. The esteemed Prince of Chu to serve as a mere attendant for Princess Yongning? Lu Changlin hesitated for a moment. Glancing at Bai Mu Mu, who was gazing at him, he softly acquiesced. Thus, Lu Changlin became Bai Mu Mu's personal attendant. Although termed an attendant, he was, in reality, constrained at every turn. Bai Junya, not entirely trusting him, sent several hidden guards to keep a close watch on Lu Changlin, prohibiting him from getting too close to Bai Mu Mu. Bai Mu Mu was delighted just to have him remain. She shifted slightly, inadvertently brushing her lips against Bai Junya's. Convinced that the little bundle had kissed him, Bai Junya beamed for 3 days, even granting Ruo Fei permission to take Mu Mu out of the palace for a family visit. As the soft sedan chair bore Ruo Fei away from the palace, Bai Mu Mu, still drowsy, lay in her beautiful mother's embrace, who tenderly caressed her little face. Ruo Fei lifted the curtain of the chair, and a contingent of guards followed, with Lu Changlin leading the way. How long until we arrive? Ruo Fei inquired. We shall reach there shortly, came the response. With her heart racing, Ruo Fei nodded, ready to lower the curtain, when suddenly, a sharp arrow struck one of the guards in the chest, blood splattering. The unexpected assault turned Ruo Fei's complexion pale. Protect the princess. The guards, in a flurry, drew their blades to shield the sedan chair. A dozen figures clad in black surged forth, lethal intent in their eyes, targeting Ruo Fei. Those who obstructed them, guards and maidens alike, fell victim to their blades. Ensure Mu Mu's safety, Ruo Fei commanded, handing the little princess to Lu Changlin, her gaze piercing. If anything happens to her, you shall not live. Before Lu Changlin could respond, Ruo Fei seized a fallen guard's blade and engaged the assassins fiercely. How could a daughter from a noble family merely be a delicate flower? Initially anxious, Bai Mu Mu's spirits lifted upon witnessing her mother's valiant moves, breaking into a grin. Mother is amazing. Kick him. She cheered. The ones behind this attack failed last time, but are now resorting to such underhanded tactics. How shameless. But who could be behind it? Lu Changlin furrowed his brow, clutching the child awkwardly. Suddenly, an assassin's gaze fell upon him, fixating on Bai Mu Mu. Kill that child. The assassin shouted, unable to defeat Ruo Fei. They thought to target a child instead. The assassins, previously intent on Ruo Fei, now lunged at Lu Changlin and Bai Mu Mu. Bai Mu Mu remained unfazed, grinning widely. Lu Changlin, exasperated, knew he had no time to think. Drawing his sword with a single hand, he executed a series of fluid movements, swiftly dispatching the would-be attackers. Bai Mu Mu, nestled in his arms, felt dizzy, the world spinning around her. Thus, she promptly expelled a mouthful of milk, fainting in the process. Mumu. Ruo Fei's heart shattered, her resolve sharpening as she fought even more fiercely. The remaining assassins, realizing they were at a disadvantage, hastily retreated. The guard were about to pursue when Ruo Fei ordered, no need to chase them. After such an incident, we cannot predict what else may occur, in Mu Mu. She took the now milk-covered princess back into her arms, nearly choking on the milk herself. Ruo Fei cast a glance at Lu Changlin, her expression inscrutable. Your skills are commendable. Her tone was neutral, revealing little of her thoughts. Lu Changlin bowed his head. I merely acted in self-defense. Only self-defense? Who would believe that? Ruo Fei scoffed inwardly. Lu Changlin's abilities surpassed her expectations, yet she recalled how he had not retaliated when attacked at the horse track, raising suspicions about his intentions. Such a person in Jian Palace made her uneasy. Upon returning to the palace, Bai Junya learned of the assassination attempt on Ruo Fei and Bai Mu Mu, his fury boiling over. He immediately ordered Crown Prince Bai Yanchen to investigate thoroughly and hurried to Jian Palace, bringing Su Yenluo along. Quickly, check on Mu Mu. Bai Junya commanded. Fond of the little princess, Su Yanluo wasted no time in examining the still unconscious child. Moments later, her expression turned complex. The little princess is merely asleep. Everyone sighed in relief. Our Moo simply loves to sleep. Father was the same at her age. Bai Junya chuckled, finally at ease. Ruo Fei also relaxed, but grew solemn as she recalled the recent events. Once Su Yanluo departed, she broached the subject of Lu Chonglin with Bai Junya. That prince has been at Jian Palace for half a year, and during this time, he has never overstepped his bounds. However, having witnessed his skills today, I fear he harbors ulterior motives in approaching Moo. These words struck a chord with Bai Junya. He had sought every means to rid himself of Lu Chonglin, yet his beloved daughter seemed quite fond of him. With no recourse, he had to endure. But the situation was different now. Recalling his daughter's sentiments regarding Lu Chonglin, Bai Junya made a decisive resolution. The concerns of the beloved consort were not unfounded. The people of Chu were indeed treacherous and cunning. It was inappropriate to leave Lu Chonglin by Moo's side. Come, send Lu Chonglin to the cold palace. As long as he remains alive, that will suffice. The emperor commanded. The gentle consort was taken aback. She merely wished for Bai Junya to transfer Lu Chonglin from Jian Palace, never intending for him to be directly dispatched to the cold palace. Junwu was resolute. Regret was now futile, and she was at a loss as to how to explain this to her precious daughter. Lu Chonglin stood outside the door when the eunuch Fu emerged. "Your Highness, the hostage," he said, flicking his whisk and gazing down at the young man from his elevated position. "Has the princess awakened?" Lu Chonglin inquired, recalling how she had seemed to choke on her milk and wondering if she was all right. "The princess is fine. You should worry about yourself," Fu replied coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. He had heard the emperor's command. Lu Chonglin was indeed a man of cunning, potentially harboring ill intentions toward the young princess. Lu Chonglin curled his fingers inwards, a self-deprecating smile gracing his lips. Without uttering a word, he turned and made his way to the cold palace. Little Moo, however, remained oblivious to these events. She had enjoyed a restful sleep and awoke the next day, well-fed and content, playing in her cradle, while Bai Junya reviewed memorials nearby. Upon noticing his daughter was awake, he offered her a toy. "Your Highness, the crown prince seeks an audience." "Let him in." Before long, Bai Yinqing strode in, performing the customary greetings. "Have the matters from yesterday reached a conclusion?" he asked, referring to the assassination attempt on the gentle consort. The assassins were not difficult to locate. They were mere mountain bandits. When we found them, a few were still alive, but they refused to speak and ultimately took their own lives by biting into poison pouches. Bai Yinqing's expression darkened. The identities of those pulling the strings behind the scenes remained shrouded in mystery. Those bandits were notoriously ruthless, and the fact that someone could command their loyalty spoke volumes about their status. The mastermind behind this plot was undoubtedly of noble standing, for only such a person could repeatedly target the beloved consort, whose powerful family could provoke conflict between the emperor and her maternal relatives if she were eliminated. Yet, the puppeteer remained elusive, their treachery unparalleled. Little Moo clenched her fists in indignation. A cold glimmer appeared in Bai Junya's eyes. "If we cannot trace them now, we shall continue our search. I refuse to believe they can remain hidden indefinitely." Bai Yinqing accepted the order and, noticing that Bai Moo was growing bored and yawning, suggested, "Shall I take the princess for a stroll?" Just then, a minister arrived to report urgent matters, and after a moment's contemplation, Bai Junya acquiesced. Bai Yinqing smiled as he took Bai Moo into his arms. As they prepared to depart, Bai Junya suddenly recalled something and cautioned, "Do not take her to any unsavory places. Otherwise, I shall hold you accountable." Bai Moo pondered this remark. It seemed her father was implying something more. Suddenly, she remembered that she had yet to see Lu Chonglin. In Bai Yinqing's embrace, she felt a surge of anxiety, her little face reddening. What if something has happened to Lu Chonglin? Chapter 18. Lu Chonglin has been dispatched to the cold palace. Bai Yinqing initially hesitated to speak, but, seeing the distress on the little princess's face, could not help but relent. "Lu Chonglin has been sent to the cold palace, Moo. Your elder brother shall find you another companion." Bai Moo felt as if lightning had struck her. The male lead she had finally coaxed to Jian Palace was now taken away and sent to the cold palace. Her expression turned pitiful as she pouted. With a gentle sigh, Bai Yinshin grasped Bai Muumu's hand. The emperor has commanded that you are not to go to the cold palace. Be good, and your elder brother will take you to play with your second brother. Bai Yinshin understood that Bai Junya was genuinely angry and dared not defy him, leading her instead to Bai Jingxiao's Muyang palace. Bai Muumu soon realized that Bai Yinshin was indeed not taking her along. She finally gave up hope, her smile fading. The commotion around her no longer mattered. All she wanted was to find Lu Chonglin. This was a matter of life and death for her entire family. Upon seeing Bai Yinshin enter with Bai Muumu, Bai Jingxiao initially felt delighted. However, upon noticing the little princess's downcast expression, he inquired, "What troubles my royal sister?" Very few were privy to Lu Chonglin's predicament. Bai Yinshin cleared his throat and casually replied, "Perhaps she overate last night or did not sleep well." Bai Muumu protested. "Elder brother is a bad guy. He won't take me with him and accuses me of overeating. I refuse to acknowledge him." Bai Muumu turned her head away, refusing to look at Bai Yinshin. Bai Jingxiao, delighted by this development, extended his hand. "Brother, it appears that Muumu does not favor you. Perhaps I should hold her instead?" Bai Yinshin stood in shock, unable to react until Bai Muumu was swept into Bai Jingxiao's arms. This little girl certainly had a fiery temper. As someone who understood the situation, he realized that if he took her to the cold palace, they would both face punishment. But if it was the second prince who took her, Bai Jingxiao felt uncomfortable under Bai Yinshin's scrutiny. "Why are you looking at me like that?" Bai Yinshin, feeling guilty, scratched his nose. "I just remembered that Gugu might have flown near the cold palace. Since you have a way with animals, perhaps you could take Muumu to find it." Gugu was the hawk Bai Jingxiao had gifted to Bai Muumu. Understanding Davnet on Bai Muumu. What a clever elder brother. How naive and sweet my second brother is. Thus, Bai Muumu was carried by Bai Jingxiao toward the cold palace. The cold palace housed those consorts who had committed transgressions. Many had lost their sanity after prolonged confinement, and the servants had long ceased to attend to them, leaving them in disarray, their garments filthy and unrecognizable. The food they received was spoiled, and even had to be fought over to secure a meal. The sounds of a recent scuffle emanated from two deranged consorts battling over a bowl of long stale rice. Bai Muumu detested this place. She scanned her surroundings for Lu Chonglin's figure. At last, she spotted him in a pavilion. Bai Jingxiao carried her toward the structure. Lu Chonglin sat on a stone bench in the pavilion, a bowl of plain rice before him, devoid of oil or vegetables, perhaps even spoiled. He remained expressionless, not sparing Bai Jingxiao a glance, let alone rising to offer a greeting. Before Bai Jingxiao could speak, a deranged palace maid, upon catching sight of Lu Chonglin's food, pounced on him, greedily shoveling rice into her mouth with her hands. Bai Jingxiao stood in shock, while Lu Chonglin remained unfazed, merely setting down his chopsticks as if such occurrences were commonplace for him. Bai Muumu felt exasperated. "I only took a nap. And how has my father sent you here again? Come with me." "I cannot. The emperor deeply dislikes Lu Chonglin. I must devise a plan," he replied. Bai Jingxiao was bewildered. So this person was a hostage of the Chu nation, specifically confined by the emperor, and yet he had fallen into the crown prince's trap? Bai Jingxiao wished to escape, feeling that remaining even a moment longer might endanger his own head. He turned to leave, cradling Bai Muumu. "Wait for me, Lu Chonglin. You mustn't perish here," Bai Muumu exclaimed, nearly in tears. "Second brother, could you please walk a little slower?" Lu Chonglin watched their retreat with indifference, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. What were the Bai family members up to? Were they treating him as a mere plaything? "Do not perish here?" He scoffed inwardly. Wasn't dying here the most natural outcome of all? Back in the palace, thoughts of the events in the cold palace left Bai Muumu feeling unsettled. After being toyed with by the emperor time and again, Lu Chonglin must have grown increasingly despondent. All her previous efforts were now in vain. "Muumu, what troubles you?" Seeing her daughter in low spirits, the gentle consort assumed she was merely bored. Tomorrow, there would be a chrysanthemum appreciation banquet at the palace, where many noble young ladies would come to entertain her. Among them were esteemed daughters from the Shun and Zhou families. She could choose one to be her companion. The daughter of the Shun family, renowned for her exceptional talents, was favored by the consort. "Enough of this, beautiful mother. You have been deceived. The poetry and prose attributed to the Shun family's daughter are penned by her maid. On the surface, she appears refined, yet behind closed doors, she often bullies and mistreats her servants. The consort was taken aback. Shun, known for her good temper and literary prowess, was someone she had hoped would enter the palace to accompany Moo, potentially serving as a companion in her studies as well. At the flower appreciation banquet, Shun will certainly outshine others with her talents, deliberately showering Zhou's young lady with fragrant powder, leading to a wild cat scratching her face. How malicious! Reflecting on her fleeting desire to invite Shun into the palace, the gentle consort lamented her own naivety, realizing that her daughter Moo was indeed wise beyond her years. On the day of the banquet, as the queen was still recuperating, the gentle consort hosted the noble ladies. Cradling the elegantly dressed white Moo, they entered the imperial garden adorned with a myriad of chrysanthemums, their fragrance intoxicating. The gentle consort has arrived, a palace maid announced. The noble ladies in attendance knelt in reverence, and at the forefront stood Shun, the legitimate daughter of the current Minister of Revenue. Clad in a pink skirt and with her hair meticulously styled, she glanced around and, noticing no one was watching, discreetly cast a longing glance at the gentle consort, envy shimmering in her eyes. If only she could remain in the palace, she might encounter princes, perhaps even the emperor himself. Mother, look, Shun gaze is almost glued to your place. Noticing the gentle consort looking at Shun, little Moo grew anxious. Observing where she was looking, the gentle consort raised her hand, the jeweled arm guard glimmering in the air, intensifying Shun envy. I hear the young lady from the Shun family has also arrived today, the gentle consort remarked with a soft smile. Being directly acknowledged by the favored consort caused the other noble ladies to feel envious. Shun, basking in their envy, proudly approached the gentle consort and greeted her eye. Shun, pay my respects to the gentle consort. Your grace is indeed unparalleled, radiating beauty and elegance. The palace maids exchanged glances, and the gentle consort nearly laughed in disbelief. The rumors about Shun remarkable talents were evidently exaggerated. She appeared to be quite dim-witted. No wonder Moo did not favor her. Now that she was temporarily overseeing the 6 palaces in the Queen's absence, she was already susceptible to criticism, and Shun flattery was bound to cause trouble. You are indeed as clever as I have heard, the gentle consort replied, her tone laced with displeasure. Such cleverness, however, seemed excessive. Her expression darkened. Your Highness, the gentle consort? Shun stammered, bewildered, unsure of where she had erred. The other noble ladies, kneeling on the ground, struggled to suppress their laughter. The so-called first talent of the capital was nothing but a facade. Shun had made a fool of herself while attempting to shine, and the gentle consort had already waved her off, leaving her no choice but to retreat, gritting her teeth. It mattered not that the gentle consort disdained her. She had heard that the gentle consort held a special affection for the little princess. If she could win the princess's favor, she would have no trouble remaining in the palace. The gentle consort met with several other noble ladies, but none caught her eye. The young lady from the Zhou family, Zhou, was quite commendable. During their path, Shun accidentally bumped into her. Oh, I apologize, Shun exclaimed repeatedly, not watching where she was going. Please do not hold it against me, Wanshu. No harm done, Wanshu replied, following the palace maids to greet the gentle consort. Unaware her skirt had picked up some pungent flower pollen. Long live the gentle consort, Wanshu said respectfully. At not yet 10 years old, her demeanor was remarkably composed, which endeared her to the gentle consort. Most importantly, Moo liked her too. Come here, let me have a good look at you, the gentle consort beckoned, and Wanshu nodded slightly as she approached. Little Moo, curious, also looked up at her. If she had a companion, perhaps someone would take her to the cold palace. Determined, little Moo reached out and tugged at the tassel on Wanshu's chest. The little princess's eyes, as round as grapes, curved into crescent shapes when she smiled. The little princess is truly beautiful, Wanshu sincerely complimented, finding her so adorable that one couldn't help but be drawn to her. Such praise warmed the gentle consort's heart, and she gazed at Wanshu with increasing satisfaction, ready to declare her intention to keep Wanshu in the palace. Suddenly, a cat's cry pierced the air. and a wildcat sprang out from nowhere, screeching and lunging toward Zhou Wanshu. At that moment, Zhou Wanshu stood beside the gentle consort and little Moo Moo, terrified at the unexpected turn of events. If she collided with the gentle consort or the little princess, she would be doomed. With this thought, Zhou Wanshu stood frozen, tightly shutting her eyes. A scream pierced the air. Anticipating pain, Zhou Wanshu opened her eyes to find the frenzied wildcat lifeless. The gentle consort, dagger in hand, glanced at Zhou Wanshu's skirt. Mother's keen eye is remarkable. Her dress was smeared with a powder that irritates cats and dogs. Had the wildcat harmed Sister Zhou's face or caused her to collide with us, either outcome would have been disastrous for her. Fortunately, Mother is formidable, ensuring no harm came to anyone. However, Shun remains untouchable for now. The Shun family holds a good reputation, and any misstep could complicate matters for Father. The Shun family currently maintains neutrality in the court, yet I sense there is more beneath the surface, little Moo Moo pondered, effectively suppressing the gentle consort's desire to take action against Shun. Very well. This could serve as a means to uncover the truth behind the scenes. She was determined to reveal the puppeteer pulling the strings. Ultimately, the honor of accompanying the little princess at the chrysanthemum appreciation banquet fell to Zhou Wanshu. With a companion, little Moo Moo finally settled down somewhat. Though her little face remained scrunched in discontent, her mind clouded with worries. If only I could go to the cold palace. Little Moo Moo lamented daily, wishing fervently that someone could hear her silent cries. The gentle consort, rubbing her ears that had grown callous from the strain, continued her embroidery. As long as I feign deafness, the little one will eventually abandon that notion. The next day, the gentle consort was hastily summoned, as there were urgent matters needing her attention within the palace. With Mother gone, this is the perfect opportunity for me to escape. Little Moo Moo resolved, exerting all her strength. Come on, flip over. Failure. Try again. Resignation. Little Moo Moo furrowed her brow, sulking as she battled her own frustrations. Suddenly, she felt herself lifted off the ground. Hey, where are you taking me? This is not someone from my beautiful mother-s side. Help, I'm being abducted. Unable to articulate her fears, little Moo Moo could only make muffled sounds. The person covering her mouth nearly suffocated her. Wise individuals adapt to circumstances. I shall remain silent. Little Moo Moo thought as she was placed in a bamboo basket, her head covered with a thick black cloth. When she next opened her eyes, she found herself in an unknown location. Glancing around, she sighed in relief. Thankfully, I am still in the palace. My beautiful mother will surely find me. The woman holding her tossed little Moo Moo into a corner. Though her actions appeared reluctant, they were decisive, lacking any hesitation. Realizing too late that this was a murderous plot, little Moo Moo felt the swaddle torn away, leaving her clad in only a flimsy garment. A chill ran through her body. If this continued, she feared she might not see the sun rise again. Relying on others is no match for self-reliance. I shall cry. As Bai Moo Moo cried increasingly fervently, a sound finally emerged from within. With a creak, the door to the cold palace swung open. Lu Chonglin glanced around. Following the noise, his peripheral vision unexpectedly caught sight of something huddled in a corner akin to a rabbit that had scurried out from somewhere. Frowning, he picked up the rabbit. Oh, it wasn't a rabbit at all. It was the peculiar little princess. Bai Moo Moo stared blankly, her wide eyes fixed on the youth sitting beside her. Woo, he's a good person. I will repay his life-saving grace generously. You can rest assured, I will treat you well. Lu Chonglin's lips twitched. Why did that sound so strange? At that moment, Bai Moo Moo was in a state of heightened excitement, flailing her little fists. Is she turning dark? Lu Chonglin frowned, unable to comprehend. He wrapped her in his own blanket, leaving only her small head exposed, her big eyes blinking adorably. Lu Chonglin turned his head, clearing his throat. What was the little princess doing in the cold palace? Upon asking this question, he himself was momentarily taken aback. Bai Moo Moo's little face scrunched up, appearing quite aggrieved. I was kidnapped. I almost lost sight of my beautiful mother and you. I always thought of coming to see you, and it wasn't easy to get here without being sold off. One must have some dignity, right? Lu Chonglin was momentarily stunned. Did she actually still think of him? Chapter 20. The kidnapping of the little princess, he felt a warm current flow through his heart, a tingling sensation. He tucked the blanket in around her, maintaining a stoic expression. Your Highness, I am no longer your personal guard. When the dinner is brought later, I will have them take you away. The cold palace was chaotic and frigid. A girl like her left here would undoubtedly suffer. If he had not happened to hear a sound outside today, she would still be oblivious to what might have transpired. Oh no, Lu Chonglin is holding a grudge. Thanks to Father Emperor and Mother Empress for sending me this hellish ordeal. What should I do if I want to cry? If you continue to be so fierce with me, then you might as well stay in the cold palace for life. Bai Mu Mu was also enraged, puffing up and attempting to wave her hand. However, the next moment, she felt utterly exhausted and fell asleep. Lu Chonglin, he suspected that the little princess might not be quite right in the head. He covered her with the blanket and waited outside for someone to bring food. To his surprise, he waited until dark and still, no one came to deliver dinner to the cold palace. When he went out to search, he discovered that the palace was in an uproar. The little princess had gone missing, right under the noses of the emperor and consort row. Inside the cold palace, it was eerily quiet, while outside, chaos reigned. Little Mu Mu had already awakened and was now lying on the bed in a daze. Lu Chonglin pushed the door open, and without considering whether the little princess could understand, he picked her up and headed outside. Bai Mu Mu clutched Lu Chonglin's blanket, tears welling in her eyes. I'm not going. Lu Chonglin found himself at a loss with her. He thought of simply setting her down at the palace gates and letting her be. If you don't take care of me, I will tell Father Emperor and Mother Empress that you bullied me. Unless you promise me that you won't turn against me no matter what happens. The cunning Bai Mu Mu emerged, her behind seemingly wagging like a tail. With no other options, it seemed that pouting and acting cute had no effect. Lu Chonglin took a deep breath, his gaze at Bai Mu Mu filled with danger. If it was to be this way, then he wouldn't hold back. Lu Chonglin grabbed Bai Mu Mu by the nape of her neck and with a slight pull, lifted her off the ground, causing Bai Mu Mu to kick her legs in panic. What are you doing? Are you going to kill me? If you dare to bully this princess, once I grow up, I will make you search for your teeth all over the ground. Bai Mu Mu flailed about, resembling a frantic rabbit. Fearing that Lu Chonglin might actually do something to her, she cried out loudly. Lu Chonglin, he lifted Bai Mu Mu to his eye level. Why are you crying? You're going to kill me. Am I supposed to laugh? Lu Chonglin, when did he ever say he would kill her? This little princess was unlike the others from a Bai family. She seemed somewhat lacking in common sense. Lu Chonglin looked at Bai Mu Mu with sympathy and whistled. Bai Mu Mu only heard the rustling of leaves, and on the stone table in the cold palace courtyard, a majestic and handsome eagle had appeared. Gugu, Bai Mu Muster Dvideid. Wasn't this the sea eagle her second brother had given her? How did it end up in the cold palace? Lu Chonglin walked over and pressed Bai Mu Mu onto the stone table. The eagle tilted its head, cooing softly. It affectionately nuzzled against its little owner's head. Sea eagles are known for their acute wariness. Seeing how it obediently followed Lu Chonglin's commands, Bai Mu Mu instantly understood that her Gugu had already formed an alliance with Lu Chonglin. Though still young, Gugu already exhibited considerable prowess. Ignoring Bai Mu Mu's indignant expression, Lu Chonglin whistled again, and Gugu seized the collar of Bai Mu Mu's clothing with its claws. With a swoosh, Bai Mu Mu was airborne. Lu Chonglin, this isn't over. Bai Mu Mu raged internally, shutting her eyes in fright. Although she was quite capable, she was still just a hungry little babe in swaddling. Did Lu Chonglin not fear she might have an accident? Fortunately, the situation was safe, and Gugu gently set her down. It placed its little owner in the courtyard of Jia and palace, strutting around her like a little general, chest puffed out proudly. Go away, you traitor. Bai Mu Mu whined, upset that her pet was being manipulated by Lu Chonglin. Furious, she smacked Gugu's head as it tried to nuzzle closer. Gugu, feeling wronged, nuzzled her neck, and when it noticed its little owner still ignoring it, it sulked off to a nearby tree. Your Majesty, where did Mu Mu go? Just then, Consort Ro's voice drew near, thick with tears. It's all my fault. I was careless and let the thief slip in. Upon entering, she saw little Mu Mu lying on the ground, dirty and disheveled. Mu Mu. Consort Ro's eyes reddened, and she rushed to embrace her. Bei Yunya leaped forward, snatching Bai Mu Mu up in his arms, feeling even more heartbroken upon seeing her in such a state. during the short 2 hours of Bai Mu's disappearance. The palace gates and city gates had been sealed, fearing that the thief might take her away and sell her. Bai Mu, feeling betrayed by her pet, was in a foul mood and reluctant to speak. Noticing her displeasure, Consort Ro quickly stepped forward. "Your Majesty, Mu seems unwell. Perhaps we should let her rest inside first." Only then did Bai Jr. realize that his precious daughter was icy cold, clad in nothing but a small coat. Fearing she might catch a chill, he ordered someone to fetch Dr. Su Yin Luo. After a thorough examination, Bai Jr. looked at the already sleeping Bai Mu and inquired Dr. Su, "How is the little princess?" "She'll be fine," Su Yin Luo replied. "She merely caught a chill, but fortunately, it was caught in time and won't leave any lasting issues." Bai Jr. sighed in relief and instructed Su Yin Luo to prepare a remedy to ward off the cold. One could not afford to be careless. The sun shone brightly. Little Mu was already lively and spirited. She had been discovered by Lu Chonglin in time and had not suffered much. However, her mood seemed to have soured further. She, with an air of maturity, nestled in Consort Ro's chaise lounge, gazing at the sun outside, inexplicably sighing. Zhou Wanshu, witnessing this, nearly laughed aloud. What was the little princess troubled about? What could possibly be bothering her? Bai Mu's little brows furrowed. During her last visit to the cold palace, Lu Chonglin had allowed Gugu to take him away so easily, and the look in his eyes had seemed like he was ready to hit her. At that moment, the entire Bai family would be laid flat. Chapter 21. The grassland breeze. A chill ran down Bai Mu's back as she contemplated her potential demise, but she quickly steeled herself. After all, she was the beloved little princess. If she extended goodwill towards Lu Chonglin and pulled the fallen little demon from the abyss, she believed she could ultimately rewrite the Bai family's fate. Little princess? Zhou Wanshu observed Bai Mu, noting her youthful cunning. Though still an infant, she seemed burdened with many thoughts. Before Bai Mu could devise a plan, Ruo Fei stormed in. "Who has wronged my beautiful mother? Strike them. This palace has never regarded Shen Guipin with any esteem. I have informed the emperor of the Shun family's cunning. Now that Shen Guipin is with child, it would be unwise for me to say much. We shall wait until she gives birth to the dragon heir." Ruo Fei's eyes dimmed. To marry the emperor is to endure the pain of sharing one husband with other women. "The emperor has arrived," announced Onukfu. The figure clad in bright yellow entered the hall. Bai Jr. appeared to be in high spirits. "My beloved concubine," he greeted Ruo Fei, who rose to her feet, forcing a smile as she bowed, and then fell silent. Bai Jr., feeling somewhat disheartened, touched his nose and went to embrace Bai Mu. "Mu, soon you'll have a little brother or sister to play with. I'm not particularly fond of Shen Guipin. She is merely favored for the sake of the Shun family, given their long-standing ties. But the child she carries is mine," he mused. "How could he be so oblivious? Father, how can you be so blissfully ignorant? Don't you find it suspicious that Shen Guipin is pregnant? It's been ages since you last visited her palace. And now she is with child? To see a father so gleeful at the prospect of becoming one for the first time is amusing. Yet the child isn't yours. You're merely being duped." Bai Junia's calm demeanor faltered. Ruo Fei, too, was taken aback by this unexpected twist. With the likes of Li Fei before her, and now Shen Guipin, she found herself feeling a pang of sympathy for the emperor. Feigning nonchalance, Bai Jr. cast a glance at Ruo Fei, noticing her apparent ignorance, and breathed a sigh of relief. It was fortunate that only he could hear his precious daughter's thoughts. Otherwise, he would surely lose face before Ruo Fei. In retrospect, the blame lay squarely with Shen Guipin. Now that she was pregnant, she required careful handling in her first trimester. So why had the emperor not visited her? Ruo Fei's tone dripped with envy. Bai Jr. replied with a sound, holding Mu in one arm while placing the other on Ruo Fei's shoulder. "You left without a word today, and I was worried. I am indeed pleased about Shen Guipin's pregnancy, yet something feels amiss." Ruo Fei raised her brows. How astute of him. He could sense the anomaly even without hearing Mu's heart. With that, the last traces of discomfort in Ruo Fei dissipated. "Oh, please do share." Bai Jr.'s expression darkened. As the conversation progressed, the mood of the family trio turned somber. This scheme is too malicious. There must be more than just the Shun family behind it. Their aim is to completely extinguish the Emperor's loyalty to his ministers. The Shun family cannot be allowed to remain. Emperor, they must be dealt with swiftly. Mumu cried out in her heart, recalling the Shun family's deep ties with the unseen puppet master. Removing them would deliver a significant blow to that person. Unfortunately, her father could not hear her sentiments. Once emboldened by Mumu's slumped, blowing bubbles, wishing fervently that her beautiful mother shared her thoughts. Emperor, the Shun family must not be spared. Just as this thought crossed her mind, Ruo Fei spoke up. Ah, my beautiful mother, you think as I do. The connection between my beautiful mother and I is profound. I share the same sentiment. Bai Junya declared unexpectedly. The esteemed ruler, with an air of pride, raised his head, reveling in the notion that he and his beloved daughter were in accord. Unbeknownst to Mumu, the two adults could hear her inner musings. When Bai Junya uttered those words, she felt elated that her father and mother were in sync with her thoughts. Wow, my father and mother truly understand me. I proclaim that my father and mother are the most attuned to me in the world. Mumu exclaimed, waving her arms in excitement. However, father, the Shun family has been a significant influence for 3 generations. We must not act hastily, for it could backfire, she cautioned. If we act without justification, we may not only fail to eliminate the Shun family as a threat, but also risk hurting the hearts of loyal ministers. Oh, how troublesome the Shun family is. Father, please proceed with caution. After her moment of excitement, Mumu found herself worried once more. The Shun family was not a trivial issue. Their reputation and standing in the court were formidable. Acting against them without clear reasoning would surely incite unrest. Hearing Mumu's concerns warmed Bai Junya's heart. His little princess was genuinely worried about him. He gently pinched her cheek, smiling. Do not fret. You cannot speak yet, my dear. Take care not to strain your voice. I will handle this matter with great care. Yes, I trust you, father. Mumu beamed at Bai Junya, flashing a toothless grin that melted both their hearts. Bai Junya, unable to resist, leaned in to nuzzle Mumu's cheek with his lightly stubbled chin. Father, you ambushed me. Mother, help me take revenge. Use your embroidery needle to poke him. Mumu squirmed in Bai Junya's grasp, protesting loudly against his earlier actions. Ruo Fei, witnessing the heartwarming scene before her, felt her earlier displeasure dissolve. She smiled as she rescued Mumu from the Emperor's playful antics. Enough, Your Majesty. If you continue, Mumu will surely become upset. Chapter 22. The Shun family's intentions, though she thought it, she could not voice it. Clearing her throat, she said, Mumu is not so petty, is she? I assure you, I am truly upset. Bai Junya casually placed the jade pendant he wore into Mumu's embrace. Her expression shifted instantly to one of delight. Upset? Impossible. I adore my father. Even if he pokes me with a needle, I can endure it. Mumu was elated, clutching the pendant to her chest, while Ruo Fei gasped in alarm. Your Majesty, no. This is a gift from the late Emperor. What if it were to break in Mumu's hands? As she reached for the pendant, Mumu pouted, on the verge of tears. Ruo Fei's heart ached, yet the pendant was too precious to risk if it fell into the wrong hands. With this thought, Ruo Fei steeled herself to snatch it away. Just then, a large hand intervened before her. It is merely an object. As long as Mumu cherishes it, what does it matter? Anyone who dares to speak ill of it shall face my wrath. Wow, father, how majestic. Father, so imposing. Mumu waved her delicate hand, grinning from ear to ear. Bai Junya stood taller, his chest swelling with pride. Ruo Fei, feeling defeated, acquiesced. Then I shall accept your gratitude on behalf of Mumu, Your Majesty. Bai Junya assisted Ruo Fei to her feet. There are no outsiders here. We need not be so formal. I have governmental matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. He needed to ponder how best to deal with the vexatious Shun family. I bid you farewell, Your Majesty, Ruo Fei said, cradling Mumu as she escorted Bai Junya out. After a while, Zhou Wanshu finally emerged from the side hall. Zhou Wanshu gently inquired, It is quite late now. Why not stay in the palace tonight? I shall send someone to inform your home shortly. Oh, how wonderful! I love playing with Sister Zhou, exclaimed the little one. Mother, you are so kind. I truly adore you. The smile on concubine Rose's face grew wider. It was evident that Mumu's affection for Zhou Wanshu was a testament to how well she had cared for her during their time together. Please rest in the West Wing today, and Xiu Lai, take Miss Zhou to see the surroundings. Where's she? Has she arrived? Shun Guipin reclined on the noble concubine's couch, adorned in opulent attire that clearly surpassed her station. Oh, then bring her over. Before long, the palace maid led Shinjiro into the chamber. Cousin, Shinjiro called affectionately upon seeing her. Miss Shun, be mindful of your words. You should address her as Your Highness. An esteemed maid beside, Shun Guipin admonished, startling Shinjiro, who promptly knelt. I have overstepped, Your Highness. Shin Guipin shot a sharp glance at the maid. Do you understand the rules? What relationship do Jiro and I share that you feel the need to interject? Turning to Jiro, she continued, do not heed her. This is my palace, and you may address me as you wish. Shinjiro felt deeply moved, but recalled her mother's admonitions before departing and shook her head. Palace rules are strict, and it is best for a humble servant like me to speak cautiously and avoid causing trouble for you, Your Highness. Shin Guipin adjusted her hair and replied, if that is the case, then I shall trouble you, dear Jiro. Why are you still kneeling? Quickly rise. Shinjiro, with a flattering smile, stood and gazed at the lavish decor of the hall, a flicker of envy and greed passing through her eyes. Noticing her expression, Shin Guipin felt a tinge of disdain, but quickly regained her composure. As long as you strive diligently and earn the Emperor's favor, not only these, but even more esteemed possessions shall be yours. Shinjiro's heart surged with excitement. I shall take Your Highness's words to heart. Oh, by the way, I came in a hurry and could not prepare much. I hope you will not dislike these humble gifts. Her maid promptly presented the offerings, without even glancing at them. Shin Guipin instructed them to be collected. Shinjiro expressed her gratitude and departed, but upon seeing the meager furnishings of her temporary quarters, her expression inevitably soured. Compared to Shun Guipin's main hall, this room was utterly dismal. Yet, with her aspirations tied to Shun Guipin, she held her tongue, enduring the discomfort. Miss, look at this decoration. It hardly resembles a place fit for habitation, far inferior to our estate, whispered her maid. Shinjiro's eyes gleamed with longing. Frustrated yet determined, she resolved to seek her fortune within the palace, hoping to elevate herself to prominence. Her mother had sent countless gifts to Shun Guipin to persuade her to assist. As Shinjiro beheld the shabby furnishings, her desire to become the object of bijunious affections intensified. Meanwhile, Mumu diligently practiced rolling over, but despite her round shape, she had seen no success after days of effort. Concubine Ro felt a headache coming on. Logically, it was still early for such endeavors, and she wondered where the little girl had found such determination. Initially, she offered gentle advice, but eventually relented. Hiya, rolling, 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 exclaimed the little princess, who was attempting to flip again. Zhou Wanshu entered and smiled upon seeing the determined little one. Ah, little princess, you are making great progress today. You can almost roll to the side. Ah, Sister Zhou, don't just stand there. Come help me. I'm stuck. Cried Mumu in a flurry. What is it? Do you need to relieve yourself, or are you hungry? Zhou Wanshu inquired, even checking the little one's backside. Help! I'm stuck. Push me, or I can't breathe. Mumu's voice rose in desperation. Oh dear, little princess, why is your face so red? Are you unwell? Chapter 23. A chance encounter in the Imperial garden. Zhou Wanshu quickly scooped up the little one. Phew. Thank you, my dear Sister Zhou. I feel like I've come back to life. After being held for a moment, Mumu's color returned to normal, prompting Zhou Wanshu to chuckle lightly as she playfully tapped her nose. The little princess is quite mischievous, isn't she? Is that why you wanted to be held? Zhou Wanshu glanced outside at the radiant sunshine. The weather is splendid today. Shall I take you out for some fresh air? Mumues I sparklet. Oh yes, yes. It would be wonderful to visit the cold palace. I haven't seen the male lead in days. I wonder if he's been mistreated? May the heavens protect him. Please, let not be so. If the male lead becomes more sinister, my little life may be in jeopardy. Regrettably, Zhou Wanshu was unaware of Mumu's inner thoughts and instead led her in the opposite direction towards the Imperial garden. Initially disappointed, Mumu soon became captivated by the fluttering butterflies and vibrant blooms. Wow, that flower is beautiful. Sister Zhou, I want that one, she exclaimed, pointing excitedly. Do you want that flower, little princess? Please wait a moment. I shall retrieve it for you. Before she could finish her sentence, a gloved hand plucked the flower. Who dares to take the flower I desire? Mu Mu fumed, spotting the arrogant Shun Guipin with Shun Jiro at her side. Zhou Wanshu was momentarily taken aback before kneeling to pay her respects. I have come to pay my respects to your highness. Shun Guipin appeared oblivious, admiring the flower in her hand. Zhou Wanshu remained crouched in a respectful posture. Unable to bear it, Mu Mu burst into tears. Sister Zhou, do not kneel. Shun Guipin is intentionally tormenting you. Please rise. Mu Mu's cries grew louder, her face reddening. Mother, father, come quickly. Your little treasure is being bullied. Shun Guipin frowned, finding the ruckus intolerable, and glared at the maid holding Mu Mu. This would give her the opportunity to teach that Zhou girl a lesson. Before the maid could respond, Mu Mu escalated her tantrum, crying and spitting towards Shun Guipin. A stern yet somewhat juvenile voice cut through the chaos. Mu Mu's eyes lit up as if she had found salvation. Prince, you have arrived. Quickly help me. Not only am I being bullied, but they're also bullying Sister Zhou. Bai Yinqing's gaze hardened as he turned to the flamboyantly dressed woman. How dare she bully Mu Mu? His attention then shifted to the still kneeling Zhou Wanshu, and he commanded her to rise. Shun Guipin was taken aback to encounter the prince there, momentarily stunned before smiling. Dismissing the need for courtesy. Your Highness, the physician advised me against bowing due to my unstable condition. I hope you understand. Bai Yinqing snorted in response. Instability? If that is the case, why do you dare to present soup to the emperor? It seems your condition is quite stable after all. If it were truly unstable, you would remain within the palace and not flaunt yourself like a peacock. Should anything happen to the royal heir, could you shoulder the responsibility, your highness? Little Mu Mu was overjoyed, silently cheering for Bai Yinqing. Well said, Prince. You are wonderful, Prince. Indeed, it is true you are carrying a child, though those unaware might mistakenly think it is a peacock spirit. Furthermore, you, my child, are not even the emperor's. What audacity do you possess to act so proud? Brother, you must not let her off so easily. Bai Yinqing's heart trembled, and his gaze instinctively fell upon the belly of Shun Guipin. This child, could it be that the emperor is unaware? He likely is not. Otherwise, given the emperor's temperament, he would have had Shun Guipin dragged away long ago, rather than allowing her to stand here in such arrogance. Not only does she bully Mu Mu, but she also dares to confuse the royal bloodline. Shun Guipin, you deserve punishment. The Shun family, even more so. Bai Yinqing's expression turned cold, his visage echoing Bai Junius, exuding a similar aura of authority. Shun Guipin, do you look down upon me? Do you believe that the child within you could one day replace my position? Bai Yinqing's tone was frigid. Instantly, all the palace attendants around him knelt in unison. Shun Guipin was taken aback by the crown prince's words, while her companion Shun Jiro had already collapsed in fear at such a display. Your Highness jested. You are the emperor's designated heir, and your position is certainly irreplaceable. If that is the case, why did you not bow to me? Yet, as a noble consort bearing the emperor's heir, you ought to set an example. Today, you have failed to pay your respects to me. Would you do the same before the empress or the emperor? Would you refuse to bow before them as well? If so, do you intend to raise a child who disrespects his elder brother and dishonors his parents? Or is it that you harbor some grievance against me, which prevents you from bowing? If that is the case, I must inquire what I have done to offend you, Consort Shun. Bai Yinqing had always been perceived as gentle and courteous. Never had he displayed such aggression. Not only Shun Guipin, but even the palace attendants who had long accompanied Bai Yinqing wore expressions of astonishment. Your Highness, the noble consort is indeed with child. Should anything happen, it would not bode well for you. One of the senior eunuchs whispered in caution. Bai Yinqing paid him no heed, his eyes fixed intently on Shun Guipin, determined to extract a response from her. His wolf-like gaze instilled a sense of panic within Shun Guipin. Wishing to avoid further trouble, reluctantly offered a bow to Bai Yinqing. Bai Yinqing scoffed. See, the noble consort can indeed bow. I perceive that her failure to do so was not intentional. Perhaps she momentarily forgot the rules? Chapter 24. The Celestial Maiden's message. Shun Guipin was uncertain of Bai Yinqing's implications, but with a way to retreat, she seized it. The Crown Prince speaks truly. Shun Guipin's heart raced as she was about to respond, but Bai Yinqing, without a glance at her, took Bai Mu Mu from the attendants and departed, leaving Shun Guipin fuming in silence. Brother, you were truly magnificent today. Thankfully, you arrived just in time. Otherwise, who knows how Sister Zhou would have been bullied. I wonder if Sister Zhou's knees are all right, with so many stones around. Shun Guipin made her kneel for so long. She is truly heartless. Bai Yinqing raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhou Wanshu, who walked slightly awkwardly. He paused in his steps. Someone, fetch a physician. Zhou Wanshu gasped, instinctively looking at Bai Mu Mu in his arms. Your Highness, has the little princess been injured? It is all my fault. I failed to take care of her properly. Please punish me, Your Highness. With a thud, Zhou Wanshu knelt again. Brother, what are you doing? Why scare Sister Zhou? I am not injured. I am perfectly fine. Bai Yinqing replied, Rise. This is not for Mu Mu's sake, but for yours. Rest assured. Mu Mu has been well taken care of by you. Zhou Wanshu finally exhaled in relief. Before long, a physician arrived to examine Zhou Wanshu. Being a girl under 10, even with a mature mind, the sight of bruises on her knees made her feel wronged, her eyes welling with tears. Look at how Sister Zhou is in pain. She is about to cry. Shun Guipin, you wicked woman, just wait. Bai Mu Mu, will not let you off easily. Bai Yinqing instinctively glanced at Zhou Wanshu, noticing her pursed lips and reddened eyes, appearing exceedingly pitiful. Unaccountably, his heart leapt. Oh, brother, what is wrong? Why is your heartbeat suddenly quickened? Oh dear, it's getting faster. Are you all right? You're not ill, are you? Physician, please come and check on my brother. Bai Yinqing silently adjusted Bai Mu Mu's position, ensuring she could no longer hear his heartbeat. Zhou Wanshu's injury was not severe, but her delicate skin made the bruise appear worse than it was. The physician prescribed medicine and took his leave. He intended to speak with the emperor regarding the matter of the child within Shun Guipin. Your Majesty, the crown prince requests an audience, reported eunuch Fu. The emperor did not lift his head. Soon, Bai Yinqing entered, kneeling in the center of the hall. Father, pardon my intrusion. I believe there is something amiss regarding the child within Shun Guipin. Bai Yinqing stated directly. Ordinarily, he should not mention such matters, but he could not bear to see his father deceived or the royal bloodline confused. Bai Junya was taken aback, putting down his brush to regard him. Why do you feel this way? Bai Yinqing pressed his lips together. I do not wish to deceive you, father. In recent days, I have occasionally heard messages from a celestial maiden, and this is what she informed me. Oh, a celestial maiden? Bai Junya sat up straighter. What did she say to you? She said that the child within Shun Guipin is of uncertain lineage. Bai Junya's gaze on Bai Yinqing became incredibly complex. Previously, Ruo Fei had received guidance from a celestial being, and now Bai Yinqing had received messages from a celestial maiden. He had thought he alone could hear little Mu Mu's thoughts, but it seemed others suddenly possessed such abilities as well. However, fortunately, the one who could hear little Mu Mu's voice remained solely him. He was still the only one connected to his little princess. With that thought, Bai Junya felt a surge of relief and waved his hand. This matter I have long been aware of. Then, father, why? I must find a good reason to deal with the Shun family. Since you have also received word from the celestial maiden, this matter shall be entrusted to you. Investigate thoroughly what vile deeds the Shun family has been up to. Yes, I shall obey your command. Bai Yinqing withdrew. On his way back, he felt a lingering dissatisfaction, but he had no choice but to acquiesce. I slept so soundly. Where is everyone? Where have they gone? Am I to be abducted again? Little Mu Mu was astonished to find she could exert some strength while flipping over. Just then, Ruo Fei entered. Mu Mu has awakened. Did you sleep well? Ruo Fei held little Mu Mu in her arms. Mother, I was just able to use my strength. Let me down. I want to see if I can flip over. After much effort, she still could not manage to flip over. Little Mu Mu, undeterred, continued to try. Ruo Fei gently restrained her flailing arms and legs. Very well, if we cannot flip over, then let us not force it. My dear child, it took me over 5 months to learn to turn over as well. Little Mu Mu, there is no need to rush. Gulme, your mother has prepared something delightful for you. Let us go and take a look. The gentle concubine cooed softly. Indeed, little Mu Mu was captivated, allowing the gentle concubine to carry her away. Upon stepping outside, she discovered that the gentle concubine had crafted a cloth tiger doll for her. Its comical appearance was exceedingly charming. Little Mu Mu was thoroughly enchanted, grasping the doll tightly and refusing to let go. As her gaze wandered, she spotted Gugu perched on a nearby tree, which made her think of Lu Chonglin in the Cold Palace. "Mother, dear mother, I wish to play in the Cold Palace. Will you take me there, even if just for a glimpse?" The gentle concubine feigned ignorance, choosing to selectively ignore her. Gugu tilted its head, its keen eyes scrutinizing Little Moo Moo. "What are you staring at?" it seemed to say. Little Moo Moo felt a surge of irritation, recalling how Gugu had been tamed by the male protagonist. Suddenly, an idea sparked in her mind. "Gugu, let's discuss a matter, shall we? It's worth a try." Little Moo Moo resolved to find an opportunity to explore this possibility. After waiting for 3 days, the moment finally arrived. Only Chiu Lai remained by her side, watching over her as they basked in the sun in the courtyard. Little Moo Moo's round eyes darted around until she once again spotted Gugu on a branch. She made an unrefined sound to attract its attention. "Gugu, come here quickly. I have something to discuss with you." Gugu moved its head slightly, its eyes reflecting a hint of confusion. "Didn't they say that children possess a special connection with animals? Why can't you understand me, Gugu? Is it because you are too foolish?" Gugu responded with a perplexed expression. "Ah, how frustrating. I was once capable of both literary and martial prowess, yet I have fallen to such a state. Even a small beast does not heed my words." Little Mumu sighed dramatically. As time passed, she felt her temperament increasingly align with that of a child. Was this the constraint imposed by the heavenly laws of this world? Little Mumu pondered, yet found no clarity. Just then, Gugu, which had been standing on the branch, suddenly flapped its wings and landed beside Little Moo Moo's cradle. Its sharp talons gripped the edge of the cradle as its curious eyes examined the little one within. "Gugu, you've come. Have you begun to understand my words?" Little Moo Moo reached out her tiny hand to grasp Gugu's foot, but it evaded her, its expression revealing a hint of disdain. Satisfied, Little Moo Moo chuckled. "Ah, now we're getting somewhere. By the way, Gugu, I wish to discuss a matter with you. Will you take me to the Cold Palace to see Lu Chonglin?" Gugu remained silent. "Gugu, will you at least give me a sign?" Gugu took off into the air. Hey, don't go. I have meat for you. If you take me to the Cold Palace, I'll give you plenty of meat." Gugu tilted its head, seemingly contemplating. With a few chirps, Gugu flew above Little Moo Moo's head, positioned itself carefully, and with a swift motion, grabbed the collar of her clothes and lifted her up. Thus, when Chiu Lai emerged with a small blanket, she found the cradle empty. Gugu had flown Little Moo Moo across half the palace, finally landing in a desolate courtyard, the Cold Palace. After placing her on a stone table, Gugu paid her no further heed, settling down on a nearby branch to preen its feathers. "Gugu, I asked you to take me to find Lu Chonglin, not to abandon me." Before she could finish her complaint, the door to the stone table room creaked open, and Lu Chonglin appeared, spotting the little bundle on the table. "Little princess, what brings you here again?" Lu Chonglin exclaimed in surprise as he quickly scooped her up. "Have you been cast back into the Cold Palace?" Suddenly, his gaze sharpened upon noticing the torn thread on Little Moo Moo's collar, and a suspicion arose in his mind. Sure enough, the next moment, Little Moo Moo provided him with an explanation. No, it was Gugu who brought me here. I merely wished to see you." Little Moo Moo clutched at Lu Chonglin's garment. "Have you been well these past few days? Has anyone bullied you? Just hold on a little longer. Once I grow a bit more, I will rescue you from this dreadful place. So, you must not succumb to darkness. I implore you." Lu Chonglin's brows furrowed slightly. Rescue him? What did this little princess intend? More precisely, what did the Bai family intend? Did they find amusement in toying with him? He shot a cold glare at Gugu. "You bring her to such a place. Do you seek to tempt fate?" Gugu tilted its head, seemingly oblivious to the gravity of Lu Chonglin's words. "Lu Chonglin, do not blame Gugu. I compelled it to bring me here because I long to see you." Little Moo Moo explained, extending her tiny hand to reach for Lu Chonglin's mouth, wishing to dispel the chill that lingered there. Suddenly, warmth enveloped his lips as he froze in surprise. Looking down, he found himself gazing into Little Moo Moo's bright eyes, which shone like a ray of light piercing through a shadowed world, drawing him closer. "Lu Chonglin, I am sorry. I could not shield you from suffering, nor could I alter your fate, not even rescue you from this wretched place. I'm truly sorry, oh no." Little Moo Moo burst into tears suddenly. her sobs overwhelming and her tears flowing freely, soaking a considerable portion of Lu Chonglin's garment. Flustered, Lu Chonglin hurried to comfort her. There, it's all right. Yarbo, norazammin. Please do not cry. Little Moo Moo, breathless from her sobs, did not hear his reassurances. Eventually, exhaustion overcame her, and she fell asleep. Her long eyelashes adorned with tears, her nose red. Even in slumber, she continued to whimper, a truly pitiable sight. Lu Chonglin observed the sleeping child, then glanced at the indifferent Goo Goo with a wistful sigh. You have stirred up quite a mess. Entering the room, he retrieved his own cloak to wrap around Little Moo Moo, then sat in the courtyard, awaiting the arrival of someone. After about a quarter of an hour, with a loud crash, Baijunia kicked open the door to the cold palace. His handsome visage darkened with fury. Lu Chonglin rose slowly, cradling Little Moo Moo as he bowed to Baijunia. Long Lin, your majesty. Baijunia approached, an aura of anger surrounding him. Upon seeing his daughter sleeping soundly in Lu Chonglin's embrace, he felt a mixture of joy and ire. Joy that she remained undisturbed, ire that she had not awakened. Was Lu Chonglin's embrace truly so comforting? Give her to me, Baijunia commanded coldly. Reluctantly, Lu Chonglin handed Little Moo Moo over. Yet she stubbornly clung to his garment, refusing to let go. You are all wicked, Baijunia seethed, drawing a blade to sever the fabric of Lu Chonglin's garment. Lu Chonglin, you had best pray that Moo Moo's presence here is devoid of your influence. Otherwise, you shall rue the day. Lu Chonglin stood, watching as the others departed until they vanished from sight. The door to the cold palace lay in ruins, rendering the already desolate courtyard even more forlorn. A chilling wind swept through the broken entrance, howling fiercely. Little Moo Moo was roused from her slumber by the sharp cries of Goo Goo. How noisy! Goo Goo! Please stop calling. She rubbed her eyes, feeling a surge of irritation from the disturbance. Chirp! Goo Goo let out another piercing cry, filled with anguish. At that moment, Goo Goo stumbled through the half-open window and landed with a thud in the cradle. Its once beautiful and smooth feathers were now ragged and stained with blood. Simultaneously, outside the door, the palace maids gasped in alarm. That wretched creature has flown into the little princess's room. Hurry, do not let it harm her. Instantly, a swarm of people rushed in, surrounding Little Moo Moo's nursery. Fearing that Goo Goo's wild instincts might endanger her, they dared not approach, merely encircling the area. Moo Moo. Concubine Ro cried out. Mother, I am here. What is happening? How did Goo Goo get hurt? Little Moo Moo, still bewildered, gazed at the crowd with confusion. Concubine Ro took a deep breath, cautiously approaching the cradle while keeping a vigilant eye on Goo Goo, ever wary of sudden attack. Finally, her hands touched Moo Moo's swaddling, and in an instant, as she embraced her, Concubine Ro swiftly retreated from the cradle. Little Moo Moo felt a blur before she found herself in her mother's arms at the doorway. Chirp! You mustn't harm Goo Goo. Mother, make them stop. Don't hit Goo Goo. Little Moo Moo cried desperately, flailing her tiny limbs. A flicker of compassion crossed Concubine Ro's face, yet she did not allow them to cease. Instead, she covered Moo Moo's eyes. Moo Moo, Goo Goo has committed a grave error. Your father has ordered its immediate capture and execution. Yet, Goo Goo continues to resist, even while injured. No, Goo Goo is mine. You cannot touch it. Go away, all of you. Do not harm it. Tears streamed down Little Moo Moo's face. Mother, save Goo Goo. Concubine Ro's eyes reddened as she closed them in despair. Moo Moo, your father has issued a death order. Father is a villain. Mother is a villain. You are all terrible villains. I will never like you again. Little Moo Moo wailed, her cries echoing, her lips turning purple from the lack of fresh air. Moo Moo, do not scare your mother. Concubine Ro's face turned ashen. Disregarding everything else, she shouted at the crowd. Stop. Everyone, cease at once. Instantly, all actions halted. A wooden stick poised to strike, Goo Goo frozen in midair. Look, Moo Moo, they have all stopped. Please calm down. As Concubine Ro spoke, she hurriedly patted Moo Moo's back to soothe her. Finally, Lil Moo Moo took a gasp, but silence ensued. Just then, a sudden change occurred. Before she could even cough, a mouthful of milk lodged in her throat, blocking her airway completely. Little Moo Moo's complexion turned a deep shade of purple. At that moment, she began to convulse, her eyes rolling back as she fainted. Mumu, concubine Ro gasped, her face drained of color. Call for the Imperial physician. Quickly. Her voice, filled with panic, echoed throughout the palace. As night approached, the palace remained brightly lit. Incompetence. A bunch of useless fools. How can a little princess still not awaken after several hours? What purpose do I have in keeping you? Baijunia kicked the nearest physician in anger. The physician, ignoring his own injuries, hurriedly bowed and pleaded for mercy. Your Majesty, please forgive us. The little princess is overwhelmed with distress. We have administered medicine, but she remains unconscious without knowing the cause. Isn't it your incompetence that has led to this? I do not tolerate uselessness. If you cannot awaken the little princess, I shall have your heads. Baijunia kicked the physician again, sending him sprawling several steps away. The physician, disregarding his injured ribs, crawled away in haste. Treating the poison within Baijunia required a rare herb, one that could only be preserved through secret techniques of the Apothecary Valley. Thus, upon hearing of the herb's discovery, Su Yanlu hurriedly rushed over. Upon hearing this, Baijunia's face darkened, his lips pressed tightly together, and a tempest brewed in his deep-set eyes, his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding from his arms. After a long pause, he raised his hand to press against his throbbing temples, and once the pain subsided, he strode into the room. Little Mumu had regained her breath, yet her complexion remained pale, lying limply on the bed, teetering between life and death, causing hearts to ache. Concubine Ro remained by the bedside, holding Mumu's tiny hand, her eyes swollen from crying. Her makeup was smeared, hair disheveled, and her garment bore tear. Yet she paid no mind, fixated on little Mumu, fearing that in the next moment she might vanish. She gazed at the little one for an eternity, not even noticing Baijunia approaching. Baijunia looked at the lifeless little Mumu, his heart aching to the point of suffocation. Chapter 27. Unconscious and unresponsive. The supreme ruler, who never flinched even in battle, now had tears welling in his eyes, gliding down his cheeks. Mumu, it is your father who has erred. Please do not frighten him, all right? Just awaken, and whatever you wish for, your father will grant. Rest assured, Mumu, Gugu is safe and sound. So I implore you, awaken quickly. Baijunia lowered his head, placing Mumu's small hand on his forehead, his tone humble to the point of subservience, devoid of any imperial authority. In this moment, he was merely a father yearning for his daughter to awaken. Hearing Baijunia's words, concubine Ro's dazed eyes flickered, yet she ultimately remained silent. Sister Ro, a gentle voice resonated from behind them. It was the Empress. Concubine Ro's tears flowed anew. Empress, I'm utterly terrified. If something happens to Mumu, I fear I shall not survive. Concubine Ro began to weep profusely. The Empress quickly approached, grasping Concubine Ro's hand. Sister Ro, do not worry. Mumu is a little lucky star. She will surely be fine. The Empress personally took a cloth soaked in cold water, gently applying it to Concubine Ro's swollen eyes while soothing her softly. Through the Empress's relentless efforts, Concubine Ro finally managed to quell her tears. The Empress then turned to Baijunia, letting out a soft sigh. Your Majesty, it is said that children possess a keen sensitivity. Any disturbance can lead to unrest. Mumu has a deep affection for Gugu, and surely they share a unique bond. Everyone has something they cherish deeply. Your Majesty, if your cherished possession were to be harmed, what would you do? Moreover, Mumu is an exceptionally perceptive child. Your actions are truly heart-wrenching. I understand that you are upset that Gugu led Mumu to a place deemed inappropriate. But how can you be certain that what we deem inappropriate is not where Mumu longs to be? The Empress wished to conceal her awareness of Mumu's true feelings. Yet this incident made her realize the importance of the hostage from Chu to Mumu, significant enough that she would risk using Gugu's strength to go there. Your Majesty, Mumu is unlike other children. She is a little lucky star, bringing us blessings. Upon reflection, since Mumu's arrival, every occurrence, whether in the court or the palace, has been a boon for us. If this is so, then why does your Majesty not ponder why Mumu often ventures to such places? Baijunia lowered his gaze, remaining silent. As Baijunia's youthful wife, the Empress knew him well and was aware that her words had resonated with him. Not wishing to press too hard, she sighed inwardly and softened her tone, saying, I spoke out of impulse today. I beg your majesty's forgiveness. Only then did Baijunia lift his head. The Empress's words were quite valid. He would contemplate them thoroughly. A flicker of relief crossed the Empress's face, but suddenly she felt a tickle in her throat, prompting her to cover her mouth and cough. Your Majesty, are you unwell? Concubine Ro immediately supported the Empress and gently patted her back to ease her discomfort. Baijunia's expression tightened with concern. The Empress shook her head, unwilling to leave. Just as Baijunia was about to speak again, hurried footsteps echoed at the door, followed by the delighted voice of Eunuch Fu. All three at the bedside were filled with joy. Announce it. Upon learning that little Moo Moo had fainted due to anger, they rushed to the bedside, disregarding formalities, and began a meticulous examination of her. Mr. Su, what is wrong with Moo Moo? Why is she not awoken after such a long time? Seeing Su Yanluo standing there with a complex expression, Baijunia's heart sank. Your Majesty, the little princess is not gravely ill. Baijunia frowned. Then why is she not awakened? His voice carried an imperceptible edge of anger. Su Yanluo's expression grew more intricate, and after a long silence, he carefully spoke. From the pulse, the little princess is merely asleep. As for her prolonged slumber, I suspect she may be experiencing a nightmare. Is that true? Concubine Ro eagerly inquired. Su Yanluo nadi decisibly. Then do you have a remedy for this nightmare? The Empress promptly asked. Yes. All three sighed in relief. If so, we must trouble Mr. Su. Baijunia stepped aside, allowing Su Yanluo ample space. Su Yanluo opened his needle case, selecting the finest silver needle, and under the expectant and concerned gazes of the three, he pierced a specific acupoint on little Moo Moo's head. In the next instant, a resounding wail erupted. Little Moo Moo cried with her eyes closed. Wah wah wah. My goose, don't kill my goose. Father is a wicked man. Mother is a wicked woman. You are all bad. I will never like you again. Wah wah wah. In her dreams, little Moo Moo remained troubled about her goose until she felt someone pat her shoulder. Groggily opening her eyes, she found Baijunia staring intently at her. Wicked man, I want to pay attention to you. Little Moo Moo, irritated, shut her eyes again. Upon hearing her thoughts, the three breathed a sigh of relief. Baiuna quickly pushed Asaduano, eager to embrace little Moo Moo. Sensing his presence, little Moo Moo, still upset, resisted his touch, flailing her limbs. Go away. Vikitman. If you touch me again, I'll cry. Baijunia froze. Fortunately, the Empress and concubine Ro could not hear their daughter's thoughts. Otherwise, he would lose all dignity. In truth, concubine Ro and the Empress did not hear little Moo Moo's precise grievances, as they were directed solely at Baijunia. Chapter 28. For whom am I doing this? Baijunia cleared his throat. I suddenly recalled I have ink on my hands that I haven't washed off. If it gets on Moo Moo, she will surely be displeased. The Empress and concubine Ro believed him, as little Moo Moo indeed had a penchant for cleanliness. Concubine Ro hurried over and held little Moo Moo in her arms. Sensing her mother's scent, little Moo Moo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not resist her embrace. Mother, I know you two are powerless. You cannot defy the decree of that wicked father. I want to hold it against you. Concubine Ro nearly burst into tears, while Baijunia's expression grew darker. I told you Moo Moo is a little lucky star, destined to thrive. Look, she is now full of life. The Empress smiled, reaching out to hold little Moo Moo's hand. It's the Empress. Empress, I heard everything you said earlier. Thank you. Empress, you are truly beautiful and kind. Unlike my wicked father, who is so cruel. I like the Empress, but I dislike the wicked father. Baijunia, for whom am I doing this? Su Yanluo's assessment was accurate. Little Moo Moo indeed experienced a nightmare, yet she could hear the voices around her. Although unclear, she distinctly heard the Empress's words to Baijunia. In contrast to Baijunia, her fondness for the Empress surged. Empress, I like you. Please take care of yourself. Little Moo Moo beamed a radiant smile at the Empress. Warmth flooded the Empress's heart as she gently stroked little Moo Moo's face. Little Moo Moo's smile was truly enchanting. Since she had awakened, the Empress decided not to linger, fearing her ailments might inadvertently affect Moo Moo. The Empress departed. Little Moo Moo was still miffed at Baijunia, turning her head away and refusing to look at him. Baijunia felt a twinge of heartache at being ignored. Concubine Ro glanced at him, noticing his discontent, and fearing Moo Moo might irritate him further, she playfully pinched little Moo Moo's nose. "You little rascal, though you are small, your temper is quite large. Do you know that today your mother nearly had a heart attack? Your father was so worried he couldn't even attend to state affairs. Staying here with you all night. Moo Moo, you must not do this again, understand?" Little Moo Moo, surprised to learn that Baijunia had stayed all night, turned to look at him and saw his weary face. Her anger lessened somewhat, yet she remained upset. It's still that wicked father's fault for wanting to harm my goose." Baijunia protested. "It was the goose that insisted on taking you to the cold palace. Besides, it is unharmed." Baijunia felt utterly wronged. "Why are you looking at me like that? Did I say something wrong? If you hadn't let it take my goose. Why, I've been so anxious that I nearly choked." "Stop staring. If you keep looking, you'll bore holes in me." Feeling the pressure, little Moo Moo squirmed uneasily. Suddenly, she found herself lifted into a fragrant embrace. Looking up, she met Baijunia's bloodshot eyes. Initially intending to struggle, little Moo Moo halted. Baijunia spoke softly. "You ungrateful child. I come to John Palace to see you reign or shine, yet you care more for that thing that has only accompanied you for a month. Do you think my heart is made of stone and cannot feel pain?" He continued, "Moreover, that thing took you away without my or your mother's permission. Have you considered what might have happened had you encountered danger along the way? If someone had ill intentions towards you, how could you rely on that creature to save you?" Perhaps recollecting a terrifying scenario, a flicker of fear and relief crossed Baijunia's eyes, which little Moo Moo noticed immediately. She was momentarily stunned. So that is how it is. It is my fault. I was solely focused on having Gugu take me to the cold palace to find Lu Changlin and did not consider the depth of my father's concerns." Baijunia scoffed inwardly. Now it is father again? Just a moment ago, he was being called the villainous father. Xiao Moo Moo also realized her part in the matter and immediately flashed a smile at Baijunia. "All right, I understand my mistake. Father, please do not be angry. Look at me. I will perform a blooming flower for you right here." Moo Moo grinned, her smile radiant as a flower. Such a soft and adorable display struck straight at Baijunia's soul, instantly dissolving all his displeasure. Well, what was the point of quarreling with the child? Baijunia's expression brightened immediately, and he gently patted Xiao Moo Moo's bottom. "You must not be so anxious again, do you understand? Look at your mother. She is in tears for being frightened by you." Xiao Moo Moo felt a pang of guilt. "I'm sorry, mother. I did not mean to. I was just too anxious at that moment." Ro Fei took out a handkerchief to cover her walnut-like eyes, reproaching, "Your Majesty, how can you describe me so? What if it frightens Moo Moo? That is not possible. To me, no matter how a mother looks, she is the most beautiful." Baijunia chuckled. "Rest assured, she is your mother. How could she dislike you? Moreover, it is essential for her to see us well to avoid thinking that our hearts are made of stone, devoid of anxiety or pain. Mother, I should not have said I disliked you this afternoon. You are the closest person to me in this world, and Moo Moo will always love you." After a long silence without hearing his name, Baijunia felt a twinge of bitterness. Nevertheless, at least in his daughter's eyes, he was no longer the villainous father. "By the way, where is Gugu? How is Gugu doing?" Xiao Moo Moo finally remembered to inquire about Gugu's condition. Baijunia adjusted Xiao Moo Moo's position and turned to look at Gong Gong Fu. "Right, that creature. It is Gugu. TSK, demanding quite a lot." Baijunia quickly corrected himself. "How's Gugu now? I want to go see, father. Take me to see." Xiao Moo Moo gazed at Baijunia with her grape-like eyes. Baijunia's heart melted. If not for fearing his daughter would be displeased, he would have wanted to kiss her face endlessly. With a flourish of his wide sleeves, he stood up, holding Xiao Moo Moo. "I shall go take a look." Ro Fei exclaimed, "You better hand her over to me." Chapter 29. Acknowledgement of mistakes. Ro Fei followed closely behind. Although Gugu appeared severely injured this afternoon, it was merely some surface wounds, and with proper care and rest, it would recover soon. However, it had lost quite a few feathers, rendering it rather unsightly and resembling a plucked bird. It likely realized how unattractive it looked, thus it was sulking in its cage. When Xiao Moo Moo arrived, Gugu was standing in front of its water bowl, seemingly admiring itself. "Gugu, I have come to see you. Are you all right?" Xiao Moo Moo lay in Baijunia's embrace, stretching her neck to take a look. She noticed that Gugu, previously in fine form, seemed to pause for a moment before turning its back to her. Strangely, Xiao Mu sensed a hint of resentment from Gugu, as if it were saying, "Why did you take so long to come?" Xiao Mu extended her tiny hand. "I am sorry, Gugu, for causing you to suffer. Rest assured, I will make it up to you with plenty of delicious meat." Gugu moved its head, turning around and nuzzling its beak against Xiao Mu's fingertips. The sight of Gugu being so docile and submissive brought great joy to Baijunia. Even the king of eagles, the high Donqing, could be tamed. Indeed, she is his daughter. "Oh, Gugu, I couldn't see clearly in the dark earlier. Where have all your feathers gone? Why are you all plucked?" Gugu, it was furious, shaking its head vigorously and once again presenting its rear to her. Xiao Mu realized that Gugu was angry again. After all, Gugu had always cherished its feathers. Whenever Xiao Mu's hands were dirty, Gugu never allowed her to touch it. Suddenly becoming a featherless eagle must have hurt its feelings greatly. Xiao Mu thought she could not hurt Gugu's feelings any longer and consoled, "It's all right. Your feathers will grow back soon. This ugliness will last only a few days." Gugu, it buried its head deeper. "Hey, Gugu, why have you become even more withdrawn? Is my consolation not good enough?" Baijunia commented, "Is that consolation? I thought you were intentionally stepping on its sore spot." However, he looked at Gugu and offered a candid remark. "Truly ugly. Gugu, father, how can you say such a thing? Gugu is not ugly at all. It is quite handsome, really. My conscience aches. I simply cannot find words to describe Gugu's beauty." Chirp, chirp, chirp. Gugu began hopping around in its cage. Gugu seems to be in good spirits. It appears that it is indeed fine. Xiao Mu yawned, rubbing her eyes, her drowsiness evident as her eyelids drooped. Baijunia glanced at the time. It was nearly the hour of the tiger. Soon, it will be time for him to attend the morning court. It was getting late. He carried Xiao Mu and headed outside. "Father, where are you taking me? I want to talk to Gugu a little longer." In just a short while, Xiao Mu's head began to droop. By the time they stopped, she had completely fallen into a deep slumber. Although she had slept for a long time, it was not restful sleep due to the nightmares. The fact that Xiao Mu could endure until now before falling asleep was truly remarkable. Baijunia carefully placed Mu on the bed. "Your Majesty, it is getting late. Should you not rest here?" Ro Fei asked softly. Baijunia fixed his gaze on Xiao Mu's face. He tucked her in and straightened up, looking at Ro Fei with an unusually serious expression. "Ro Fei, Mu is growing day by day, developing her own ideas. You must be more attentive. I do not wish for today's incident to repeat." Ro Fei lowered her eyes, and upon hearing this, she directly knelt on the ground. "Your Majesty, I have a request." Baijunia raised an eyebrow. "What is your request?" Baijunia's expression shifted. "Why bring this up now? Your Majesty, as you said, Mu is growing, requiring more care. I am also burdened with managing the 6 palaces, and it is truly difficult to juggle everything." Baijunia's face was partially obscured by darkness, his expression inscrutable. After a moment, he suddenly chuckled lightly. "You have fought in battle. Managing the 6 palaces should be a trivial matter for you. Your Majesty, it is getting late. You should rest early." With that, Baijunia left the Jian Palace directly. Ro Fei remained kneeling on the ground, and Xiaolai hurried over to help her up, unable to resist asking, "Your Highness, why would you willingly relinquish power?" Ro Fei shook her head, saying nothing. She did not seek to relinquish power. She merely wished to dispel the Emperor's suspicions, to prevent him from thinking that she neglected their daughter for the sake of authority. Power has always been a double-edged sword. While some may conspire against her, many more would fear her because of it. Ro Fei glanced at the sleeping child on the bed, her mindset shifting once again. During the next slumber, Xiao Mu slept soundly, not awakening until noon. She found Ro Fei sitting nearby, attending to palace affairs. In the sunlight, Ro Fei kept her head lowered, revealing her slender, fair neck. At this moment, the hand that could wield the red tassel spear was steadily grasping a pen, sketching on paper while observing. Truly, it was an exquisite scene. "Wow, mother is truly beautiful like a fairy," Lumamu thought. The gentle concubine's pen quivered as she lifted her head, locking eyes with her daughter, who was secretly observing her. "Good morning, mother," Mumu greeted cheerfully. The gentle concubine chuckled softly, setting down her pen. "Oh, my little sluggard, you have finally awakened. If you had lingered any longer, you would have missed your lunch." She lifted her daughter, expertly changing her diaper. Little Mumu remained still, obedient as ever. Your servant has seen the gentle concubine. May the concubine have peace. At that moment, Zhou Wanshu entered the palace, greeting the gentle concubine respectfully. Ah, Wanshu, how is your mother faring? Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. It is merely a common cold, nothing serious. That is wonderful to hear. Since you are here. Mother, please help Sister Zhou's mother. The gentle concubine paused, looking at her daughter in her arms. Madame Zhou is afflicted with tuberculosis. The physician she consulted is a quack who misdiagnosed her as having a common cold. If treatment is not administered soon, Madame Zhou will not have long to live. If Madame Zhou passes, the head of the Zhou family will soon follow, and the entire Zhou household will collapse. Mother, please send a physician to examine Madame Zhou. Little Moo suddenly recalled the gravity of the situation. The original text had merely stated that the matriarch of the Zhou family died of tuberculosis, leaving her husband devastated, leading to the decline of the Zhou family. This realization struck Moo. It was the very event that would claim Madame Zhou's life, and in turn, lead to the downfall of the entire Zhou family. The gentle concubine was filled with alarm. Chapter 30. Quickly save Madame Zhou. Madame Zhou's family, the Leaf family, were wealthy merchants who generously contributed to disaster relief, saving many lives. Such a benevolent person could perish at the hands of a mediocre physician. It was utterly absurd. The gentle concubine longed to dispatch a physician to the Zhou residence immediately, but could not reveal her ability to hear Moo's thoughts. After a moment of contemplation, she said, "By the way, Wanshu, I recall that your grandmother suffers from a leg ailment. Is that so?" The gentle concubine toyed with Moo's chubby little hand, smiling. "Coincidentally, I know a physician who has considerable expertise in treating such conditions. I shall send him to your residence to examine your grandmother. And he can also take a look at your mother. A cold can be serious or trivial, but if not addressed properly, it can lead to lasting harm." "That won't do. How could I trouble the physician?" The gentle concubine feigned indifference. "What do you mean it won't do? It is merely a consultation, nothing of great consequence." With the conversation reaching such a point, if Zhou Wanshu still refused, it would be truly ungracious. She knelt down with gratitude. "Your servant thanks the gentle concubine." Qiu Lai stepped forward, presenting a waist token engraved with a character for gentle to Zhou Wanshu, who respectfully accepted it and bowed to the gentle concubine before departing. Once Zhou Wanshu's figure disappeared from view, little Moo sighed in relief, patting her mother's hand. "Moo is indeed your child. Mother, you share a deep connection. Now that we have a physician, Madame Zhou's illness can receive timely treatment, and thus the Zhou family will be spared from calamity. Sister Zhou will not have to suffer heartbreak and lose her vision." Remembering the original text, where Zhou Wanshu was framed by Shunjiro, leading to her disfigurement and subsequent misfortunes, Moo felt a pang of sorrow. Ever since interacting with Zhou Wanshu, she wished to confront the author of that narrative and express her ire. However, now it seemed that Zhou Wanshu's tragic fate could be avoided. Yet with Zhou Wanshu gone, Moo found herself without a playmate and, not wishing to disturb the gentle concubine, who had cried all night, she lay idly in her cradle. She rested there until the afternoon when Baijunya arrived. "My precious little princess, come let your father hold you." Baijunya scooped up little Moo and would not let go. "Father, you finally came. I was about to die of boredom. Look at the dark circles under mother's eyes. I dare not let her exert herself too much. Since you are here, take me out for a stroll." Little Moo waved her arms animatedly. "Gentle concubine, please rest. I will take Moo out." Baijunya swiftly departed from the Jian Palace with little Moo. The gentle concubine, accustomed to this, did not react. Baijunya brought Moo to the Imperial garden, where they fortuitously encountered Bai Yinqing, who had also just arrived. "What a coincidence, Brother Crown Prince. You have come to admire the flowers as well." Bai Yinqing bowed respectfully to Baijunya. "Crown Prince, where are you headed?" Baijunya inquired. "Is Moo feeling well?" "Rest assured, Brother Crown Prince, I am perfectly fine, lively and full of energy." To demonstrate, she wriggled in Baijunya's embrace. Baijunya playfully patted her bottom. "Do not fidget, you might fall." "Father, you actually hit me. I am no longer your precious little princess, am I?" "Wah." "Brother Crown Prince, father is bullying me. My bottom is going to be swollen." Baijunya retorted, "Nonsense. I did not strike with force." Bai Yinqing chimed in, "Oh, poor Moo. Father, I have not seen Moo Moo for quite some time. May I hold her? Just as Bai Junya was about to refuse, little Moo Moo's thoughts rang out loudly in his mind. I want Brother Crown Prince to hold me. Father, you have held me for so long. It is only fair we share the affection. Bai Junya sighed. What nonsense have you been learning? Father, pass me to Brother Crown Prince. Do your hands not tire? Why not take a break? Little Moo Moo urged, prompting Bai Junya to reluctantly hand her over to Bai Yinqing, determined to allow him to hold her only for a brief moment. His daughter was fragrant and soft, and he did not wish for her to be tainted by the presence of this stinky boy. Bai Yinqing caught little Moo Moo steadily. After days apart, she had grown even more beautiful, resembling the gentle concubine. Nonsense. She looks more like me. Just look at her eyes and mouth. Do they not resemble mine? Bai Junya pointed at little Moo Moo's features. Both father and mother are beautiful, and regardless of who I resemble, I am certainly lovely. Brother Crown Prince is handsome, and so are the second and third princes. Even the Empress is beautiful. Wow, our whole family is good-looking. Bai Yinqing beamed at the compliment. Bai Junya proudly lifted his chin. Of course, you should consider who those little rascals are. At that moment, an attendant approached, whispering to Bai Junya that Shun Guipin was experiencing severe abdominal pain and had sent for him. Bai Junya's brow furrowed as he recalled the child in Shun Guipin's womb. Uncertain of its parentage, and anger surged within him. However, he managed to suppress his fury, his face contorted in disgust. Just as he was about to refuse when he heard little Moo Moo's thoughts. It would be a good opportunity to uncover Shun Guipin's schemes and perhaps even gather some evidence against her. Brother Crown Prince, quickly persuade father to go. I want to see the drama. Little Moo Moo's chubby hands incessantly patted Bai Yinqing. Just as Bai Yinqing was about to respond, Bai Junya spoke first. Brother Crown Prince, I entrust Moo Moo to you. I shall go see Shun Guipin. He was determined to discover what that wretched woman was up to. Chapter 31. Those with a guilty conscience fear the knock of the ghost. Bai Junya left, taking little Moo Moo with him. Little Moo Moo's eyes dimmed. Why not take me along? I want to see the show too. Little Moo Moo was filled with frustration. Bai Yinqing was amused by her antics, suppressing her flailing hands and feet. With such a ruckus, did she not wish for her brother's embrace? Of course not. All right, I will remain still. Little Moo Moo instantly quieted down. Bai Yinqing, fearing that Rufei might misunderstand, took the initiative to explain. Just as Rufei was about to respond, she heard Moo Moo's thoughts. Mother, I know, father has gone to see concubine Shun. Rufei's smile faltered. Bai Yinqing remarked, Moo Moo, is it truly wise to undermine your brother so? He discreetly glanced at Rufei. Fortunately, Rufei could not hear Moo Moo's thoughts. Otherwise, misunderstandings would surely ensue. In truth, even if Rufei were aware, it would not matter. Rather, it would elicit her sympathy for Bai Junya. As long as the Shun family remained, concubine Shun would be unable to act, forcing Bai Junya to maintain a facade with her day after day. That was indeed quite suffocating. Unaware of Bai Yinqing and Rufei's thoughts, Moo Moo continued to chatter animatedly, vividly recounting the entire episode to Rufei. Let me tell you, mother, I was enjoying the flowers with father and Prince Yaij when suddenly a eunuch came to say that concubine Shun had a stomach ache and feared for the royal heir, crying and begging father to come see. But I am quite sharp-eyed, and I immediately recognized this as a ruse by concubine Shun to summon father. Father is so clever. He must have realized it at once, which is why he went to investigate. Mother, what do you think concubine Shun really wants by calling father over? Surely it cannot be merely to see him, right? Moreover, concubine Shun has quite the network within the palace. Father took me to the Imperial garden on a whim, and within less than 15 minutes, someone from concubine Shun's side had found us. TSK. Who would have thought that concubine Shun's reach extended so far? If this is the case, father must tread carefully against the Shun family. He must not let any hint of his intentions slip. Upon hearing this, both Rufei and Bai Yinqing's expressions changed. Rufei recalled that she had urgent matters to attend to and took her leave. After bowing to Rufei, Bai Yinqing hurriedly departed. He needed to probe into concubine Shun's standing in the harem to avoid jeopardizing his father's grand plans. Rufei, now aware, immediately summoned Qilai after Bai Yinqing's departure. Qilai, she said, you're the only one I truly trust in the Jian Palace. You must investigate whether there are others from the palace involved, particularly those connected to the Jiaque Palace. Remember, it is better to mistakenly eliminate than to let them slip away. Yes, I will go investigate at once, July replied, promptly exiting. Unable to hear Mumu's thoughts, she assumed Rufii was merely cautious of potential threats from the Jiaque Palace, especially since that lady was now bearing the royal heir and required vigilance. Inside the room, only Rufii and little Mumu remained. A gentle breeze flowed through the half-open window, sending a shiver down Rufii's spine. It dawned on her that within just a few moments, she had broken into a cold sweat. Had Mumu not reminded her, she might not have realized the gravity of the situation. The thought was indeed terrifying. If there were spies from concubine Shun in Jian Palace, their discussions about eliminating the Shun family could easily be exposed. It would be a minor issue if they could not eliminate the Shun family. But if it allowed the Shun family to fortify their defenses or even use it as leverage against the emperor, that would be grave. She looked down at her daughter, who was sucking her fingers, and pressed a kiss to Mumu's forehead. Mumu, you truly are your mother's little lucky star. Unaware of her mother's distress, Mumu beamed at the praise, bursting into delighted laughter. Of course, do not worry, mother. I will protect you well as father, the Empress Prince Yaij, and all my brothers. I will ensure that nothing befalls you. Just as Mumu finished speaking, a childish voice called from outside. Rufii, I have come to see my little sister. The newcomer was none other than the second prince, Bai Jingxiao, whom Mumu had just mentioned. Bai Junya arrived at Jiaque Palace with a stern expression, emanating an aura that deterred all who crossed his path, causing the palace servants to tremble in fear. Wary of provoking this formidable presence, only upon reaching concubine Shun's chamber did he slightly temper his displeasure. Your Majesty, concubine Shun, lying on the bed, immediately spotted Bai Junya. Her pale face bore a pitiful expression as she weakly raised her hand. Bai Junya stifled the urge to chop off her hands, swiftly grasping one and tucking it beneath the covers, then abruptly pulled the quilt up, obscuring half her face. Out of sight, out of mind. Concubine Shun. Your Majesty, what is this? What do the physicians say? Bai Junya interrupted her brusquely. Concubine Shun pretended to wipe away non-existent tears, adopting an appearance of helplessness. In terms of beauty, concubine Shun did not stand out. She could not compare to the Empress or Rufii, nor even to the previously dealt with Li Fei. However, her ascent to the rank of concubine Shun was no mere coincidence. She must possess some alluring quality. It seemed she had an innate ability to attract men. For even when Bai Junya had no interest, he would invariably find himself drawn to her bed whenever he visited Jiaque Palace. Yet now, Bai Junya would not be swayed. He struggled to suppress his impulse to have her dragged out and executed, and her insinuating words only fueled desire. He who has done no wrong fears not the knock of the ghost. The children who perished were not your doing. What is there for you to fear? Chapter 32. The herb of forgetfulness. Concubine Shun was momentarily taken aback, forgetting to feign her pity, her eyes widening like saucers. Your Majesty, you jest. I have always been timid. I cannot bear to harm even an ant. Concubine Shun quickly replied. If that is the case, what are you afraid of? I see you are simply overthinking. Starting tomorrow, you shall not leave your quarters. Stay home and copy scriptures. It will not only occupy your time, but also pray for the well-being of your unborn child. Your Majesty, I do not know what wrong I have committed for you to confine me. Concubine Shun exclaimed in shock, springing upright from her bed, grasping Bai Junya's hand, tears streaming down her face. Weren't you worried about the child? If you are so afraid, isn't it better to stay in the palace? Bai Junya restrained the urge to shake her off, his tone tinged with displeasure. Concubine Shun opened her mouth, but found herself momentarily speechless. This self-sabotaging behavior left her feeling bitter. Very well, since the physician has advised that you require more rest, then rest you shall. I have matters to attend to and will not linger. Bai Junya stood and turned to leave, moving so swiftly that concubine Shun could not even grasp the hem of his clothing. She gritted her teeth, immediately signaling to her confidant, and a maid soon entered with a water basin, inadvertently colliding with Bai Junya at the doorway. With a splash, most of the water drenched Bai Junya. Your Majesty! Concubine Shun gasped, rushing over without even putting on her shoes. Your Majesty, are you all right? Oh no, your clothes are wet. Forgive me, Your Majesty, it was not intentional. Please spare my life. The maid fell to the ground, repeatedly bowing her head, and soon the floor was stained with red. Your Majesty, be careful not to catch a chill. Hurry and change your clothes in the hall. Concubine Shun said with a worried expression. Very well, he replied indifferently, then followed the maid into a nearby side hall. As soon as he entered, an unusual fragrance wafted through the air. Bijunia's expression suddenly darkened, and he immediately held his breath, scrutinizing his surroundings. He approached the incense burner, which was surrounded by curling wisps of smoke, intending to inspect it further when a crisp sound of a bell rang out. Bijunia's gaze shot towards the inner chamber like an arrow. There, beyond a thin veil, a graceful figure was twisting and turning. The sound of the bell emanated from this person. In the next moment, a pair of delicate hands lifted the curtain, revealing a deliberately adorned face before Bijunia. It was Shunjiro. At that moment, Shunjiro's cheeks were flushed, her eyes sparkling like spring water, and her entire appearance was exquisitely crafted, accentuating her tender beauty. She slowly approached Bijunia, stopping just within 3 paces of him, and offered him a graceful bow. I, Shunjiro, have come to pay my respects to Your Majesty. May Your Majesty enjoy everlasting peace and prosperity. Bijunia's face darkened. At this point, he understood Shun Guipin's intentions for the day. He snorted coldly and turned to leave. Shunjiro was taken aback. This was not how she envisioned it. The Emperor was supposed to assist her to her feet and inquire about her presence here, wasn't he? Your Majesty, where are you going? You haven't changed your clothes yet. I am here to assist you in changing. Shunjiro hurriedly exclaimed, her gaze darting towards the incense burner, feeling a sense of urgency in her heart. Get lost. Bijunia kicked Shunjiro, sending her flying with a scream. Were you daring to touch me? If you extend your claws again, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Bijunia was furious, wishing he could eliminate both Shun Guipin and Shunjiro on the spot. How dare they conspire against him? Shunjiro was left speechless from the pain. Meanwhile, Shun Guipin, waiting outside, sensed something was amiss upon hearing the commotion inside and quickly instructed her attendants to open the door. Your Majesty, what has happened? Shun Guipin asked, clutching her burning cheeks and collapsing to the ground, her face a mask of shock and fear. Your Majesty, please forgive me. I had no knowledge of why Shunjiro was here. I implore Your Majesty to see reason. Shun Guipin immediately knelt to plead for forgiveness. Shun Guipin has committed an offense against the throne and disregarded the rules. From this moment forth, her status shall be lowered to that of a concubine, confined to Jatsue Palace, and shall not leave without decree. Shunjiro has lost her virtue and shall be expelled from the palace, never to return. Bijunia coldly declared, turning away from the wailing duo in anger. The eunuch Fu hurriedly followed him. Jiang Fu, summon Mr. Su, he commanded. Fu quickly went to fetch Su Yanluo. Commoner pays respects to Your Majesty. Su Yanluo stood in the center of the hall, bowing to Bijunia. There is no need for such formalities, Mr. Su. Please examine this incense and tell me what it contains, Bijunia requested, retrieving a handkerchief from his pocket that contained the fragrant powder he had taken from Shun Guipin's incense burner. Su Yanluo took the powder and inhaled it. How dare they use such vile substances against me? They truly deserve to die. Bijunia slammed his palm on the table in anger. However, Su Yanluo continued to sniff the powder, his expression growing increasingly serious. Your Majesty, this powder contains other substances. Bijunia's expression darkened further. What is it? Worry-free grass. Those who consume this herb may experience blurred or even lost memories. If combined with certain suggestive methods, altering memories is not impossible. However, this herb is quite rare. It only grows in the northwest region under specific climatic conditions and is difficult to cultivate. Your Majesty, have you ingested this substance or inhaled the incense? Su Yanluo asked. Bijunia nodded. Su Yanluo quickly moved to take Bijunia's pulse, gradually relaxing his furrowed brow. Your Majesty has not absorbed much of this substance. A few doses of medicinal soup should suffice. Mr. Su, regarding the suggestive methods you mentioned, how common are they? Su Yanluo shook his head. They are not frequently encountered. At least, I have never come across them. Then how did you learn of them? I once heard it mentioned by my mentor. Unfortunately, my mentor passed away several years ago, and the records of this matter have since disappeared. Bai Junya pondered for a long time. I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Su. Sudian Luo Widru. Bai Junya sat in his chair, gazing at the fragrant powder in silence. Chapter 33. Better Off Dead when Shun was expelled from the palace. She was still in shock, unable to comprehend why she had displeased Bai Junya. She had used aphrodisiac incense and even stolen some substances from her home that were said to blur memories, all to lay the groundwork for her plans today. Yet, she never anticipated that Bai Junya would remain unaffected, even becoming enraged. Was it because she was not beautiful enough? Or was it that Bai Junya was lacking? How could he not react at all to such potent aphrodisiac powder? Shinjiro was bewildered. But even if she were to discover the answer now, it would be futile. She had already been cast out. Moreover, she had implicated Shinguei-pin, who was also demoted. The Minister of Revenue and Shunjiro's mother, Shunlin, had long learned of this news and wore expressions of deep concern. Husband, what shall we do? If this matter spreads, Jiro's reputation will be utterly ruined. Who would dare to seek her hand in marriage after the emperor himself has declared her lacking in virtue? Minister Shun Qingshan's face flushed with anger. How dare you question me? Did you consult me before sending her to the palace? Now look where we are. Not only has Shunjiro, this incompetent girl, been expelled from the palace, but you've also implicated the noble concubine. What did she do now? She might as well die. Father, she is our daughter. How can you speak such heartless words? Shunlin cried, her tears flowing more fiercely. Shun Qingshan was overwhelmed by her weeping. Cry, cry, cry. All you do is cry. You can't raise a child, and you have no sense. Do you even know how much weight your daughter carries in the palace? Shun Qingshan stormed out in anger, leaving Shunlin behind, still sobbing pitifully. In Jian Palace, laughter echoed as little Mu Mu lay in her cradle, giggling joyfully. In front of her, Bai Jingxiao performed a face-changing act. Ruo Fei sat nearby, watching the two play with an uncontainable smile. Ha ha, I can't take it anymore. I'm laughing so hard it hurts. Little Mu Mu's chubby hand patted her belly, nearly bringing tears of laughter to her eyes. Bai Jingxiao stopped his antics and took little Mu Mu's hand. Ruonyang, how long until Mu Mu grows up? When will she call me brother? How long until she can ride a horse? Can I take Mu Mu to ride? Ruo Fei smiled. Well, not just yet. Mu Mu is still too small. She will need to grow to the height of the second prince before she can ride. Bai Jingxiao's face scrunched up. How long will that take? Not long. Just wait until the second prince is that tall, Ruo Fei said, gesturing to indicate the height. Bai Jingxiao ran over to measure himself against it, looking up at the empty space above his head and making a determined decision. Okay, I will work hard to grow taller, so I can take Mu Mu to ride horses. Yes, yes. Then Mu Mu's horsemanship will be entrusted to her big brother, the second prince. But the second prince must be careful. Check your horse regularly when riding, and don't let any incidents occur. Previously, when the second prince and the third prince competed, the hidden hand behind it failed. I wonder if they will strike again. However, one must always be cautious. The second prince should pay more attention and check regularly for safety. Ru Fei cast a glance at Bai Jingxiao and thoughtfully remarked, the second prince possesses considerable equestrian skills. It would be prudent for him to remain vigilant, for the temperament of horses can be quite unpredictable. One must be cautious to avoid injury. Bai Jingxiao nodded repeatedly, acknowledging, yes, I understand. Thank you for your concern, Runyang. Subsequently, he played with little Mu Mu for a while longer, only reluctantly waving goodbye when his mother sent someone to summon him. Not long after his departure, the news of Shun Guipin's demotion and Shun Jiro's expulsion from the palace reached Ru Fei's ears. As Chiu Lai reported the matter without discretion, little Mu Mu overheard and was filled with curiosity. What happened? What did Shun Guipin do? Why has father suddenly demoted her? Inquiring further about the emperor's anger, it was said that Miss Shun had engaged in seduction. Ru Fei scoffed. Oh dear, Shun Jiro truly dared to entertain thoughts of my father. How utterly deranged. What confidence does she possess to believe she could capture my father's attention? Is it through mistreating servants or her venomous nature? Or perhaps her empty-headedness? Does she really think her modest beauty could entice the emperor? What a farce. Surely, my father is not so superficial. Little Mu Mu felt a tinge of disappointment. Coincidentally, Bai Junya arrived and overheard their musings. In truth, the two women were not as foolish as little Mu presumed. Had he not learned beforehand that Shan Guiping's unborn child was not his, he would not have harbored such disdain, which led to his heightened vigilance. Perhaps he would have fallen into their trap. This realization only intensified Bai Junya's anger towards the Shun family. He stood at the entrance, taking a moment to compose himself and suppress the aura of rage radiating from him before stepping inside. Upon seeing him, little Mu joyfully waved her hands. "Father, you're here. I've been waiting for you." Her eyes sparkled as she scrutinized Bai Junya. Oh no, has she truly succeeded in her schemes? Ru Fei's brows furrowed. What business does a child have worrying about such matters? Bai Junya lifted little Mu into his arms, and she clung to him, eagerly demanding to know what had transpired. With a gentle smile, Bai Junya reassured her, "Run Yang, you are likely already aware of Shun's agreement." "Yes, I too am concerned that this might alert the Shun family and render them cautious." Chapter 34. Dream returned to the cave with a wave of his hand. Bai Junya dismissed her worries. "Fear not, for I hold evidence against Shun Guiping. The Shun family is not so foolish as to offend me over a disgraced concubine. As for Shun Jiro, I have never regarded her with any seriousness. She is merely a pawn used by others, unaware of her own foolishness." A flicker of disdain crossed Bai Junya's face. "In fact, I welcome their attempts to provoke me." With a stern countenance, he detailed the matter of the aphrodisiac, omitting the specifics of the forget-me-not flower. How dare they use such a thing against the emperor? Such audacity! "Father, you are far too merciful. Such individuals deserve death." Little Mu's anger flared, her eyes reddening as she clenched her tiny fists and pounded the air. Her unexpected outburst took both Bai Junya and Ru Fei by surprise. "What has gotten into her?" Ru Fei inquired, her brow furrowed with concern, having missed the preceding conversation. Bai Junya, interpreting little Mu's distress as concern for him, gently restrained her hand. "Do not worry, my child. I am unharmed. Calm yourself." Feeling the comforting grip, little Mu slowly regained her composure but soon began to weep. Sobbing heart-wrenchingly, her face flushed. Bai Junya and Ru Fei hurriedly consoled her until she finally drifted into slumber, observing little Mu's furrowed brow even in sleep. Bai Junya's irritation towards the Shun family reached its zenith, nearly compelling him to eliminate them entirely. Ru Fei, having spent many years by Bai Junya's side, understood him well, though not entirely. She approached him, gazing up slightly. "Your Majesty, patience is essential for great plans. To eliminate the Shun family must be done in a manner that upholds your dignity and does not tarnish your reputation." Her concern warmed Bai Junya's heart, and he patted her hand reassuringly. "I understand. Rest assured, I'm not one to act impulsively." After spending a while longer in the Jian Palace, Bai Junya departed, lost in thought as he walked through the palace corridors, unwittingly arriving at the Jiafeng Palace. Having not visited in several days, he stepped inside. Cough, cough. "It's a bit chilly." Someone closed the windows, he commanded upon entering, hearing the Empress's voice followed by the sound of servants attending to the windows. "Why are you still coughing? Did you catch a chill last night?" Bai Junya inquired with concern as he entered. "Your Majesty, what brings you here?" "I was just feeling fatigued and took a brief nap, and I have yet to freshen up." The Empress attempted to rise, but Bai Junya quickly pressed her back down. "What formalities do we need between us? Just rest. Have you summoned Dr. Su? He has already seen me. It is merely a common cold, nothing serious. I have yet to visit the little princess today. How is she?" "She is well, able to eat, sleep, and play, thriving as ever." "That is good to hear. I adore Mu and hope she grows up happy and carefree. She seems to have taken a liking to you as well. If she hears your words, she will surely beam with joy." Imagining the scene brought a smile to the Empress's face, and upon witnessing her smile, the attendant, Rong Shui, felt a flicker of understanding. It was no wonder the Empress referred to the little princess as a celestial blessing. Only she could evoke such joy in her. Meanwhile, as Bai Junya conversed with the Empress, little Mu remained in deep slumber, dreaming of the treasures she had amassed in her cave. From top-tier martial arts weapons to spirit stones and fruits, there was nothing she desired that was not present. Floating in midair, she gazed at the myriad of items below and sighed. What a pity! Had I known the tribulation would come so soon, I would have dealt with these things beforehand. Now, they shall sit here gathering dust. Little Moo Moo drifted towards the spirit stones, reaching out her chubby hand, only to find her fingers pass through them. Her heart sank further. Alas, how long must we wait for this cave to be discovered? So many treasures buried here, it is truly a shame. There are numerous rare tomes on the verge of being lost to time. With a pained expression, she flew to a corner piled high with countless manuscripts, easily numbering in the millions. Next to them stood a low table, adorned with several pristine, unopened books, trophies from her travels yet to be perused. Now, they too would languish in obscurity. Unwilling to give up, she attempted to grasp them once more, but again found herself empty-handed. With a heavy heart, she turned away, deciding it was best not to dwell in such sorrowful thoughts. At that moment, a sudden clatter echoed behind her as something tumbled to the ground. She rushed over to discover a clever little mouse, feasting on a mystical fruit, which had accidentally knocked a book to the floor. Beside the book, a colorful glass lamp flickered with a faint, ethereal glow. Little Moo Moo paused in surprise. Oh, how did this lamp light up? Suddenly, she heard the sound of dripping water by her ear, and in the next instant, everything before her began to dissolve. Startled, Moo Moo instinctively waved her hands until everything vanished from sight. With a swift motion, she opened her eyes, finding herself in her crib, surrounded by the gentle sounds of cooing. The damp sensation beneath her told her she had just wet herself. Moo Moo had successfully awakened from her dream. Yet, she knew it was merely a dream. Little Moo Moo smacked her lips, reminiscing about her past life. At that moment, Consort noticed she was awake, set down her brush, and came over to change her diaper. Little Moo Moo remained still, cooperating quietly. What was in her little hand? Let mother see, she urged. Noticing that Moo Moo was clutching her fist tightly, her fingertips turning pale, Consort gently pried her fingers apart, worried she might be holding something sharp that could harm her. Finally realizing she was grasping something, Moo Moo hastily opened her chubby hand, and a bright red fruit, resembling a grape, fell into Consort palm. Without much thought, she assumed Moo Moo had accidentally grabbed it and was about to toss it away. Just then, a piercing cry echoed in her mind. Mother, don't throw it away. That's my treasure. The intensity of the voice made Consort's fingers tremble, causing the slippery fruit to drop and roll across the floor. Treasure, my treasure. Little Moo Moo flailed her little arms and legs in excitement, resembling a large, fluttering moth. All right, I'll give you the fruit, just calm down. Instantly, Moo Moo quieted, clutching the fruit close, gazing at it with rapt attention. She paid no heed to what Consort was saying, her heart racing as she beheld the vibrant fruit. It was a spiritual fruit. This was indeed a spiritual fruit, the very same from her cave. Moo Moo's heart raced like a drum, her chubby little face brimming with exhilaration. After the excitement came a wave of confusion and bewilderment. Suddenly, an epiphany struck her mind. It was the colorful glass lamp. With a sudden burst of strength, she squeezed the fruit, causing it to burst open, releasing a pure stream of spiritual energy that dispersed in all directions. Consort felt as if a warm sun had brushed past her, alleviating all discomfort. Puzzled, she looked around until her gaze settled on little Moo Moo, planting a kiss on her cheek. Indeed, Moo Moo was the joy of her life. With her presence, Consort felt invigorated. As the spiritual energy spread, little Moo Moo instinctively began to absorb it. It wasn't until the energy flowed continuously into her that she realized she was no longer the prodigy by Moo Moo, but merely an infant, powerless and fragile. Such a tender body could hardly contain such pure spiritual energy. Little Moo Moo promptly halted her absorption, yet she was astonished to find the energy still surging into her. Her limbs felt as heavy as lead, her hands drooping weakly, her eyelids growing heavier with each passing moment. She nearly forgot that this world also allowed for cultivation. Having absorbed so much spiritual energy, her body could not withstand it. Being forced to sleep was the best way to recover. Moo Moo was unaware of how long she had slept, but when she opened her eyes again, a familiar face appeared before her. Little princess, you're awake. You slept quite a while. Little Moo Moo moved her arms and legs, noting nothing felt particularly amiss. It seemed the cultivation in this world was quite similar to what she had known. The little princess has been looking for Consort row. She stepped out just now. Oh, all right, little Moo Moo replied, beginning to suck on her fingers. After absorbing a significant amount of spiritual energy, she could distinctly feel herself changing. Her strength had increased, her senses heightened, and even her appetite had grown. She devoured her milk hungrily, finishing one bowl and then asking for another, startling the palace servants who feared she might overeat. It was due to the colorful glass lamp. The lamp was a sacred artifact capable of gathering souls and spirits. She had inadvertently acquired it before, even letting it touch her blood. It was likely during that fateful encounter that the lamp had found its opportunity to gather her essence and spirit. However, since it lacked external support for spiritual energy, it could only absorb the natural energy of heaven and earth, leading to its summoning power being quite weak. Little Moo Moo pondered, resting her chubby hand on her chin, contemplating what might happen if the lamp's power were to grow stronger. If it could indeed gather souls and spirits, how could she have brought something from that realm with her? It was confounding, truly confounding. After pondering for a long time without resolution, little Moo Moo decided to drop the matter and urged Zhou Wanshu to take her to see Gugu. Zhou Wanshu, unable to hear little Moo Moo's thoughts, could only guess her intentions from her actions. What is it, little princess? Do you wish to go over there? Little Moo Moo smiled and chirped in agreement. Zhou Wanshu then led little Moo Moo to the side. Gugu's injuries had healed remarkably well, and it was now capable of short flights, albeit looking rather shabby with its feathers still sparse. Thus, Gugu was reluctant to fly, preferring to stay in its cage. Gugu, don't sulk in your cage. Come out and play. Little Moo Moo called towards Gugu. Gugu remained indifferent. Zhou Wanshu, observing little Moo Moo's antics, chuckled softly. The little princess truly adores Gugu. Speaking of which, I used to have a parrot that was quite clever and learned to mimic speech very quickly. And then? Does that parrot still exist? When will you bring it to the palace to play? Little Moo Moo inquired, gazing up at Zhou Wanshu with interest. The latter wiped the drool from the corner of little Moo Moo's mouth with a handkerchief, sharing amusing tales of her time with the parrot, before suddenly shifting the topic. She reached out her little hand to touch Zhou Wanshu's hand. Little princess, are you comforting me? Yes, indeed. Thank you, little princess. I'm fine, she replied. You little lazybones sleeping so late. Have you had your milk? Did you eat a lot? Do be careful not to overindulge. Don't worry, mother. I'm in my growing phase. I won't overeat. Consort Ro felt reassured. Mother, your complexion looks poor. Is something wrong? Tell Mumu, and I'll help you think of a solution. Consort Ro smiled, gently tapping little Moo Moo's nose, thinking to herself, you're still a child. Why do you worry about adult matters? She then hurried into the room to deal with her affairs. In truth, a small incident had occurred that morning. Suddenly, numerous rumors had spread throughout the capital. The daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Shun, allegedly attempted to seduce the current emperor under the guise of accompanying the Empress and was promptly exposed by him, leading to her expulsion from the palace. Such exaggerations not only tarnished Shunjiro's reputation, but also embarrassed Baijunya, the emperor. When Baijunya expelled Shunjiro from the palace, he justified his actions by claiming a lapse in virtue. The only individuals privy to Shunjiro's intentions to seduce were those within the Jiaque palace. Now, the concubine was determined to uncover the source of this damaging rumor. Chapter 36. The Awakening of Affection in the Shun Residence. Shunjiro pleaded on her knees, Mother, you must save your daughter. I have not engaged in any disgraceful acts. If this continues, my reputation will be utterly ruined. How shall I face the world? Her voice was choked with despair. Shunlin, her mother, stood nearby, her own expression one of distress. The indecent rumors they had learned about made her tremble with rage. She embraced Shunjiro tightly. My child, who would dare to harm you so maliciously? Mother, it must be Shun Guipin. No, she is now Shundang. Having enraged the emperor, she seeks to shift all blame onto me. Shunjiro's teeth ground together in frustration. The only ones aware of these matters were those in Jiaque Palace. It had to be Shundang's doing, for how else could such gossip have spread? Rising to her feet, Shunlin appeared to have found a semblance of clarity and hastened towards Shunjiro, ready to speak, when suddenly Shun Qingshan, her husband, struck her across the face with a fierce blow. The impact left Shun momentarily dazed. "Husband, why do you hit me?" she stammered, bewildered. Furious, Shun kicked Shun, "Ignorant woman. Look at the disgraceful daughter you have raised. She has brought shame upon our family." Shun fell back, clutching her abdomen in pain. "Mother!" Shunjiro gasped, trying to rush to her side, but Shun approached with a dark scowl and struck Shunjiro across the face, sending her crashing to the floor. "Father, your daughter is innocent. I have not committed such acts." Shunjiro cried, tears streaming down her face. She was genuinely wronged. Her sole intention had been to attract Baijunia's attention, without ever crossing the line into scandalous behavior. Wronged? Shuntao has already confessed everything. How dare you still claim innocence here? I shall ensure you pay dearly for your disobedience. Shun Qingshan's chest heaved with rage as he glanced around, his eyes landing on a feather duster. Without hesitation, he seized it and struck Shunjiro mercilessly. Shun screamed in protest, but she insists she has done no such thing. It was Shun Dang who has framed her. Shun Qingshan threw evidence before Shun, who picked it up only to discover it was a confession from Shunjiro's personal maid, detailing how Shunjiro had schemed to seduce the emperor, including all the sordid specifics. Shun's pupils dilated, her first instinct not to believe her precious daughter had deceived her, but rather to silence the maid. Shun Qingshan scoffed. "Do you still believe this ungrateful daughter is innocent? Husband, please save Jiro. She is my life." Shun implored, her face pale. Meanwhile, Xiao Mumu, oblivious to these events, frolicked in by Junius' embrace throughout the palace, carefully avoiding the cold palace she dreaded. Although she was initially upset, her attention soon shifted to other captivating sights. "Wow, father, is that dragon made of gold? How extravagant!" she exclaimed, pointing at a massive dragon sculpture. "How much gold would it take to create that? My goodness, one of its fingers is thicker than my arm. We must be incredibly wealthy. What are the dragon's eyes made of? They are so beautiful. Are they gems? I want one." Xiao Mumu's eyes sparkled as she pointed excitedly at the dragon, eager to climb up and pluck out its eyes. Baijunia, filled with pride, playfully patted her. "Really? I don't want a dragon. I want a little rabbit. The little rabbit is my favorite. It looks so cute and can be braised. Spicy rabbit heads are delicious too," she babbled, saliva pooling at the corners of her mouth. Baijunia mused, "How did I end up with such a glutton?" He wiped her mouth clean and decided to procure a pure gold rabbit for her. As they strolled, they arrived at the Empress's palace. Upon seeing Xiao Mumu, the Empress broke into a wide smile. "I wondered why I kept hearing the magpies chirping outside. It turns out the little princess has arrived." She eagerly scooped Xiao Mumu into her arms, disregarding the Emperor's presence. Baijunia said nothing, simply settling down beside the Empress. The Empress was overjoyed, and Xiao Mumu, holding the Empress's hand, giggled uncontrollably, bringing endless delight to the Empress's face. Before long, the crown prince arrived, and Xiao Mumu clamored to be picked up by him. The Empress, wishing to converse with Baijunia, handed Xiao Mumu to Bai Yinqing. "Crown Prince, let's go catch butterflies," she shouted, pointing outside. The Empress chuckled. "Yinqing, take the little princess outside to play for a while. Mother needs to speak with your father." "Yes, mother," Bai Yinqing replied, leading Xiao Mumu outside. Zhou Wanshu was also present, drying Xiao Mumu's toys in the courtyard. "This humble servant greets His Highness the Crown Prince." Zhou Wanshu put down the toys and curtsied to Bai Yinqing. "Rise. It has been a few days. Has your injury healed?" Bai Yinqing inquired. "Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. It has healed," Zhou Wanshu replied, nodding. Bai Yinqing then handed Xiao Mumu to her nurse. "What were you doing just now?" he asked. "I noticed the little princess enjoys playing with these toys, so I cleaned them," Zhou Wanshu explained. Bai Yinqing spotted a new addition among Xiao Mumu's toys, a small rabbit doll with an exquisitely embroidered orchid on its belly. Seeing her blush as he examined the rabbit, she shyly admitted, "I made this. The stitching is coarse. Please do not mind, Your Highness." Bai Yinqing raised an eyebrow in surprise. "So this is your handiwork, Miss Zhou? You are far too modest. Had you not mentioned it, I would have assumed it was crafted by a master artisan. Your embroidery of the orchid is quite impressive. I have long sought a suitable pattern for a pouch I have yet to adorn. This orchid appears to be the perfect fit. If Your Highness desires, I could sketch the pattern for you. Bai Yinqing shook his head. No need. The technique is lacking, merely an imitation. After a moment's pause, she tentatively suggested, if your highness truly likes it, perhaps I can embroider it for you? Would that trouble you, Miss Zhou? To embroider for your highness would be an honor, she responded. Very well. Then I shall rely on you, Miss Zhou. Bai Yinqing called for his steward to fetch the pouch. Little rabbit, my little rabbit. Xiao Mumu exclaimed upon spotting the toy, reaching out to grab it. She clutched not only the rabbit, but also a nearby tiger toy, alternating between nibbling the rabbit's ear and the tiger's, sharing her affection equally. Engrossed in play, Xiao Mumu was a source of amusement for Bai Yinqing and Zhou Wanshu, who conversed as they watched her. As their conversation progressed, Bai Yinqing became increasingly astonished. I had no idea you were so well-read at such a young age. How is your handwriting? I am ashamed to say I can only recognize the shapes of the characters. Anything more is beyond my grasp, Zhou Wanshu admitted modestly. Oh, let me see. Bai Yinqing ordered someone to bring the necessary writing tools. Under the sun, Zhou Wanshu wrote a few characters, revealing that her writing was not as poor as she claimed, though it certainly required further practice. Zhou Wanshu observed Bai Yinqing examining himself, a quick flush of crimson blossoming on her cheeks. Feeling somewhat awkward, she reached for the paper. Your Highness, please do not look, it may offend your eyes. At merely 10 years of age, her tender voice was laced with embarrassment. Bai Yinqing raised his hand, evading her grasp, and chuckled. Miss Zhou is too modest. Although your writing may not be exceptional, it is certainly not so poor as to be unworthy of admiration. It is merely your grip on the brush that is incorrect, leading to an uneven application of pressure, rendering it feeble. Your Highness indeed possesses discerning eyes. My tutor has said the same, yet I struggle to make the correction. No matter. Take your time. I too was once in your position. Come here, and I shall teach you. With Zhou Wanshu holding the brush, Bai Yinqing stood behind her, guiding her hand as they wrote together, explaining the posture of her wrist and fingertips. Feeling the warmth of his breath behind her, Zhou Wanshu's face turned as red as a ripe apple, leaving her unable to absorb his words, merely nodding in a daze. Little Mumu looked up, witnessing this scene, and with a thud, her rabbit and tiger toys fell to the ground. Drawn by the sound, both turned to look, and in the next moment, Bai Yinqing's mind echoed with Mu's excited squeal. Your Highness, Sister Zhou, you two are truly a perfect match, just like the protagonists in the stories. Mumu was utterly thrilled. As she observed the reactions around her, she was consumed by memories of tales she had read. Suddenly, an amusing thought struck her. Your Highness, your ears are quite red. Could it be that you are shy? Bai Yinqing froze, nearly raising his hand to cover his ears. Wow, your face is flushed as well. Are you all right, Your Highness? His face burned with embarrassment, and a flash of annoyance crossed his features as he caught sight of Zhou Wanshu, quickly averting his gaze. Yet, he failed to notice his heart pounding like a drum once more. Little Mumu was no longer the same as before, with the distance between them not far. Her keen ears detected Bai Yinqing's racing heartbeat. Though subtle, she could indeed hear it. Her mouth fell open in disbelief, glancing from Bai Yinqing to Zhou Wanshu, then exclaimed, Your Highness, you are finished. You have feelings for Sister Zhou. I do not. Do not speak nonsense. He instinctively glanced at Zhou Wanshu. I caught you. You are peeking at Sister Zhou again. Sister Zhou, someone here is fond of you. Do take a look. He is still sneaking glances. Your Highness, do not hide. Your expression reveals your guilt, afraid that others might not notice. Thump, thump, thump. Bai Yinqing could only hear the sound of his own heartbeat. Your Highness, I can't hear your heart racing. Zhou Wanshu also noticed. Your Highness, is something amiss? She inquired with concern. Bai Yinqing feigned calmness. It is nothing. I remembered some matters that require my attention. Mumu, I must trouble you to look after Miss Zhou. No sooner had he spoken than he stepped out. Little Mumu, observing Bai Yinqing's retreating figure, sensed a hint of panic and laughed even more joyfully. Little princess, have you thought of something amusing? Why are you so happy? Zhou Wanshu approached, wiping the drool from Mumu's mouth with a handkerchief, smiling as she spoke. Sister Zhou, it seems my prince brother is quite smitten with you. What do you feel about him? But I must say, I like Sister Zhou. If only Sister Zhou could be my sister-in-law, that would be splendid. Sister Zhou, do you have feelings for my prince brother? Little Moo Moo lamented her inability to articulate her thoughts. Do not worry. Feelings can be nurtured. Sister Zhou, I will surely make you my sister-in-law. Little Moo Moo clenched her fists, calling out to Zhou Wanshu. Zhou Wanshu misunderstood and thought she needed a change, lifting her to check. This left Little Moo Moo utterly speechless. Do not sniff. I did not make a mess. Fairies do not make messes. The concubine Ro appeared just in time to overhear this and chuckled, walking over to deliver a particularly sharp remark. What is it? Did Moo Moo make a mess? Be careful. Her mess can be smelled from a mile away. Unfounded accusation. This is blatant slander. Little Moo Moo protested. But her objections fell on deaf ears as she was scooped up by concubine Ro, showered with kisses, leaving her beaming with joy. Mother kissed me. Mother smells so good. I love Mother. Indeed, Moo Moo is easy to please, concubine Ro replied, playing with her for a while before departing. She had matters to discuss with Baijunia. Reflecting on the Empress's words, Chapter 38, Protecting Zhou Wanshu. The Empress said, Your Majesty, I am aware of your intention to eliminate the Shun family today, yet I struggle to find a suitable approach. As a member of the harem, I should not meddle in court affairs, but I do not wish to see you suffer in body and mind. Perhaps it would be wise to show a hint of weakness. Only when your vulnerabilities are exposed will your enemies strike. If the evidence you seek cannot be found, let us create an opportunity instead. Baijunia found the Empress's insight to be profoundly reasonable and thus adopted her counsel. Now, he needed to ponder what kind of weakness to reveal that would ensnare the Shun family. Your Majesty, concubine Ro seeks an audience. A soft voice from eunuch Fu interrupted his thoughts. Allow her to enter. Concubine Ro entered and bowed to Baijunia. Concubine Ro, have you discovered something? She smiled slightly. Yes, Your Majesty. The leaker of information is a maid in Shun's courtyard, not one of their family. I followed this lead and traced it outside the palace. To the person who contacted this maid. Concubine Ro's expression shifted. Unfortunately, I was a moment too late. That person has been silenced, and I am currently investigating their background. What a maid. Where is she now? I have had her detained. Come, I shall see for myself. Concubine Ro led Baijunia to where the maid was held. The maid was bound, her chin unhinged, saliva pooling around her. Baijunia looked down at her, as if surveying mere weeds or ants. Chiolai stepped forward to lift the maid's chin, but as soon as it was adjusted, she opened her mouth, attempting to bite her tongue fiercely. Chiolai was quick to pinch her cheeks. Woo-woo-woo. The maid struggled violently. Baijunia's voice turned cold. Is that person truly worth risking your life for? You care so little for your own family? The maid paused for a moment, but continued to struggle fiercely, head-butting the ground in her desperation to end her own life. Since being captured, she had not uttered a single word, intent on dying. Concubine Ro interjected, I sent someone to find her family, but no one was there. I do not know if they have been relocated or... Her words trailed off, but Baijunia understood. They were either alive or dead. The likelihood of death was greater, yet in the maid's heart, she believed her family still lived, which was why she was willing to die for these secrets. If she died, the secrets would remain, and her family would survive. Baijunia could not be bothered to cast her another glance. If that was her wish, then so be it. It seems she is aware that she cannot grasp anything of value. It would be better to reunite them as soon as possible, thus performing a good deed. Your Highness, we have found them. 18 in total, all deceased. The palace maid halted abruptly, her gaze fiercely directed at the speaker. Chiolai immediately released her grip on the maid's cheeks. Impossible. You must be deceiving me. They're all well and truly alive. They cannot possibly be dead. The maid shouted furiously. The man rummaged through his clothing and produced a blood-stained silver bracelet, presenting it to our Yufei. Upon seeing the bracelet, the maid went mad with grief. How can my mother's bracelet be in your possession? What have you done to her? Had she not been bound? The maid would have lunged forward, tearing flesh from him in rage. The man continued to report, detailing the features of the 18 corpses. The maid's struggles grew weaker and weaker until she lay on the ground, as if her soul had departed, muttering, Impossible, absolutely impossible. He promised me he would protect my family. The maid lay there, face ashen. The sorrow of her family's departure weighed heavily upon her, rendering her breathless. Unable to even weep, our Yufei stepped forward, her eyelids drooping as she regarded her with pity. Even now, do you still choose to protect that person behind the scenes? Do you owe it to your innocent family who perished? You heard them. They died with their eyes open. The maid trembled violently, bursting into sobs, tears streaming down her face as a glimmer of hatred ignited in her eyes. I will speak. I will tell everything. She gritted her teeth. The revelations shocked everyone. The informants of the mastermind within the palace were far more numerous than one could imagine. Many like this maid existed. Nearly every palace had them. Yet these individuals were merely the lowest tier. Above them, there were more. Bijunia's face was already as dark as a pot's bottom. Bring me paper. Let the maid write down all she knows about these informants. Your Majesty, this is all I can tell. Upon examining the list, Bijunia was astonished to find it contained 20 to 30 names. Jiang Fu, go and arrest them all. Do you truly not know who the mastermind is? The maid shook her head. I do not know. I have never seen or heard of them. Even during training, communication was only through designated individuals. Suddenly, the maid seemed to recall something and raised her head abruptly. As for which princes, I do not know. Bijunia's aura turned frigid. Princes? There are only 3 in the court. The second prince, the third prince, and the 7th prince. The second prince governs in Suzhou, far from the capital, and was the fiercest rival to Bijunia during the struggle for the throne. The 3rd and 7th princes have yet to be granted lands, residing in the capital. However, the 3rd prince is frail and spends most of his time recuperating at home, while the 7th prince is enamored with nature, spending much of the year wandering the mountains. Which prince could the maid be referring to? Just then, the maid suddenly spewed forth a copious amount of blood and collapsed, convulsing on the ground. Our Yu Fei was taken aback and quickly sent for Su Yenluo, who merely glanced at her and declared, "She has been poisoned. There is no saving her." Poisoned? There are no outsiders here. How could she be poisoned? Bijunia's gaze turned icy as he scanned the faces of those present. Everyone fell to their knees. Su Yenluo approached and examined the maid closely, finally fixing her gaze on the maid's head, where she extracted a hairpin concealed in her tresses. The top of the pin had come loose, revealing black powder within. This is the poison. She must have hidden it in her hairpin and consumed it when no one was paying attention. The maid's blood flowed from her 7 orifices, her complexion paling further. Foresight. Why go to such lengths? She could have preserved her life. The maid suddenly ceased her convulsions, lying on the ground with unseeing eyes. Little Moo Moo was napping, while Zhou Wanshu sat nearby embroidering a pouch. Our Yu Fei pressed her hand down. No need for formalities. Wanshu, come forth. I have questions for you. Our Yu Fei and Zhou Wanshu stepped outside. How is your grandmother's leg ailment? Fei inquired. Zhou Wanshu dropped to her knees with a thud, bowing deeply to our Yu Fei. I thank you, Your Highness. Had it not been for your sending the physician yesterday, my mother might have been beyond healing. Fei's brows furrowed. Oh, what transpired? Yesterday, the physician diagnosed her not with a cold, but with tuberculosis. Zhou Wanshu's voice trembled as she recalled the physician's words. Had she delayed any longer, her mother would have been left to await death. She had nearly lost her mother. It was our Yu Fei who had saved her. Hearing this, our Yu Fei sighed in relief, pulling Zhou Wanshu up from the ground, only to discover she was crying. Our Yu Fei gently wiped the tears from her face. There, no more tears. As long as the treatment was not delayed, it is a good thing. I apologize. Your Highness, I am embarrassed. Zhou Wanshu hastily dried her tears. What is there to be embarrassed about? You are but a child. You should embrace your youth, not behave like a little adult. While Zhou Wanshu felt flattered, warmth flooded her heart. She believed that her Yu Fei was the kindest of all the noble ladies in the palace. She vowed to repay our Yu Fei's kindness by diligently serving the little princess, ensuring she suffered no harm whatsoever. Little did she know, as the moments passed, little Moo Moo awoke, stretching lazily in her cradle. Suddenly, she spotted a crow perched on a branch outside, staring intently at her, cawing twice before soaring away. A sense of discomfort washed over little Moo Moo. Not a physical ailment, but an intuition of foreboding of impending misfortune. However, this thought abruptly reminded her of a pressing matter. Oh no, how could I have forgotten this? We are doomed. Mother, take me to the cold palace at once. Hurry, the master is about to turn dark. In the original text, nothing significant occurred at this moment in the palace, but it was a pivotal turning point for the male lead, Lu Chonglin's descent into darkness. On this very day, An irreconcilable enmity was established between Liu Chonglin and the royal family of Dashi, serving as the catalyst for the downfall of Dashi. Little Moo Moo was so anxious her spirit felt as if it might ascend to the heavens, her small hands pounding on the cradle's edge, causing a loud thudding sound that drew the attention of those outside. Yet she had forgotten that after absorbing the spirit fruit's energy, her strength had increased. With that one strike, the edge of the cradle shattered. Little Moo Moo had no choice but to wail. After a couple of cries, she finally attracted someone's attention. Are you Fei and Zhou Wanshu rushed forward simultaneously, startled to see the broken wooden stick on the ground. However, neither of them attributed the cause of the breakage to Little Moo Moo. Upon seeing Are you Fei, Little Moo Moo felt as if she had found her savior. Mother, take me to the cold palace. If we delay any longer, our entire family will be doomed. The earrings themselves may not hold great value. Yet they were specially crafted at the behest of the emperor when Consort Ro was pregnant. It is said that a high monk blessed them to ensure safety. When Consort Ro was in labor with the little princess, she struggled for a long time, and just as it seemed she might not succeed, Chiu Lai, in a moment of desperation, took the earrings and prayed to them. Miraculously, the little princess was born. Now that these earrings have suddenly gone missing, Chiu Lai is exceedingly anxious. I recall having touched them upon exiting the interrogation hall. They were still there then. It is likely they were lost subsequently. Zhu Lai arranged for some individuals to meticulously search all the places I have traversed. Never mind, I shall also venture out to search. With that said, before anyone could react, Consort Ro, cradling Little Moo Moo, hastened outside. Zhou Wanshu followed closely behind Consort Ro and joined in the search. Unbeknownst to them, they arrived at a secluded area. Zhou Wanshu glanced around and recognized it as the Cold Palace. I passed through here today. You all go and examine it closely, Consort Ro instructed the attendants, who promptly scattered to search diligently, but alas, nothing was found. Do not fret, mother. We will certainly find it. If it proves elusive, it matters not. When Moo Moo grows up, I will personally craft a pair for you. Moo Moo comforted her mother. The incident surrounding the lost earrings stirred quite a commotion, and within moments, news reached Jia Feng Palace. Upon learning of it, the Empress dispatched a large contingent to assist in the search. Little Moo Moo stretched her neck to look around and suddenly spotted several shadowy figures darting through a corner. Narrowing her eyes for a closer inspection, she was relieved to confirm they matched the descriptions from her readings. Phew! Thankfully we arrived in time. Had we delayed any further, Liu Chonglin would have been bullied by those senseless eunuchs. Though he is a hostage, Liu Chonglin was once an heir before coming to the great Shi nation. How could he be reduced to being beaten and scolded by a throng of eunuchs, forced to bark like a dog on the ground? Such humiliation is unbearable for anyone. Liu Chonglin would rather die than submit, enduring a severe beating that left him bruised and battered, with wounds festering and a high fever that left him nearly delirious. Were it not for this ordeal, he would not harbor such animosity towards our great Shi nation, ultimately leading to its downfall and the demise of my entire family. Recalling the narrative depicted in her readings, Moo Moo felt her anger boiling. It infuriates me. Those audacious eunuchs took pleasure in bullying him. Yet it is my family that bears the consequences. Let me catch you, and I shall ensure you do not escape unscathed. It was indeed the eunuchs who committed these acts, yet her entire great Shi nation had to endure Liu Chonglin's wrath. I curse you to be struck by lightning. Struck by lightning. Struck by lightning. Suddenly, amidst the clear skies, a resounding crack of thunder echoed, and a bolt of lightning struck the ground, accompanied by chilling screams from a distance. Consort Ro was taken aback, quickly looking down at her daughter. How could the thunder strike so coincidentally? She promptly shook her head. It cannot possibly be Moo Moo. She was merely a child. How could she wield such divine power? It must be a coincidence. She quickly regained her composure and instructed Chiu Lai, drunk? Such audacity. Do they think this is their home? Chiu Lai, are these individuals still alive? If they are deceased, so be it. If they are alive, each shall receive 50 lashes. 50 lashes could indeed prove fatal. Hearing Mumue's thoughts, Consort Ro understood that the tragic fate they had witnessed was indirectly caused by those individuals. Such a menace must be eradicated. Yes, precisely. Mother, well done. Moo Moo silently applauded in her heart. Then, out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a tall figure at the ajar door of the cold palace. Lu Chonglin. Consort Ro turned her head to see Lu Chonglin standing at the entrance of the cold palace. Consort Ro, Lu Chonglin bowed slightly to her. Consort Ro nodded in acknowledgement. Baijunia had no fondness for Lu Chonglin, and Consort Ro found him rather enigmatic. She did not wish to engage with him further. Yet Mu Mu was not in agreement. As Consort Ro prepared to leave, Mu Mu burst into tears. Consort Ro paused. Mu Mu halted. Consort Ro resumed her steps. Mu Mu waved. Consort Ro rubbed her throbbing forehead and stood still. Mu Mu, satisfied, jacet hercules in un instant. This left not only Consort Ro speechless, but also caused Lu Chonglin's gaze towards Mu Mu to become quite complex. He had already heard the commotion outside. Initially indifferent, he grew concerned as the noise escalated and the crowd swelled, prompting him to investigate. To his surprise, upon reaching the entrance, he overheard Mu Mu's thoughts. He heard her lament about being bullied and that her nation would fall and her family would perish. Yet if that were truly the case, why did she repeatedly come to his aid? Wouldn't his demise resolve all her troubles? Lu Chonglin found himself perplexed. At present, this enigmatic little princess continued to chatter incessantly. Lu Chonglin, why do you appear so thin? Are you not eating well? Or have those sycophants been skimming your rations again? Suddenly, Mu Mu yawned widely, her chubby little hands rubbing her eyes. Chapter 40. The Shun family strikes back. Little Mu Mu struggled to keep her eyes open to look at Lu Chonglin and suddenly broke into a smile, revealing her toothless gums. But thankfully, you are unscathed. That is the greatest fortune today. Lu Chonglin, take care of yourself and wait for me. Before she could finish, her head tilted and she fell soundly asleep. Consort Ro did not hear the exchange between Mu Mu and Lu Chonglin, assuming her daughter was merely napping. After a short while of searching, they decided to move on to other matters. As they walked, when no one was paying attention, Consort Ro discreetly tossed the earrings into the flower bushes by the roadside. Indeed, it was not long before someone discovered the earrings, thus concluding the search. Upon returning to Jian Palace, Consort Ro placed little Mu Mu on the bed, glanced at the broken cradle, and ordered a replacement. She entrusted the child to Qiu Lai for supervision and went off to handle some affairs. Zhou Wanshu accompanied Qiu Lai and sat beside little Mu Mu, occasionally reading or taking out her embroidery to work on a few stitches. Since it was for the crown prince, she embroidered with exceptional care, which slowed her progress considerably. During this time, they had to pass by the Shun residence. Suddenly, the carriage came to a jarring halt, catching Zhou Wanshu off guard as her head collided with the carriage wall. "Miss, are you all right?" The coachman hurriedly inquired. Zhou Wanshu straightened herself. "I am fine. What has happened? Why did we stop suddenly?" "Oh dear, miss. Just now a dark shadow flashed past me, and I was startled." "A dark shadow?" "Yes. It zipped by swiftly. I couldn't discern what it was, but it seemed quite large." Zhou Wanshu furrowed her brow, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. "It must have been a bird. It is getting late. We should not linger. Let's hasten." With Zhou Wanshu's urging, the coachman urged the horses onward, accelerating towards the Zhou residence. Meanwhile, at the Shun residence, Shinjiro had been confined for an entire day. The room was in disarray, with everything that could be smashed already destroyed, leaving little room to step. She sat on the bed in utter boredom, staring blankly at a particular spot. At that moment, she suddenly heard a noise behind her, and she quickly turned her head, her eyes widening in terror. Little Mu Mu had slept long and soundly, not awakening until the following midday. Upon waking, she received shocking news. The daughter of the Minister of Revenue, Shinjiro, unable to bear the slander, took her own life by hanging last night. While her demise is tragic, what is most troubling is that she left behind a blood-written letter, each word drenched in tears, detailing the injustices she suffered. In her letter, she explicitly stated that she had not committed any of the acts attributed to her in the rumors. Yet, as a woman of little status, she felt compelled to prove her innocence through death. Today, during the court assembly, Minister Shin Qingshan brought this blood letter into the Grand Hall, kneeling before all the civil and military officials, pleading with Baijunia for an explanation. He declared that if he did not receive one, he would take his own life right there in the hall. Upon hearing this, little Mu Mu could not contain her anger and shouted, How shameless of that old Shun. He dares to seek an explanation from Father Emperor, when it was his own daughter who acted unjustly and met her end. At that moment, Baijunia and concubine Ro realized that Moo had awakened and overheard their conversation. Baijunia lifted her up. "My little princess, you are quite the sleepyhead. Finally awake after such a long slumber. Are you not hungry?" The mere mention of hunger made Moo feel as though she might faint from starvation. "Hungry?" Baijunia chuckled softly, handing her to the nurse to take her to a side hall for feeding. "Your Majesty, I am puzzled. What does the Shun family intend? Why do they suddenly confront you so openly in the Grand Hall? If it were merely due to Shun Juro's death, I cannot believe it. Furthermore, I find her death rather suspicious," concubine Ro whispered, thinking herself far enough away from Moo not to hear. Unbeknownst to her, Moo's keen ears caught every word. Indeed, someone as timid as Shun Juro could not have taken her own life. There must be more to it, Moo mused. Perhaps the Shun family orchestrated her death to serve as a pretext to challenge Father Emperor. Yet, she found herself puzzled as to why the Shun family would suddenly oppose the Emperor. Could it be that news of the Emperor's intent to eliminate them had leaked, prompting them to break the silence? After much contemplation, Moo concluded this reasoning was most plausible, though a nagging feeling of something amiss lingered in her mind. The two were unaware of Moo's inner thoughts. Baijunia, seated in the shadows, wore a grim expression. He had not anticipated the Shun family's sudden aggression, especially Shun Qingshan's relentless demands for an explanation. Baijunia was incensed. However, he found himself in a predicament, lacking any direct evidence to implicate Shinjuro. He scoffed, thinking her as foolish as a pig, not realizing that the crux of the matter lay precisely here. It was evident that Shun Qingshan had come prepared, shifting all blame onto Shinjuro, erasing any traces outside the palace, thus rendering her utterly innocent in the eyes of the public. "Your Majesty, if this is the case, the situation is quite unfavorable for you. Yesterday, rumors circulated about how Shun Juro had seduced you. Today, she is dead, leaving behind a blood letter claiming her innocence. The city is likely rife with gossip again." Concubine Ro expressed her concern. Baijunia was now in a position where he could neither assert that Shun Juro had been wronged, nor could he admit that he had unjustly accused her. To do so would tarnish his reputation and create an impression of incompetence among his subjects. Baijunia's countenance darkened further, realizing the precariousness of his situation. He muttered, "Had I known the Shun family would be so troublesome, I should have dealt with them decisively from start. Father Emperor, I warned you. The Shun family is not to be trusted. Look, they're already plotting against you. The Shun family appears neutral, yet behind the scenes, they are insidious. Think carefully. Father Emperor, do they not always claim to have your best interests at heart while contradicting you?" After finishing her meal, Moo emerged fuming. In retrospect, it seemed that the Shun family had been colluding with unseen forces long before, intent on undermining him. Baijunia cradled his precious daughter, feeling his worries dissipate in her presence. He playfully tapped her nose. "Then let me hold you a little longer." Moo clutched Baijunia's finger, sharing her remaining energy with him. Baijunia felt warmth wash over him, his fatigue melting away. "Why do you look at me so?" Moo asked, tilting her head in confusion. Baijunia remained silent, placing a gentle kiss on her head before departing to address the matter with the Shun family. Even with Moo in his arms, concubine Ro wore a troubled expression. After some thought, she decided to inform the Empress. Baijunia had refrained from burdening the Empress with this news, considering her fragile health, but as the matriarch of the palace, she would inevitably find out. Realizing this, concubine Ro hurriedly took Moo to the Jiafeng Palace, with Zhou Wanshu accompanying them. "Concubine Ro, what brings you to visit today?" The Empress greeted with a smile, playfully engaging with Moo for a moment. "Your Majesty, I have come to discuss an urgent matter," concubine Ro replied. "Oh, is there something in the palace that concubine Ro cannot handle?" "It is not about the inner palace, but rather the court," concubine Ro clarified. The Empress straightened, her demeanor shifting as she dismissed the attendants, saying, "The inner palace must not interfere in court affairs. Concubine Ro, you are well aware of this rule." "Of course. I understand, but I fear for the Emperor's well-being. What has happened to the Emperor that I am unaware of?" The Empress's smile vanished completely. Moo, sensing the tension, ceased her laughter, Oh, it seems the Empress is unaware of the events involving the Shun family? Oh no, the Empress will surely be upset. Father Emperor, how could you conceal such an important matter from her? When the Empress learns of it, how heartbroken she will be. I decree a month of punishment for Father Emperor. No sleeping in bed. You shall sleep on the floor. The Empress's irritation dissipated at Moo Moo's words. She caressed Moo Moo's cheek and returned her to Concubine Row. Speak freely, Concubine Row. I cannot simply turn a blind eye to the Emperor's issues. Concubine Row handed Moo Moo to Zhou Wanshu, instructing her to take the child to wait in the side hall, then proceeded to discuss the matter with the Empress. The Jiafeng Palace, as the residence of the palace's matriarch, was vast, and upon entering the side hall, Moo Moo could no longer hear her mother and the Empress's conversation. Curious yet unable to intervene, she quietly awaited alongside Zhou Wanshu, who, despite the quiet, was chattering incessantly. Consequently, when Bai Yinqing arrived, he was greeted by the unmistakably piercing voice of little Moo Moo. Upon learning that Concubine Row was engaged in serious discussion with the Empress, he redirected his steps to the side hall, where he found Zhou Wanshu assisting Moo Moo in rolling over, though her round little form made it difficult without assistance. At that moment, Moo Moo lay on the mat, laughing uproariously as Zhou Wanshu entertained her. As she lifted her gaze, she spotted Bai Yinqing approaching her. Little Moo Moo became even more exhilarated. Brother Crown Prince, look, I've turned over. Bai Yinqing replied. Do not think I was unaware that it was Miss Zhou who helped you. Little princess, why are you lifting your head so high? It will tire you out. Lower it a bit. Zhou Wanshu supported little Moo Moo's head, urging her to bow down. Yet, little Moo Moo persisted in raising her head high. Sister Zhou, look behind you. My brother Crown Prince is here. Oh, look at him. His gaze is glued to you. He can't bear to look away. Bai Yinqing exclaimed. I did not. I merely glanced. Frustrated, he pinched the bridge of his nose, fearing she would utter something outrageous, and quickly cleared his throat. It was then that Zhou Wanshu noticed him. I have seen His Highness the Crown Prince. Miss Zhou, no need for excessive formalities. Rise. Bai Yinqing sat beside little Moo Moo and turned her over to lay flat on the couch. Just now, brother didn't TC, Moo Moo. Turn over once more for brother. Little Moo Moo replied, I suspect you are targeting me, but I have no proof. Having failed to roll over despite numerous attempts, she was reluctant to perform in front of Bai Yinqing, so she pretended not to hear. After all, she was merely a small infant. It was normal not to understand human speech. Moo Moo, you're over 4 months old, and you still cannot roll over? I learned to do so by 3 months. Brother Crown Prince, if you keep discouraging me like this, I won't let you hold me anymore. Little Moo Moo, in a fit of anger, pounded her small fists against Bai Yinqing's hand. Bai Yinqing thought, has my little royal sister taken a strength-enhancing potion? Why is her strength so formidable? Seeing that she was indeed upset, Bai Yinqing quickly retrieved a handful of golden leaves from his bosom and placed them in her arms. Instantly, little Moo Moo beamed. Wow, they're leaves made of gold. There's so many. She took a bite out of each leaf. Though she had no teeth, she relished them. Clutching the golden leaves, she laughed heartily. Zhou Wanshu was taken aback by little Moo Moo's evident fondness for gold, marveling at the sight. My goodness, it's the first time I've seen a baby so enamored with gold. This made her ponder if the little rabbit doll she had made was truly cherished by the little princess. Little Moo Moo, catching her voice, cheerfully exclaimed, I like it. Such a cute little rabbit. How could I not? But I like gold too. Observing Zhou Wanshu's doubtful expression, Bai Yinqing chuckled and conveyed little Moo Moo's words to her. On many occasions when I visited Moo Moo, I found her only able to sleep when clutching the rabbit you made. So, it is evident she holds it dear. Only then did Zhou Wanshu realize that her previous words had been overheard by the Crown Prince, causing her face to flush crimson. Chapter 42. Tokens of Affection? I apologize. Your Highness, I meant no other implication, Zhou Wanshu stammered, struggling to explain herself, revealing a demeanor befitting her 10 years of age. Bai Yinqing chuckled lightly. I understand. Miss Zhou need not be anxious. After offering a few words of reassurance, he succeeded in calming Zhou Wanshu. Little Moo Moo, observing the exchange, was grinning from ear to ear. Nonsense. He has always been this way. Bai Yinqing promptly straightened his lips, transitioning to a serious demeanor. Brother Crown Prince, why do you look so serious? Don't frighten my sister Zhou. Bai Yinqing was taken aback and quickly resumed his smile. Yet, Zhou Wanshu was not frightened. She merely found it peculiar that the crown prince oscillated between frowns and smiles today. Could he be troubled by something? As this thought crossed her mind, she became increasingly cautious, lest she inadvertently offend the crown prince and bring calamity to the Zhou family. Suddenly, she recalled something, rummaging through her sleeve to produce a pouch, which she respectfully presented to Bai Yinqing. Your Highness, I have finished embroidering your pouch. Bai Yinqing accepted it, but before he could respond, little Moo Moo erupted in excitement. Wow, it's a pouch. Brother Crown Prince, Sister Zhou has gifted you a pouch. In the storybooks I read, these are often tokens of affection. Brother Crown Prince, is this a token from Sister Zhou? Oh my, when did you two start courting? How come I was unaware? You've even exchanged tokens of affection. Little Moo Moo was utterly astonished, her mouth agape enough to fit her small fist. Bai Yinqing thought to himself, I should burn all the storybooks in the world. They have led my little royal sister astray. Despite the turmoil within, he maintained a calm exterior as he accepted the pouch. Thank you, Miss Zhou. The embroidery is a matter that should be handled by the Department of Apparel, but I'm rather fond of your unique stitching, so I troubled you with it. Coincidentally, I acquired an exquisite ink today. Allow me to gift it to you as thanks. Did you hear that, little royal sister? This is not a token of affection. Little Moo Moo retorted, I'm not listening. I refuse to hear. To her ears, Bai Yinqing's words simply translated to an exquisite ink gifted to Miss Zhou. Little Moo Moo became even more enthusiastic. Brother Crown Prince, your love story with Sister Zhou truly moves me. Sister Zhou gifted you a pouch that she stitched herself, and you're gifting her your favorite ink. Oh, you are conveying to each other that you are the most important to one another, aren't you? I learned it. I never expected Brother Crown Prince, who usually appears so stern, to understand how to please a girl. Truly, one cannot judge a book by its cover. Sister Zhou, do not hesitate. Quickly agree to my Brother Crown Prince. Marry him and be my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, sister-in-law. Little Moo Moo was in a frenzy, continuously chanting for a sister-in-law. Zhou Wanshu, oblivious, found that only Bai Yinqing bore the brunt of Little Moo Moo's incessant proclamations. He opened his mouth to explain, but found himself at a loss for words. Forget it. She wouldn't listen anyway, he thought, resigning himself to her assumptions. Zhou Wanshu, hearing Bai Yinqing's words, paused momentarily before hastily saying, That's unnecessary. Your Highness, it is merely my duty. You need not reward me. She repeatedly declined. Oh no. Sister Zhou, don't refuse. Things from Brother Crown Prince are free for the taking. If you don't want it, there are many who would be eager to claim it. Such a wonderful gift should not be given away to someone else. What other someone? Bai Yinqing thought. Can I use it myself? He felt that if he remained any longer, he would indeed be driven to madness by Little Moo Moo. Furrowing his brow, he stated, What do you mean by duty? Miss Zhou is neither employed in the Department of Apparel nor serving in my palace. Thus, to trouble Miss Zhou without offering thanks, do you think I am such a person who takes advantage? Zhou Wanshu was startled and immediately knelt. I meant no such thing. Your Highness, whatever I gift you, just accept it, Bai Yinqing asserted, noticing Zhou Wanshu's discomfort with his stern expression. She dared not refuse again and reluctantly accepted his gratitude. Brother Crown Prince, what are you doing? Why must you scold my sister Zhou? Be careful. She might ignore you in the future. Here we go again. Bai Yinqing was genuinely frightened of Little Moo Moo and dared not linger any longer, stating, I have matters to attend to, and promptly took his leave. Brother Crown Prince, where are you going? Take me with you. I'm so bored here. Bai Yinqing replied, not listening. He not only did not slow down, but quickened his pace. If you don't take me to play, I'll cry for you. Do you believe it? Bai Yinqing hesitated for a moment, but did not stop. In a flurry of activity, Zhou Wanshu attempted to console the little princess, but only Bai Yinqing understood that she was merely feigning distress to threaten him. Despite her prolonged wailing, her eyes remained dry. When Bai Yinqing lifted her into his arms, her cries ceased in an instant. Zhou Wanshu smiled, realizing that the little princess simply yearned for the embrace of the crown prince. To his surprise, she was rather clingy toward him. However, Bai Yinqing thought to himself that she was not seeking his affection. Rather, she was in pursuit of a mere playmate to take her out for entertainment. He mused that Moo Moo must be somewhat acclimated to her surroundings. He intended to take her for a stroll, and he requested Zhou Wanshu to inform Consort Ro of their departure. He did not allow Zhou Wanshu to accompany them, fearing that his little sister would chatter incessantly. Upon exiting Jiafeng Palace, Bai Yinshin glanced around before looking down at the little Moo Moo in his arms. "Where would you like to go? Perhaps we could visit the Imperial Garden and admire the flowers?" he inquired, seeking her preference. The palace attendants observed with admiration, noting the crown prince's tenderness. After all, the little princess was barely of an age to comprehend his words. Yet, the crown prince's consistent solicitation of her opinions was truly gentle. "I do not wish to go to the Imperial Garden. I want to go to the Cold Palace. I want to find Lu Chonglin," she insisted, recalling their brief encounter the previous day, during which they had not exchanged a word. She was concerned about his frail appearance, wondering what sort of dreadful days he was enduring. Bai Yinshin thought it unnecessary to solicit her opinion on this matter. He would not take her to the Cold Palace. The only destination would be the Imperial Garden. He cradled her and began walking in that direction. Almost forgot. In the Imperial Garden, there's a nest of killer bees hidden in the thickest tree, he recalled. Today, one unfortunate soul may have accidentally disturbed the nest, resulting in many injuries. "Go ahead, Crown Prince. You might just catch them in the act, but please do not bring me along. I wish to live a few more years," she replied, wriggling in his grasp to express her firm refusal to enter the garden. Bai Yinshin tightened his grip, wary of her potential escape. It was undeniable that Moo Moo had grown stronger. He redirected his steps, instructing the eunuch beside him. "Yesterday, I passed by the Imperial Garden and noticed a nest of killer bees in the thickest tree. Please arrange for someone to remove it, but exercise caution to avoid any harm from the bees." The eunuch complied with his orders. So the crown prince had already noticed. This could save several lives. "Since we are not going to the Imperial Garden, let us instead explore the Cold Palace. It will be quieter," Moo Moo suggested. "Crown Prince, may we just take a peek?" "Humph. You cannot even fulfill such a small request, and I shall never like you again, Crown Prince. Go away. I want to let you hold me," she suddenly protested, twisting violently, nearly slipping from his grasp. Bai Yinshin's heart skipped a beat in fright. "Moo Moo, please do not move about recklessly. What if you fall?" he admonished, his voice laced with concern. "Well, that is what you get for not taking me to the Cold Palace." She pouted, her expression full of grievance. "If you do not take me, then you should not scold me. Boo-hoo, Crown Prince, you have changed. You must dislike me now, for I am no longer your favorite little sister." Her eyes reddened, tears brimming, making her appear exceedingly pitiful. Bai Yinshin felt as if his heart had been struck. His little sister merely wished to visit the Cold Palace. It was not an unapproachable forbidden place. Why could he not indulge her whim? He felt he had utterly failed as an elder brother. All right, do not cry. I apologize for my harsh words. I will take you for a little stroll, shall we?" he said, resuming his stride towards the Cold Palace. Upon arriving at the entrance, Moo Moo immediately heard faint sounds of scolding from within. Her excitement surged. "Look, is that reckless scoundrel? How dare they bully the protagonist? Crown Prince, hurry. We must go in. Lu Chonglin is being mistreated." At first, Bai Yinshin did not hear the commotion, but upon Moo Moo's urging, he pushed open the door to the Cold Palace and was met with the tumultuous scene. "I am truly exasperated. I have been desperately trying to gain the protagonist's favor to prevent his descent into darkness, which would ultimately lead to the destruction of my family. Yet, these short-sighted ruffians come to torment Lu Chonglin every few days, rendering all my efforts futile. I am furious. I want to strike them down." Moo Moo felt a familiar surge of power, recalling her ability to summon thunderclouds to exact vengeance, but after a prolonged attempt, she realized that the energy she had once wielded had been exhausted. Tears streamed down her face. Although this world allowed for cultivation, the spiritual energy was so weak that her progress had been severely hindered, rendering her efforts fruitless. Bai Yinshin suddenly grasped that Lu Chonglin would be the cause of the eventual downfall of the Dashi Kingdom. His impression of Lu Chonglin plummeted into the negatives. Were it not for Moo Moo's insistence on rescuing him, he might have turned and left. "What is happening here?" he demanded coldly, redirecting all his negative sentiments toward the eunuchs who were bullying Lu Chonglin. Upon seeing Bai Yinshin, the eunuchs immediately knelt in fear. "Your Highness, it is not the servants. It was he who insulted us first and even struck us. The leading eunuch exclaimed, pointing at Lu Chonglin. Mu Mu craned her neck to see, and indeed, the eunuchs appeared battered and bruised, while Lu Chonglin stood unscathed, not even a hair out of place. She paused, suddenly realizing, oh, how could I forget? Lu Chonglin is skilled in martial arts. Lu Chonglin slightly furrowed his brows and lowered his gaze upon her. Your Highness, it is clear they are lying. We are in the Cold Palace. They have no business being here. They only seek to bully Lu Chonglin, but little did they know they would encounter resistance. She stated confidently, what are you doing here in the Cold Palace? Bai Yinqing's icy gaze bore into the crowd, his words as chilling as winter. The eunuchs faltered, their voices caught in their throats. You servants have abandoned your posts and unlawfully entered the Cold Palace. Your crimes are compounded. Guards, take them away and execute them. As he spoke the words of execution, Bai Yinqing covered Mu Mu's ears. Lu Chonglin looked up and met Bai Yinqing's gaze, surprised to find him watching intently. The two shared a moment of silent understanding, a spark igniting between them. Unaware of the subtle tension between the two, Mu Mu beamed at Lu Chonglin, waving her chubby hand. Lu Chonglin, I have come to see you again. Did you miss me? You must have thought of me, since I am so adorable. She displayed a toothless grin, resembling a delightful doll from a traditional painting. Bai Yinqing could not hear Mu Mu's words, but noted that his noisy little sister could hardly speak in the presence of Lu Chonglin, resorting instead to silly smiles. Bai Yinqing could not help but shake her shoulder, asking Xiao Mu Mu, what are you laughing at? He is the enemy destined to destroy the great Shi kingdom in the future. How can you smile so brightly at him? After a prolonged gaze, Lu Chonglin finally spoke. May I inquire as to the reason for His Highness the Crown Prince's visit to the Cold Palace? Nothing much, just wandering about and happened to arrive here. Let me clarify, I'm not just wandering. I specifically came to find you. Xiao Mu Mu raised her small hand to attract Lu Chonglin's attention. Bai Yinqing cast a glance at her and pressed her hand down. This little rascal, why is she fixated on Lu Chonglin? Brother Crown Prince, you're pressing my hand. Xiao Mu Mu struggled in vain, only managing to furrow her brows in discontent. Lu Chonglin lowered his gaze. Since that's the case, would His Highness care to come in and sit? Yes, yes. Brother Crown Prince, you must be tired after walking for so long. Let us go inside and rest. Bai Yinqing, holding Xiao Mu Mu, followed Lu Chonglin inside. The Cold Palace had no tea, only plain water, which Lu Chonglin poured for Bai Yinqing. He did not mind. Taking a sip, at this moment, Xiao Mu Mu began to observe Lu Chonglin's quarters, which could be summarized in one word, dilapidated. Signs of time were everywhere. The walls were mottled, the floor was dark and unrecognizable in color, and even the furniture had faded with age, creaking ominously as if it might collapse at any moment. However, it was quite clean, not a speck of dust could be seen, and even the thin, old quilt was neatly arranged. Bai Yinqing noticed this, and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. There was only Lu Chonglin here. It was evident who had tidied up. His ability to endure and adapt was indeed commendable. Bai Yinqing's opinion of Lu Chonglin began to shift. Had it not been for his father's authority, he might have considered befriending him. Xiao Mu Mu, however, felt immense pity. Oh my, Lu Chonglin, I didn't realize your living conditions were so poor. You must be suffering here. Lu Chonglin was momentarily taken aback. Suffering? Perhaps. Yet, compared to elsewhere, the Cold Palace was more tranquil, at least devoid of people causing him trouble. The rest was inconsequential. How could father be so heartless to treat you this way? Lu Chonglin, just wait. I will ensure father releases you from the Cold Palace soon. And why do you look so thin? Brother Crown Prince, even though Lu Chonglin is in the Cold Palace, he is still a hostage of the Chu Kingdom. For him to endure this treatment is detrimental to the dignity of our great Shi Kingdom. Xiao Mu Mu protested indignantly. Bai Yinqing found her reasoning somewhat valid. After pondering, he replied, rest assured, I will not allow such incidents to occur again. Lu Chonglin smiled lightly. Thank you, Your Highness. For your consideration, I am grateful. That is not enough. Brother Crown Prince, you can prevent these people from bullying Lu Chonglin in the Cold Palace, but you cannot stop them from continuing to sabotage him. There are countless methods to undermine him, such as withholding his meals or tampering with his food. These servants are adept at assessing the situation. Since Lu Chonglin is here, he is unable to escape their reach. It is simply unavoidable. Xiao Mumu's face was filled with frustration, trying desperately to figure out how to convey her wishes to Bai Junya, so that he would release Lu Chonglin. Bai Yinqing heard her, but had no intention of acting on it. It was well known that Bai Junya harbored animosity toward Lu Chonglin. Otherwise, these people would not be so brazen in bullying him. Bai Yinqing had previously felt indifferent toward Lu Chonglin, but upon learning that he would one day be the one to destroy the great Shi kingdom, an implicit bias crept in. More importantly, extending kindness to someone disliked by Bai Junya would be tantamount to opposing him. Such matters were only within Xiao Mumu's realm of action. Therefore, Bai Yinqing remained unresponsive. After much contemplation, Xiao Mumu devised a method to convey her intentions to Bai Junya, entering his dreams. She could cast a spell to sneak into Bai Junya's dreams and urge him to release Lu Chonglin. Xiao Mumu secretly summoned her inner spiritual energy. It would suffice for now. However, not today. Father is currently overwhelmed with matters concerning the Shun family. Bringing up Lu Chonglin might have the opposite effect. I must choose another time. Confounded, confounded. Lu Chonglin looked up at Xiao Mumu. The little figure, usually cheerful, now wore a frown like a miniature adult. Her once joyful face marred by worry. Lu Chonglin felt a stir in his heart, wishing to smooth the furrow between her brows. A child like her should live joyfully in the world. The Shun family's affair had stirred great turmoil, enough for even him in the cold palace to hear about it. Your Highness, I have heard that something significant has transpired in the capital today. Lu Chonglin took a sip of water, his tone calm, as though discussing mundane matters. Bai Yinqing paused, gazing intently at Lu Chonglin. His eyes were deep, carrying a maturity beyond his years, reflecting both scrutiny and probing. Since he dared to speak, he must be prepared for the consequences. Bai Yinqing was curious to see what schemes lay within the mind of this hostage from Chu. Speak freely. What do you wish to convey? He smiled, though his gaze remained cold, his expression hinting at the bearing of a ruler. Lu Chonglin smiled back, lowering his gaze, pausing thoughtfully before slowly speaking. Does your Highness not find this matter rather intriguing? Shunjiro has no title, no royal decree, and no contributions. Yet, she has fallen from grace, her reputation tarnished. How could such a person cause such a stir and provoke public discussion? Even I, confined to the cold palace, am aware of this. Bai Yinqing raised an eyebrow, his expression darkening. Pray tell, what do you know? The young lady of the Shun family suffered injustice, choosing death to express her resolve. The Minister of Revenue, in his desperation for his beloved daughter, stood against the Emperor, leaving the Emperor at a loss for words. Lu Chonglin revealed everything he had heard without reservation. Bai Yinqing's countenance turned cold, his hands clenched behind his back. In his high position, those beneath him dared not speak nonsense in his presence. Had he not come to the cold palace today, he might not have heard these rumors circulating within the palace. If the palace was already in such disarray, the common people would be even more unrestrained. Such a situation would not have arisen without someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Did Lu Chonglin know something? Chu hostage, what exactly do you wish to tell me? Chapter 45. A hint the atmosphere abruptly fell silent. After a moment of reflection, Lu Chonglin spoke. Some matters, when bypassing the intermediate processes, can yield surprising conclusions. Bai Yinqing suddenly had an epiphany. All along, they had been eager to prove themselves. Yet in doing so, they had fallen into the traps set by those behind the scenes. How to resolve the issue was unimportant. What mattered was what the people heard. The process was irrelevant. The outcome presented to the public was what truly counted. Lu Chonglin nodded slightly, indicating his agreement. He understood Bai Yinqing's exceptional intelligence and that he could grasp the deeper meaning in his words. He would not allow prejudice to silence him, which was why he shared his thoughts today. Bai Yinqing lowered his gaze, lost in contemplation. Indeed, whether Shinjiro was wrongfully accused or not was not the crux of the matter. What mattered was how the results were conveyed to the people. The hidden forces can use this opportunity to tarnish the Emperor's reputation, but they can also retaliate fiercely. I understand now. Thank you for today. Bai Yinqing's attitude towards Lu Chonglin has softened considerably. He did not expect that Lu Chonglin, as a hostage for the state of Chu, would endure such suffering yet still offer assistance. Your Highness, you are too kind. Consider this a gesture of gratitude from Chonglin for your timely intervention today. As he spoke, he glanced at the little Mumu in Bai Yinqing's arms. At this moment, her brow had smoothed, Little Moo Moo seemed enlightened. Oh, so that's how it is. They are using public opinion to slander the emperor. The Shun family and the hidden forces are truly malicious. Lu Chonglin, we owe you a great debt today. Otherwise, we would have squandered the best opportunity to sway public sentiment. If what you say is true, we would be busy proving our innocence. And even if we eventually find evidence, it would be futile. By then, who would listen to us? In the hearts of the people, the emperor's image as a villain who frames loyal ministers has become deeply entrenched. Even if we respond in time, it would still be of no avail. Not only would winning back the people's hearts be difficult, but even the ministers would feel disheartened. TSK, the hidden forces truly excel at psychological manipulation. Bai Yinqing shared this sentiment. Thus, every moment felt incredibly urgent to him. He stood up and walked outside, leaving Lu Chonglin behind, unable to hear the remainder of the conversation. A mere child dares to say she will support me? Doesn't she fear her tongue? Although his tone was disdainful, a smirk involuntarily crept upon his lips. At that moment, Ruan Fei had just finished discussing matters with the Empress and was also headed to find Bai Junya. Therefore, she decided to accompany him. As for little Moo Moo, she was naturally left in Jiafeng Palace to keep the Empress company. Zhou Wanshu stood to the side with her head bowed, ready to hear the Empress's commands at any moment. This was also the first time the Empress scrutinized Zhou Wanshu from such a close distance. As Ruan Fei had mentioned, she was indeed a well-mannered child. The Empress, seeing her standing so upright, couldn't help but smile and beckon her over. Why stand so far away? Come sit here. Bring a chair for the Zhou family girl. Zhou Wanshu dared not refuse and hurried over to sit down. Thank you, Your Majesty. After expressing her gratitude, she barely settled into the chair, yet her back remained straight. The Empress was even more pleased with her demeanor and nodded in approval. You have learned your manners well. Though she was still a child, even with her precociousness, she could not compare to an adult. She paused for a moment, then broke into a smile. Thank you for your praise, Your Majesty. To receive the Empress's commendation was a tremendous honor for her. If she were a more anxious person, she might be brimming with excitement. In contrast, Zhou Wanshu exhibited remarkable composure and dignity. Your Majesty, not only is Sister Zhou well-mannered, but she is also skilled at embroidery. She even made a pouch for my brother, the Crown Prince. Making a pouch for the Crown Prince? Could she be harboring ulterior motives? The Empress's smile instantly turned icy. I have heard you made a pouch for the Crown Prince. The Empress's tone shifted abruptly, causing Zhou Wanshu to shiver, and she promptly knelt on the ground. Your Majesty, please see clearly, I did not make a pouch for His Highness the Crown Prince. It was merely that His Highness admired a design I created, and thus I was asked to have a skilled worker embroider it. Ah, yes, that's right. It seems the Crown Prince did say so. The Empress then realized she had made a blunder. She extended her hand to help Zhou Wanshu up, smiling. Do not be nervous. I was merely asking casually. Since you have caught the Crown Prince's eye, I assume Miss Zhou's embroidery skills are quite exceptional. I dare not claim such credit. It is merely that my mother once studied under a renowned master, and I have thus learned some of their techniques. Oh, which master? Master Xiao of Puryong. So it is Master Xiao. Speaking of which, I too was once instructed by Master Xiao. Do you have any of your embroidery to show me? Zhou Wanshu immediately took out a handkerchief she had on her person. The Empress took it and examined it, and indeed, she could see traces of Master Xiao's influence. Zhou Wanshu, at such a young age, had already achieved this level of skill, which pleasantly surprised the Empress and brought her even more joy. Yes, this is indeed Master Xiao's technique. Wanshu, how long have you been practicing embroidery? I began learning from my mother at the age of 3, and it has been over 7 years now. The Empress smiled. Not bad. To have grasped the essence of Master Xiao's art in just 7 years. Wanshu, you are a clever child. Little Moo Moo stretched her neck to look, but could not discern what was different about Zhou Wanshu's embroidery compared to the usual. Seeing this, the Empress took out another piece of embroidery for comparison. Master Xiao's technique makes the embroidered items appear more lifelike. I remember during the peak of Master Xiao's artistry, any piece she created was so vivid that it could not be distinguished from the real thing when placed alongside it. I believe, if Wanshu practices for a few more years, she too shall earn the title of master. After comparison, little Moo Moo finally noticed the difference in Zhou Wanshu's embroidery. It appeared softer and filled with vitality, as if it might spring to life at any moment. Little Moo Moo's eyes lit up. Wow, so Sister Zhou is really amazing. No wonder the Crown Prince is fond of her. If I were in his position, I would also like Sister Zhou. The Empress was taken aback. The Crown Prince has feelings for Zhou Wanshu? This matter is quite significant. Chapter 46. The Empress's plan last time. They discussed poetry and literature right in front of me for quite a while. I truly believe they are a perfect match. Your Majesty, Sister Zhou is truly wonderful. Not only does she play with me, but she is also incredibly patient. I have never seen her angry, and she even makes little rabbit dolls for me. By the way, Sister Zhou can also make red date pastries. Although I have never tasted them, my mother has, and she speaks highly of Sister Zhou. And Little Moo Moo opened her mouth and chattered on endlessly. In her eyes, Zhou Wanshu was perfect in every way, and there was so much to say that it could go on for 3 days and nights. The more the Empress listened, the more she regarded Zhou Wanshu with newfound admiration. Little Moo Moo had never praised anyone like this before, which indicated that Zhou Wanshu indeed had captured her heart. This also reflected well on Zhou Wanshu's character. Being favored by the Crown Prince did not seem like a bad thing. The Empress pondered this and smiled, beckoning Zhou Wanshu to sit beside her for a closer examination. The more she looked, the more satisfied she became, given the Zhou family's background. Making Zhou Wanshu the Crown Princess was not out of the question. The Empress thought to herself, has Wanshu studied any books? The Empress smiled. You're quite honest, Wanshu. Has your mother not taught you to conceal your talents when you are out in the world? I enjoy reading, embroidery, and exploring culinary arts. Although my interests are diverse, I have yet to master any one skill. If your skills are already superior to those of many, imagine how accomplished you would be if you fully mastered one. It seemed that Wanshu's intelligence surpassed what she had revealed. The Empress was even more pleased. Although Zhou Wanshu was young, she spoke and acted with poise, showing no signs of timidity. She was clever and honest, a promising talent to nurture. The Empress laughed heartily. Wanshu, I truly enjoy chatting with you. Your appearance is rather plain. Rong Shui, bring me that red plum hairpin. The Empress adorned Zhou Wanshu's hair with the hairpin. Now, this is more fitting. At such a youthful age, why must you dress so simply? It looks beautiful. Your Majesty has exquisite taste. This hairpin suits Sister Zhou perfectly. Little Moo Moo reached up to tousle her hair. Her eyes filled with envy. I also want a pretty hairstyle, but my hair is too short. The Queen was amused by her and slipped a verdant bracelet from her wrist onto Little Moo Moo's arm. Of course, we must not forget our dear Moo Moo. This bracelet is a gift for her. Little Moo Moo immediately broke into a smile. Wow, it's jade. Thank you, Your Majesty. I adore you the most. She giggled, clutching the bracelet tightly with both hands, unwilling to let anyone touch it. Later, Moo Moo and Zhou Wanshu spent some time in the Jiaofeng Palace, where the Queen engaged in conversation with Zhou Wanshu, starting with discussions about embroidery patterns and eventually inquiring about Zhou Wanshu's family matters. Although Zhou Wanshu was puzzled, she answered the Queen's questions candidly. Before they departed, the Queen smiled at Ruo Fei, saying, I have taken quite a liking to this child Wanshu. Do bring her to visit often in the future. Ruo Fei's eyes glimmered, and she agreed. In the Jian Palace, Little Moo Moo lay on the bed, propping herself up with her tiny hands, curious about Ruo Fei. Mother, what did you discuss with Father? Why did you take so long? I wonder if the Crown Prince has mentioned this matter to Father. He should have by now. Speaking of which, today we owe much to Lu Chonglin. Thanks to his guidance, we could have lost our advantage. Now, while the hidden adversary is still unaware, we can strike back fiercely, catching them off guard. Perhaps we might even uncover some clues about the mastermind. Upon hearing this, Ruo Fei realized that the Crown Prince had indeed been advised by Lu Chonglin. Wait. Moo Moo, you went to the Cold Palace again? You find it so entertaining there? Don't you know your father despises that Shu kingdom hostage? You little fool. Aren't you afraid of angering him? Little Moo Moo giggled, scratching her nose. If it weren't for Lu Chonglin today, we would be in dire straits. If you want to praise me, why scold me? Besides, I must protect the protagonist to prevent us from facing a tragic fate in the future. Do you truly care for that Shu kingdom hostage? He is merely a hostage. If he perishes in the Cold Palace, no one would care. Only you keep going back. Li Tu Moo Moo gasped. No, this world revolves around Lu Chonglin. If he were to die, the world would collapse. No, Mother, your thoughts are far too dangerous. Lu Chonglin must not die. At least not before I do. Ruo Fei was taken aback. She had not anticipated Lu Chonglin's influence to be so profound. However, why would his death cause the world to collapse? Was he a pillar supporting the heavens? Ruo Fei was noncommittal, but given that Mu Mu's prophecies had often come true, she began to take them seriously. This explained why Mu Mu was so concerned about Lu Chonglin's fate. She restrained Mu Mu's fidgeting hands and feet. All right, stop it. You're growing up, yet your temperament is becoming more unruly. I can't even scold you lightly anymore. Turning to Wan Shu, she added, lately, the weather has been erratic, and many in the palace have caught colds and fevers. You must keep Mu Mu indoors and avoid unnecessary outings. Yes, your highness, I understand. Mu Mu, play with your sister Zhou for a while. I must attend to some matters. Once Ruo Fei left, little Mu Mu began to grow bored, fiddling with her hands. Zhou Wanshu noticed and suggested, Little princess, if you're feeling bored, would you like me to tell you a story? Little Mu Mu's eyes brightened, and she eagerly agreed. Yes, yes. Sister Zhou, please tell me. I want to hear a tale. Zhou Wanshu pondered briefly and then recounted a story from history in a more engaging and lively manner. Although little Mu Mu felt a bit disappointed, it was still better than lying idle, so she listened attentively. This continued for 3 days. Just as she was contemplating another visit to the cold palace out of boredom, a familiar voice suddenly echoed from outside. Chapter 47. It begins. Little Mu Mu had spent a full 3 days in the Jian Palace. The farthest she had ventured was the front courtyard of the palace. The person she had seen the most was Zhou Wanshu, and even her encounters with Ruo Fei were few and far between, as they were both quite busy. The secrecy surrounding their activities piqued little Mu Mu's curiosity. Finally, today, she saw Ruo Fei again. Mother, you've finally come. I waited so long that the flowers might wither. Do you know how I've been passing the time these days? If you hadn't come, I would have thought you no longer wanted me. Father also came, but he left shortly after arriving. Do you all not like me anymore? Am I falling out of favor? Will I end up like the tales say? Cast into the cold palace to fend for myself? Little Mu Mu's eyes brimmed with tears as she struggled not to cry. This sight tugged at Ruo Fei's heartstrings, prompting her to rush over and embrace her tightly. I'm sorry, Mu Mu. I've neglected you these past few days. You are my precious treasure, and even if I were to forsake everything, I would never abandon you. Really? Mother, you must not lie to me. Liars turn into little dogs. Ruo Fei kissed little Mu Mu's forehead deeply. If I deceive you, may the heavens punish me. Before she could finish, little Mu Mu quickly covered Ruo Fei's mouth with her hand. In no time, her dress was soaked with her own drool. Ruo Fei hastily fetched a garment to change her tone laced with concern. In recent days, more and more palace attendants have caught colds. Be careful not to catch a chill, Mu Mu. Ruo Fei was overwhelmed dealing with this situation. Initially, she thought it was merely a common cold due to sudden temperature changes. However, as time passed, more individuals exhibited similar symptoms. Despite sending numerous physicians to examine them, no clear diagnosis emerged. Fearing it might be an epidemic, Ruo Fei ordered the affected individuals to be quarantined until they recovered. Unexpectedly, several among them suddenly worsened and tragically passed away. Consequently, Ruo Fei was consumed with managing these affairs, often rushing in to see little Mu Mu whenever she could. Unfortunately, her visits often coincided with Mu Mu's nap times. Hence Mu Mu was unaware of her mother's efforts. After changing little Mu Mu's clothes, Ruo Fei immediately arranged for herbal soup to be brewed by the Imperial Medical Department to prevent colds, ensuring everyone in the Jian Palace consumed a bowl. They didn't mind, but the concern was that if they inadvertently transmitted the illness to little Mu Mu, it would be disastrous. Zhou Wanshu also received a bowl. She had been residing in the palace these past few days, taking on the responsibility of accompanying little Mu Mu daily. Upon smelling the bitter concoction, little Mu Mu felt immensely grateful that she was still an infant and did not have to drink such a dreadful potion. Otherwise, it would be sheer torture. She grimaced as she watched Zhou Wanshu and Ruo Fei finish their medicine. Such a bitter thing, and mother and sister Zhou can drink it without flinching. They truly are remarkable. Little Mu Mu raised her thumb in admiration. Ruo Fei chuckled. just as she was about to speak when the sound of palace attendants greeting someone reached them. It was the Crown Prince. Ruofei's eyes flickered with curiosity. The Crown Prince? What brings you here at this hour? She set down the bowl. The Crown Prince greeted Ruofei. Your Highness, and I'm here on behalf of Mother. She hasn't seen little sister for several days and has sent me to bring her to Jiafeng Palace for a visit. Additionally, Father has asked me to convey a message to you. It has begun. Ruofei instantly understood and nodded in agreement, saying, such trivial matters should not require His Highness the Crown Prince to make a personal trip. Simply send someone to convey the message. Please wait a moment, Your Highness, while I change into another garment, and then I shall take Mumu to meet Her Majesty the Empress. There is no rush, Your Highness. Take your time, replied Runyongyang. I shall take little Mumu for a stroll first. Bai Yinqing, cradling little Mumu, stepped back. Mumu gazed at Ruofei, then at Bai Yinqing. Her eyes filled with suspicion. What riddle are you two playing at? What does Father's message to Mother mean? What has begun? Crown Prince brother. Dear brother, please tell me. If you don't, I want to enjoy my milk later, she implored. If the milk isn't enjoyable, I'll lose my appetite. And if I lose my appetite, I want to eat. And if I don't eat, I want to gain any weight. Crown Prince brother, can you bear to see me grow as thin as a stick? Little Mumu blinked her large eyes, looking at Bai Yinqing with a pitiful gaze. However, she knew better than to voice such thoughts, for they would surely bring forth tears. Bai Yinqing walked with her in the courtyard. Father has already made arrangements. Today we will deal with the Shun family. Mother and Father fear that the Shun family might act rashly, so they sent me to bring you both to Jiafeng Palace. His voice was calm, as if discussing a mundane matter, and after speaking, he gently tapped her forehead with his fingertip. Mumu, it is well enough that you have won Father's favor, but how is it that even Mother has succumbed to your charm? I can hardly bear to be away from you for a day. I cannot enjoy my meals, and yet you make me feel inadequate as a son. It's because I am so adorable. The Empress is kind-hearted and surely must like me. But, dear Crown Prince brother, do not feel jealous. In the Empress's heart, you shall always be the foremost. She continued, so, Crown Prince brother, you must pay more attention to the Empress. Have you not noticed how the Empress's health has deteriorated over the years? Aside from the poison, a considerable part of the reason is due to your and Father's burdens. As time has passed, her energy has waned, yet she still worries for you. Crown Prince brother, you have been blessed with a truly remarkable mother. The Empress is the most wonderful person I have ever known. I must protect her and ensure she lives a long and prosperous life. Little Muumu's heartfelt words brought tears to Bai Yinqing's eyes. Before he could respond, a piercing scream interrupted them. Chapter 48. How is this possible? The siblings froze in shock, turning in unison to find Zhou Wanshu inexplicably collapsed on the ground. Her scream having come from a nearby maid. Bai Yinqing's expression shifted as he hastened over. One arm still cradling Mumu while the other reached out to support Zhou Wanshu. Yet upon touching her, he recoiled slightly. She was burning hot, as if she were a furnace. Anxiety gripped Bai Yinqing's heart, and he quickly called for the physician. Ruofei, hearing the commotion, stepped outside and upon seeing Zhou Wanshu unconscious, quickly instructed for her to be taken to a private chamber. The physician arrived promptly and, after a brief examination, determined that she had contracted a cold and prescribed medicine to dispel the fever and chill. Given her condition, she would not be able to go to Jiafeng Palace. So Ruofei arranged for someone to care for her in Jian Palace. Zhou Wanshu, bewildered as to how she had caught a cold, looked apologetically at Ruofei. Do not worry, Miss Zhou, Ruofei reassured her, patting her hand gently. As Ruofei departed with little Mumu, she instructed, Yin Hai, do take good care of Miss Zhou. If she loses even a single hair, I shall hold you accountable. Rest assured, Your Highness, I shall do my utmost, he promised, allowing Bai Yinqing to depart with peace of mind. Once outside Jian Palace, little Mumu draped a light blanket over her head, shielding her completely as they made their way to Jiafeng Palace. Mother, am I truly so unpresentable now? She asked, clutching Ruofei's garment. Her round eyes clouded with confusion. Do not fret, my dear. You'll be well soon. You're still quite young, and I worry you may have inadvertently caught something. Ruofei explained softly. Little Mumu immediately calmed, nestling comfortably against Ru Fei. Before long, they arrived at Jiafeng Palace. Upon entering, the strong scent of medicinal herbs filled the air. Why does it smell so much like medicine? Has the Empress fallen ill as well? Little Moo Moo's thoughts reached the Empress's ears. Moo Moo, come here. Let me hold you, the Empress beckoned. There have been many illnesses in the palace of late, so I had some herbs burned here as a precaution. Do you find it unpleasant? It's not unpleasant. As long as the Empress is well, that is all that matters. In fact, after a while, I find it rather nice, Little Moo Moo replied. Your Majesty, I must tell you, I have been cooped up in Jian Palace for days. I feel as if I might grow mold, and Zhou's sister has fallen ill, fainting just now in Jian Palace. The Empress's brow furrowed as she turned to look behind her, realizing Zhou Wanshu was indeed absent. How is Miss Zhou? Is her condition severe? The physician has said it is merely a common cold causing a high fever. A few doses of medicine should suffice. Ru Fei interjected from her seat. The Empress nodded. Noticing Little Moo Moo gazing intently at the hairpin atop her head, she smiled and removed a red jade hairpin, offering it to her. Little Moo Moo squealed with delight upon receiving it. You have such sharp eyes. This hairpin was just delivered from the inner court. How did you spot it? Ru Fei laughed. She has an eye for quality. A few days ago, I opened a storeroom and saw several in used fabrics, intending to make her a few outfits. Guess what? She would let go of the most expensive piece. The Empress burst into hearty laughter. Our Moo Moo is truly clever. That is not it. I simply thought it was beautiful. The other fabrics were too dull. Wearing them would make me look like a little old lady. Your Majesty, don't listen to my mother's nonsense. Little Moo Moo waved her tiny hands, eager to defend herself. Very well, I have some new fabrics as well. You may choose whichever you like to have made into clothes. The Empress instructed the attendants to bring forth the materials, a vibrant array of colors dazzling Little Moo Moo's eyes. Finally, her gaze settled on a light pink fabric, and she pointed eagerly. That one is beautiful, Your Majesty. I want that one. The Empress's face lit up with delight. But Your Majesty, such a rare material should not be wasted on Little Moo Moo. Ru Fei quickly protested. She was well aware that this fabric was not only exquisite, but also employed a new weaving technique, making it a one-of-a-kind treasure. It is merely a piece of fabric. I am of an age where such delicate colors are no longer suitable for me. It will be better to give it to Moo Moo, who is young and vibrant. Do not be modest, Sister Ru. Moo Moo is the most esteemed princess of Shi and deserves it. Then I must express my gratitude to Your Majesty on Moo Moo's behalf. Ru Fei conceded, accepting the gift. At that moment, the atmosphere in Jiafeng Palace shifted as a multitude of Imperial guards appeared, the noise from outside signaling the commencement of action. By the afternoon, the guards had withdrawn, and Bai Junya entered, his face aglow as if he had accomplished a monumental task. Moo Moo, come let your father hold you. I have been so busy dealing with the Shun family affairs these past few days that I haven't had time to play with you. I've missed you terribly. Little Moo Moo turned away, her expression cool. They say children have memories shorter than fish. Father, do you not recall how long it has been since you last held me? Thankfully, it is I. Had it been someone else, they would have forgotten you by now. Bai Junya felt a twinge of guilt and quickly sought to compensate. Thus, an array of lavish gifts rained down upon Little Moo Moo as if they were of no cost. At this, Little Moo Moo beamed with delight. Oh, Father Emperor, you are so incredibly busy with state affairs, yet you still find time to come visit me. I truly adore you. Bai Junya quipped, to be honest, do you genuinely like your Father Emperor, or do you simply relish the gifts he bestows upon you? The child, unperturbed, exclaimed, I like both. Your Majesty, have you managed to resolve the affairs concerning the Shun family? The Empress inquired. Bai Junya laughed heartily. Ah, Father Emperor is indeed majestic and imposing. She continued, but I'm truly curious. What method did you employ to find evidence that could condemn the Shun family in such a short span of time? Given the Shun family's character, one would expect them to be cautious and not leave such glaring flaws exposed. Father Emperor, my good Father Emperor, do share your plan with me. Little Moo Moo cried out, her pleas evoking a softened expression on Bai Junya's face. Victory was within reach. Chapter 49. Worthy of sympathy, Bai Junya found his thoughts consumed by Little Moo Moo's exuberant cries, prompting him to rub his ears, fearing he might one day lose his hearing. He looked down, bemused by her wide eyes fixed upon him. I want to hear a story. I want to know how you dealt with the Shun family." Her earnest wish resonated with everyone present, eliciting smiles from their faces. The Empress cleared her throat and said, "Your Majesty, I am still unaware of the methods you employed to uncover evidence sufficient to convict the Shun family. Might you share with me?" Bai Junya seized the opportunity to divulge his plan. It was rather straightforward. If evidence was lacking, one could simply fabricate it. Thus, he had discreetly placed incriminating evidence against the Shun family in Shun Dang's possession, along with forged correspondence linking Shun Dang to the Shun family, all quietly infiltrated by shadow guards. With this, evidence was secured. What? The evidence was not comprehensive enough? It mattered not. Bai Junya sought merely a catalyst, confident that subsequent investigations would unearth ample evidence of the Shun family's true misdeeds. Upon hearing Bai Junya's scheme, little Mu could not help but exclaim, "Thank goodness Father Emperor is not truly a tyrant. Otherwise, the entire Dashi nation would surely perish." She continued, "However, the Shun family is not deserving of sympathy. Though they publicly maintain a neutral stance, they have engaged in numerous nefarious activities behind the scenes. The former censor executed by Father Emperor was unjustly framed by the Shun family to tarnish his reputation. Although Father Emperor later vindicated that censor, who truly remembers? All that remains in people's minds is that Father Emperor mistakenly executed an innocent man." She recounted the floods in Huzhou last year, the earthquake in Xinjiang the year before, and the locust plague in Chu County the year prior to that. Though the Shun family appeared untainted by these calamities, they profited immensely, nearly filling half the national treasury. It was a pity that Father Emperor had never suspected the Shun family, who had meticulously left no traces, allowing them to thrive unchallenged for so many years. Little Mu sifted through her memories and recounted all the misdeeds of the Shun family. Haha, thankfully Father Emperor has awakened to eliminate this great scourge. Otherwise, who knows how many lives would have been lost at their hands. As her thoughts echoed, her joy was not hers alone. All who could hear her sentiments felt a heavy weight upon their hearts. They had not anticipated the depth of the Shun family's malevolence. Their punishment should be far more severe than mere execution. They deserved a slow and torturous demise. A somber mood enveloped the gathering. Why has everyone fallen silent? Little Mu tilted her head, observing the others. The Empress managed a strained smile, stating, "The Shun family's heinous crimes have been addressed by the Emperor for the welfare of the people." Bai Junya lightly acknowledged this, but felt a tickle in his throat, prompting a cough that alarmed both the Empress and concubine Ro, who quickly inquired about his well-being. He waved them off, assuring them it was merely the dry weather. As the conversation shifted to the recent illnesses plaguing the palace, Bai Junya inquired about the cause. The Imperial physician shook his head, lamenting that they had yet to determine the source. Regrettably, Mr. Su was not present in the palace. His extensive knowledge would surely illuminate the situation. Just days prior, Su Yanluo had received an urgent summons from the Medicine King's Valley and had yet to return. Since the Imperial Medical Institute was at a standstill, Bai Junya decided to seek expertise from the common folk. "Crown Prince, I entrust this matter to you." Bai Yinqing bowed and withdrew. Bai Junya's dissatisfaction with the Imperial Medical Institute was growing. He must find a moment to address this ineptitude. There was no time like the present. So today would be the day. Cradling little Mu, Bai Junya departed, leaving the Empress and concubine Ro no time to intervene. Concubine Ro turned to the Empress, who bore a look of resignation. "Sister Ro, you should follow and ensure the Emperor does not take Mu to the sick quarters." Concubine Ro hurriedly exited after performing her courtesies, only to discover that Bai Junya had taken Mu directly to the Imperial Medical Institute. The atmosphere within the institute was frantic. From the head physician to the apprentices, everyone buzzed about like spinning tops. Large cauldrons simmered, brewing bitter and pungent concoctions. In the inner chamber, several pale, feverish palace attendants lay languidly as physicians poured bowl after bowl of medicinal broth down their throats. If any bowl proved effective, they would brew a large cauldron to distribute among all those in quarantine. Strangely, although fevers subsided after taking the medicine, they inevitably returned the following day. When Bai Junya arrived, the physicians were huddled in the inner chamber discussing new remedies when they heard the eunuch announce the Emperor's arrival. They froze momentarily before hastily rushing to pay their respects. "We pay our respects to your majesty. Long live the emperor." They knelt in unison. Bai Junya surveyed the head physician Kai. "Kai, it has been several days. Have you not yet deduced the cause of the illness?" His voice was icy. Kai Chemba, beads of sweat forming on his brow. "I am incompetent. We have yet to identify the cause." Kai's heart sank. He had only recently assumed the role of head physician and had initially felt elated, yet now anxiety consumed him. Little Moo Moo, witnessing the throngs kneeling before her father, erupted in laughter. "Huh, Father Emperor, your judgment is quite poor. Why on earth did you appoint him as the head physician? He was the least skilled among them." She continued, and those kneeling behind him? "TSK, TSK. It's no wonder they have yet to uncover the cause. They're all utter incompetence. Most of them gained entry to the palace through bribery. Thankfully, there have been no major illnesses in recent years. Otherwise, many would have perished under their care." She pointed out a young apprentice kneeling in the corner. "That one actually possesses some talent, though he is rather dull and straightforward, failing to win favor among these inept fools. Yet, despite this, he has matured into a healer who benefits the people. I suggest, Father Emperor, that rather than questioning these bloated incompetents, you would do better to consult that young apprentice. He may possess greater insights." Bai Junya turned his gaze toward the corner, where indeed a lean youth knelt. He raised a hand and pointed. "You, come here, I have words to ask of you." Everyone was taken aback. Upon turning to see whom Bai Junya was pointing at, their expressions shifted dramatically. Chapter 50. Smallpox, Your Majesty. This individual is merely a lowly servant responsible for cleaning. Utterly uncouth, and may inadvertently offend Your Majesty. Someone spoke up. Bai Junya cast a cold glare in their direction. "Dr. Amo, did I permit you to speak? You claim he is uncouth. Pray tell, how lofty are you? You have barely grasped 3 years of learning, and yet deem yourself superior. Speaking of others as uncouth and unworthy. I find you to be the epitome of vulgarity. Someone, throw this wretched creature out and give him 30 lashes." The individual was dragged away, unable to utter a plea for mercy. Moments later, the anguished cries of a pig being slaughtered echoed from outside. The physicians trembled, silenced by fear. The slender young boy knelt before Bai Junya. "Your servant pays respects to Your Majesty, wishing you longevity." The boy prostrated himself on the ground. Bai Junya scrutinized him. "What is your name?" "Very well, Deng Lu. Tell me, in recent days, many in the palace have succumbed to cold infections and persistent high fevers. What do you believe is the cause?" Deng Lu remained prostrate, boldly voicing his suspicions. The words hung in the air, causing a momentary silence before erupting into chaos. "Deng Lu, what nonsense are you spouting? How could this possibly be smallpox? Do not spread your wild claims here." Someone berated. "You, a mere apprentice, having only been in the Imperial Medical Bureau for a few months and unable to recognize all the medicinal herbs, dare to declare this as smallpox? Do you even know what smallpox is?" Came another derisive voice. "Your Majesty, do not heed this man's folly. In my opinion, this is merely a common ailment. Certainly not smallpox. I concur. I would stake my life that this is definitely not smallpox." Instantly, several heads bowed to the ground in submission. Little Moo Moo found him musing. "Huh, this is truly hilarious. These people are merely idlers. On ordinary days, they only manage to diagnose minor ailments like colds or fatigue. Who gave them the audacity to stand up and proclaim certainty? And Deng Lu, to dare say it is smallpox? Oh wait, what did Deng Lu say? Smallpox?" Little Moo Moo's eyes widened in disbelief. At that moment, a plot flashed through her mind. "Oh, this is terrible. Could it be that incident? I recall that after the crown prince was harmed by that girl from the Su family, there was indeed a small outbreak of smallpox in the palace. But it has been so long since the girl from the Su family was executed. We have long since passed that plot point. That incident, could it be happening again?" Little Moo Moo's thoughts raced wildly. Bai Junia's expression had already turned icy. "Silence," he commanded coldly. Instantly, the chattering physicians fell silent. Bai Junia's gaze bore down on the boy. "Deng Lu, do you have evidence to prove your claim? Given his status, he cannot go anywhere but the Imperial Medical Bureau. He could only seek permission from the head physician Kai to send other physicians to the isolation chamber, only to be met with harsh rebuke. Are you mad? That place is not to be entered casually. What if you contract the illness? Deng Lu, While I have not aided you, I have never ostracized you like they have. Are you intentionally trying to sow discord between me and the other physicians? At that time, head physician Kai had said, and then he was thrown out. Not only that, but head physician Kai also forbade him from spreading the word. Otherwise, not only would he be in danger, but so would his family. Deng Lu felt isolated, with no friend to confide in within the Imperial Medical Bureau. Thus, besides head physician Kai, no one else was aware of his suspicions. When Deng Lu proposed to visit the isolation chamber, head physician Kai trembled, cold sweat soaking his clothes, praying internally that the emperor would not agree. However, Bai Junya did not hear his prayers. After a moment of contemplation, he flatly said, "Very well." Head physician Kai's cold sweat intensified. Bai Junya looked down, scrutinizing the man who trembled like a leaf. "Kai, why do you tremble?" Head physician Kai jolted. "No, nothing. I merely have a slight case of childhood paralysis." Bai Junya could not be bothered with such trivialities and ordered for Deng Lu to be taken to the isolation chamber. Initially, Bai Junya intended to wait in the Imperial Medical Bureau, but Little Moo Moo insisted on accompanying him. Thus, he carried Little Moo Moo along to the isolation chamber, stopping at a distance to await Deng Lu's findings. Even from this far away, we can still hear the wails. How many people must be confined here? Little Moo Moo craned her neck to see, faintly hearing the sounds of suffering emanating from behind the tightly shut doors. Those confined within were all severely afflicted, many perhaps having perished inside. The place was rife with illness and despair, and no one wished to approach, not even the physicians, resulting in the entire Imperial Medical Bureau missing a crucial symptom, the emergence of rashes. Deng Lu's suspicion of smallpox stemmed from what he had observed in several patients at the hospital. However, due to his exclusion, he had not been permitted to enter, only catching a distant glimpse. Later, when he sought to observe more closely, that patient succumbed to a fever, exacerbating his pre-existing condition and ultimately dying due to inadequate treatment. Subsequently, Deng Lu sought out head physician Kai, only to be scolded and threatened. Covering his mouth with a cloth, Deng Lu ventured deep into the isolation chamber, heading towards the innermost section. The earlier patients had manifested symptoms sooner, revealing the mid-stage signs of smallpox. Indeed, upon reaching a certain spot, he encountered numerous individuals displaying extensive rashes. Some had even progressed to blisters, while others were nearly unrecognizable, their bodies covered in various pustules. Upon comparing these findings with other smallpox symptoms, Deng Lu's expression shifted, his suspicions confirmed, yet he felt no relief, only an intensified weight upon his heart. Smallpox often has an incubation period. If it had developed to such a severe state, when exactly did the contagion begin to spread within the palace? Deng Lu dared not ponder further, nor could he afford to delay another second. He sprinted to the entrance, shouting, "Everyone evacuate! Is smallpox? This is indeed smallpox." Chapter 51. Measures no one is permitted to move freely. All exhibiting symptoms of cold or high fever must be isolated and prohibited from contact with anyone. Little Moo Moo nestled in Ruo Fei's embrace. "Oh no, Sister Zhou has developed a fever today. Does that mean she must also be isolated? I do not want Sister Zhou to go to the isolation chamber. Mother, Your Majesty, can we allow Sister Zhou to be isolated separately?" Little Moo Moo's large eyes brimmed with worry. "Ruo Fei, I have heard that today Shu also suddenly developed a high fever?" "Yes, Your Majesty. We do not know when it began, but this morning, while preparing to come to Jiafeng Palace, she fainted from a high fever. We summoned the physician, and he said it was merely a common cold causing the fever. She would be well after taking some medicine." Ruo Fei's expression darkened. Previously, she could trust the physician's words, but now she felt a chill in her heart. What if Sister Zhou's affliction was not merely a cold, but smallpox? If it were smallpox, when did she contract it? They had been in close proximity to Moo Moo for days. As these thoughts crossed Ruo Fei's mind, it felt as though a great hand was squeezing her heart, making it difficult for her to breathe. Instinctively tightening her grip, she longed to merge the little Moo Moo into her very being. The Empress, clearly aware of this, hastily considered summoning the Imperial physician to examine Moo Moo, but paused before speaking. For days, no physician had suspected smallpox. It was a mere young apothecary who had finally disowned the signs. Such incompetent fools. Where's the trust in them? Her typically calm and gentle demeanor transformed into a tempest of fury, wishing to drag them all out and beat them senseless. Their ineptitude endangered vibrant lives. Had they recognized the affliction sooner, intervention could have prevented the current dire situation. Ignorance, it seemed, was a terrifying surprise. Nearly half of the palace attendants exhibited alarming symptoms, and many concubines were not spared. The Empress closed her eyes, unwilling to delve further into her thoughts. Meanwhile, the Imperial Medical Department was in utter chaos. They had never dealt with such a formidable illness as smallpox, and the only physician with experience, Wei, had taken leave and had not been seen for days. Now, even with the test results before them, they were at a loss as to how to proceed. They resorted to fervently rifling through medical texts, hoping to discover a remedy for smallpox. In the Jessen Hall, Bai Junya sat in a high seat, his countenance dark and foreboding. The physician Wei, who had once treated the daughter of the Su family, had succumbed just a quarter of an hour prior, his body riddled with pustules, a clear indication of smallpox infection. Bai Junya finally grasped the gravity of the situation. Wei had inadvertently contracted the disease while treating the Su girl and subsequently brought its contagion into the palace, leading to the rampant outbreak, now devastating the court. Enraged, Bai Junya yearned to drag Wei's corpse out and administer a thrashing. With the palace physicians proving unreliable, he immediately ordered men to seek out experienced doctors from the common populace. At that moment, concubine Ro approached, cradling little Moo Moo. It was not her intention to wander, but Moo Moo insisted on crying and demanding to see her father. Upon hearing concubine Ro's arrival, Bai Junya hesitated for a moment before instructing them to be brought in. Concubine Ro wore a thick veil that obscured much of her face. What is the meaning of this? Bai Junya wondered if she had been injured and wished to check on her. Concubine Ro, clutching Moo Moo, quickly stepped back. Your Majesty, do not approach. The young lady from a Zhou family has also developed a fever today. I fear I may have contracted smallpox and do not wish to expose you to it. Yet, Moo Moo has been looking longingly toward Jessen Hall and crying incessantly, worried for you, so I brought her to see you. Concubine Ro explained her reasoning for coming. Indeed, Mother is right. It was I who insisted on coming, Moo Moo chimed in. Ignoring their protests, Bai Junya strode to concubine Ro's side and snatched Moo Moo into his arms. Is it because you are worried about your father? Now that you see me, there is nothing to fear, is there? No, I have something of utmost importance to convey to father, Moo Moo replied. Upon hearing those initial words, Bai Junya's expression stiffened, a flicker of sorrow flashing in his eyes. His daughter was not concerned for him, and it pained him deeply. Unaware of her father's turmoil, Moo Moo was preoccupied with her urgent message. Bai Junya's demeanor grew serious, as she revealed she had knowledge of a method to treat and prevent smallpox. Bai Junya listened intently, committing every word Moo Moo spoke to memory. However, Moo Moo was anxious about how to relay this crucial information to him. At that moment, Bai Junya placed Moo Moo into concubine Ro's arms. I suddenly recall a remedy I encountered in a travelogue that treats and prevents smallpox. As he spoke, Bai Junya pretended to search, eventually pulling out an ancient-looking book to flip through. Smallpox can be treated with herbs such as forsythia, huanghua, huanglian, xixin, and aloe, he recited, repeating what Moo Moo had just said. Yes, that is it. Father knows this remedy. I can rest easy now, Moo Moo sighed in relief. Concubine Ro also felt her worries lift. Not wanting to disturb Bai Junya further, she soon took Moo Moo and left. Unbeknownst to them, night had fallen, bringing with it an air of trepidation. Concubine Ro and Moo Moo temporarily rested in a side chamber of Jiafeng Palace. As midnight approached, Moo Moo remained wide-eyed, unable to sleep. Concubine Ro was equally restless, exchanging glances with her daughter. After a while, she gently patted Moo Moo's head. My dear, it is late, you should sleep. I cannot sleep, mother. I feel uneasy, as if something dreadful is about to happen. But father has found a way to treat smallpox. What more could go wrong? Moo Moo was perplexed, yet the anxiety within her intensified, weighing heavily on her chest. Mother, will you take me outside for some fresh air? Concubine Ro, sharing the sentiment, cradled Moo Moo and opened the door. As she did, a shadowy figure caught her eye. She shouted, "Who goes there?" Chapter 52. The book is burned. Concubine Ro's powerful shout startled everyone awake, and they hurriedly emerged. They beheld Concubine Ro, one arm cradling the little princess and the other wielding a broom, pinning a figure to the ground. "What has transpired, Your Highness?" asked Rong Kui, commanding that the individual be seized. "I saw this person acting suspiciously. There may be ill intent." "I did not. I am innocent. I merely sought to relieve myself." The maid protested. Concubine Rose scoffed. "Relieve yourself? Does that require lurking about with gold and silver?" With a swift motion, she flicked the maid's outer garment open, revealing a trove of hidden treasures spilling out. Rong Chui immediately slapped her across the face. "You wretched servant, confess who you serve and what your intentions are. Otherwise, do not expect mercy." The maid, blood trickling from her mouth, continued to deny her guilt. Moo Moo, sharp-eyed, noticed something amiss with the maid. "Mother, there is something wrong with her. Please bring more lights." Concubine Ro, fearing the maid might possess dangerous items, ordered more lamps to be brought. As the light brightened, Moo Moo spotted a large pustule on the maid's hand. "Oh no, mother. She's infected with smallpox." Concubine Ro's gaze sharpened as she too recognized the pustule. "Do not touch her. She carries the smallpox virus." The scene fell silent for a moment. Then chaos erupted as everyone fled. The maid sank to the ground, shaking her head. No, I'm not infected. I am healthy. I am not ill. Your Highness, please save me. I am truly well." The maid crawled toward Concubine Ro, pleading for her life. However, as she moved, her disheveled garment revealed more pustules on her arms and neck. "Quickly throw her out," Rong Chui commanded, summoning the eunuchs to forcibly expel the maid from Jiafeng Palace. They immediately arranged for a thorough inspection of the entire palace, determined to eradicate any threats before they could spread. The results were shocking. Several more palace attendants exhibited symptoms of infection. Upon learning this, Baijunia ordered another comprehensive inspection of the entire harem that very night, issuing a decree. Anyone found concealing information shall face the utmost punishment, with their entire family implicated. This rigorous approach finally unearthed all those exhibiting symptoms within the palace. With the need to care for Moo Moo, Concubine Ro could no longer remain in Jiafeng Palace, especially with the presence of Zhou Wanshu, who was suspected of having smallpox. Thus, Baijunia arranged for the swift preparation of an uninhabited palace. This night proved to be a deeply distressing one for all within the palace. The gentle consort, having endured a sleepless night, bore dark circles beneath her eyes, with a hint of crimson threading through her gaze as she watched the slumbering little Moo Moo, her heart laden with worry. The chaotic Imperial Medical Bureau finally seemed to find a stabilizing force, or rather, a figure willing to shoulder the responsibility. Should the treatment prove ineffective, there would at least be someone to bear the blame. However, the outcome was unexpectedly pleasant. Aside from the physicians being in disarray, the overall situation within the palace was far better than he had envisioned. Particularly surprising was Deng Lu, who had identified smallpox. "How long have you been practicing medicine?" Su Yin Luo inquired while examining the prescription. Deng Lu stood with his head bowed. 3 years. But I recall you have only been with the Imperial Medical Bureau for 3 months, correct? Did you study before entering the palace? My father was a barefoot doctor, and I learned some from him, Deng Lu replied earnestly. Having studied for merely 3 years, do you dare to suspect this to be smallpox? Are you not afraid of making an erroneous judgment, leading to your execution by the Emperor? Even if the Emperor spares your life, do you not fear incurring the wrath of the Imperial Medical Bureau, resulting in dire consequences for yourself? I'm not afraid, for I have never tasted the fruits of good fortune, Deng Lu stated resolutely. I merely thought that even if I were mistaken, I would eliminate one possibility. However, if I'm correct, I could save many lives. At his tender age of 12 or 13, such words astonished Su Yin Luo, who then burst into laughter. I admire your spirit. You shall henceforth be my assistant rather than sweeping the floors in this bureau. Thank you, Sir Su. I shall devote myself to serving you diligently. Deng Lu replied. Su Yin Luo waved his hand dismissively. No need for that. I'm quite capable of looking after myself. I see potential in you, so stay by my side to learn something. In the future, you may earn your living. Enough, Deng Lu. Do rise. I have some questions for you. Is this prescription yours? Deng Lu shook his head. Was it penned by another physician? No, it was brought by the Emperor, who said he found it in a collection of itinerant notes and asked us to try to see if it had any efficacy. After administering it, we found the results quite favorable. Deng Lu recounted truthfully. Su Yinluo's eyes sparkled with excitement. Indeed, it was brought by the emperor. You stay here for now. I must seek his majesty. Su Yinluo hurried away. This was the first time he had encountered such a prescription, marveling at its brilliance. He had never imagined that the dreaded smallpox could be treated so simply. His thirst for knowledge was ignited. He yearned to meet the remarkable physician who could compose such a formula. Upon his arrival, Bai Junya was busy reviewing memorials. When informed of Su Yinluo's request to meet, he initially feared something dire had occurred and hastily summoned him inside. However, he was met with Su Yinluo's request to see the book containing the prescription. I merely found an excuse. What do you expect me to procure it for you? Bai Junya feigned a sorrowful expression. It is my fault. Last night, I accidentally dropped that book into the fire, and by the time I noticed, it had turned to ashes. Bai Junya sighed dramatically. In truth, he had indeed burned a book the previous night, but it was merely a memorial penned by a certain minister meant to provoke ire. He chose to remain silent. Who could know the truth? Whatever he claimed to have burned would simply be accepted as such. Su Yinluo's expression fell in disappointment. Does your majesty remember who the author of that book was? Or who penned that prescription? Chapter 53. The Empress is infected, alas. It seems commoners like me are fated to remain distant from such matters. Your Majesty, I have reviewed the prescription, and it is indeed most suitable for our current predicament. However, it ultimately addresses only the symptoms, not the root cause. If we do not devise a means to fundamentally prevent the emergence of smallpox, many more lives will be lost. I understand your concerns, but over the past century, despite the efforts of countless talented individuals, no definitive cure for smallpox has been found. Your aspirations, Sir Su, are indeed daunting. Your Majesty, as a member of the Apothecary Valley, I fear no difficulty. If I cannot discover a solution in a year, I shall persist for 10 years, 100 years. As long as life endures, so shall my research. Your noble spirit is commendable. The presence of someone like you, dedicated to the nation and its people, is a blessing for our great Shi. Bai Junya gestured grandly. Sir Su, pursue your research without hesitation. Speak freely of your needs. I shall wholeheartedly support you. Suyanluo canelti gratitude. The commoner thanks your majesty. After leaving, Su Yinluo noted that while the prescription provided by Little Moo Moo was remarkably effective for treating smallpox, it was limited to that ailment alone, leaving many other diseases stemming from smallpox as the most pressing challenges. Thus, after departing from Jiasen Hall, he made his way directly to the Isolation Palace. Having finally dispatched Su Yinluo, Bai Junya let out a sigh of relief, raised his teacup, and was just about to take a sip when Eunuch Fu rushed in. Your Majesty, bad news. Bai Junya's expression darkened, and he slammed the teacup onto the table. Jiang Fu, have you lost your senses? Why the urgency? What could possibly be wrong with me? Eunuch Fu struggled for breath, collapsing to the ground. Your Majesty, it is the Empress. Just now, someone from her palace reported that she has fainted. With a start, Bai Junya shot to his feet, the sudden movement causing his heavy chair to scrape loudly against the floor. Without a moment's thought, he hurried outside. Upon arriving at Jiafeng Palace, he found all the attendants wearing thick veils, and Su Yinluo was inside attending to the Empress. Upon hearing of Bai Junya's arrival, the Empress hastily instructed Rong Chui to block his way. Bai Junya was left standing in the courtyard, unable to advance, which infuriated him. Rong Chui, if you do not step aside, do not blame me for being impolite, he declared sternly. Rong Chui, the Empress's personal maid, held considerable sway in the Empress's heart, and Bai Junya did not wish to disrupt their relationship due to her. Rong Chui remained firm. If the Emperor insists on passing, then he may tread over my body. Bai Junya's expression darkened further, and he turned to Eunuch Fu. Jiang Fu, remove her from my path. Eunuch Fu stepped forward, along with two other young eunuchs, and together they forcibly moved Rong Chui aside. At that moment, Su Yinluo emerged with his diagnosis. Is smallpox? The Empress has indeed contracted the disease, though he had suspected it. Hearing Su Yinluo's words caused the Empress's heart to tremble. Hearing the commotion outside, she immediately cried out, Your Majesty, do not enter. I have contracted smallpox. Do not let this contagion reach you. Coughing violently, the Empress, already weakened, struggled to speak. Bai Junya did not falter, pushing open the outer door and catching sight of her through the beaded curtain. In a panic, the Empress drew a phoenix hairpin from her head and pressed it to her throat. "Your Majesty, if you take another step, I shall end my life in atonement." "Do not," Bai Junya exclaimed, alarmed, yet the threat made him hesitate to advance further. The Empress's expression was grave. "Your Majesty, if you withdraw, I shall relinquish this weapon." The two remained locked in a stalemate, and after a long while, Bai Junya could not persuade her to yield. Fearing for her safety, he reluctantly retreated. "I shall withdraw. You must lower the weapon." Only then did the Empress set the hairpin down, gazing at Bai Junya from behind the curtain. "Your Majesty need not worry. I am under Sir Su's care and shall be fine. Your health is of utmost importance. Please depart swiftly to avoid exposure to the contagion." Bai Junya refused to leave, his brows furrowed in worry. The Empress sighed softly. "Your Majesty, your presence here only adds to my anxiety, for I fear it may lead to your own illness. Your Majesty, would you kindly consider my feelings?" Bai Junya stood in the courtyard for what felt like an eternity, ultimately departing from Jiafeng Palace only after the Empress's persistent persuasion. As the heavy doors of the palace closed, they mirrored the weight in Bai Junya's heart, heavy and restless. Fearing he might contract the smallpox virus, Eunuch Fu hurriedly arranged for someone to bring Bai Junya's clothing, directing him to change out of the garments he had just worn, which were then incinerated. The flames licked at the silk threads, as if searing his very soul. He watched for a long time, until the fire had extinguished, before stepping outside, standing at the entrance and surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, he felt as though this vast palace no longer offered him a place to belong. After a prolonged pause, he made his way to the temporary quarters of Concubine Row. "Yes, moo just like that. Push with your feet and use your hands. You're almost there." As he reached the door, Bai Junya heard Concubine Row's voice, along with the heartwarming thoughts of little Moo. "Fais avant, et avant, em flipping. Em flipping, em flipping. Wah, I still can't roll over. Am I really this useless? After all this time, I still haven't learned to turn over. Don't cry, Moo. If you can't do it this time, we'll keep trying. You'll manage eventually. Be patient. There's no need to rush. I'm just a little clumsy. I can't do anything right, but I'm the best at drinking milk. No, it must be because I've been drinking too much milk and have gotten too plump to roll over. I've made up my mind. Starting today, I'll drink less milk. I'll lose weight. I'll learn to roll over. Oh, but I'm feeling a bit hungry." Bai Junya couldn't help but chuckle as he stepped inside. "Ah, it's Father Emperor. Look, Mother, it's Father Emperor. Your servant pays her respects to your Majesty. What brings you here at this hour?" Concubine Row was still unaware of the happenings at Jiafeng Palace. Bai Junya initially hesitated to speak, but recognizing that the matter could not be concealed, he said, "The Empress has contracted smallpox. I just visited Jiafeng Palace." "What? The Empress has also fallen ill? What? How could the Empress contract it?" The astonished exclamations of little Moo and Concubine Row echoed in unison. "There's no reason for it. Jiafeng Palace has been thoroughly inspected dozens of times, and preventative medicine has been administered repeatedly. There's no way the Empress could have been infected. Could it be that there was a lapse somewhere in Jiafeng Palace, allowing the virus to reach the Empress?" Chapter 54. Promotion in rank even in the original tale. The Empress had not contracted smallpox. This is strange indeed. Mother Rong, a person as meticulous as she, would never allow any oversight in Jiafeng Palace. My instincts tell me this matter is far from simple. Upon hearing this, both Bai Junya and Concubine Row sensed the gravity of the situation. "Your Majesty, the Empress was perfectly well yesterday, showing no signs of infection. Why has this sudden twist occurred? You must investigate thoroughly." Concubine Row spoke softly. "Indeed, what you say is quite right. I too find this matter suspicious. Jiafeng Palace has always been the most tightly guarded place, and only Mother Rong attends to the Empress personally. It is impossible for her to be unharmed while the Empress falls ill first." Bai Junya's expression grew solemn. "Zhang Fu, you must investigate this matter carefully. We must uncover whether there are other hands at play in the Empress's infection." "Yes, your servant will do so immediately." Eunuch Fu's expression was equally grave, clearly aware of the seriousness of the situation. Without a moment's delay, he hurriedly took his trusted apprentice to investigate the matter. Seeing that her mother and father had also recognized the irregularities, little Moo Moo felt relieved and allowed the wet nurse to carry her to the side hall for feeding, completely forgetting her earlier proclamations about wanting to lose weight. Junia looked at concubine Ro, whose complexion appeared somewhat weary, fully aware that she had been under considerable strain these past few days. Not only did she have to care for Moo Moo, but she also had to manage the affairs of the harem. Certainly, even the strongest of individuals would find it challenging. Junia took concubine Ro's hand in his. Concubine Ro smiled faintly. It's not burdensome. I am but a useless servant, unable to alleviate your majesty's worries in court. I can only strive to maintain clarity in the harem, so that you need not be troubled by such matters. Junia felt a warmth in his heart upon hearing her words. If one were to rank the individuals in the harem, concubine Ro would undoubtedly be second, with the Empress holding the first position. Both the Empress and concubine Ro had never caused him concern regarding harem affairs. He gazed into concubine Ro's eyes, which reflected deep affection, and felt a comforting warmth as he gently patted her hand. Considering all this, it seems rather unfair to confine you to the rank of concubine. Concubine Ro's eyes widened, and without a moment's hesitation, she knelt down. To receive your majesty's affection is already a great fortune for me. Rank is merely a title. I have never desired more. Junia raised an eyebrow. Are you unwilling to be promoted in rank, concubine Ro? Concubine Ro let out a bitter smile, looking up at Junia. For others, a promotion in rank is a coveted achievement, but for me, it is not necessarily a good thing. Now, as I assist in managing the 6 palaces, I have already garnered much resentment. Should I be promoted further, it would only exacerbate the situation. I fear for Moo Moo's safety. Your Majesty's affection for Moo Moo surpasses even that of several princes, allowing her to shine brightly in the palace. Yet I worry that with my elevation, her status will rise alongside mine, inviting envy and resentment. I am not afraid of them seeking trouble with me. I only fear they may covertly harm Moo Moo. She is my life. If anything were to happen to her, I would not wish to live. Concubine Ro spoke each word with utmost sincerity. This was likely the first time Junia had heard such candid expressions from a palace concubine, speaking openly about the hidden intrigues of the court. Nevertheless, he found himself quite fond of concubine Ro's forthrightness. It is far more pleasant to speak plainly than to engage in indirect insinuations. Junia chuckled softly. I merely mentioned it in passing, never anticipating that concubine Ro had so many thoughts on the matter. However, your concerns do possess some merit, but I do not share your view. As you stated, a promotion may indeed invite resentment. Yet, I must inquire, do you think that by remaining unpromoted, they will cease to harbor resentment towards you? I recall my mother once telling me in my youth that while high status may invite envy and trouble, being in a low position leaves one vulnerable to being trampled by others. Jealousy exists in everyone, yet few dare to act upon it. More often, it is fear of power that holds them back. Concubine Ro, I understand your worries, all stemming from your concern for Moo Moo. But have you considered that if you were elevated in rank, your status would serve as a protection for Moo Moo? Concubine Ro lowered her head, seemingly contemplating Junia's words. Junia had initially mentioned it casually, but after their lengthy discussion, he began to see the merit in promoting concubine Ro's rank. Of course, he could simply issue a decree promoting her without regard for her opinion, and she would have no choice but to accept. However, he wished to avoid any rift in their bond over such trivial matters. It is often said that royal favors are a blessing, yet they can also transform into an invisible blade, leaving behind unseen scars. After a long silence, concubine Ro lifted her head and smiled. Your Majesty speaks true. It seems I have been narrow-minded. Junia helped concubine Ro to her feet. You are not narrow-minded. You are merely bound by love. Once the smallpox has passed, I shall issue a decree for your promotion. Your servant thanks the Emperor. Concubine Ro bowed gracefully. Mother, why are you crying? Did Father Emperor bully you? You tell Moo Moo, and I'll stand up for you. Bad Father Emperor, what have you done to make Mother cry? The villain who bullies Mother. Moo Moo will never like you again. Mother, let's ignore this bad person from now on. In the future, Moo Moo will take care of you. I have so much gold. I can support you. Junia, rebellious girl. Do not forget who gave you all that gold. Moreover, I have never bullied your mother. Junia roared inwardly. Hearing little Moo Moo's heartfelt words, Ruo Fei felt warmth in her heart and was relieved that the emperor could not hear. Otherwise, what would he think of her? You ungrateful child, why are you staring at me like that? What have I done to provoke you? With a dark expression, Baijunia picked up little Moo Moo and pinched her cheek in annoyance. I was just discussing your mother's promotion with her. Are you dissatisfied with me for staring like that? Little Moo Moo suddenly froze, realizing that her mother's red eyes were not from being bullied, but from being touched. Her expression shifted immediately, revealing a broad smile. Hee hee, it's a misunderstanding. How could Father Emperor bully Mother? You are the best person in the world. Chapter 55 of Violent in Your Majesty. We have discovered that it was Lady Shun who sent someone to deliberately smear the pus from a smallpox sufferer onto the Empress's clothing, which caused her infection. Eunuch Fu stated after taking his position. Baijunia was enraged, slamming the teacup beside him, boldly daring to attempt to murder the Empress. Do you think I would not dare to execute her? Baijunia shouted angrily, striding towards the exit. Little Moo Moo nestled in Baijunia's arms, sucking her fingers. Angrier than Baijunia. That Lady Shun deserves to die. How could she harm the Empress? Father, you must not let her go. I wonder how the Empress is doing now. Her health was already poor, and now she has smallpox. I don't want anything to happen to her. Baijunia's anger slightly subsided at little Moo Moo's whimpering, as he gently rubbed her little head and comforted her. You are surely worried about the Empress as well. Rest assured, she has Mr. Su by her side, and she will be fine. By the way, speaking of Su Yin Luo, I recalled something strange. I clearly remember that in the original plot, the remedies for smallpox were painstakingly developed by Su Yin Luo over many sleepless nights. How is it now that Father Emperor saw it in the traveler's notes? Baijunia. So this is how the remedy came to be. Little Moo Moo pondered, but could not arrive at a conclusion. Could it be that because I survived, the plot has changed somewhat? Never mind. As long as the remedy still exists. I just don't know if Su Yin Luo will succeed in researching a complete cure for smallpox. In the original plot, he succeeded. Surely he can do it now as well? Although it may take longer, he should eventually find a solution, saving not just 1 or 2 lives, but tens of thousands, even hundreds of thousands. His achievements will be eternal. I hope Father Emperor does not think like in the original plot that Su Yin Luo's ideas are fanciful, not only withholding support, but also listening to treacherous officials, ruining the results of his hard work. Little Moo Moo sighed. Baijunia, fortunately, I have decided to support Su Yin Luo wholeheartedly. Moo Moo, the Empress always says you are a little lucky star. Today, I shall ask you, this little lucky star, do you think Mr. Su's plan to research a cure for smallpox is feasible? Not wanting to reveal that he could hear Moo Moo's thoughts, Baijunia feigned a casual question. Little Moo Moo immediately nodded vigorously, making sounds of agreement. It seems you believe it is feasible. I think so too, which is why I have already agreed to Mr. Su's request. He may conduct his research freely, and I will fully support him. So, do not worry yourself about it, and do not fret like an old lady. Luckily, he did not voice this thought, or else little Moo Moo would have surely scratched his face. Soon, they arrived at the Bai Lian Palace. The location was remote, the palace old and in disrepair, with overgrown weeds and moss, almost impassable. Eunuch Fu, being resourceful, had already sent people to clear the area as soon as he found out that Lady Shun was behind the mischief, creating a small path for passage. Lady Shun resided in the relatively well-preserved eastern wing. Baijunia kicked the door open, only to find Lady Shun seated inside, seemingly prepared, looking at him with an inviting smile. Let me think, why has your majesty come at this moment? Lady Shun stood, her smile growing radiant. But a flicker of intense hatred lay hidden in her eyes. Is it because the Empress has contracted smallpox? So how is it? Has she died? If so, I will not have lost. I will have company on the road to the underworld. Baijunia, filled with rage, kicked her in the chest, sending Lady Shun flying against the wall, where she spat out blood, weakly sliding down to the ground. Wretched woman, do you believe I will not kill you? Lady Shun laughed maniacally. What does it matter if I believe? Whether I do or do not, will you spare me? Baijunia, everything you have done to me is merely an attempt to eradicate the Shun family. Since I can no longer live, I might as well take a few people with me to the underworld. The Empress has been your wife since youth. Your bond is naturally profound. I want you to watch the one you care for slowly perish before your eyes while you can do nothing. Baijunia, you have forced my hand. The Empress's death is also your doing. Lady Shun screamed in despair, suddenly fixing her gaze on little Moo Moo. I did not expect you to react so quickly, which has benefited this wretched child. Otherwise, she would have to die. Do you not cherish this child, your precious gem? Then I shall gouge out your eyes to make you feel the agony of heartbreak. And that wretched Ruo Fei, she deserves to die. You all should accompany me to hell. Little Moo Moo was startled and instinctively looked up at Baijunia, only to find her father's face darker than storm clouds. She reached out her little hand to touch Baijunia's face. Father, do not be angry. If you get upset, this madwoman will only laugh. People like her are obstinate. We should not waste words with her. Baijunia found his daughter's reasoning quite sensible. He let out a cold laugh. Jiang Fu, Lady Shun has conspired to harm the Empress. She deserves death. Take her away and execute her with a beating. Although Lady Shun spoke of not fearing death, when death was imminent, fear consumed her mind. She retreated along the wall. Baijunia, you may kill me, but I carry your child. How can you be so cruel as to harm your own offspring? My child? Shinju, do you not know whose bastard you are carrying? Lady Shun immediately panicked. How could you know? Just a few days ago, you were so happy when you learned I was pregnant. You cannot know. Eunuch Jiang, did you not hear what I just said? Drag this wretched woman out and execute her with a beating. Eunuch Fu, initially hesitant about the child in Lady Shun's womb, was enraged upon discovering the child was not Baijunius and personally grabbed Lady Shun by the hair to drag her outside. Beat her hard. Eunuch Fu ordered loudly. In no time, the courtyard echoed with increasingly louder screams, and as time passed, the cries gradually weakened, leaving only the sound of the sticks striking flesh. Half an hour later, Eunuch Fu returned. Chapter 56. The reversal of rumors, Your Majesty. She has breathed her last. Baijunia waved his hand, signaling that this matter had reached its conclusion. On the 18th day of the 6th month, in the 7th year of Yuanxi, shortly after dawn, tea houses and taverns were already filled with patrons, either listening to or discussing the day's intriguing news. Have you heard about the Shun family? Someone sipped their tea and broached the topic. The Shun family has been charged with treason, a capital offense. Moreover, they have embezzled disaster relief funds meant for the common people from previous years. Indeed, the young lady of the Shun family is no good either, nor is the entire Shun family. One recalled, I remember there was a daughter from the Shun family serving in the palace as a consort. It is said she was carrying the emperor's child, yet she could not escape her fate. And the child? Another chimed in. They were all executed. Good heavens! Even if the Shun lady had committed some transgression, the child she bore was innocent. How could one be so cruel as to harm their own offspring? A few individuals mingling in the crowd exchanged glances, and one spoke up. That Shun lady was not carrying a child at all, but rather an evil spirit. It is said she used dark magic to summon it, a most sinister act that not only consumed her mind, but also harmed our beloved Empress. What? Is this true? Unlike Baijunia's notorious reputation, the Empress was well regarded among the populace, never having been the subject of negative rumors. In the hearts of the people, she was the embodiment of perfection, a celestial being sent to save them. Upon hearing that their divine Empress had been harmed, everyone grew tense, fixated on the speaker. The individual continued calmly. That Shun lady is truly wicked. She plotted to infect the Empress with smallpox. Moreover, this affliction was summoned by that evil spirit. The intent was to eliminate several individuals within the palace. Yet unexpectedly, it led to a rampant outbreak in the palace. Had the emperor not hastily performed a sacrifice to the heavens, kneeling in the Taiji Hall for an entire day and night, the smallpox would have spread to the common folk long ago. That accursed Shun lady seeks to drag our entire Shi nation down with her. The balance of public opinion gradually tilted in favor of Baijunia. A few individuals concealed in the crowd exchanged furtive glances and slowly retreated unnoticed. Simultaneously, another group stealthily withdrew, only to be intercepted by Baijunia's men as they reached a secluded spot. Before they could react, they were swiftly subdued and taken into the palace for interrogation, though regrettably, no useful information was extracted. Little Moo Moo had been staying with Baijunia for the past few days. Upon hearing the reports of public sentiment, she could not help but give Baijunia a thumbs up. Father, your strategy of using their own tactics against them is brilliant. Without any fuss, you have dismantled the schemes of the hidden mastermind. You are formidable, wise, and unparalleled. Bai Junius' lips curled into a proud smile at her praise. Just as he was about to respond, the hurried footsteps of eunuch Fu approached once more. Both Bai Junia and little Moo Moo's expressions changed simultaneously. Indeed, as soon as the eunuch drew near, he exclaimed, "Your Majesty, something terrible has happened." Bai Junius' expression darkened. "Speak plainly. Why the urgency? What has transpired?" Eunuch Fu cautiously glanced at the little princess, thinking to himself that she, being merely a few months old, would likely not comprehend his words. Thus, he lowered his voice. "Is concubine Ro? The maidservant Xiao Lai has just reported that concubine Ro has also contracted smallpox." Little Moo Moo trembled all over. In the next moment, she thrashed violently in Bai Junius' embrace. "Mother, I want to see Mother. Father, take me to see Mother." She pointed towards the door while wailing, her eyes reddening with tears. Bai Junia instinctively moved towards the exit, but halted at the threshold. He summoned a palace servant to carry little Moo Moo away. "Father, I want to go. Don't leave me behind. I want to go." With a loud cry, little Moo Moo began to weep uncontrollably. Bai Junia's heart ached, yet he had to be resolute. "No, Moo Moo, you cannot go. You are too small. What if you contract smallpox? I believe your mother would not wish this for you. Be a good girl, Moo Moo, and wait here for father. I shall go check on your mother." He gently placed a kiss on her forehead. "Be obedient, and do not worry your mother or me. All right?" Little Moo Moo's cries began to subside, her lip quivering as she gazed pitifully at Bai Junia, and under his watchful gaze, she nodded her small head in agreement. "Woo! Moo Moo doesn't want to worry mother. Moo Moo will be good and obedient. Father, please go check on mother." As little Moo Moo regained her composure, she understood Bai Junia's reasoning. Her frail body was indeed too weak. Should she contract smallpox, it would likely lead to dire consequences. She did not wish for concubine Ro to be burdened by worry. Little Moo Moo stretched her neck to watch him leave, refusing to depart until he disappeared from sight. Once she could no longer see the entrance, she began to wail again. The palace servants, at a loss, had no choice but to move her cradle to a spot where she could see the entrance yet remain sheltered from the wind. Bai Junia hurriedly made his way to the palace where concubine Ro was temporarily residing. Before he even entered, the pungent smell of medicine assaulted his senses. Just then, Su Yinluo emerged after treating concubine Ro and, upon seeing the emperor from a distance, bowed respectfully. "Mr. Su, how is concubine Ro's condition?" Su Yinluo shook his head, his brow furrowed. "I am primarily responsible for detoxifying you and the Empress, and occasionally I check on a little princess, but the others are beyond my purview. The Imperial Medical Office has failed to recognize concubine Ro's condition, showing a blatant disregard for life. Had I known sooner, I could have devised a means to restore her health, and she would not have found herself in such a perilous situation." Upon hearing Su Yinluo's words, Bai Junia's expression darkened considerably. "Mr. Su, I implore you, spare no effort in preserving concubine Ro's life. Moo Moo cannot lose her mother." Thinking of the adorable little girl, Su Yinluo's expression grew somber. "Your Majesty, do not worry. I will do my utmost. However, Your Majesty, this place is perilous. You must leave promptly. The country cannot be without its ruler for even a day. Please take care of yourself." "I understand, Mr. Su. I will speak a few words and then depart." Bai Junia, discerning Su Yinluo's concern for him, did not take offense at his insistence to leave. The palace doors were tightly shut, obscuring the scene within. Yet he knew that concubine Ro was listening. Thus, he raised his voice. "Concubine Ro, Moo Moo is well, and I will take good care of her. Do not worry about this. Focus on your recovery. Moo Moo is waiting for her mother." Inside, concubine Ro, in a feverish haze, could not even swallow her medicine. Momentarily regained clarity upon hearing his words. "Moo Moo," she croaked softly. Xiao Lai quickly stepped forward, grasping concubine Ro's raised hand. "My lady, the little princess is waiting for you. You must recover quickly. I have heard that children forget easily. If too long passes without seeing you, she may no longer remember you. Let us take our medicine and focus on getting better so we can see the little princess soon, shall we?" Concubine Ro weakly turned her head. "Xiao Lai, you are right. I must recover. My Moo Moo is waiting for me. Xiao Lai, bring the medicine. I must drink it." Seeing that concubine Ro had finally managed to swallow her medicine, Qiu Lai let out a heavy sigh of relief, hastily wringing out a cloth to replace the one that had become hot on concubine Ro's forehead. Bai Junya departed, and since his departure, a contingent of guards surrounded the palace, effectively sealing it off and prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. Unfortunately, Xiao Mumu's wet nurse also fell victim to this situation, leaving Mumu to subsist temporarily on goat's milk. Though she felt hunger, she lacked the appetite to open her mouth, even when the milk was brought to her lips. The palace attendants, anxious yet powerless, were left with no option but to refrain from forcibly prying the little princess's mouth open. If they dared to do so, they would surely find themselves in grave trouble by the morrow. Upon catching sight of Bai Junya, Xiao Mumu erupted in excitement, flailing her arms and legs in a delightful commotion. Chapter 57. The Missing Hostage. Xiao Mumu eagerly inquired. Bai Junya did not rush over immediately. Instead, he first changed into fresh attire in the inner chamber and applied medicinal ointment, ensuring that no part of him was overlooked before he finally approached to lift Mumu into his arms. Xiao Mumu gazed up at him, incessantly asking about her mother's condition. Bai Junya gently tapped her nose. "Do not worry, mister. Su has assured me that your mother is not in serious danger and will recover with time and medication." "Really? Father, you are not deceiving me, are you? Swear to me that if you are lying, you will turn into a little dog." Bai Junya thought it best to pretend he had not heard that. At that moment, Xiao Mumu's stomach let out a growl. She paused, suddenly realizing her hunger. Bai Junya, angered, shouted, "Are you all dead? The little princess is hungry, and you remain oblivious. Hurry and fetch goat's milk for her." "Father, please do not blame them. They just fed me. It is my own concern for mother's appetite that has kept me from eating." Xiao Mumu quickly defended the palace attendants. "Father, do not frown. It is quite frightening and has scared everyone." Bai Junya cast a sidelong glance at Xiao Mumu, thinking to himself that she did not appear frightened at all. Nevertheless, he softened his expression and took the goat's milk, feeding it to Xiao Mumu bit by bit. Being a child, she was naturally exhausted from such a long period without food or rest. Bai Junya, filled with compassion, carefully placed Mumu onto the bed in the inner chamber, instructing those present to keep a watchful eye on her before he turned to leave for the outer hall. Concubine Ro had also contracted smallpox, and someone needed to be held accountable for this outbreak. After much contemplation, he summoned the crown prince. "My son, I have called you here today to entrust you with an important task. Concubine Ro has also fallen ill. I am assigning you to manage the situation regarding the smallpox outbreak. Will you accept this responsibility?" The crown prince bowed deeply. "I am willing, for it is my duty to alleviate father's concerns." "Very well, I leave this matter in your hands. But remember to take care of your own protection. You must not become infected. You are all that remains by my side." "Yes, I will heed your words, father. Then you may go." The crown prince did not move, prompting Bai Junya to look at him with confusion. "Father, I have a small request." "What is it? May I go see my little sister?" "Yes. She is in the inner chamber. Go quietly, for she is asleep." The crown prince nodded and entered the room, taking a moment to check on Xiao Mumu before stepping back out. He soon became busy, finding no time to return for several days. As time passed, the spread of smallpox was finally brought under control, with no new cases reported for consecutive days, and many of those previously infected began to show signs of recovery. However, a significant number had not survived. On this day, June 25th, with the smallpox outbreak under control, Bai Yinqing finally found a moment to report back to Bai Junya. After completing his report, he visited the side hall to see Mumu and play with her. "Brother Crown Prince, how are the Empress and Mother doing? May I visit them?" Xiao Mumu nestled in Bai Yinqing's embrace, her eyes filled with eager anticipation. Bai Yinqing hesitated, unsure of how to respond. He could not possibly tell her that concubine Ro was still weak and had not shown substantial improvement. Such news was not to be shared, yet he did not wish to deceive her. He pursed his lips, pretending not to hear. Xiao Mumu, oblivious to his silence, sighed. "Oh, how foolish of me. How could Brother Crown Prince possibly hear what I said? But judging by your expression, they must be fine, right?" Xiao Mumu began to reason with herself. In the original storyline, both the Empress and Mother were unharmed. Even if the plot diverges, it shouldn't be too severe. By the way, what is Sister Zhou? It has been so long. I wonder how she is. Bai Yinqing replied, "This I can answer. He ruffled her hair. Mumu, why do you keep glancing in that direction? Are you worried about Miss Zhou? Xiao Mumu was momentarily taken aback, then brightened. Oh, I see. You can rest assured. Miss Zhou has not contracted smallpox. She merely caught a mild cold and has already recovered a few days ago. Oh, that is wonderful news. I was so worried for her being so young. Then, Brother Crown Prince, what about Mother? Is she getting better? Xiao Mumu asked again. Bai Yinqing sealed his lips, continuing to feign ignorance. Xiao Mumu felt a pang of disappointment. Huh? Why is your ability to communicate failing again? Brother Crown Prince, are we no longer in sync? She pouted, though she ultimately refrained from tears. Such occurrences were not uncommon, and while she found it strange, she felt a mix of disappointment and helplessness. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and a flash of realization crossed her face. Oh no! Her eyes widened, filled with unease, and a flicker of fear darted across her gaze. Xiao Mumu tightly grasped the lapel of Bai Yinqing's robe, pulling at it with such force that it contorted, leaving a slight indent around his neck. Without waiting for Bai Yinqing to inquire, Xiao Mumu shouted, Quick! Brother Crown Prince, have you sent someone to check on Lu Chonglin? Bai Yinqing's heart sank. He had forgotten. Not just him, but everyone had overlooked the person in the cold palace. At this moment, who would remember those confined there? Bai Yinqing's expression hardened, and without needing further prompting from Xiao Mumu, he summoned his attendant. Xiao Yunzi, quickly, take someone to the cold palace and check on how Chu Ji is faring. No, Brother Crown Prince, my right eyelid has been twitching uncontrollably. They say the left is auspicious and the right is ominous. Something must have happened to Lu Chonglin. Brother Crown Prince, you must take me with you. Bai Yinqing stood firm, even without the threat of smallpox in the palace. He would not easily bring Xiao Mumu to the cold palace. Seeing him hesitate, she grew frantic, and in a moment of desperation, she reached out and pinched his face hard. Brother Crown Prince, stop dawdling. Take me there now, or, if Lu Chonglin is harmed, we will all be doomed. Xiao Mumu's grip was surprisingly strong, and Bai Yinqing, caught off guard, winced as tears nearly sprang to his eyes from the pain. He quickly pried her fingers away, revealing several red marks on his face. All right, Mumu. You truly have a strong grip. Do you still consider me your brother? Bai Yinqing felt both wronged and hurt. Xiao Mumu was taken aback, realizing her own strength in pinching him. However, there was no time for remorse. Her concern for Lu Chonglin outweighed her sympathy for Bai Yinqing. With resolve, she attempted to pinch him again. Bai Yinqing, quick-witted, seized both her hands, declaring, now you cannot pinch me anymore. Indeed, while her hands were restrained, her voice remained unhindered, and she began to wail, Wah! Bai Yinqing, in a flurry of panic, scrambled to comfort her. You refuse to take me to find Lu Chonglin, and I shall weep endlessly. If Lu Chonglin is dead, we are all doomed. It would be better for me to weep myself to death. Upon finishing her lament, Xia Omu cried even more sorrowfully, her expression filled with terror. Your Highness, it is dire news. The Chu hostage has gone missing. Chapter 58. It was the little princess who saved him. Bai Yinqing was taken aback, his brow furrowing. You must search for him. Xiao Yunzi nodded. I have searched the entire cold palace, yet found no trace of the Chu hostage. Your Highness, could it be that he took advantage of the chaos in the palace to escape? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Lu Chonglin would never do such a thing. Brother, Lu Chonglin must be in danger. We must hurry to the cold palace. Xia Omu, in her urgency, pinched Bai Yinqing. He too recognized the gravity of the situation and swiftly led the way to the cold palace. As they passed by Junia's place of governance, he hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided not to report this matter. Xia Omu nestled in Bai Yinqing's embrace, incessantly urging him to hurry. I'm already going as fast as I can. If I go any faster, I shall be running. Unable to endure Xia Omu's incessant pleas, Bai Yinqing reluctantly quickened his pace without compromising his dignity. Finally, after a quarter of an hour, they arrived at the cold palace, only to find Lu Chonglin's residence utterly deserted. Bai Yinqing stood in the center of the room, surveying the surroundings, and noticed a fine layer of dust coating the table. Heavens, it is covered in dust. Lu Chonglin is so fastidious. This is utterly inconceivable. Brother, Lu Chonglin must have been missing for several days. The unease in Xia Omu's heart intensified. How could no one have discovered his absence for days? Surely someone must have brought him food? Bai Yinqing's expression darkened further, and he immediately commanded a search in the vicinity of the cold palace. Xiao Yunzi departed with the group. At that moment, Xiaomu felt a sudden jolt in her heart, an indescribable sensation spreading within her, reminiscent of the moment she was about to face the tribulation lightning. In her distress, she inadvertently tightened her grip on Bai Yinqing, causing him to cry out in pain. Xiaomu, why do you always pinch me? Lu Chonglin's disappearance is not my doing. Bai Yinqing's reaction was understandable, as Xiaomu's grip was far too tight, nearly drawing blood. Realizing her mistake, she quickly released him. I'm so sorry, brother. I did not mean to. I'm just so worried about Lu Chonglin. Taking a deep breath to suppress her anxiety, she began to contemplate how she could be of assistance in this dire situation. Just then, she caught sight of her small hand, a flicker of spiritual energy swirling at her fingertips. She smacked her forehead, realizing she had forgotten about her own abilities. Immediately, Xiaomu summoned her full spiritual power, weaving it into delicate threads to sense Lu Chonglin's presence. She fell silent, prompting Bai Yinqing to glance down at her. Noticing her eyes closed and her lips pressed tightly together. Assuming she was still upset, he offered a resigned smile. As time passed, Xiaomu's complexion grew paler. Yet her efforts bore fruit. She finally sensed Lu Chonglin's presence. Suddenly, her eyes flew open. Brother, he is to the northwest. Lu Chonglin is in the northwest. Quickly, send someone to search there. Bai Yinqing hesitated for a moment, then quickly instructed, Xiao Yunzi, I sense something amiss here. You must investigate. He pointed toward the northwest. Xiao Yunzi promptly took a few individuals with him, while Bai Yinqing, urged on by Xiaomu, followed in that direction. As they approached, they heard Xiao Yunzi's startled shout. Your Highness, the Chu hostage is indeed here. Bai Yinqing quickened his pace, and soon discovered Lu Chonglin unconscious between a large tree and the wall. The tree's shelter had prevented Xiao Yunzi from finding him earlier. Xiao Yunzi crouched down to check Lu Chonglin's breath, his expression changing drastically. Your Highness, the Chu hostage appears to have no breath. Bai Yinqing furrowed his brow and knelt beside him to confirm. Indeed, there was no sign of life. What? Lu Chonglin is dead. Impossible. He is the chosen one. He cannot perish so easily. There must be a way to save him. Xiaomu frantically reached out to touch Lu Chonglin, only to find him icy cold. Instantly, her heart sank. How could this be? Lu Chonglin is the protagonist. How could he die? In the original storyline, he survived such grievous injuries. Suddenly, Xiaomu felt a faint pulse, a flicker of life. Her heart raced as she realized Lu Chonglin was not dead yet, but he would be soon. Instantly, she summoned her entire spiritual energy, pouring it into Lu Chonglin without reservation. Lu Chonglin, you shall not die. Wake up. Her words pierced through the void, reaching Lu Chonglin, who wandered in darkness. He did not remember who he was, where he was going, or why he was there. Silence, darkness, nothingness. Like a puppet on a string, he moved forward. At that moment, he heard the tender yet powerful voice. A wave of warmth spread from his heart to his limbs. He remembered. He was Lu Chonglin, the hostage sent from a state of Chu to the Great Shi state. Just as he grasped this, the string tightened, pulling him back from where he had come, until light appeared before him. Emerging from the light felt like being reborn. Lu Chonglin, do not sleep. Open your eyes. The youthful, forceful voice echoed in his mind. He instinctively summoned all his strength to crack open his eyelids, revealing a charming little princess before him. Oh, it is the little princess, he thought. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip around his fingers and a mysterious force, comforting and warm, pulsed from their connection. So, it was the little princess who had saved him. Chapter 59, Two Hearts. Lu Chonglin struggled to open his eyes wider, wishing to discern more, but ultimately succumbed to the heaviness of consciousness. Finally, he closed his eyelids once more. Meanwhile, Bai Yinqing was astonished to see Lu Chonglin's complexion visibly improve, a healthy flush returning to his cheeks. When he reached out again, he felt a faint but steady pulse. Lu Chonglin was alive. Xiao Yunzi summoned the Imperial physician. As it happened, Xiao Yunzi had just left the cold palace when he fortuitously encountered Su Yanluo. Seeing Xiao Yunzi's distressed state, he inquired and learned of Lu Chonglin's perilous condition. With a wave of his hand, he instructed Xiao Yunzi to lead him there. Bai Yinqing shifted slightly, cradling Xiaomu to the side, creating space for Su Yinluo to attend to Lu Chonglin. He anticipated that Xiaomu might resist, but to his surprise, she willingly released her hold. If he had observed more closely, he would have noticed the fatigue and weariness reflected in Xiaomu's drooping eyelids, battling waves of dizziness. She watched as Su Yinluo treated Lu Chonglin, until finally, upon hearing Su Yinluo declare that timely intervention had averted a life-threatening situation, she could no longer withstand her exhaustion and slumped over, falling into a deep slumber. Su Yinluo stood up from the ground, brushing off his hands. This lad is quite fortunate. Had I arrived even a moment later, he would surely have perished. Bai Yinqing slightly inclined his body, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Mr. Su. May I inquire about the condition of this Chu prince? He has contracted smallpox, Su Yinluo replied with remarkable calmness. Bai Yinqing's expression shifted dramatically, and he immediately retreated while cradling little Mu. He was unconcerned for himself, but Mu was still young and must not be exposed to such afflictions. Simultaneously, he chastised himself harshly in his thoughts. Had he known that Lu Chonglin had contracted smallpox, he would never have brought Mu here, no matter how much she cried. Seeing his demeanor, Su Yinluo chuckled softly. Rest assured, Your Highness. He is already recovered. It seems he sought help outside the cold palace when he first fell ill, and, due to a high fever, accidentally fell from a tree and lost consciousness. As he spoke, Su Yinluo examined Lu Chonglin on the ground with evident interest. This Chu prince is indeed intriguing. I have never encountered anyone who could recover from smallpox without medication. Your Highness, might I suggest that the Chu prince be moved to the commoner's residence for recuperation? Su Yinluo looked at Bai Yinqing with a hint of excitement. Mr. Su, I must consult with my father before proceeding, Bai Yinqing replied. Xiao Yunzi, please escort the Chu prince to the Imperial hospital. Once he had given his orders, he noticed an unusual silence and looked down to find that little Mu had closed her eyes at some point, assuming she had fallen asleep. He adjusted his hold on her to a more comfortable position and left the cold palace with Su Yinluo. When Su Yinluo expressed his desire to personally attend to Lu Chonglin's medical needs, Bai Junia's hand paused over the documents he was reviewing. He then said, Since Mr. Su has requested it, let it be done. It was as though Lu Chonglin were not a person, but an inanimate object to be sent to and fro. Yes, Bai Yinqing replied. Bai Junia set down his red brush. How is your mother faring? Bai Junia's furrowed brow relaxed slightly as he patted the prince's shoulder, generously saying, My son, you need not worry. It is due to the guidance of your father and mother that you have done well. Bai Junia smiled. Let us not indulge in such formalities between father and son. I have certainly noticed your efforts and contributions. When you perform well, I will commend you. Should you falter, I shall not overlook it. Enough, stay and dine with me, he added. The father and son shared a rare meal together, while little Mu remained in a deep slumber. Little Mu glanced down, noticing that the light from the multicolored glass lanterns was slightly brighter than before. She routinely wandered around the cave, but found nothing she could touch. Oh, except for the spiritual fruit. She tucked it into her pocket, trying to see if she could exit the cave. Just as she reached the doorway, an invisible barrier blocked her path. Mu felt a twinge of regret. How long has the little princess been asleep? Bai Junia's voice floated in. She hasn't tea awakened? Has she not eaten? Yes, responded a palace maid, her voice tinged with fear. You foolish creatures. Why haven't you sought the Imperial physician? If anything were to happen to the little princess, I will hold you accountable. Father, I'm fine. I just accidentally slept a little longer, little Mu interjected. Bai Junia looked down and met her dark, pearl-like eyes. He breathed a sigh of relief. You little sluggard, why do you love sleeping in so? One day, you will give your father a fright. What is it you are holding? Bai Junia reached to pry open Mu's palm. Father, don't, she shouted. This is my treasure. You'll break it. Last time, one spiritual fruit had caused her sleep for a long while. If she were to absorb two at once, who knows how long she would be asleep. With that thought, little Mu waved her hands to evade Bai Junia. All right. I won't touch your treasure. Just be careful. Your clothes are lifting. Bai Junia chuckled as he adjusted her garment to cover her little belly. He then carried little Mu to the study, allowing her to watch as he reviewed official documents. Seizing the opportunity when Bai Junya was distracted, little Moo Moo quickly popped a spiritual fruit into her mouth. It melted instantly, and pure spiritual energy flowed down her throat, spreading through her limbs. She immediately focused on absorbing the spiritual energy, refining and assimilating it. Before long, she had completely absorbed the spiritual energy contained within the fruit. Little Moo Moo smacked her lips, feeling unsatisfied. After a moment's thought, she decided to swallow the second spiritual fruit as well. She raised her small hand to her mouth, about to open it, when suddenly a large hand appeared and snatched the fruit from her grasp. Chapter 60. Let us go home. Little Moo Moo froze for a moment, looking up to see that it was Bai Junya who had taken her spiritual fruit. He wore a serious expression. Moo Moo, how can you eat things so carelessly? What if this fruit is poisonous? It's not, father. This is a spiritual fruit, a good thing, and it's not poisonous, she insisted. What is a spiritual fruit? Bai Junya's interest was piqued. His daughter not only seemed to know of future events, but often spoke of things he did not understand. Now, she had produced something he had never seen before. He scrutinized it closely, but could not discern anything extraordinary about it. However, since his daughter claimed it was a good thing, he would take it for further examination. Thus, little Moo Moo watched helplessly as Bai Junya pocketed her spiritual fruit. Father, you must return my spiritual fruit. Naturally, Bai Junya would not take his daughter's treasure without compensation. He casually placed a nearby jade seal into her cradle. Be good. Moo Moo, your father has some matters to attend to. Play by yourself for a while. As Bai Junya left amidst little Moo Moo's protests, he found Su Yin Luo and handed him the spiritual fruit, asking him to examine it for any remarkable qualities. Su Yin Luo took it, inspecting and sniffing it, but could not determine anything special about it. Your Majesty, may I cut it open to take a look? He inquired. Absolutely not, Bai Junya replied, incredulous. That is my precious daughter's only fruit. If you cut it open, what will she do? With the fruit still in hand, Bai Junya departed, leaving Su Yin Luo standing in confusion, unable to comprehend Bai Junya's intentions for quite some time. Meanwhile, the eunuch Fu Gongong looked pale with fright. Oh dear, my little princess, we cannot afford to lose this. Little Moo Moo held the jade seal high, giggling joyfully. Moments later, she changed direction, pretending to drop it, startling Fu Gongong into a hurried catch. Yet the seal remained firmly in her grasp. Amused by Fu Gongong's reaction, she burst into a fit of giggles. Bai Junya raised an eyebrow in surprise and approached to snatch the jade seal from her. You have quite a grip. You can lift the jade seal. Be careful not to hit yourself on the head. I want tea, father. Not only can I lift this jade seal, but I can also lift that golden lion on your desk, she declared proudly, waving her little arms. Having absorbed the spiritual energy, she now felt invigorated. Bai Junya glanced at the golden lion, which was larger than her head and solidly made. He did not believe she could lift it. Bai Junya returned the spiritual fruit to little Moo Moo. Here you go, your treasure. Your father has returned it to you. Little Moo Moo happily accepted the fruit. As soon as the words left his lips, she exclaimed and swallowed it whole. Bai Junya and Fu Gongong were both taken aback, the former quickly attempting to pry open little Moo Moo's mouth. He found nothing. Bai Junya was furious. Moo Moo, did you not hear what your father just said? What if it gets stuck? Little Moo Moo froze, sensing his anger, and for once felt a twinge of guilt. She reached out her chubby little hand to pat Bai Junya. Father, if one tea gets stuck, the spiritual fruit melts as soon as it enters my mouth. And it's delicious. Bai Junya maintained a solemn expression, while Xiao Moo Moo unleashed her charm with a radiant smile. All right, I apologize, father. I promise I won't misbehave again. Please don't be angry, okay? Your angry face is truly terrifying, like a monstrous spirit ready to devour me. Oh dear, you're going to scare me to death. Bai Junya sighed, feeling utterly drained. Ultimately, as a form of punishment, he imposed a fine of 50 taels of silver on Xiao Moo Moo, causing her to burst into tears. Whoa, how about you just hit me instead? 50 taels is a fortune. I could buy so many sweet candies with that. Bai Junya rubbed his temples and, with an impassive demeanor, replied, If you continue to cry, I shall impose an additional fine of 100 taels. Instantly, Xiao Moo Moo ceased her tears, clutching her delicate self and gazing at him with a look of deep grievance. Eunuch Fu stood by, utterly astounded. Days passed, and the outbreak of smallpox was finally under control. The Empress's condition stabilized, and even concubine Ro began to show signs of recovery. The palace, once shrouded in despair, gradually saw the return of life, with people beginning to move about once more. However, the epidemic had claimed numerous lives, resulting in a sudden vacancy of many positions among the palace maids and eunuchs. Some unfortunate souls, from the highest-ranking consorts to those sweeping the streets outside, found themselves without escape. At this juncture, the crown prince brought forth good news. Zhou Wanshu had recovered from her cold. That's wonderful. Now I can play with Sister Zhou again. Xiao Mumu exclaimed joyfully upon hearing this news after being brought to the Imperial study by Junya. The Zhou family is a rare paragon of integrity. Had it not been for the early demise of Lady Zhou, which led to the tragic fate of Lord Zhou, they could have been a significant support to you, father. After all, Lady Zhou's family is the wealthiest in our great Shi kingdom and a true benefactor. If it weren't for the way you handle matters concerning the Zhou family, they wouldn't have stood by and watched the imperial power of Shi be dismantled. Now that Sister Zhou has not been disfigured by the Shun family, and Lady Zhou is alive, surely the Li family will no longer turn a blind eye? Xiao Mumu pondered thoughtfully. Junya then realized how profoundly significant the Zhou family was to him. Reflecting on Zhou Bingquan's stern countenance, he sighed lightly. Previously, he had thought Zhou Bingquan overly rigid and serious, but now it seemed that the advice he had offered was indeed beneficial. Had it not been for Mumu's reminder, he might have overlooked this capable minister. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Junya's expression softened. Upon hearing Mumu's words, both he and Bai Yinqing paused momentarily. Bai Yinqing thought to himself, "Thankfully, father cannot hear." Junya inquired, "Crown Prince, do you have feelings for the young lady from the Zhou family?" Bai Yinqing cautiously stole a glance at his father, feeling immensely relieved that he couldn't hear Mumu's words, while simultaneously feeling helpless regarding her comments. Thank goodness no one else heard. Otherwise, the reputation of Miss Zhou would surely be tarnished. It seemed he needed to have a talk with Mumu soon to prevent such discussions in the future. As he pondered this, he took his leave. Junya, seated at the desk, wore a peculiar expression but soon returned to normal. After all, the crown prince was nearing 16. It was indeed the age of budding romance. However, with the Su family's daughter wanting to bring about the crown prince's demise, Junya hesitated to hastily arrange a marriage for him. If the crown prince truly liked Zhou Wanshu, he was deep in thought when he suddenly noticed Xiao Mumu nibbling on her fingers, and an idea struck him. He casually handed her the jade ring from his finger to play with, and asked, "Mumu, what do you think of the young lady from the Zhou family? She is wonderful, very gentle and patient, beautiful as well, courteous, efficient in her tasks, and she tells me stories. You wouldn't believe, father, how she brings those dull history books to life. I've remembered so much because of her. Sister Zhou is also an extraordinary embroiderer. Even mother praises her skills. And that is not all. If you ask me to list her virtues, I could go on for 3 days and nights. Too bad I'm a girl. Otherwise, I would definitely marry Sister Zhou." Xiao Mumu sighed with a look of regret. Junya was quite taken aback. It was the first time he had heard his daughter speak so fondly of someone. Was the Zhou family girl truly that remarkable? Wait, father. Why are you asking me this? Xiao Mumu suddenly looked at him with suspicion. As if struck by a revelation, her mouth dropped open in shock. No, father. You must not have any designs on my sister Zhou. I intend for her to be my sister-in-law. You cannot compete with my crown prince brother. Did you hear that? Father? You must not entertain any improper thoughts about my sister Zhou. Xiao Mumu exclaimed animatedly, flailing her little hands and feet, completely oblivious to the darkening expression on Junya's face. What nonsense is this? He was only 28, hardly ancient. No, that wasn't the point, you little imp. Which of your eyes saw your father harboring intentions toward the Zhou girl? It was purely for your dear crown prince brother's sake that I inquired. Junya felt his temper rising. Mumu, he gritted out, and only then did Xiao Mumu notice his pale countenance, her mind filled with questions. Wow, father, what is wrong? Your face is changing colors. Are you feeling unwell? Onukfu, quickly come here. My father is not well. Go fetch Su Yinlu. Xiao Mumu shouted in alarm, her little limbs flailing even more vigorously. Bai Junia's anger subsided a bit, and he forced a smile, adopting a demeanor as gentle as a spring breeze. He restrained her hands and feet. All right, stop moving. If you fall, I one-tea catch you. Oh, so father is fine? Then you must not entertain any thoughts about my sister Zhou. Bai Junia. Still remember that? Mumu. Bai Junia interrupted her. What do you think about the Zhou girl becoming your crown prince brother's princess? Huh? So that's why you asked about sister Zhou? Bai Junia responded, what else? Do you truly believe your father is such a foolish ruler, utterly blinded by desire? Xiao Mumu awkwardly scratched her face, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, utterly mortified. Hee father. You have an exceptional eye. Sister Zhou and my crown prince brother are indeed a match made in heaven. Your decision, father, is astutely wise. Xiao Mumu lavished praise upon him, causing Bai Junia to feel a wave of satisfaction wash over him, a smile that he could not suppress gracing his lips. With a heart full of joy, he found himself writing with a lighter hand while reviewing documents, even handling those petitions that usually infuriated him with a calm demeanor. Bai Junia paused, his interest piqued, and summoned Zhou Wanshu to the palace. Bai Yinqing, fearing that his father sought to reprimand her, hurried to defend Zhou Wanshu. Bai Junia's expression was peculiar. Crown Prince, what did I ever say I would punish her? I merely wished to inquire about her reasons for refusal. Realizing his misunderstanding, Bai Yinqing felt embarrassed. Xiao Mumu was ecstatic. Whoa, Crown Prince. I never expected you to be so deeply in love with my sister, Zhou, that you would plead on her behalf. She covered her mouth in awe, touched beyond measure. Bai Junia, is it true that the Crown Prince is so fond of that girl from the Zhou family? Bai Yinqing, I have not. Do not speak nonsense. Reminiscing about the many reckless things he had done for the Empress in his youth, Bai Junia coughed lightly. I merely summoned her to inquire about some matters. Crown Prince, do not be anxious. Bai Yinqing opened his mouth, intending to argue, but found himself at a loss for words. Just as he was in turmoil, Zhou Wanshu arrived. Your servant greets your majesty. May your majesty be blessed. Zhou Wanshu bowed deeply. Bai Junia chuckled. There are others in the palace to care for Mumu. What can you do by staying? The gentle consort saved my mother, and our family owes a great debt to the Zhou family. Now, as the gentle consort is unwell and cannot accompany the little princess, I possess only the ability to entertain children. I wish to stay by the little princess's side to alleviate her longing for her mother and hope that the gentle consort can rest assured and recover soon. And what of your family? Do you not miss home? Are you not afraid they will worry for you? Zhou Wanshu bit her lip and ultimately replied earnestly. I do miss home, but I understand my parents. If they were to learn of this, they would surely support my decision. I will be cautious and not cause them concern. She bowed her head again. I humbly request, your majesty, to allow me to remain in the palace and continue accompanying the little princess. Bai Junia rose, hands clasped behind his back. What if I do not agree? Chapter 62. The Crown Prince handles state affairs. The Imperial study was enveloped in silence. Even the usually boisterous Mumu was quiet, cautiously observing Bai Junia, pondering the meaning behind his words, and casting worried glances at Zhou Wanshu, fearful of her incurring punishment. Zhou Wanshu, kneeling on the ground, momentarily stunned, then sincerely stated, If your majesty does not permit me to stay, there must be your reasoning behind it, and I shall abide by your decree. Since you wish to stay, then stay. Zhou Wanshu was elated and hurriedly expressed her gratitude. That is enough. I still have memorials to review. So you may take the little princess to the side hall to play. Little Mumu eagerly reached out to Zhou Wanshu, joyfully accompanying her to the side hall. Bai Yinqing initially intended to leave, but was called back by Bai Junia. Crown Prince, come here, take a look at this memorial and share your thoughts on it. Bai Junia summoned Bai Yinqing over, casually handing him a memorial. This was Bai Yinqing's first encounter with a court memorial, and as he suppressed his excitement and read through it word by word, he furrowed his brow. I do not agree, Bai Yinqing stated. Please elaborate on your reasoning. Bai Junia took back the memorial, glancing at it and marking a large cross on it. Danzhou is located on the plateau. The rainfall is sparse and does not require dam construction. Instead of building a dam, I believe it would be better to repair the water channels. Bai Junia smiled. Well said. Now, take a look at this one. Bai Junia handed him another memorial. Simultaneously, Zhou Wanshu had brought little Mumu to the side hall. Little princess, it has been a few days. Do you still remember your servant? Zhou Wanshu waved a toy in front of little Moo Moo and asked. Of course I remember. I think of Sister Zhou every day, so much that I can't even drink my milk. Look, have I lost weight? Zhou Wanshu examined her closely and sighed in relief. The little princess appears quite plump again. She must be eating and sleeping well. This is good. When the gentle consort recovers, she will surely be pleased. Well, if Sister Zhou says I have gained weight, then I have. I also haven't seen Mother for many days. I wonder how she is recovering? Little Moo Moo suddenly became despondent. Is the little princess thinking of the gentle consort? Fear not, little princess. The gentle consort is blessed and will surely be fine. Little princess, you have not had your stories read to you for several days. Shall I read you a story? Little Moo Moo's eyes lit up. Yes, yes. I want to hear the story of Mu Guiying. Zhou Wanshu could not hear her wish and began recounting the tales of the Yang family generals. Initially, little Moo Moo was not very attentive, but as time passed, she became increasingly engrossed, her hands and feet animatedly mimicking the plot, her little mouth chattering incessantly. Your Majesty, it is time for your medicine. Rong Shui entered with a bowl of medicine, carefully helping the Empress sit up just as the Empress extended her hand. Hand it to me. Rong Shui passed the bowl, and the Empress drank it all in one go. Rong Shui quickly offered her a candied fruit. The Empress shook her head. No need. After taking this medicine for so long, I no longer find it bitter. By the way, I remember that girl from the Zhou family seemed to have caught a cold. How is she? Did she refuse? Why? Rong Shui lowered her gaze and recounted the events that transpired in the Imperial study. Upon hearing this, the Empress chuckled. That girl from the Zhou family is quite remarkable. Despite her youth, she handles her words and actions with great poise. Rong Shui also smiled. I believe Ms. Zhou will surely have a bright future. The Empress smiled, but said nothing, her impression of Zhou Wanshu growing more favorable. By the way, where is the Crown Prince? His Highness is still in the Imperial study, attending to state affairs with the Emperor. The Crown Prince is no longer a child. It is time he learns to share his father's burdens. However, we must also ensure that someone watches over his health, lest he overexert himself. Though the Empress felt concern for the Crown Prince's health, she understood that, as the heir, his engagement with state affairs was inevitable. Should he inherit the throne, he would only be busier than he is now. As a mother, she could not merely wish for him to possess good health. She must not hinder his future. A majestic eagle belongs in the sky. What she must do is learn to let go at the appropriate time. As evening approached, Bai Yinqing finally departed from the Imperial study. Before leaving, he glanced at little Moo Moo, who was sleeping soundly, while Zhou Wanshu quietly sat nearby reading. Bai Yinqing did not enter, but stood by the door for a while before departing. With Zhou Wanshu's company, little Moo Moo appeared much happier. Her favorite pastime now was to coax Zhou Wanshu into seeking Su Yanluo every day. Initially, Zhou Wanshu did not comprehend little Moo Moo's intentions. But after Bai Yinqing explained it to her, she finally understood. Now, she could generally infer what little Moo Moo desired from her gestures. For instance, at this moment, little Moo Moo pointed outward, and she knew that little Moo Moo wanted to go outside. Little princess, do you wish to play outside? Little Moo Moo nodded. Zhou Wanshu instructed a palace, made to carry her outside. Shortly thereafter, little Moo Moo pointed in a certain direction. Zhou Wanshu looked troubled. Little princess, you want to find Mr. Su again, but His Highness the Crown Prince has said that you cannot go there often. Oh, if I don't say anything, how would the Crown Prince know? Besides, I'm not going to find Su Yanluo. I'm going to find Lu Chonglin. Little Moo Moo insisted, pointing persistently. In the end, Zhou Wanshu could not bring herself to refuse and took her there. Little princess, you are here to see this mischievous boy again. Upon their arrival, Su Yanluo was in the courtyard and, upon seeing the little girl resembling a painted doll, smiled and casually placed a hard-earned ginseng root in little Moo Moo's arms for her to play with. Yes, yes. Mr. Su, have you not gone to check on the Empress and the Emperor's health? Zhou Wanshu, lifting hersikert, greeted Su Yanluo. Su Yanluo nodded at Zhou Wanshu and waved his hand. Go on and play. I shall first check on the Emperor and the Empress. With his medicine box on his back, Su Yanluo departed. Little Moo Moo eagerly urged Zhou Wanshu to take her to find Lu Chonglin. Zhou Wanshu, feeling utterly helpless, had no choice but to carry her inside. Chapter 63, Recovery. I wonder how Lu Chonglin is faring. However, with Mr. Su around, his health should not be too compromised. Still, there is a lingering concern. Seeing him in person would surely bring me peace of mind. Before I could catch a glimpse of him, the voice of little Moo Moo echoed through the room. Lu Chonglin sat up from the bed. Zhou Wanshu greeted him again. After a slight nod from Lu Chonglin, his gaze shifted to the little Moo Moo nestled in Zhou Wanshu's arms. The reason for Lu Chonglin's fainting was much as Su Yinlu had surmised. Indeed, he had ventured out to seek help, only to succumb to exhaustion from the high fever, causing him to fall from the tree and lose consciousness. In the process, he had injured his leg, but fortunately, there were no fractures. After several days of treatment from Su Yinlu, he was now able to stand. Li Mumu, upon learning of this, visited him daily without fail, each time inquiring with great concern about his injuries. Even now, Lu Chonglin could faintly recall the voices he heard while unconscious and the warm sensation that seemed to brim with life, causing his feigned aloofness to shatter in an instant. He thought to himself that little Princess Moo Moo was distinctly different from others. Grateful for her rescue that day, he prepared a small token of appreciation to be delivered through Miss Zhou. Oh, saving a life is worth more than building a pagoda. Why be so courteous? Still, I am quite curious about what fine gift Lu Chonglin is presenting to me. Little Moo Moo stretched her neck to see, and there in Lu Chonglin's palm lay a beautifully crafted, short wooden sword, perfectly sized for her small hand. Before her arrival in this story, the sword had been her favored weapon, and upon seeing it, her eyes sparkled with delight. She eagerly tapped Zhou Wanshu's hand, urging her to take it quickly. Once it was in her grasp, she refused to let go. The edges of the wooden sword were meticulously smoothed, free of any splinters, and unlike ordinary wooden swords. It was thicker and more rounded, with a blunt tip, alleviating any fears of accidental harm. Little Moo Moo beamed, her joy evident as she tightly hugged the short sword. Observing her elation, Zhou Wanshu smiled and remarked, "The little princess surely adores the treasure gifted by Lord Chu." Lu Chonglin, relieved by Moo Moo's affection for the wooden sword, exhaled deeply. As long as the princess was pleased, that was enough. I actually enjoy other wooden carvings as well. It would be wonderful if one could carve small animals. But for now, this is splendid. I am quite happy. Lu Chonglin's eyes flickered slightly. Other wooden carvings? He could not do that, but he could learn. Quietly, he added the task of crafting wooden sculptures for little Moo Moo to his list of plans. Just after finishing her milk and preparing to take a nap, she caught sight of a tall figure approaching. Little Moo Moo proudly showcased her wooden sword. Junia cast a glance. "What an ugly thing. Where did you acquire it?" Little Moo Moo's expression stiffened. "Father truly has no taste. It is undeniably adorable. Why call it ugly? I must hide it well. If father discovers this was gifted by Lu Chonglin, he might snatch it away. So it was a gift from that boy." The more he looked, the uglier it became. "Has the little princess been to Mr. Su's today?" The palace attendants bowed their heads, fearing to speak. "Do you believe I have not gone, father?" Junia jabbed his finger sharply at her head. "It is said a girl should not linger too long. This little one, so young, is already thinking of another boy." Little Moo Moo pouted, clutching her head. "Gentlemen use words, not fists. Besides, I am considering our family. Moreover, the crucial point is that Lu Chonglin is the male protagonist of this world. If anything were to happen to him, what would become of this realm?" She was still waiting for her colorful glass lantern to gather her soul. Junia, he merely spoke a single sentence. "Is it necessary for you to argue so fervently?" With a stern expression, Junia seized her wooden sword. He would take it away now and secretly dispose of it later. Little Moo Moo felt heartbroken, gazing at Junia with pleading eyes. "Father usually dotes on me. How could he covet a mere wooden sword? Surely, he finds me bothersome, prompting such actions. Yet, I cherish our father-daughter bond and cannot quarrel with him. I shall bear my sorrow in silence." With that, a few tears welled in her eyes. Junia, struck by her poignant display. "All right, here, take it back. I knew father was the best. From now on, I shall be even more obedient, ensuring I do not trouble him. That is more like it." Junia's expression softened. Little Moo Moo was overjoyed, clutching the reclaimed wooden sword, when suddenly another thought crossed her mind. By the way, in 2 months, a heavy rain will unexpectedly fall upon the southern county. lasting 3 days and 3 nights, flooding many areas. We should urgently have drainage ditches excavated. Perhaps we can avert disaster. As her words fell, Bai Junia's face abruptly changed. Jiangfu, we are on the verge of the rainy season. Summon the Minister of Works at once. I have urgent matters to discuss. He ruffled little Moo Moo's hair. Thanks to our little fortune teller's timely warning, we can spare the citizens from calamity. Bai Junia set little Moo Moo down and hurriedly departed. Little Moo Moo watched her father leave. Fortunately, father is prepared. Otherwise, who knows how many citizens would suffer. Contemplating this, little Moo Moo embraced her short sword and drifted off to sleep. Lu Chonglin also prepared gifts for her every day. Sometimes it was a flower, other times a grasshopper made of straw, or even a handmade fan and hairpin. The gifts were always casual, yet heartfelt. Little Moo Moo delighted in receiving them, waking each day eager to discover what Lu Chonglin would present next. This continued for nearly half a month. The illness was completely eradicated, and both the Empress and concubine Ro recovered, restoring vitality to the inner palace. On the 13th day of the 7th month in the 7th year of Yuanqi, little Moo Moo, overwhelmed with excitement, woke early, lying on her bed and constantly glancing toward the door. Little princess, you are up quite early today. Are you eager to see concubine Ro? Chapter 64. The Return of Concubine Ro. Moo Moo grinned, nervously rubbing her small hands and feet. If you find this dull, shall we practice rolling over? Upon hearing this, little Moo Moo instantly perked up. Unbeknownst to her, Zhou Wanshu initially assisted her with a gentle push, but as time passed, her help dwindled until she eventually stood by, motionless. Avo, it should be nearly the hour now, right? With a determined effort, little Moo Moo, round and chubby, smoothly transitioned from her back to her stomach, and there she saw the look of pride on Zhou Wanshu's face. Confused, she was about to inquire about it when Zhou Wanshu spoke first. Little princess, you can roll over by yourself now. How wonderful! Little Moo Moo paused for a moment, then realized that Zhou Wanshu was standing far away. She had done it all on her own. Hooray! I have finally learned to roll over. I'm no longer a little pancake. Zhou Wanshu gasped in surprise and hurried over to check on her. Little princess, are you all right? Does it hurt? She gently rubbed the back of little Moo Moo's head, her expression filled with guilt. Little Moo Moo pushed Zhou Wanshu away and effortlessly rolled over again without assistance, solidifying her belief that she had indeed mastered the skill. Overjoyed, she babbled in baby talk, incomprehensible to others. Moo Moo. The voice of concubine Ro echoed from the doorway. Little Moo Moo looked up, and before she could focus, a figure enveloped in fragrant air rushed toward her, tightly embracing her in a warm embrace. The familiar heartbeat resonates in her ears, and the familiar scent lingers at her nose. Little Moo Moo, who was once filled with immense joy, suddenly finds herself overwhelmed by a wave of intense grievance. She pouts and tries to hold back her tears, but ultimately cannot resist and cries out loud. The gentle concubine, filled with heartache, hurriedly comforts her, yet the more she tries to soothe, the more fiercely Moo Moo cries, prompting tears to stream down her own cheeks. Before long, both mother and daughter are weeping uncontrollably. The gentle concubine showers kisses upon Moo Moo's face, while the little one tilts her head back, her gaze scanning the features of her mother inch by inch, and with each glance, her tears flow more abundantly. Her mother has grown thinner, more haggard, with the delicate lines around her eyes increasing, and her eyes have turned as red as a rabbit's, indicating she has certainly shed her share of tears. The gentle concubine feels uneasy under her daughter as scrutiny and nervously touches her own hair. Wanshu, do look and tell me, have I become unattractive? Zhou Wanshu reassures her with a smile, declaring that the gentle concubine remains as beautiful as ever. You are not ugly, regardless of how you appear in my eyes. You will always be the most beautiful person in the world. Wanting to distract her mother from further sorrow, Wanshu suggests, Dear mother, the little princess has recently learned a new skill. Why not set her down so she can demonstrate it for you? Yes, mother, please put me down, she exclaimed, and soon enough, they witnessed Moo Moo flip onto her stomach. The gentle concubine was overjoyed. Moo Moo, you've learned to roll over. As she spoke, tears blurred her vision, and she could no longer contain her sorrow, burying her face in her hands and weeping. Moo Moo, such an important moment. and yet your mother is not by your side. I am truly an unworthy mother. Mumu, too, felt a pang of discomfort in her heart, clutching at her mother-esque garments. Oh no, I became so caught up in my own joy that I forgot about my mother-esque pain. With reddened eyes, the gentle concubine had yet to calm her emotions when a sudden announcement echoed from outside. Eunuch Fu entered, bearing a magnificent bounty from Baijunia, accompanied by numerous palace maids carrying an array of treasures. Simultaneously, a decree was proclaimed, elevating the gentle concubine to the rank of noble consort, bestowing her the title of an, with a grand ceremony to be held on a forthcoming date. Mumu's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of the abundant gifts filling the room. Mother, and I have struck it rich. I adore all these beautiful things. She lay on the bed, giggling heartily, stretching out her hands to gather the treasures beneath her belly. Suddenly, her small hand grasped a piece of fabric, and she curiously pinched it. What is this fabric? It shines with such vibrant colors and looks quite lovely. The gentle concubine picked up the fabric and was momentarily taken aback. She had not anticipated it to be pearl brocade. The emperor had truly put thought into this gift. Indeed, for several days, the emperor had sent people on a quest to procure this exquisite fabric, spending months to finally acquire it. He even remarked that this pearl brocade would perfectly suit the noble consort. Onuk fu chakod, noble consort. It would be inappropriate for someone of your age to wear such bright garments. Since Mumu likes it, let it be made into clothing for her. Mother is not old at all. She is the most beautiful lady, deserving of this fine fabric. The noble consort smiled. You are in your prime, and this pearl brocade would suit both you and the little princess splendidly. With a knowing glance, she signaled to Chiu Lai, who immediately handed a bulging purse of coins to Eunuch Fu, who accepted it with a smile and departed. Shortly thereafter, other concubines arrived to offer their congratulations on the noble consort's elevation. Chiu Lai informed them that I have just recovered from serious illness and am fatigued. I shall not be receiving guests for the time being. Let them disperse, she instructed. Chiu Lai acknowledged and went to relay the message. The concubines departed, demonstrating their understanding of the situation. However, some were less discerning, such as Unveiling, who stood outside the gates of Jian Palace, perhaps feeling faint under the scorching sun. It's merely a daughter without a son. Why does the emperor dote on her so? It's unearned. And yet she has been elevated to noble consort. She spoke with a hint of bitterness. The maid beside her turned pale with fright. Your Highness, be cautious with your words. If the noble consort hears this, we shall face dire consequences. Yun Guirin shot a fierce glare at the maid. It's just you and me here. Who would know if we keep silent? Kaichi, you had better keep your mouth shut, or you shall see how I deal with you. Who do you intend to deal with? Before she could finish her sentence, a commanding voice resonated from behind her. She hastily knelt. This humble servant greets your majesty. May your majesty be well. Baijunia stood before her, repeating, Who did you say you would deal with? Uncertain of what Baijunia had overheard, Yungirin quickly replied, It's all the fault of the careless maid beside me, who lost the earrings bestowed by your majesty. In my moment of anger, I merely said that if she couldn't find them, I would reprimand her. She then shyly glanced up at Baijunia before quickly lowering her head again, elongating her neck to display what she believed to be an exquisite visage. Bei Yun Yiskoft. Is that so? How does that differ from what I just heard? Yin Guirin, startled, attempted to defend herself, but Baijunia interjected, Yin Guirin, you have slandered the noble consort behind her back. From this moment forth, you are demoted to a commoner and shall receive 20 lashes. Your Majesty, I did not mean it. Please spare me. Yin Guirin was dragged away, her mouth covered. This incident swiftly swept through the palace, serving as a stark reminder to all of the noble consort's significance in the emperor's heart. Many who had previously harbored discontent and jealousy now subdued, fearful of the repercussions of the 20 lashes. Who could say if they would even survive that? When Rong Shui heard of this, she merely smiled nonchalantly. Such trivial matters. Since the emperor has already dealt with them, why bother discussing them with me? The Empress, having changed into her attire, sought out Su Yin Luo. Mr. Su, could you please inform me of my current health condition? Beneath her calm exterior, only she knew how anxious she truly felt at that moment. Su Yin Luo broke into a smile. The Empress's taut nerves finally relaxed, and she exhaled a sigh of relief. Mr. Su, I would also like to inquire when the poison within the Emperor can be eradicated. If all goes well, it should be completely resolved in 3 months. Does the Empress have any other questions? If not, I shall take my leave to prepare today's medicine for the Emperor. To be safe, Bai Junya insisted that all antidotes be personally brewed by Su Yen Luo, who would then deliver them to him and supervise his consumption. He understood the perilous environment within the palace. Thus, he was particularly cautious to avoid any mistakes. He had anticipated that Lu Chonglin would remain for a longer period. Yet was surprised by his early departure. Young Master Chu, you are leaving? I am immensely grateful for your care during this time, Mr. Su. This expression of gratitude rendered Su Yen Luo somewhat taken aback. Young Master Chu, do not mention it. Your status is of no consequence to me. Even if you were an ordinary person, I would still extend my help. If you must frame it as a favor, so be it. Although your leg has healed, remember to apply the massage techniques I taught you daily to prevent any lingering issues. As he spoke, Su Yen Luo retrieved a vial of medicinal oil from his medicine box and handed it to Lu Chonglin, who accepted it without hesitation. Subsequently, Lu Chonglin departed Su Yen Luo's courtyard, making his way step by step towards the Cold Palace. Meanwhile, in Jian Palace, little Mu was gleefully demonstrating her newfound skill of rolling over to Bai Junya, who praised her with each successful flip, causing Mu to beam with joy. The Emperor is truly stingy. I am exhausted, yet there seems to be no tangible reward. If only he could bestow upon me some treasures. I would be the happiest little girl in the palace. Little Mu, having finished her milk, gazed eagerly at Bai Junya. Bai Junya thought to himself, this little girl seems intent on thievery. After a brief moment of silence, he decided to remove the pearl from his crown and place it into Mu's hands. She is so clever, having learned to flip over so quickly. She deserves a proper reward, he remarked. The pearl was so large that little Mu could not grasp it with one hand, forcing her to use both hands as she attempted to nibble on it, her toothless gums crunching away. I like this. It's just right for teething, she exclaimed. Both Bai Junya and Concubine exchanged helpless smiles. Concubine snatched the pearl away, for the desire for beauty resides in all hearts. Little Mu remained still as her mother wiped away the drool. Lately, she had been particularly drooly. Could it be that she was about to teeth? Bai Junya teased. It shouldn't be. Mu is only 5 months old, and I've never seen anyone start so early. Concubine replied with a smile. Bai Junya countered, why not? I began teething at just over 5 months. Once I have teeth, I won't need to drink milk anymore, and then I can savor all the delicacies of this world, little Mu declared, continuing to gnaw on the cool pearl, which felt particularly soothing against her gums. Hearing her words, Bai Junya proudly lifted his chin. See, the daughter truly takes after me. Concubine placed a small cloth under little Mu's chin to catch the drool and seize the opportunity. Mu, shall I find you a wet nurse? Chapter 66, no milk. Little Mu's wet nurse had contracted smallpox. Although she was unharmed, her milk supply was not what it once was. Moreover, she was quite particular, preferring goat's milk over any other nurse. Little Mu turned over, not wishing to hear more. Goat's milk is quite good. When will you forget about this, mother? Observing her demeanor, Bai Junya suddenly spoke. When I was young, I encountered a family whose son suffered greatly due to drinking goat's milk, eventually leading to a dire condition that caused him to perish from the pain. Furthermore, I have heard from learned men that prolonged consumption of goat's milk could result in crooked features, thinning hair, and a frail body, rendering one unable to walk. How terrifying! I refuse to drink goat's milk, she cried. Please find me a wet nurse. Before, I did not understand your love for me, but now I completely comprehend. Little Mu's face was filled with terror. She dropped the pearl and struggled to swallow. In her past life, she had been on the verge of ascension, living freely for centuries. If she were rendered unable to run or jump, she would be utterly intolerant. More importantly, she could only eat boiled cabbage every day. What the wealth she had painstakingly accumulated. Surely, she could not take it with her to the underworld. She had slain 9th-level demon beasts. For her future, she must adapt. Concubine laughed brightly and quickly sought someone to find a wet nurse. By evening, 3 candidates had arrived, standing in a row, awaiting Concubine and selection. Little Mu lay in bed, still gnawing on the large pearl, her face and hands smeared with drool. concubine and examined the three candidates carefully and ultimately chose the one in the middle. That woman immediately knelt in gratitude. Little Moo Moo, engrossed in her play, noticed two figures approach from the corner of her eye and instinctively turned her head, only to frown. I want tea eat. I want tea drink your milk. It's foul. In her struggle, Little Moo Moo struck Lee with a fist, causing a faint cracking sound as Lee clutched her nose and wailed. Zulai, Astonished, rushed forward to scoop up Little Moo Moo, while concubine and hurried in upon hearing the commotion. I don't want her. Her milk is foul. Little Moo Moo buried her head in concubine's neck, somewhat displeased. Concubine was taken aback. Foul? How could that be? She looked at Lee with suspicion. Zulai? Investigate, especially the milk. Chiu Lai complied, and before Lee could react, she was restrained and thoroughly examined, leaving no mole unchecked. Your Highness, I harbor no ill intentions. Please see clearly, Lee pleaded, prostrating herself on the ground. Nevertheless, Little Moo Moo remained adamantly resistant. Mother, I don't like her. I want tea drink her milk. From a moment she laid eyes on Lee, an inexplicable dislike surged within Little Moo Moo, sensing a menacing aura, one stained with blood. Thus, her rejection was fervent. Struggling against Little Moo Moo's flailing limbs, Chiu Lai determined, if you dislike her, we shall find another. Be still. We must not harm ourselves. After saying this, she looked up. Chiu Lai, reward Lee and have her leave the palace. Chiu Lai promptly handed a pouch of coins to Lee, intending to have her escorted out. But Lee threw the pouch aside and crawled to concubine's feet, repeatedly bowing her head. Your Highness, please spare me. I have an elderly parent and young children to support. I rely on this position to make a living. If I am cast out of the palace, I will never find work again. Please, even if it means remaining here as a servant, I would be grateful. Lee wept pitifully. Concubine frowned, displeased with Lee's behavior, just as she heard her daughter's voice. Oh, she looks so pitiful. Am I being too domineering? Little Moo Moo, seeing Lee's appearance, felt her heart soften. After all, Lee had done nothing wrong. Her aversion stemmed merely from sudden instinct. Little Moo Moo gazed at Lee with a complex expression, contemplating before finally revealing her compassion. Perhaps we should keep her, not as a wet nurse, but to find another job. It would be better than letting her leave the palace to await her fate. If necessary, deduct her wages from my little treasury. Little Moo Moo felt a pang of pain, but remained resolute. Concubine's gaze softened, unable to resist planting a kiss on her daughter's cheek. My dear daughter, you truly possess a kind heart. Since her daughter wished to do a good deed, as her mother, she could not hinder her. Enough of the bowing. I shall not tolerate bloodshed before my daughter. Lee immediately ceased her prostration, remaining on the ground. Since your family is in such dire straits, you may stay, responsible for cleaning within the little princess's quarters. Are you agreeable? I am willing. I am grateful to your Highness. I shall be diligent every day, ensuring that the little princess's quarters remain spotless. Liurieli Raplia. Concubine, not wishing to converse further, waved her hand, signaling for the servants to take her away while she embraced Little Moo Moo, preparing to select from the remaining two wet nurses whom Little Moo Moo found acceptable. This is Servant Xia. At your service, your Highness. Xia immediately bowed to Little Moo Moo. Among the three, Xia was the shortest and most slender. Initially dismissed by concubine and unexpectedly, Little Moo Moo chose her at first glance. After a moment of hesitation, upon observing her composed demeanor, a sense of satisfaction momentarily washed over, leading to the dismissal of the attendants. With a slight smile, the noble consort remarked, You have indeed chosen well, selecting the most fragile one among them. Little Moo Moo, unperturbed, continued to nibble on her precious pearl. Consort, with an air of resignation, gently wiped the drool from her cheek. Just then, Chiu Lai arrived with her daily serving of egg and milk porridge, prompting Consort to place Little Moo Moo on a nearby couch. Initially, Little Moo Moo was quite content playing by herself, but as the delightful aroma of milk wafted into her nostrils, she gradually halted her activities, her eyes fixated on Consort. What's the matter, Moo Moo? Why do you gaze at your mother so? Chapter 67. Egg and milk porridge. With a sudden motion, Little Moo Moo dropped her pearl and attempted to crawl towards Consort, but her little legs were too weak, causing her to flounder like a tiny turtle. Ultimately, She surrendered, gazing longingly. This looks so delicious. How I wish it could find its way into my mouth. Consort reminded herself. Resist? I must not feed her. She is still too young for such indulgences. Little Moo Moo continued to watch her with yearning eyes, softening Consort and resolve. Unable to withstand the sight any longer, she scooped a small portion of the egg and milk porridge and offered it to Little Moo Moo's lips. With a quick opening of her mouth, Little Moo Moo devoured it eagerly. It tastes divine. No longer must I drink milk alone. I can savor this earthly delight. What shall I do if I want more? After chewing for what felt like an eternity, Little Moo Moo reluctantly swallowed, her gaze still pleading for more. Consort, unable to resist, offered another bite. Su Yanluo had informed her that Little Moo Moo had grown and could be introduced to some solid foods. Ultimately, nearly half a bowl of the egg and milk porridge found its way into Little Moo Moo's belly. Sated, Little Moo Moo drifted off to sleep. When she awoke, the sun was already high in the sky, and she was eager to summon someone to change her diaper. Just then, Li Shi approached with a cheerful smile. Has our little princess awakened? I shall change her diaper at once. As she reached for Little Moo Moo's clothes, the latter swiftly rolled over, evading Li Shi's grasp. Do not touch me. Little Moo Moo had allowed Li Shi to remain purely out of pity, wishing for her to earn a little silver within the palace. However, this did not equate to her acceptance of Li Shi. It was undeniable that she held an aversion towards her. Li Shi paused momentarily, assuming it was merely an accident, and redirected her approach to seize Little Moo Moo once more. The latter rolled away again, and after several futile attempts, Li Shi finally understood that the little princess did not wish to be touched. Her expression stiffened, a flicker of displeasure crossing her features, but she ultimately suppressed it, adopting a gentler demeanor. Little princess, please remain still. I must change your clothes. Look, you have soiled them. As she reached out once more, Consort and entered the room. Mother arrives just in time. I nearly fell into the tiger's den. I truly do not like Li Shi. I must keep my distance from her in the future, preferably preventing her from entering my chamber. Li Shi, you may leave now. From this day forth, you are only responsible for cleaning within the little princess's quarters. Do not concern yourself with anything else, Consort instructed. Li Shi froze, hastily agreeing and retreating. Consort glanced outside, noting it was a splendid day for a stroll. After a brief contemplation, she decided to take Little Moo Moo out for some fresh air. As July approached, the flowers in the Imperial garden had blossomed, each competing for attention with their vibrant colors, a breathtaking sight. Though Little Moo Moo had never been fond of flowers, the lively hues suddenly inspired her. It was no wonder so many were enamored by such beautiful and vibrant creations. These flowers are lovely. Upon seeing them, I am reminded of Sister Zhou. They would complement her beautifully. Little Moo Moo pointed at a vibrant chrysanthemum, babbling with delight. Consort glanced over, appreciating her daughter's discerning taste. July, send someone to fetch a chrysanthemum for Wan Shu. I believe it would suit her very well. Thus, Qiulai swiftly arranged for the chrysanthemum to be delivered to the residence of Minister Zhou. During their flower-viewing excursion, they encountered several other consorts. Perhaps the recent incident involving Unveiling had instilled fear in their hearts, for they dared not approach Consort, hastily bowing and scurrying away. Consort held no objections, finding the situation rather agreeable. It spared her the effort of dealing with them, allowing her and her daughter to enjoy their peaceful moment. After a lengthy stroll, as the sun grew increasingly fierce, Consort led Little Moo Moo to a pavilion for respite. She took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat from Little Moo Moo's forehead. Your Highness, a youthful voice, reminiscent of Baijunia, called out with a hint of authority. Prince, Consort replied with a nod to Bai Yinqing, smiling, please call me Lady Ro, addressing me as Consort feels a touch too formal. The prince chuckled, quickly complying with her request. Are you here to stroll in the Imperial garden as well? Not quite. I merely happened to pass by and noticed Lady Ro and Moo Moo, so I came to greet you. Consort nodded, engaging in light conversation with Bai Yinqing before he prepared to take his leave, stating he was off to see the Empress. Little Moo Moo, her eyes twinkling with excitement, implored Consort to take her along to visit the Empress. Unable to deny her, Consort eventually acquiesced, accompanying her and Bai Yinqing to Jiafeng Palace. Mother, look who I brought, Bai Yinqing exclaimed joyfully as they entered. "Ah, it is my dear sister the consort and the little princess. Come, sit with me," the Empress beckoned, patting the space beside her. Consort and the Empress exchanged pleasantries. "I hope my visit does not disturb your majesty," is all Moo Moo's insistence. "She would have cried if I did not bring her to see you." Little Moo Moo protested. "Mother is being naughty, saying I cried. I would never use tears to manipulate anyone." Both Consort and the Empress laughed, clearly unconvinced by Little Moo Moo's claims. The Empress smiled warmly, playfully pinching Little Moo Moo's tiny hands and feet. "Not at all. Moo Moo is welcome to visit any time. It is quite lonely for me in this palace." In Little Moo Moo's presence, the Empress refrained from referring to herself in the Imperial we, drawing them closer together. Little Moo Moo beamed, nuzzling against the Empress. "Hee." The Empress smells delightful. She took several deep breaths, only to suddenly detect a faint bitter scent. Curious, she looked up. "Huh. Why does the Empress's clothing smell slightly bitter?" Chapter 68. A mishap. The Empress had never noticed a bitter scent emanating from her garments before. However, recalling her recent medication regimen, she attributed it to the lingering aroma of the medicine. Not giving it much thought, the Empress gently placed Little Moo Moo on the bed. "Enough now. I have been drinking medicine lately, and it has left a bitter taste lingering about." "Not all. The Empress smells wonderfully fragrant. Mother is fragrant too, and so are father and brother the prince. I adore you all." The Queen, the noble consort and by Yinching all smiled, their gazes towards Little Moo Moo filled with tenderness. Only Bai Junya, who was in the Imperial study reviewing documents, suddenly felt an itch in his nose and sneezed. He rubbed his nose, wondering if Moo Moo was thinking of him. Ever since Moo Moo learned to roll over, she had been tumbling about the bed like a little snowball, rolling back and forth, thoroughly enjoying herself. Sometimes when she found rolling around dull, she would invite others to chase her, giggling as she evaded their hands. "All right, Moo Moo, enough playing. It's time to rest. Don't tire yourself out," the Queen said, enveloping her in her arms, radiating joy. Since Moo Moo's arrival, the Queen's lips had not turned downwards. Her smiles in a single day surpassed those of the entire previous month. The Queen couldn't help but sigh. "Moo Moo truly is my source of joy. As long as she is here, I remain blissfully happy, and all my troubles vanish." People ought to smile more. Often, they are not truly ill, yet their gloominess brings about ailments. Noble consort and remarked playfully. "This little girl is quiet in the Jian Palace, but once she arrives in the Queen's palace, she becomes so lively, one might think she's the Queen's own child. That merely shows that Moo Moo is considerate, knowing you are busy with matters of the harem daily. Thus she remains quiet to spare you worry." Noble consort and continued, half joking. "She is quite intelligent at such a young age, already thinking of her mother." Little Moo Moo beamed in agreement. Perhaps tiring from play, her stomach soon began to grumble. "I wonder if there is any good food here?" she inquired. "I don't want to drink milk anymore. I want something delicious." Seeing her eager expression, the Queen instructed Rong Shui to fetch some cheese from the small kitchen for the little princess. "Noble consort, I have consulted with Master Su. Moo Moo can have some cheese in moderation, which is beneficial for her health." "Then I must thank your majesty," Noble consort replied. "I adore Moo Moo as if she were my own daughter. There is no need for thanks. I only hope she takes to the cheese well." Noble consort and glanced at the excited Little Moo Moo. "No, she will not find it unpalatable. Anything she has not tried before, she will eat." Indeed, when Rong Shui brought the cheese, as soon as Noble consort and fed her a spoonful, Moo Moo's eyes widened in delight. "Oh my, what is this? It tastes so good." In the end, Little Moo Moo grew impatient with Noble consort and slow feeding, reaching out with her hands. Had Noble consort and not been quick to dodge, a bowl of cheese would have toppled over. "Moo Moo," she admonished in a hushed tone. The little one froze, her head drooping in guilt. "Mother is so fierce. I am scared." Noble consort, initially prepared to scold her, felt her heart soften at the sight of her daughter's innocent demeanor and softened her voice. "Moo Moo, this is too dangerous. What if you break it and hurt yourself?" Immediately, Little Moo Moo complied, opening her mouth wide for Noble consort and to feed her. Ultimately, she finished the entire bowl of cheese, feeling a hint of bashfulness as she patted her little belly, for the first time somewhat embarrassed by her hearty appetite. "Your Majesty won't dislike me, will you?" What if you think I eat too much and don't let me come again? You have raised Moo exceptionally well. The queen praised. She is naturally sensible. I have hardly had a worry. Unbothered by their conversation, little Moo, having satisfied her hunger, found renewed energy to play. Her eyes caught sight of a colorful glass bottle on the nearby antique shelf, reminiscent of the 7-colored lantern in her cave. She reached out to touch the bottle, and the queen, noticing her interest, handed it directly to little Moo. Delighted, Moo laughed joyfully, using both hands and feet to play with the glass bottle on the bed. Meanwhile, the queen and noble consort resumed their discussion about palace affairs, while Bai Yinqing entertained little Moo. As she played exuberantly, Moo lay on the bed, propping herself up with one hand while spinning the glass bottle with the other. Soon enough, the bottle began to whirl furiously on the bed. Finding it insufficiently fast, she occasionally gave it a few more spins until it was a mere blur, and only then did she stop satisfied. However, an unexpected incident occurred. Perhaps due to the swift spinning, a faint cracking sound was heard, and the cap of the glass bottle flew off, striking a vase on a shelf. The vase shattered with a loud crash, porcelain shards raining down to the floor, breaking into even smaller pieces. Instantly, the entire Jia Feng palace fell silent. Little Moo gasped, her outstretched hand frozen in place. Oh no, I've caused trouble. This time, there is no escaping the consequences. Then, she noticed something inside the glass bottle. She reached in, pulling out a few small black pills. What are these? Everyone turned to look at her hand, and in an instant, Bai Yinqing's expression changed dramatically as he swatted the pills from her grasp. Fetch Master Su at once. The glass bottle had been crafted specifically for the queen's birthday by the crown prince several years prior. He was certain that there had never been any such items within it. Your Highness, what has happened? Chapter 69, Being Broke is Utterly Unacceptable. Bai Yinqing frowned, instructing the nearby Rong Chui to fetch water and wash little Moo's hands 3 times. Hearing his words, both the queen and noble consort and's expressions darkened. Noble consort held little Moo tightly, not allowing her to touch anything else in the hall. Master Su arrived promptly, accompanied by Bai Junya. Your Majesty is unwell. Why have you summoned Master Su? Bai Junya entered hurriedly, his expression filled with concern. He had intended to visit Jian Palace to see little Moo, but on the way, he encountered palace servants hastily escorting Master Su. Assuming the queen was unwell again, he had followed them. Upon arriving, he discovered noble consort and little Moo were present. The queen calmly explained the situation regarding the glass bottle, maintaining the same demeanor. Bai Junya immediately noticed the scattered black pills on the bed. His expression darkened, and he instructed Master Su to examine them. Master Su picked up a pill, sniffed it, and then licked it. Your Majesty, this is Duanzi Dan, originally the size of a fingernail, but over time, its potency has diminished, causing the pills to shrink. Prolonged exposure to this substance can lead to infertility. As he examined the pills closely, his expression subtly shifted. In my humble opinion, these pills must have been here for at least 2 years. At this moment, Rong Chui, standing beside the queen, suddenly slapped her forehead. Yes, Your Majesty. It was indeed 2 years ago. A palace maid once knocked over this glass bottle, and you, thinking it was a precious gift from the crown prince, had it repaired. It is highly likely that this was when someone maliciously placed these items inside. Upon the mention of Rong Chui, the Empress, Bai Junya, and Bai Yinqing all recalled the incident. In a fit of anger, they ordered a thorough inspection of Jiafeng Palace, leaving no corner unexamined, ensuring that every inch of wall and every tile on the floor was scrutinized. Mr. Su, is the Empress in any grave danger? Bai Junya inquired. Su Yanluo checked the Empress's pulse. Although considerable time had passed, there were still viable solutions. With diligent care and nurturing, the Empress still held a chance of bearing children. The matter of fertility is inconsequential. My concern lies with the Empress's health. Will this affect her ability to detoxify? The Emperor need not worry. This poison, while causing infertility, had no other adverse effects. Upon hearing this, Bai Junya's anxiety was alleviated, though a lingering fear remained. It was fortunate that the poison merely induced sterility. Had it been a more lethal toxin, he shuddered to think of the consequences. As the most secure location in the palace, the emergence of such a substance was alarming. Bai Junya, waving his hand decisively, declared Crown Prince, noble consort, and I entrust this matter to you both. Investigate thoroughly and expose the truth. Should anyone dare to obstruct you, I grant you the authority of life and death. The power lies in your hands. I fervently hope that within the shortest time possible, we uncover the mastermind behind this treachery. By Yinxing and noble consort knelt in acceptance of the Imperial edict and immediately began their investigation. Understanding that noble consort would be preoccupied, little Moo Moo remained quiet, allowing Bai Junya to hold her. As noble consort prepared to leave, she waved her chubby little hand, exclaiming, "Mother is the best. You will definitely help find the culprit behind this." Noble consort reluctantly departed. I said Moo Moo is my little lucky star. Your Majesty, look, little Moo Moo has once again uncovered such a sinister plot for me. Shouldn't we reward her? The Empress truly understands me. Not only does she overlook the mishap with the glass bottle, but she also seeks a reward for me. However, a benevolent person like the Empress is favored by fate. Even if I hadn't discovered it today, someone else would have surely found it tomorrow. But if I must be granted something, I wouldn't mind at all. Little Moo Moo rubbed her fingers together, her meaning clear. The Empress chuckled, taking little Moo Moo's hand, finding increasing delight in her presence. Bai Junya shared in this sentiment, responding with laughter. After a brief contemplation, he seemed to devise a plan, producing a jade pendant from his robe. I happen to possess a piece of exceptionally fine warm jade. Would you like me to craft a pendant for you? Little Moo Moo eagerly accepted, nodding repeatedly. The Empress beamed even more brightly, glancing up at Bai Junya. Your Majesty, you claim to be free from worries about food and clothing, and noble consort family never lacks for sustenance. How is it that we have a little one like Moo Moo who is so fond of wealth? Do you believe that if I placed a piece of gold alongside an item worth a fortune, she would not hesitate to clutch the gold? Bai Junya could already envision that scene, erupting into hearty laughter. Indeed, my daughter would certainly do such a thing. He gently pinched little Moo Moo's cheek. Tell me, where did you acquire such habits? When your first birthday approaches, we must not place gold on that table, or else you will undoubtedly rush towards it. He jested softly. Little Moo Moo, feeling teased, pouted. I am right here. How can you speak ill of me in my presence? What do you mean by that? If there were something even more valuable, of course, I would cling to that instead. Moreover, what is wrong with loving money? I neither steal nor extort. It is my hard-earned reward for making you laugh. Am I not entitled to enjoy it? Money is such a wonderful thing. While it may not be omnipotent, without it, one cannot survive. Just look at my needs. Is there anything that doesn't require money? What if one day I fall out of favor, and you no longer wish to see me, casting me into the cold palace to fend for myself? I must prepare for my future. Little Moo Moo's thoughts wandered, completely oblivious to the sudden change in the expressions of the Emperor and Empress. Just as her words concluded, Bai Junya covered her mouth with his hand. Little Moo Moo looked up, puzzled. Father, why are you covering my mouth? Did I offend you? Chapter 70. The noble consort Bai Junya thought, oh. He had forgotten that this little girl was merely expressing her true feelings, without the need for words. He cleared his throat. Why you pout so high? Do you wish to hang an oil pot? Moo Moo, you're the only princess of our great Shi kingdom, and you deserve everything in this world. Even the stars in the sky. If you desire them, your father can pluck them for you. Do not always fixate on such mundane treasures as gold. Little Moo Moo pondered seriously for a moment, and then decisively shook her head. No, gold is far superior. Jade is too fragile. Once broken, it loses its value. And to use jade, one must pawn it for silver, risking encounters with those who might take advantage of me. Furthermore, when out in the world, few can truly appreciate jade. Just visit the marketplace, and you will find many who mistake jade for mere stones. But gold, with its bright luster, who but a blind person would fail to recognize it? Hence, I firmly believe that gold is the finest treasure in the world. If I weren't afraid of being called extravagant, I would love to have a golden nest for myself, so that upon waking each day, I could behold its radiant glow. How delightful that would be! Little Moo Moo began to imagine, unable to suppress her giggles. Meanwhile, the expressions of the Emperor and Empress turned complicated. They glanced at the decor of Jiafeng Palace, and indeed, as Little Moo Moo had said, where could one find a lack of gold? Suddenly, they both felt a realization wash over them. Oh dear, truly, what one fears often comes to pass. Your Majesty and the Empress, see for yourselves. This jade has shattered so completely that it is rendered useless. Had it been gold, it would have merely left a dent. Junya and the Empress acknowledged the truth in her words. The palace maid, trembling in fear at the sight of the broken items, knelt on the ground, repeatedly bowing and begging for mercy. The Emperor and Empress exchanged glances. The little princess is present today. I do not wish for her to witness bloodshed. You shall receive 10 strikes of the rod and have your pay docked for half a year. Be more cautious in the future. Should there be a next time, I shall not be lenient, Junya declared, his gaze sweeping over the shattered jade decorations. The maid felt as if she had been granted a reprieve, bowing her thanks profusely, even smiling as she went to receive her punishment. Today, she was truly grateful for the little princess's presence. Otherwise, her fate would have been far graver than mere punishment. The Emperor and Empress immediately fell silent, allowing the maid to place little Moo Moo on the bed. They watched tenderly as she fell asleep, until noble consort and returned to Jiafeng Palace. It was already a quarter past the hour of the dog, and on any other day, the palace gates would have been locked, forbidding anyone from moving about. However, given the gravity of the events that had transpired, Junya issued a decree commanding that the gates remain open until the crown prince and noble consort and had clarified the matter. Noble consort arrived, weary yet bearing an expression of profound seriousness. The Empress gestured for her to join them, and the three moved to a private area to converse. What have you found? Junya inquired. I have thoroughly investigated the residences of all the concubines in the inner palace and discovered that over half of them possess this item. In every location where this item was found, Mr. Su was consulted, and among those, more than half have completely lost their ability to conceive due to prolonged exposure to the contraceptive poison, although many concubines have suffered. Those who have been harmed have often interacted with the esteemed concubine Liang. Most importantly, they have, to varying degrees, received favors from her. Thus, the focus of this matter inevitably turns to concubine Liang. I also had my servants inquire, and it turns out that the old nurse by her side frequently leaves the palace. Each time she returns, she seems to find an opportunity to reward the concubines. It appears she took advantage of this opportunity to act maliciously. Currently, His Highness the Crown Prince is watching over concubine Liang, awaiting the Emperor and Empress's orders. Concubine spoke in a calm voice. Junya's expression was beyond troubled. If Xiao Mu Mu were awake, she would surely exclaim that she had seen a ghost, for his face resembled that of the fearsome king of hell. The Empress's countenance was no better. Beyond lamenting concubine Liang's cunning, there was an overwhelming sense of dread. Junya naturally considered this point and turned to concubine and Mr. Su. Can you ascertain the earliest date when this poison was used? 5 years ago. If he were to become enraged, he could have each of them beheaded. In his fury, Junya's voice rose slightly, startling the sleeping Xiao Mu Mu, who stirred and opened her eyes in confusion. She then heard her father decree the execution of concubine Liang, which shocked her into full wakefulness, prompting her to shout, "No, concubine Liang must not be killed." Her voice made the 3 individuals outside, who were discussing matters, tremble. They all turned to face Xiao Mu Mu, who was anxiously trying to prop herself up. "Father, concubine Liang cannot be executed. If she dies, it will lead to great trouble." Chapter 71. The background of concubine Liang Junya strode over and lifted her, saying, "Although all evidence points to concubine Liang, which would ordinarily justify my command for her execution, it is precisely this that renders it suspicious. Perhaps it is the handiwork of the true culprit, intending for me to execute her." Xiao Mu Mu breathed a sigh of relief. Yes, that must be it. Concubine Liang is famously infatuated, devoted to you, father, and has embraced everything you cherish. Mind you, everything, whether person or object, that you like, she also adores, even though you have always treated her with indifference. That love-struck brain of hers believes it is your way of protecting her. Thus, she cherishes you even more and holds dear everything you value. With such a love-struck mind, I would rather believe that you inadvertently poisoned yourself than to think concubine Liang would do such a thing. Moreover, concubine Liang has a secret speech impediment. She is often silent around others to conceal this flaw. Such a person could never plot to harm the entire harem. The Empress and concubine were taken aback. In their recollections, concubine Liang was solitary and aloof. Previously, there were rumors that she looked down upon others in the palace. Who would have thought it was due to her speech impediment? Furthermore, the old nurse goes out to find medicine for concubine Liang. It was merely a coincidence that led to her being caught. However, if that were the case, why should concubine Liang not be executed? If she were innocent, why would the true culprit frame her? Was it merely because of her eccentricity? Because she was at odds with the rest of the harem? Junya pondered, sensing the matter was not so simple. Indeed, the next moment, Xiao Mu provided him with the answer. Moreover, the most crucial point is that concubine Liang is a daughter of the Bai family. If father were to kill her, it would provoke the Bai family. In the original plot, father was incited by others to kill concubine Liang, which angered the Bai family and ultimately led them to ally with the male lead, contributing to the downfall of our great Shi nation. What a formidable Bai family. I shall annihilate them now. Suddenly, Bai Junya froze. Wait, which Bai family? Isn't concubine Liang a daughter of the He family? What connection does she have with the Bai family? Empress, I recall that concubine Liang is the daughter of He and Shun. Is that not so? Yes, your majesty, but why do you ask? The Empress replied, her eyes filled with suspicion. Did the emperor hear Xiao Mu's thoughts? Concubine and felt a jolt of surprise and began to doubt as well. Bai Junya maintained his composure. So it is the Empress and concubine and both relaxed. Indeed, it is because concubine Liang is not the daughter of the He family, but of the Bai family. By a twist of fate, the ladies of the Bai and He families gave birth at the same clinic, and the doctor mistakenly swapped the two children. This led to the Bai family searching for their daughter for years, only to discover she had been executed by the emperor without distinction. In a fit of rage, they allied with the male lead, providing resources and support, ultimately helping him to bring about the demise of our great Shi nation. One could argue that concubine Liang is quite pitiful. The family favored sons over daughters, and she was nearly drowned in a basin as a child. Had it not been for He Yinshan's slight conscience in saving her, she would have perished long ago. Even after she entered the palace, the He family still looked down upon her. The majority of her speech impediment was caused by that family. Upon hearing Xiao Mu's words, all three were taken aback. They had not anticipated that so many matters were entangled with concubine Liang. Thus, if you wish to avoid repeating past mistakes, do not harm concubine Liang. The true mastermind must already be aware of this situation and is deliberately instigating a rift between you and the Bai family. Though the Bai family does not hold a position in the court, they are renowned philanthropists in the 3 cities of Luo, Qinghai. Their influence in these cities far surpasses even yours, father. These 3 cities are among the most economically prosperous in our Shi nation. Turning against the Bai family would effectively sever our economic ties with them, resulting in tremendous losses for you, father. The Empress and concubine were troubled, contemplating how to discreetly inform Bai Junya of this matter. Suddenly, Bai Junya spoke. Empress, concubine, has the emperor guessed it? Truly, the emperor's insight is remarkable. Xiao Mu exclaimed, yes, that is correct. Following this line of thought will surely lead us to the truth. Bai Junya's lips curled into a subtle smile. Jiang Fu immediately send someone to investigate concubine Liang's background, from her birth onwards, leaving no detail overlooked. Yes, this old servant will attend to it at once. Xiao Mu took a nap, feeling invigorated, while concubine exhausted from a day of labor, allowed Xie to take Xiao Mu to play. Only then could concubine attend to her grooming with the help of her attendants. When all was in order, time swiftly passed to the early hours of the night. In the stillness of the night, when sweet dreams could be had, few in the palace could truly find rest. Wen Guipin was one of the rare few. A pitiful soul afflicted by the contraceptive poison, rendering her unable to bear children. She sat there in a daze, clutching a pair of tiger head shoes. These shoes were made when she first entered the palace and became pregnant with her first child, but she lost that child due to an unfortunate accident. Now, she would never bear children again. My lady, it is late. You should rest. The palace maid beside her gently advised her. Princess Wen, however, appeared oblivious, cradling her tiger head shoes as if they were a child, softly humming an unknown lullaby. Suddenly, she rose and gazed into the inky darkness outside, breaking into laughter. Look, My child, he has come to find me again. I shall be a mother." At that moment, the palace attendants realized that Princess Wen had indeed lost her mind. Chapter 72. Zhou Wanshu returns to the palace. The news of Princess Wen's madness spread throughout the harem the following day. Concubine, who had stayed up late the previous night, awoke with a headache and felt a myriad of complex emotions upon hearing the news. After a long pause, she sighed deeply. "Send someone to keep a close watch on Princess Wen. Ensure that those lowly servants do not take advantage of her state. Since we have confirmed that noble Consort Liang is not the poisoner, it proves that the true mastermind remains hidden." Concubine had no time to rest, as she delved deeper into the investigation of the true perpetrator. Just as she was about to leave, she encountered Zhou Wanshu entering the palace, causing her to express surprise. "Why has Wanshu come? Did I not grant you 10 days of leave to reunite with your family?" "Greetings, Your Grace," Zhou Wanshu replied, performing a respectful bow. "I have missed the little princess dearly, and since there was nothing to occupy my time at home, I thought to accompany her in the palace. I did not seek your approval beforehand and beg your pardon. Why would I punish you? I am delighted by your arrival, for I still have palace affairs to attend to, and I feared little Moo would be neglected. Now that you are here, she need not be so bored. Have you had breakfast? If not, I shall instruct the kitchen to prepare something. I must take my leave now." Concubine hurriedly departed. Since taking on the responsibilities of managing the 6 palaces while the Empress was ill, she had been perpetually busy, often leaving early and returning late. Aware of this, Zhou Wanshu proceeded directly to little Moo's chamber after bidding farewell to Concubine. When little Moo awoke from her slumber, she noticed a familiar figure seated at her bedside. Blinking her eyes, she looked closely and exclaimed, "It really is Zhou Wanshu." Overjoyed, she twisted her body, flailing her arms and legs, causing herself to inch forward dangerously close to the edge of the bed. "Oh dear, little princess, you nearly frightened me to death. Listen to my heartbeat, it is racing." Zhou Wanshu quickly caught little Moo and gently placed her back in bed. Hearing the commotion, Xie entered to change little Moo's diaper and feed her some milk. However, perhaps due to her excitement, little Moo suddenly kicked, toppling the basin of water that had been placed by the bed, soaking the floor. Xie hurriedly called for Li Shi to assist with the cleanup. Meanwhile, Li Shi was in her own quarters expressing milk. Since little Moo refused to drink from her, she had to extract the milk herself daily. But it was never as effective as when the child fed directly, leaving her breasts painfully engorged. Every day, she endured the discomfort of being overly full. Had she known it would be this painful, she would have refrained from taking the herbs meant to stimulate milk production upon hearing of the search for wet nurses in the palace. Now, she found herself in a predicament, as she had an abundance of milk, and if she did not express it for a short while, the pain would prevent her from sleeping. Lost in her thoughts, Li Shi placed all the blame on little Moo. She mused, if only little Moo would drink her milk, there would be no such troubles. It's just a matter of good fortune to have been born in the palace. If she were outside, this little girl would have long been drowned in a chamber pot. Having birthed many children, she had never allowed one to live without a proper upbringing. Just wait. I shall find an opportunity to teach this little wretch a lesson. Li Shi scummed darkly. At that moment, little Moo seemed to sense something and turned her head in Li Shi's direction. Why do I suddenly feel a chill? As if someone is speaking ill of me behind my back. After observing for a moment, she surprisingly lost that feeling and shook her head. I must be too sensitive, stirred by the palace's affairs, causing unnecessary fear. Now, the rapport between Zhou Wanshu and little Moo soared, with Zhou Wanshu instantly grasping the essence of little Moo's thoughts. She smiled and continued the story she had not yet finished. As they chatted, the sound of wings flapping suddenly interrupted them. Both turned to look and saw a majestic sea eagle perched on a branch, its sharp eyes observing them, letting out a few soft calls. Chirp, chirp, chirp. It cooed, tilting its head. Little Moo raised her fist, her face flushed with anger. After searching for a long time, she finally located it near the cold palace. There was no need to think. This ungrateful creature must have ventured there. As expected, when the palace attendants checked, they found it grooming its feathers on a large tree branch at the cold palace entrance. After several days, the areas that had previously been bare were now covered in soft down, and it doted on its plumage, allowing no one to touch it, except for one person. The eagle chirped a couple of times, as if trying to justify itself, flapping its wings and landing beside Little Moo Moo's cradle. She immediately reached out and grasped the eagle's leg. "Are you an ungrateful wretch? I have provided you with the best food and care, and what do? You seek out Lu Chonglin in the cold palace. Who is your master, me or him?" Chirp, chirp, chirp. The eagle nuzzled against Little Moo Moo's hand in a show of affection. "Humph, it's useless. I am very angry now. No amount of coaxing will change that." The eagle paused, a flash of human-like pain crossing its face. The next moment, it plucked a cherished feather from its own plumage and placed it into Little Moo Moo's hand. Chirp, 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 chirp. Only then did Little Moo Moo's expression soften. The exchange between the girl and the eagle was seamless, leaving Zhou Wanshu beside them in a state of astonishment. From her perspective, Little Moo Moo was babbling away while the eagle chirped back, creating an impression that they were truly conversing. Especially remarkable was the fact that the eagle, known for its pride in its feathers, had willingly offered one to Little Moo Moo, leaving Zhou Wanshu wide-eyed with amazement. The little princess is truly impressive. I have never seen the eagle this docile before. It seems that Gugu genuinely adores the princess and willingly submits to her. As Little Moo Moo played with the feather gifted by Gugu, she glanced at the eagle and flashed a toothless smile. Gugu stiffened, feeling a shiver run down its spine, and desperately attempted to take flight. Just then, Little Moo Moo swiftly reached out and grasped the feathers on Gugu's rear. Chirp! Before it could even struggle, the entire eagle was pulled into her embrace, its neck firmly secured, then felt something wet on its head. "Oh, this little human child is actually nibbling on my head." Gugu was taken aback, and Zhou Wanshu was even more shocked, exclaiming, "Little princess, let go of that. It's inedible." The palace attendants who witnessed this scene were equally astonished and rushed over. Unsure of how to extricate Gugu's head from Little Moo Moo's grip without provoking its wild instincts and endangering the princess, they hesitated for a long while without daring to act. As everyone pondered how to persuade Little Moo Moo to release Gugu, a tender voice called out from the entrance. "What are you all doing?" Chapter 73. The arrival of the second prince. Your timing is perfect. The little princess. Zhou Wanshu was about to seek help from Bai Jingxiao when Little Moo Moo, who had been clinging to Gugu, excitedly raised her hands and waved. "Second prince, brother." Taking advantage of the brief moment, Gugu swiftly flapped its wings and evaded the clutches of Little Moo Moo, landing on the furthest tree, casting a resentful gaze in her direction. Bai Jingxiao, intrigue, approached. "What are you playing? Why is Gugu all wet?" "Oh dear, little princess. Your mouth is all covered in feathers." He hurriedly removed the few feathers stuck to Moo Moo's lips. Zhou Wanshu, caught between laughter and tears, recounted how Little Moo Moo had been nibbling at Gugu moments earlier. Bai Jingxiao found it amusing. "Little princess, are you feeling a bit peckish? If you really want to nibble, shall I roast Gugu for you?" Before Moo Moo could react, Gugu on the branch retaliated first, glaring fiercely at Bai Jingxiao. Its claws coiled with tension, as if ready to pounce and flatten his head at the slightest provocation. "Absolutely not. Gugu detests bathing. It's foul. However, it seems that the second prince is in high spirits today, actually remembering to come and play with me. After such a long absence, I thought you had forgotten me. I suppose the second prince is yet unaware that I can now roll over, so I shall demonstrate." With that, Little Moo Moo rolled over in front of Bai Jingxiao. He clapped enthusiastically. "Little princess, you are truly remarkable. So clever, the most beautiful girl in the world." Flattering words poured from Bai Jingxiao like water, making Little Moo Moo beam with joy, her laughter ringing like silver bells throughout the courtyard, lifting the spirits of all who heard it. Of course, Bai Jingxiao did not forget the purpose of his visit. With a glint of mischief in his eyes, he leaned closer to Little Moo Moo and tentatively asked, "Little princess, I heard that father has let you play with the precious pearl atop his crown. May I, your second brother, have a look at it?" The second prince of Dashi, Bai Jingxiao, age 14, was captivated by military affairs, hunting, and horseback riding. This was the common perception of him. Yet, beyond that, he possessed other interests as well. For instance, he had an affinity for bright and shiny objects. A glance into his Muyang Palace study would reveal that while most studies displayed shelves of books, his was adorned with an array of gleaming gemstones and pearls. Particularly, the large, lustrous pearl from Baijunya's crown had long been the object of his desire, though he had refrained from asking for it due to Baijunya's formidable presence. Little Mumu nodded. Of course, it's in my room. If you wish to see it, second brother, feel free to go. Bai Jingxiao was elated, planting a fervent kiss on her cheek before rushing into her room. He gingerly picked up the enormous pearl from the bed, his breath quickening with excitement as he cherished it for a long while before reluctantly returning it to little Mumu. She received it with both hands and began to gnaw at it, producing a crunching sound. Though she had yet to grow teeth, Bai Jingxiao felt a pang of concern. Little princess, be careful not to damage the pearl. Even a scratch would pain me greatly. I haven't even grown teeth yet. How could I possibly ruin it? Little Mumu laughed. However, it seems you like it very much, so perhaps I should reluctantly give it to you. Bai Jingxiao's eyes lit up with surprise. Gazing into those sparkling eyes, little Mumu was reminded of a spirit beast she had once cared for in her previous life, equally foolish, which ignited a playful spirit within her. Oh dear, I really want to give this pearl to you, second brother, but I like it so much. What should I do? How about this? Since both you and I adore it, we could split the pearl in half, one part for you and the other for me. Then we could both have it. No, little princess, if we do that, it will no longer be a pearl, but rather a piece of my heart, Bai Jingxiao replied, his brows furrowing comically. Unable to contain her laughter, little Mumu declared, All right, I won't tease you any longer. I know you have a fondness for shiny things, so I shall truly give it to you. She pressed the pearl into Bai Jingxiao's hands. He was so moved that he nearly shed tears. Little princess, are you truly giving this pearl to me? Still in disbelief, he asked again. Mumu nodded. Yes, it's yours now. Hurry and keep it safe, or I might change my mind. Bai Jingxiao quickly tucked the pearl into his bosom. Fear not, little princess. I shall never take your belongings for granted. Should you ever require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. I will certainly help you. He, it's just a pearl. It's no big deal. You are being too polite, second brother. Bai Jingxiao exclaimed. But how did you know that I have a whole study full of treasures? Even my mother is unaware of this. He was astonished, but then it felt perfectly natural. After all, little princess was like a celestial fairy descended from the heavens. So it was only fitting that she would know such things. However, this was a secret that must not be shared. Otherwise, he would be accused of idleness and lack of ambition. Leaning closer to her, he whispered in a voice only they could hear, little Mumu. Just as she was about to say it was unnecessary, a brilliant idea struck her, and she smiled, grabbing Bai Jingxiao's finger. Though I don't want the moon in the sky, I have something else I would like your help with, second brother. Her touch was soft and tender. It was the first time Bai Jingxiao had felt her grip on his hand, and he moved with utmost caution, fearing he might inadvertently break her delicate little hand. Little princess, you are truly clever. Just speak your wish, and your second brother shall fulfill it. He bent down, resting his head beside her cradle, gazing at his adorable little sister. Little Mumu then raised her hand and pinched his nose. It's very simple. With your abilities, second brother, you can surely do it. Just take me to the cold palace to play. Bai Jingxiao's smile faltered, and his eyes reflected a hint of evasion. After a long pause without a response, little Mumu pouted and pinched his nose again. I want to go. I absolutely want to go. If you don't take me, I will cry. Oh dear, little princess, what have you eaten? Why is your strength so great? You're almost going to twist my nose off. Little Mumu pointed toward the cold palace, babbling excitedly. Zhou Wanshu, having understood her intention long ago, chuckled softly and explained to Bai Jingxiao, second prince, it seems little princess is eager for you to take her to visit Lord Lu. Foolish second brother. Even sister Zhou understands my meaning, yet you with your dense head fail to grasp it. No wonder you are easily deceived by those eunuchs, handing over all your silver for them to manage, only to find it squandered when you need it. Bai Jingxiao was taken aback. Little princess, you know about this? Relief washed over him as he realized how fortunate he was to have come to hear of it today. Otherwise, he might have lost his money. While Bai Jingxiao pondered, little Mumu continued to babble. Little princess, the cold palace is a forbidden place. How can you simply go there to play? If you don't take me, I will sneak into your residence and reveal all the picture books you secretly read. Bai Jingxiao's expression changed dramatically. My studies are already lacking. If I indulge in those picture books, my bottom will surely be punished by father. Bai Jingxiao foresaw this scene. A look of distress etched upon his face. However, as long as my second brother takes me to the cold palace, I can pretend to be oblivious to this matter. Driven by self-preservation, Bai Jingxiao, with tears brimming in his eyes, ultimately acquiesced to the request of little Mumu. Mumu readily agreed, and then Bai Jingxiao stealthily carried her, like a thief, towards the cold palace. Zhou Wanshu followed closely behind, barely suppressing her laughter. No wonder the second prince could play with the little princess. They were both so delightfully unconventional. To prevent others from discovering their venture, Bai Jingxiao led Mumu and Zhou Wanshu to the cold palace, only to find that its gates were locked. In the past, not only would there be no locks, the doors would be wide open, for no one ever came here, except for little Mumu. Thus, it was evident who the lock was meant to deter. See, little princess, it is not that your second brother does not wish to take you. It is simply that the gate is locked, leaving him powerless, Bai Jingxiao hastily explained. Mumu pouted, unwilling to relent, and shouted, Lu Chonglin, are you there? How can I find you? Hurry and come out. Inside the cold palace, Lu Chonglin sat on a stone bench in the courtyard, slightly tilting his head to gaze through the layers of leaves at the clear blue sky. In a moment of distraction, he thought he heard Mumu's call. Straining to listen, the sound vanished again. Perhaps he had been in this cold palace too long, and now he was experiencing auditory hallucinations. Second brother, can you perform lightness skills? Help me fly in, or if that's not possible, at least call out a few times for me. My voice is so small. How could Lu Chonglin possibly hear me? I must tell you, second brother, even though I have come to the cold palace, if I cannot see Lu Chonglin, I will definitely inform father about you sneaking off to read those novels. If you do not want her little bottom to be bruised, you must think of a way for me to meet Lu Chonglin. A smile involuntarily curled Bai Jingxiao's lips as he climbed up the wall with the aid of a nearby tree. On the other side of the wall, Bai Jingxiao's expression turned sour, almost to the point of tears, not because of Mumu's words, but because she was relentlessly pinching the flesh on his arm. Little princess, can we not discuss matters calmly without resorting to violence? Bai Jingxiao grimaced, his face turning a shade resembling that of raw liver. He truly wished to know what the favored concubine had fed little Mumu, for she was so small yet possessed such incredible strength. He couldn't even pull her hand away without fearing for her safety, so he gritted his teeth and endured, just as he wrestled with the pain and his dignity. Mumu finally released her grip. Ah, Lu Chonglin, when did you come up? Instinctively, Bai Jingxiao looked up to see Lu Chonglin's head emerging above the high wall. Bai Jingxiao, when did he climb up there? He heard a single sound. Bai Jingxiao's gaze on Lu Chonglin deepened. As Lu Chonglin noticed that they had finally seen him, he propped himself up and sat on the wall. Sunlight cascaded down, seemingly gilding him in golden light, accentuating his already striking features, and the gentle curve of his smile made him appear even more amiable. Lu Chonglin, you truly are handsome, even more so than my father. Lu Chonglin's eyes flickered. His expression remained composed, but the tips of his ears betrayed his current feelings, turning a shade of crimson. He cleared his throat. I was unaware that the little princess and the second prince had come here. Is there something you wish to discuss? Yes, indeed, Mumu exclaimed. I specifically came to see you, Lu Chonglin. Bai Jingxiao thought, little princess, is it truly appropriate for you to be so forward? He cast a glance at Lu Chonglin. Thankfully, this noble son was oblivious to Mumu's innermost thoughts. Otherwise, he would lose all his face. Unbeknownst to him, Mumu's words had already reached Lu Chonglin's ears, causing his smile to widen. In that case, it would be best not to disturb the little princess and the second prince during their stroll, Lu Chonglin said, preparing to leap down from the wall, which sent Mumu into a panic. Lu Chonglin, wait. I specifically came to find you. Don't leave. Second brother, stop standing there and quickly help me stop Lu Chonglin. In her urgency, Mumu pinched Bai Jingxiao's arm once more. Bai Jingxiao winced and quickly interjected, wait, noble son. Lu Chonglin paused and turned to him. Mumu released her grip. Bai Jingxiao exhaled a sigh of relief and forced a smile. The weather is quite pleasant today. Since we are fortunate enough to encounter you here, why not engage in a light conversation? As he spoke, he observed Mumu's expression and noted her satisfaction, which eased his mind. Lu Chonglin, noticing Mumu's eager gaze, decided to set aside his playful intentions and agreed. However, since he could not leave the cold palace, he could only converse casually with the second prince, hoping not to offend him. Not at all. My second brother is the most understanding, and surely he recognizes your predicament and will not hold it against you, Mu said, extending her hand toward Lu Chonglin. Lu Chonglin, where's my gift? Weren't you the one who said you would bring me a small gift every day? You owe me several now. Her visit today was not only to see how Lu Chonglin was faring, but also to collect gifts. The act of receiving gifts could be quite addictive, especially since Lu Chonglin had previously prepared different gifts each day, which had greatly piqued her interest. Lu Chonglin's eyes glimmered. Was a little princess asking for gifts? Apologies, dear princess, but Lu Chonglin had thought that she might have grown weary of his offerings since he had not prepared anything in recent days. He lowered his gaze slightly. If the little princess did not mind, he could make amends in the future. After a moment of contemplation, Mu nodded. That is acceptable, but you must repay me double for what you owe, she added, raising two fingers playfully. Upon hearing this, Lu Chonglin chuckled lightly and glanced at Bai Jingxiao. Was the second prince so focused on regarding me? Bai Jingxiao, caught off guard, laughed heartily. Noble son, your martial skills must be quite impressive. Not bad. Sufficient for self-defense, Lu Chonglin replied. Surely you are being modest. I was so close to you and did not hear when you climbed the wall. Your skills must be extraordinary, Bai Jingxiao exclaimed, excitement evident in his tone. Once you're out of the cold palace, shall we spar? Lu Chonglin paused, then smiled. If he were to leave the cold palace, he would gladly engage in a match with the second prince. However, he chuckled bitterly, not continuing his thought. Both Mu and Bai Jingxiao understood that when he might exit, or even if he could, was entirely uncertain. Bai Jingxiao felt compelled to comfort him, but was at a loss for words. After all, it was his father who had confined Lu Chonglin here. What if Lu Chonglin thought he was mocking him? He could only force a smile. At that moment, Mu seemed to have a sudden realization, her expression turning serious as she looked at the figure on the wall. Lu Chonglin, do not worry. I will certainly find a way to rescue you from the cold palace. Before that incident unfolds, it is imperative to extract Lu Chonglin from the cold palace. Subsequently, Bai Jingxiao engaged in a brief conversation with Lu Chonglin before departing with Xiao Mu. Second brother, what brings you here? Have you completed your studies for the day? Bai Junya furrowed his brow. Bai Jingxiao stiffened, cold sweat trickling down his back. Who would have guessed that you possess such eloquence, second prince? Were it not for my knowledge of your intentions towards the precious pearl bestowed upon me by father, I might have been deceived. Bai Junya glanced into Bai Jingxiao's embrace, where a bulge was evident. What treasures do you harbor in your pocket? Bai Jingxiao replied. When did father's perception become so astute? He then retrieved the precious pearl. I gifted this pearl to Mu. How did it end up with you? It was given to me by the little princess. Should she not bestow it upon you? After all, you're her elder brother. How could you covet it from your sister? Father, I have no need for this pearl. If second brother desires it, then let him have it. However, I can understand father's stance. It appears that within the palace, aside from me, no one is aware of second brother's fondness for luminous objects. To amass a collection of gems and pearls filling an entire bookshelf must require considerable effort. It is commendable that second brother has maintained such perseverance for over a decade. Yet, it is merely a pearl, not something of great significance. He can have it. A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Junya's eyes. He had not anticipated that his robust son would harbor such an interest. Indeed, as a father, he had not taken the time to truly understand his son. As Xiao Mu had stated, it was merely a pearl, not a matter of great importance, and his sternness had been unwarranted. Bai Junya's expression softened immediately. It is but a pearl. Why take Mumu's? If you desire it, simply ask me. How could you hide such treasures in your study without my knowledge? How did you know, father? Bai Jingxiao exclaimed in astonishment. Bai Junya, in a light-hearted manner, rapped his son on the head. You are my son. What is there that I do not know about you? Now return the pearl to Mu. I shall provide you with another. Saying this, Bai Junya removed the recently embedded large pearl from his own crown. Bai Jingxiao, cradling the freshly acquired pearl, was deeply moved. Oh, father, you are too kind. I initially thought you would be displeased upon learning of second brother's penchant for collecting bright objects. Yet your support has made this day even more delightful. However, Father, one must not speak too freely. For instance, you are unaware of second brother's indulgence in illustrated books, nor of his mischievous act of adding salt to the grand tutor St. Are you? And furthermore, Xiao Mumu enumerated Bai Jingxiao's past misdeeds, oblivious to the sudden darkening of Bai Junia's expression, just as Bai Jingxiao was basking in gratitude. Bai Junia delivered a swift kick to his backside, leaving everyone in the room momentarily stunned. Bai Jingxiao, not only do you dare to peruse illustrated books, but you also add salt to the grand tutor St. and feign illness to evade lessons? Such obstinacy cannot go unpunished today. After scanning the room, his gaze landed on a feather duster that had been carelessly left behind. He seized it and brought it down sharply upon Bai Jingxiao's rear end. Bai Jingxiao yelped in pain, jumping about in an attempt to evade further strikes. Noble Consort, unsure of how to intervene, hastily summoned Bai Jingxiao's mother for assistance. Bai Jingxiao's mother, the virtuous Consort Zhang, had been serving Bai Junia since his time in the palace, and had borne him but this one son over the decades. When the virtuous consort rushed in, Bai Jingxiao was already kneeling in the courtyard, tearfully reflecting on his actions. With noble consort and support, they managed to mitigate the severity of Bai Jingxiao's punishment. The virtuous consort, exasperated, looked at her son, who wore a pitiful expression. Mother, before he could finish, the virtuous consort grasped his ear. You ungrateful wretch, you dare to indulge in illustrated books? Just wait and see how I shall discipline you. This was followed by the sounds of Bai Jingxiao's anguished cries echoing through the courtyard. Xiao Mumu watched in astonishment. Truly, the virtuous consort lives up to her reputation as the most fiery temperament in the harem. Alas, second brother is quite unfortunate. I hope he does not suffer too greatly at the hands of the virtuous consort. Yet, I must admit, she is quite beautiful. Father has exquisite taste. Chapter 76. Encountering her leads to immediate retribution. Bai Junia's findings aligned closely with Xiao Mumu's assertions. Indeed, the favored consort was not a daughter of the He family. Now, he was conferring with noble consort and on how to address this matter. I know, Xiao Mumu exclaimed, raising her hand excitedly. We can assist the favored consort in establishing a connection with the Bai family to win their favor. Should father gain the Bai family's allegiance, not only would it sever a significant source of power for the male lead seeking to destroy Artashi, but it would also disrupt the machinations of that hidden mastermind. Do they not wish for us to fall out with the Bai family? We must not grant them their desire. Furthermore, winning over the Bai family would be advantageous for us. Such an opportunity must not be missed. Bai Junia shared her sentiments, and upon seeing Xiao Mumu's agreement, he waved his hand decisively, drafting a letter outlining the circumstances and dispatching it post-haste to the Bai family. Following this, he dined at Jian Palace and naturally chose to stay the night. Zhou Wanshu also resided at Jian Palace, yet she was more perceptive than Xiao Mumu. After Bai Junia's arrival, she refrained from appearing before him unless absolutely necessary. Bai Junia was quite pleased with Zhou Wanshu's demeanor. After an intense discussion, Bai Junia embraced noble consort and inquired, "What are your thoughts on Zhou Wanshu?" Noble consort and hesitated, cautiously probing, "Why do you inquire about her?" "I have observed the crown prince's unusual regard for her." "Ah, I see." Noble consort and relaxed slightly. "This matter should be discussed with the Empress, not with me. It is simply that Zhou Wanshu has spent more time in your presence. I thought you might know her better." After a moment of contemplation, noble consort replied, "Since you ask, I shall speak. I find Wanshu to be quite a good child." Noble consort enumerated Zhou Wanshu's virtues, which surprisingly mirrored Xiao Mumu's earlier observations. Bai Junia chuckled, recognizing that his beloved consort held a fondness for her as well. Not wishing to pursue the topic further, he had originally intended to discuss the matter with the Empress, but had been sidetracked by various affairs. Today, prompted by a sudden thought, he consulted noble consort only to discover that her appraisal of Zhou Wanshu was equally high. Clearly, Zhou Wanshu was indeed a commendable individual. He resolved to find an appropriate moment to discuss this with the Empress. As these thoughts occupied his mind, he drifted into slumber. The following day dawned bright and clear. The first thing Xiao Mumu did upon rising was to implore Zhou Wanshu to take her to the cold palace. Zhou Wanshu, feeling utterly exasperated, replied, "Little princess, the cold palace is fraught with resentment. Frequent visits may disturb you. Despite Zhou Wanchu's earnest entreaties, Xiao Mu was undeterred, persistently vocalizing her desires while rolling about on the bed. With a deep sigh, Zhou Wanchu remarked, "Why must you seek out Chu Zizi?" "Of course, to retrieve my gift. Moreover, I must keep an eye on him to prevent him from succumbing to darkness under my very nose. He is connected to the lives of countless individuals within our Dashi royal family. I must ensure his well-being to feel at ease." Furthermore, given that the fateful event is fast approaching, Xiao Mu found herself increasingly anxious, diligently contemplating ways to rescue Lu Chonglin from that place, and thereby avert the impending disaster. Ultimately, Zhou Wanchu was unable to resist the persuasive charms of the little Mu and took her to the Cold Palace. Of course, before their departure, Zhou Wanchu informed Consort of their plans. Initially, she expected Consort to disapprove, but to her surprise, the Consort merely paused for a moment before granting her approval with remarkable decisiveness. Moreover, she added that should Mu wish to seek out Lu Chongling in the future, she could do so freely. Elated, Mu beamed at Consort, her adorable smile almost melting hearts. As Mu arrived at the Cold Palace as she had wished, she found the doors still locked. Zhou Wanchu had no choice but to lead her to the same spot as the previous day. Just as she was about to call out, Lu Chongling's figure appeared atop the wall. "Little princess, you've come. Are you here to request gifts from Lu Chongling?" Mu nodded and extended her hand towards him. Lu Chongling chuckled softly and placed 2 small trinkets into her palm. Mu's expression fell as she pouted. "Is this it? You promised me double." Lu Chongling suppressed his mirth, assuring her, "Do not be displeased, little princess. I will make it up to you in the future." Time was scarce, and I could only prepare these 2 for now. Satisfied, Mu began to inspect the items in her hands. Both were wooden carvings, a small flute and a charming figurine that bore a striking resemblance to her. She cherished it, caressing the little puppet's face repeatedly. Seeing her delight, Lu Chongling concealed his own happiness, but his heart swelled with joy. Yet it was regrettable that, being confined to the Cold Palace, he could not procure finer wood. "Once I leave this place, I shall carve you a new one from the finest material," he promised. "That's unnecessary. This one is already lovely, and I adore it," Mu replied. "Oh, by the way, I almost forgot to mention this, Lu Chongling. I will do my utmost to find a way to rescue you from the Cold Palace within half a month. During this period, if you encounter an injured woman, you must, under no circumstances, assist her." Her countenance turned serious. In the original tale, Lu Chongling had saved a mysterious woman and developed feelings for her, unaware that she was a spy sent by the mastermind behind the scenes to manipulate him. The tragedy of Lu Chongling's family was partly orchestrated by that very woman. To prevent any potential meeting between them, Mu resolved to thwart their encounter entirely, ensuring there was no chance for their relationship to blossom. As for other possibilities, such as capturing her to interrogate her about the true perpetrator, she had considered them but was uncertain about the rules of this world and deemed it the least favorable option. What if, during the interrogation, the woman charmed the male protagonist? Mu shook her head vigorously, her expression a tapestry of emotions. Lu Chongling, listening intently, felt a flicker of intrigue in his gaze. Would someone truly seek him out in the Cold Palace for help? He twirled his fingers, finding the notion amusing. If possible, he wished to uncover the identity of the woman Mu spoke of. However, glancing down at Mu's visibly anxious face, he suddenly released his grip. Perhaps it was best to alleviate her worries. After spending a little more time in the Cold Palace, Mu eventually took her leave. With Consort and approval, her subsequent visits to the Cold Palace became quite smooth, and the gifts she received multiplied. Ultimately, the little wooden puppet, which bore a resemblance to her, remained the one she insisted on holding while sleeping. One day, the weather turned gloomy, oppressive clouds promising rain at any moment. When Mu awoke early and glanced outside, she mistook it for dawn and rolled over to sleep again. Zhou Wanchu checked on her several times without success. Just then, Consort summoned her, prompting Zhou Wanchu to instruct Madame Xie to keep an eye on Mu. Madame Xie settled into a chair at the bedside, watching over Mu as she embroidered a pair of tiger head shoes, occasionally measuring Mu's little feet. As she worked, a sudden crashing sound from outside startled Mu awake. With her eyelids fluttering open, Madame Xie quickly patted her back to soothe her back to sleep. Setting aside her embroidery, Madame Xie ventured outside to discover that the wind had toppled the trellis. The little princess loved playing beneath it, and if she woke to find it down, her sorrow would be palpable. Thus, Madame Xie called for help to reassemble and secure the trellis. At that moment, Lady Li, who had been awake all night due to nursing, was awakened by the commotion outside. When she emerged to see everyone bustling around the trellis, she felt a twinge of annoyance and considered returning to bed. However, upon noticing that only Moo Moo was present in her room, a sinister thought crossed her mind. At the entrance of Jian Palace, the Crown Prince, the second prince by Jing Xiao, and the third prince by Heng Rui stood together, each exchanging looks of surprise. "Your Highness," they greeted one another respectfully. "Are you here to see the consort, Your Highness?" Bai Jingxiao inquired, glancing at the items Bai Yanqin held. Bai Yanqin confirmed, stating he had come to deliver some items on behalf of their mother, asking if the two princes had accompanied him. Bai Jingxiao quickly waved his hands. No, do not misunderstand, I did not come with him. His tone suggested that being seen as arriving together would imply something rather unfortunate. Bai Heng Rui shot Bai Jingxiao a sidelong glance. "My brother has never enjoyed the company of frivolous individuals. You know this well, Crown Prince." Bai Jingxiao bristled at the implication. "Hey, you little third brother, who do you call frivolous? I am your elder brother, and such words lack respect." Bai Heng Rui chuckled lightly. "Why the eagerness to take offense? Second brother, did I say that the frivolous one was you?" The Crown Prince rubbed his temples in exasperation. "Enough. This is Jian Palace. Let us all maintain decorum. Since we are here, let us proceed inside together." Bai Jingxiao and Bai Heng Rui exchanged glares, each unwilling to yield, and stepped through the door in unison. The Crown Prince, accustomed to their competitive nature, thought it best to let them be as long as they did not come to blows. He headed to the main hall to find Consort, and Bai Jingxiao had initially intended to visit Moo Moo directly, but with the Crown Prince present, he followed suit. Thus, when Consort saw the three of them, she was quite taken aback. "What brings all three princes to Jian Palace today?" "Autumn has arrived. Allow me to serve tea." The Crown Prince began. "Lady Ro, I am here to deliver some items on behalf of our mother. These are fresh lychees, recently presented by the Western Kingdom, and Mother requested I bring some for you and Moo Moo." As the Crown Prince opened the basket brought by the little servant, it revealed an abundance of plump lychees. Consort smiled. Such trivial matters could easily be handled by others. How could you trouble the Crown Prince to make this trip? Her gaze then shifted to Bai Jingxiao and Bai Heng Rui, especially lingering on Bai Heng Rui. Consort had little acquaintance with Bai Heng Rui's mother, concubine Shun. Their interactions limited to mere nods during court greetings. Bai Heng Rui had never been particularly close to the other princes in the palace, so it was quite unexpected for him to visit her in the Jian Palace today. While pondering this, Ngui Fei glanced at Bai Jingxiao, who chuckled mischievously. His words prompted laughter from everyone present, especially from Bai Heng Rui, whose laughter was the loudest. Bai Jingxiao's demeanor soured as he cast an irritated glance at him. "Why are you laughing so heartily? I am quite curious about your reason for being here." Bai Heng Rui suppressed his laughter. "Is it permissible for you to visit the little princess while I am not allowed to come?" "Your Highness, the second prince," and Ngui Fei interjected hastily. "It is indeed a blessing for us that you both can visit Moo Moo. Please refrain from such remarks that could undermine brotherly harmony. Moo Moo should be awake by now. If you wish to see her, now is the perfect time. I have also brought something for her, so why not accompany me to see her?" "Second brother, what are you waiting for? Aren't you coming to see Moo Moo?" "Oh, right, coming." Bai Jingxiao quickly rose and followed the Crown Prince. Bai Heng Rui stood up as well and, after greeting Ngui Fei, followed suit. Once the three departed, Chilai approached Ngui Fei and whispered, "Is the third prince truly here, just to see the little princess today?" It was not surprising that Bai Jingxiao felt suspicious. After all, his observations held merit, and Ngui Fei and Chen Guipin did not frequently interact, and Bai Heng Rui was not often seen with the other princes, let alone with the little princess, who seemed so far removed from their circles. Ngui Fei furrowed her brow slightly. Chen Guipin had always been principled, and with the Crown Prince and the second prince present, it was unlikely that the third prince would dare to harm Moo Moo. Ngui Fei was equally curious about Bai Heng Rui's purpose for visiting today, but with so many eyes watching, it was not a suitable moment to inquire further. As long as he bore no ill intentions towards Moo Moo, that was sufficient. After a moment of contemplation, she decided to set aside her thoughts. Very well, we shall discuss this later. Shall I? Please invite Miss Zhou over. Upon hearing that the crown prince and the two princes had arrived, Zhou Wanshu discreetly retreated to the inner chambers. Meanwhile, the three princes had arrived at little Moo Moo's courtyard. To their surprise, as soon as they entered, they were met with the sudden sound of Moo Moo's wailing. The expressions of everyone present shifted dramatically. The crown prince was the first to react, but it was by Jing Xiao and by Hung Rue, with their more robust physiques, who rushed in first. They found Li Shi gently cradling little Moo Moo and soothing her. Upon seeing them, she quickly explained, I noticed that the window in the princess's room was wide open. Fearing that the wind might disturb her, I came to close it. Just as I was about to leave, she suddenly began to cry. It must have been a nightmare. Do not be afraid, little princess. The crown prince and both princes are here, and no evil can approach you now, Li Shi said tenderly, patting Moo Moo's back to calm her. However, unseen by all, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the depths of her eyes, a thrill that eluded everyone's notice. The three brothers nearly believed her. But just as Bai Yinqing was about to take the sobbing Moo Moo into his arms, they simultaneously heard a childish voice in their minds. Wah, she's lying. I did not wake up from a nightmare. She pricked me with a needle, and that is what caused my pain. Wah, my bottom hurts. That wicked woman pricked me several times, turning my bottom into a sieve. Little Moo Moo wailed, pounding her tiny fists against Li Shi, who cried out in pain. Hearing her thoughts, the brothers' expressions shifted once more, and they all turned to Li Shi. Bai Jing Xiao, standing at the forefront, shouted furiously, You wretched servant, and rushed forward to snatch Moo Moo from her grasp. At the same moment, Bai Hung Rue followed suit, delivering a swift kick to Li Shi's abdomen. Then, the crown prince stepped forward. Impudent wretch, how dare you harm the little princess? Seize this vile woman and bring her to justice. In an instant, a throng of attendants surged forth, binding Li Shi tightly. Alarmed, she cried out, Your Highness, I am innocent. I have been utterly devoted to the little princess. How could I ever harm her? She wept loudly, but amidst her tears, a fleeting flicker of guilt crossed her eyes. Had she been discovered? No, that was impossible. She had been careful to ensure no one was watching when she acted. After all, the little princess was merely an infant who could not speak. Even if she had been pricked, she could never reveal the truth. Li Shi's mind raced. You're innocent? The needles are hidden in your sleeves. Crown Prince, you must stand up for me. Little Moo Moo cried, wailing, It really hurts. Bai Yinqing, his face cold, stepped forward and kicked Li Shi over, discovering several fine embroidery needles hidden in her sleeve. He felt a surge of rage as he noticed one needle still stained with blood. You deserve death. He seethed, delivering another kick to Li Shi's jaw. With a sickening crack, her jaw shattered, leaving her mouth agape and unable to utter another word. Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hongrui, witnessing the embroidery needles, wore expressions of utter horror. Had it not been for the fear of frightening little Moo Moo, they would have rushed forward to end Li Shi's life right then and there. Wah, second prince, don't touch my bottom. It hurts. Perhaps due to the manner in which she was held, little Moo Moo, who had finally calmed down, burst into tears once more. Bai Jingxiao, flustered, hurriedly adjusted his hold, but in his haste, he inadvertently jostled her in a painful manner. Sweat beaded on his forehead as he caught sight of Bai Hongrui nearby. Old three, quickly hold the little princess. My grip is too strong, and I've hurt her. Suddenly, a small bundle was nestled in by Hongrue's arms. His pupils dilated, and he froze, his body stiffening. He had never held a child before and maintained an awkward posture, afraid to move lest he drop the precious little bundle. At that moment, something extraordinary occurred. Little Moo Moo, who had been crying incessantly, ceased her tears and stared up at Bai Hongrue with wide, curious eyes. Wow, the third prince looks so handsome. They say Chun Guipin is the most beautiful woman in the palace. It seems the rumors are indeed true. The third prince resembles Chun Guipin. Both are such beauties. Beauty, beauty. Little Moo Moo nestled closer to Bai Hongrue, momentarily forgetting the pain in her bottom. Bai Hongrue felt his body stiffen, his neck flushing crimson beneath his collar. Stay still. I do not know how to hold a child. I might drop you. he stammered awkwardly. At that moment, and Gui Fei, having faintly heard the commotion, rushed over. What happened to Moo Moo? Why is she crying? And Gui Fei hastily took little Moo Moo into her arms, but accidentally brushed against her sore bottom, causing her to wail once more. Bai Jingxiao quickly interjected, Your Highness, the little princess has been pricked on her bottom by this vile woman. Be careful not to touch her there. It hurts her. And Gui Fei gasped, immediately withdrawing her hand. And indeed, little Moo Moo ceased her cries. Wah, mother, she bullied me. She pricked me with needles while I was sleeping and tricked the crown prince and the two princes into believing I was crying from a nightmare. If my brothers hadn't noticed the truth, I would have suffered this great injustice. And Gui Fei's heart ached, and she felt immense gratitude towards the princes present. Fortunately, they had discovered the truth early on. Otherwise, who knows how much more torment her little Moo Moo would have endured. She cast a furious glare at Li Shi, who lay on the ground, unable to speak, her eyes narrowed with barely concealed rage, as if she were ready to feast upon her flesh and drink her blood. Li had long been paralyzed with fear, incessantly pleading for mercy, yet with her jaw shattered, she could only emit pitiful whimpers. Autumn has arrived, summoned Mr. Su, and also send someone to summon the emperor. She could not fathom how a commoner would dare to assault a princess, undoubtedly acting under the instigation of others. Soon, Mr. Su arrived, along with Bai Junya, and to her astonishment, the Empress had also come. A multitude of stern faces surrounded the kneeling Li. Su Yinluo examined the little princess, who fortunately bore no grave injuries. However, it was best for her wounds to avoid water for the next few days, requiring medication thrice daily, after which she would recover. Upon hearing this, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The little princess stabilized, nestled in the embrace of Consort, her eyes and nose red from crying, appearing utterly pitiful. Bai Junya, filled with both anger and sorrow, seized a nearby teacup and hurled it at Li, causing a bloom of blood to blossom on her forehead. Bold servant, confess who instigated you to harm the little princess. Should you dare to conceal anything, I shall annihilate your entire clan. Chapter 79. Punishment. Li, dazed from the blow, paid no heed to her pain, desperately knocking her head against the ground. Your Majesty, spare me. No one instigated me. I acted in a moment of foolishness. I beg for your mercy. I shall never dare again. The sound of her head striking the floor echoed throughout the hall, leaving traces of blood behind. Consort slightly turned her body to shield the little princess from witnessing the gruesome scene. Despite Li nearly smashing her head to pieces, not a single soul in attendance exhibited even a flicker of compassion. Even a usually gentle Empress maintained a stern countenance, as if it were her own daughter who had been wronged. Your Majesty, such a brazen commoner dares to harm the little princess. She must not be spared. Otherwise, others will see that Moo Moo is small and voiceless, thinking her an easy target. Moo Moo is the most esteemed princess of the Shi. How can she be humiliated by such rabble? The Imperial household must also be held accountable for allowing such a vile person to enter the palace. This is truly dereliction of duty, and your Majesty must not let them off lightly. The Empress's voice was cold, tinged with palpable anger. Heaven knows the turmoil she felt upon seeing the blood-stained needle marks on the little princess's bottom. Even dragging Li out for a slow execution would not quench her wrath. Upon hearing this, Li's face turned even paler. Your Majesty, I did not act with intent. I was confused and overwhelmed by pain. I made a grave mistake. Your Majesty, I truly repent. My worthless life is not worth much, but please spare my family. The Empress remained unmoved, prompting Li to turn desperately to Consort. Your Highness, please save me. The little princess is still so young. Seeing blood could bring her misfortune, although I have not nursed her. I have cared for her these past few days. Your Highness, see this as an act of kindness for the little princess and save me. I will serve you for the rest of my life. Bah, you wretched creature. Mother, do not listen to her. She dared to stab my bottom. She must be taught a harsh lesson. Otherwise, my suffering will be in vain. Father, your Majesty, you must not be lenient. You must avenge me. The little princess, enraged, flailed her fists at the air. If only her cultivation had not been lost, she would have already sent Li crashing against the wall. without needing to voice her thoughts. Both the Emperor and Empress, along with Consort, and disregarded Li's desperate pleas. Consort in turn to Baijunia. Your Majesty, take action. Her incessant noise disturbs Muumu's ears. Eunuch Fu immediately instructed someone to silence Li, and the hall fell silent. Baijunia rose, looking down at Li with a gaze devoid of emotion. Criminal Li, you dared to harm the little princess. Take her away for the punishment of flaying. As for Li's family, they shall be exterminated, and her descendants shall be banished from the capital, forever condemned to a life of begging. The head of the imperial household shall be punished with a year's salary forfeiture and 10 strikes. Those who selected Li to enter the palace shall receive 30 strikes. Be expelled from the palace and never employed again. Baijunia's gaze shifted to those attending to the little princess, including the Xie family. Noticing his attention, they trembled and lowered their heads. Baijunia was about to pass judgment on them when the little princess interjected. Father, Xie has treated me well, and I like her. Please show some leniency when punishing them. She waved her hand to draw Baijunia's focus, not wanting to adapt to a new wet nurse. Baijunia reconsidered and declared, since the Xie family serves in Consort's palace, let her handle their punishment. Upon hearing this, Li trembled, as if all her strength had been drained. Collapsing to the ground, even unresponsive when dragged away. It was only when a sharp blade grazed her skin that she suddenly realized the severity of her misdeed. Yet it was too late. Her mouth, now silenced, could no longer utter any words, not even a scream. She could only watch helplessly as her flesh was stripped away, revealing her bones. This was not the end. The punishment of flaying was not complete until her bones were devoid of any flesh. Meanwhile, they would do everything in their power to prolong her life. Often, those subjected to such punishment would witness their bodies reduced to mere bones before succumbing to excruciating pain. Such a gruesome spectacle left the onlookers retching, simultaneously making it clear to everyone in the palace just how much Baijunia valued the little princess. In an instant, all gazes that had been fixated on Consort and shifted entirely to the little princess. Of course, the little princess remained oblivious to all this. She only knew that the wicked person who had pricked her with a needle had been dealt with, while her father, mother, the Empress, and her 3 brothers surrounded her, each trying to amuse her, especially Baijunia, who showered her with gifts to ease her fright, far too many for her to count. The little princess could no longer muster a single tear, her laughter so vibrant that her mouth could hardly close. The Empress even gifted her a golden and jade phoenix hairpin as part of her dowry. Although the little princess had only a few strands of hair, she adored it, holding it up to her head and asking everyone if it looked good. You little girl, how do you possess such vanity? It will be many years before you can wear this. Consort smiled indulgently. I don't care, I just like it. Hee hee hee. Look, this hairpin suits me quite well. If only my hair would grow faster. The little princess exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with mischief. What if I ask Su Yanluo to make me a hair growth potion? Then my hair will grow quickly. Everyone replied, not a good idea. Baijunia snatched the hairpin away. Enough with the vanity. This dangerous object will be entrusted to your mother for safekeeping. Once you are old enough to use it, I shall return it to you. The little princess pouted. Baijunia patted Consort's hand, instructing, Consort, please ensure this precious item is kept safe for Muumu. Hide it well. It is best not to let Muumu find it. Chapter 80. No more pain later. Baijunia and the Empress stayed for a short while before taking their leave. The Empress had to attend to medication, while Baijunia needed to handle state affairs. Had it not been for this incident, Baijunia had intended to carry little Muumu along to attend to state affairs. Otherwise, he felt as though this little girl was on the verge of forgetting her father, the Emperor. She spent her days either searching for that wretched boy in the cold palace or on her way there. It was bewildering how that boy could captivate his daughter so completely. Had he not feared her tears and tantrums upon learning the truth, he would have long since sent that boy to sweep the streets of the royal temple. As he departed, Baijunia playfully poked little Muumu's face with his slightly stubbled chin, eliciting peals of laughter from her, which left him quite satisfied as he called the crown prince to join him. Observing this, Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hongrui felt it prudent to leave as well. Soon, only those from Jian Palace remained in the Grand Hall. The noble consort Anne's expression turned icy as she thundered, Xie, your servant is here, Xie responded hurriedly. Despite her legs being numb from kneeling, she dared not show even a hint of laxity. At the consort's command, she bowed her head heavily to the ground. Awaiting her judgment, I entrusted Moo Moo to your care because I believed in you. Is this how you look after her? I am at fault, and I beg for your punishment, noble consort. Whether you choose to strike or to execute, I shall accept it. But I implore you, for the sake of the little princess who has fed from my breast, spare my family. As she spoke, Xie struck her forehead against the ground repeatedly, the dull thuds causing little Moo Moo to wince, feeling a pang of sympathy. She gently tugged at the consort's sleeve, her eyes pleading. Mother, please be gentle and spare them. While they have erred, they are not divine, and none could have anticipated that Li would dare to act against me. And you know how Xie has cared for me, else you would not have entrusted me to her, correct? Though they have erred, their faults do not warrant death. Mother, consider it an act of kindness. The noble consort gazed down at her daughter for a long while, and after a deep sigh, she raised her head to address the others. Were it not for the presence of the little princess, I would have ordered you all dragged out and beaten to death. However, the princess is compassionate and does not wish for you to suffer such punishment. Yet, the fact remains that you have failed in your duty to watch over her. Thus, I shall impose a punishment. You shall each slap yourselves 20 times, and Xie shall endure a half-year of punishment, along with a 3-month ban on family visits. Knowing Xie had a son, the consort, as a mother herself, understood the pain of separation and thus allowed her one opportunity each month to meet her family at the palace gates. Xie, momentarily stunned, quickly bowed in gratitude. Her eyes filled with appreciation for the noble consort. As for the punishment and the 3-month separation, she accepted it as just. The others shared similar sentiments, their gazes towards little Moo Moo filled with gratitude, vowing to treat her with utmost kindness henceforth, vowing that no one would dare to humiliate her again. As they exited in a line, they sincerely and vigorously slapped their own faces, the resounding smacks audible even to little Moo Moo inside the room. Having done wrong, they accepted their punishment as deserved. The noble consort tenderly caressed Moo Moo's little bottom. Dear Moo Moo, that must hurt, she murmured. Little Moo Moo raised her hand to wipe away the tears from her mother's cheek. At that moment, Zhou Wanshu, who had been standing quietly in a corner, hesitated for a moment before biting her lip and offering her handkerchief to the noble consort. Your Highness, look, the little princess is wiping your tears. Surely she does not wish to see you sad. Little Moo Moo nodded vigorously in agreement. Yes, mother, I do not want to see you cry. A beauty like you should always smile. I want to see you happy. If you continue to cry, I shall cry too. With that, little Moo Moo pouted, her chin quivering, looking utterly pitiful. The noble consort's heart warmed, and she accepted the handkerchief to dab at her eyes, wiping away her tears completely. Wanshu, please fetch the ointment left by Mr. Su. It shall tend to Mumu's wounds. Zhou Wanshu promptly presented the ointment. The wounds, having been treated once, were no longer as fearsome as they had initially appeared, leaving only small red dots on her bottom, which, upon closer inspection, resembled harmless rash marks rather than needle pricks. Each time the noble consort beheld those marks, her heart trembled with relief that the crown prince and others had discovered the matter, and that she had heard her daughter's voice. Without that, how would she have known the suffering her daughter endured? Hey, mother, my back itches a bit. Could you scratch it for me? A little higher, to the left, a bit more to the left, yes, right there. Ah, your hands are so soft. It feels so good, little Moo Moo yawned widely. Under the gentle scratching of the noble consort, her eyes gradually grew heavy, her eyelids fluttering closed, and she began to breathe steadily. Seeing her drift off to sleep, the noble consort felt a mix of helplessness and affection. Ultimately, after holding her for a while longer, she carefully transferred her to the bed as Moo Moo sank deeper into slumber. By then, Xie and the others had completed their punishment, their faces swollen and red from the effort. The noble consort cast them a glance, but said nothing as she left after placing Moo Moo down. Shortly thereafter, Qiu Lai approached with a bottle of medicine in hand. This is the swelling ointment. Use it, and do not alarm the little princess. Grateful, the group lavished praises upon Qiu Lai. She smiled silently, waiting for everyone to apply the ointment before taking her leave. Thus, with the aid of the ointment, by the time little Moo Moo awakened once more, their faces had returned to normal. Little Moo Moo, fully revitalized after a nap, had entirely forgotten about the needles she had endured. Upon waking, she began to roll joyously on the bed. Due to her earlier injury, she had sweetly coaxed the noble consort into giving her a small bowl of milk and egg custard, which the consort readily agreed to. After all, she was her beloved daughter, deserving of such indulgence. Meanwhile, in the cold palace, Lu Chonglin awaited someone, his neck straining with anticipation. Chapter 81. Never to escape as the night deepened and palace lights flickered to life, Lu Chonglin finally accepted that the little princess would not be coming today. He found himself at a loss for emotions. Was it disappointment, worry, or a sense of grievance? It was all exceedingly complex. Are you still waiting for that little girl? Give up that hope. Once you enter this cold palace, you shall never escape. A disheveled old woman cackled at Lu Chonglin, her voice raspy and unpleasant. Lu Chonglin's expression remained unchanged, but his hand swiftly grasped a vine whip from the entrance. With a crack, he struck it at the old woman's feet. Hu Tai Fei, I have warned you. Should you dare to step even half a foot into the front courtyard, I will show no mercy. As the words fell, he raised his hand, and the whip swiftly aimed at the old woman. Terror flashed across her face as she scrambled to evade, shouting, "Impudence! I am the Emperor's chosen consort. How dare you insult me, you dog of a servant? Just wait. I shall ensure the Emperor sees your hands and feet severed, your eyes gouged out, your nose, ears, and tongue cut off, turning you into a human pig. Ow, ow. Ow, stop hitting. It hurts. Father, mother, help me. I am in pain. Your Majesty, I did not mean it. Please do not kill me. My brother is the Grand General of the kingdom. Your empire was built by him. You cannot be so heartless." The chill in the air was palpable, and hunger gnawed at her. "Your Majesty," she lamented, "I am your most beloved woman. How could you cast me into the cold palace?" She cried out for freedom, asserting her status as a favored concubine, unwilling to remain in such desolation. "Gagaga," she cackled, "we cannot escape. We are destined to perish here together." In the cold palace, the lamentations of countless resentful souls lingered, and the living were scarcely better off. Madness was the most fortunate outcome. With no one to govern, those condemned to this wretched place from various dynasties congregated here, their accumulated bones capable of burying the entire courtyard. A few, like the fortunate Hu Tai Fei, had survived from the times of the previous emperor, but to Lu Chongling, this was still a form of great misfortune. He gazed upward, contemplating the scattered stars, questioning himself if he would be willing to spend a lifetime in such a place. The answer was, of course, a resounding no. His gaze fell upon the assortment of trinkets adorning the table, and his eyes deepened with thought. In the realm of dreams, bird calls fluttered around him, occasionally brushing against his face with feathers. The startled little Moo Moo, awakened by the noise, felt an intense irritation, instinctively reaching out to grasp the source of the sound. Her hand landing on something soft and feathery. Chirp, chirp. The sounds grew frantic, sharp, and piercing, resonating in her ears. Then she heard the anxious yet deliberately hushed voice of Zhou Wanshu. "Gugu, what are you doing? Come here quickly. The little princess is still asleep. Do not wake her." Fully alert now, Moo Moo opened her eyes to find Gugu beside her, and her hand had inadvertently seized Gugu's rear. With a look of distaste, she promptly released her grip. "Sister Zhou, my hands are unclean. Please wash them for me." She raised her hand, babbling in discontent, prompting Zhou Wanshu to realize that she had indeed awakened, casting a reproachful glance at Gugu. "Look what you've done. You've woken the little princess." As soon as Moo Moo let go, Gugu darted away to a perch out of reach. Upon hearing the reprimand, Gugu's eyes glimmered with a hint of human-like grievance as it preened its feathers. Zhou Wanshu summoned Xie to assist Moo Moo with her washing, and only after her hands were clean could Moo Moo finally lower her raised hand. While feeding Moo Moo, Xie was astonished to discover small white bumps on her gums. "Little princess," she exclaimed, "you are about to cut your teeth." Zhou Wanshu was taken aback. "But the little princess is only 5 months old. Is it normal for a child to teeth this early?" Xie chuckled. "In theory, it shouldn't be. The earliest I've seen is around 6 or 7 months. However, the little princess is exceptional. It is entirely normal for her." Moo Moo prodded her gums with her tongue, feeling the 2 small bulges. as if something was about to break through. I knew it. That's why I felt itchy these past few days. Does that mean I can eat meat soon? Meat? If I don't eat soon, I might forget what it tastes like. She drooled at the thought. Little princess, open your mouth. Typically, children experience discomfort when teething. A gentle massage will help ease the pain, Sies suggested softly, wetting a clean silk cloth and gently massaging Muumuu's gums. To her surprise, it did indeed feel quite soothing. Muumuu opened her mouth wider, inviting Sies to massage the gums further inside. Just then, the insufferable voice of Bai Jingxiao echoed from the doorway. "Oh, little princess, are you so hungry that you might bite your wet nurse's hand?" Zhou Wanshu greeted Bai Jingxiao with a bow. "I have seen the second prince. May you be well. No need for formalities. We are familiar with one another. Is the little princess teething? Let me see." Bai Yingxiao attempted to pre-open Muumuu's mouth. "You foolish second brother, that hurts," Muumuu exclaimed, biting down on Bai Jingxiao's hand in anger. "Ouch, that hurts. Little princess, a gentleman uses words, not force. Please release me." "Huh, you tell me to read more. But I am no gentleman. Besides, I am merely speaking now," he retorted, momentarily taken aback by her logic. "Oh, my dear sister, if you bite down any harder, you will break your brother's finger. Be good and let go. I promise to bring you something delicious. Don't trick me. Those who deceive will turn into pigs." Laughter erupted suddenly, catching Muumuu off guard while Bai Jingxiao scowled. "Old three, do not laugh." Looking up, they saw Bai Hongwei standing at the entrance. "Wow, it's the handsome brother." Muumuu immediately released her bite. Bai Jingxiao protested. "Why does she call old three handsome brother and not me? Am I not good looking?" Chapter 82. No response by Jingxiao struck a pose he deemed the most charming, hoping for Muumuu's praise, yet after a lengthy wait, he was met with silence and coughed awkwardly. Muumuu's attention shifted back to him, filled with curiosity. "Second prince, are you unwell? Is your waist or head bothering you? Do you need to call for Mr. Su?" Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hongwei exchanged glances, and the latter suppressed a laugh. Bai Jingxiao flared up. "Old three, do not laugh." Ignoring him, Bai Hongwei approached Muumuu, unsure of what to say. They exchanged silent stares until Bai Hongwei finally asked, "Is the little princess's injury feeling any better today? Does it still hurt?" "If you hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have felt it," Muumuu replied. "But now that you mention it, it does seem to ache a bit." Bai Hongwei pressed his lips together, realizing he had perhaps broached a sensitive topic. Bai Jingxiao quickly seized the opportunity to change the subject. "Little princess, look what I brought you. Tajda, it's cheese. I asked mother and the favored concubine, and you can eat it now." Muumuu's eyes lit up upon seeing the small piece of cheese wrapped in oil paper. She clutched Bai Jingxiao's hand tightly. "The second prince is a good person. Muumuu likes the second prince." Bai Jingxiao cast a smug glance at Bai Hongwei, who remained unfazed, finding Bai Jingxiao's display of pride rather foolish, his brow furrowing slightly. Had he truly competed with such a silly person before? For a fleeting moment, Bai Hongwei felt as though he had been tainted by a touch of foolishness himself. Bai Jingxiao, oblivious to Bai Hongwei's thoughts, assumed that his close bond with Muumuu had impressed him. He raised his chin, feeling pleased, and presented the cheese to Muumuu. "Do you want to eat?" "Yes." "Then open your mouth so I can see your teeth." Muumuu complied, and Bai Jingxiao's eyes widened in surprise. "Ah, no wonder your bites are so painful. You are indeed teething. From now on, I must be cautious not to provoke the little princess, lest you take a chunk out of my flesh." "I won't do that. I'm not a dog. Now, hurry up and give me the cheese," she urged. With a smile, Bai Jingxiao complied, carefully breaking off a small piece of cheese and placing it in her mouth. It melted instantly, sliding down her throat before she could savor its flavor. Xiao Muumuu, unable to contain her excitement, lunged forward and seized the treat, devouring it in a single bite. The others present were taken aback and hurriedly attempted to pry her mouth open, fearing she might choke. Once they managed to do so, they were astonished to find that she had consumed such a large chunk of cheese in mere moments, licking her lips with evident satisfaction. They all let out a sigh of relief. Bai Jingxiao patted his chest, exclaiming, "Little princess, you are quite terrifying. After all, you are a girl. How can you be so uncouth while eating? If you continue like this, your elder brother will cease to bring you treats. If you don't bring me any, I shall inform Father Emperor that you secretly had someone else do your homework," Xiao Muumuu retorted. Bai Jing Xiao was taken aback, while Bai Hong Rui raised an eyebrow, his gaze resting on Bai Jing Xiao. Xiao Mu Mu, oblivious to the tension between the two, assumed Bai Jing Xiao had acquiesced to her request and felt a surge of happiness. However, her joy was short-lived as her eyes caught sight of a line of trinkets on the windowsill, and her smile froze. She shrieked, startling both Bai Jing Xiao and Bai Hong Rui, who instinctively turned to her. I knew I had forgotten something. My gift from yesterday is still unclaimed. Bai Inghui, unaware of the situation, looked puzzled, while Bai Jing Xiao felt an unsettling premonition. Surely, little princess isn't suggesting. No, I am not familiar with third brother. Elder brother, you must not leave. If you do, I shall tell Father Emperor. Her careless words sent a shiver through Bai Hong Rui, prompting an unexpected response. What does the little princess intend to do? If second brother does not accompany you, then third brother shall. Bai Jing Xiao thought, goodness, why does third brother's temper make him so insufferable? All right, do you wish to visit the Cold Palace? I shall take you there. Passing by Bai Hong Rui, he cast a proud glance, as if to say, see, I needn't even ask to know what the little princess desires, unlike you. Bai Hong Rui pressed his lips together. He couldn't deny that while the little princess did harbor affection for him, she was indeed closer to Bai Jing Xiao. Third brother, why are you still dawdling? Let's go and explore. Bai Hong Rui's lips curved into a slight smile. Although it was late, it was not too late. He returned Xiao Mu Mu's smile and quickened his pace to join them. Wow, did third brother just smile? He looks truly handsome when he does. His smile even reveals dimples. Among all the brothers, only third brother possesses such unique charm. As Xiao Mu Mu was carried away, Zhou Wanshu had no choice but to follow. She was hesitant, for she was aware of the notorious discord between the two princes. She feared overhearing them discussing food inappropriately. However, she was also concerned for Xiao Mu Mu's safety. After some contemplation, she decided to accompany them. The safety of the little princess was of utmost importance. Soon, the four arrived at the Cold Palace. Except for Bai Hong Rui, Zhou Wanshu and Bai Jing Xiao navigated the area with ease, only to find it strange that Lu Chongling, who usually appeared promptly, was nowhere to be seen today. Where is Lu Chongling? Surely he is not still asleep? Xiao Mu Mu wondered aloud, urging Bai Jing Xiao to call out. With a sigh, Bai Jing Xiao cleared his throat and shouted towards the wall, Chu Jizi, are you there? He raised his voice again, but still received no response. Unwilling to believe it, he called out several more times, yet there was still no answer. This was an unprecedented occurrence, causing all four to furrow their brows in concern. Recalling the incident with the smallpox, Xiao Mu Mu felt an overwhelming sense of dread and urged them to break down the door to investigate. Just then, Lu Chongling's figure appeared atop the wall. Little princess, he called out. Xiao Mu Mu looked up and immediately noticed a faint trace of blood on his face, her expression shifting drastically. Lu Chongling, momentarily stunned, then realized the slight sting on his cheek and touched it, confirming the presence of blood. Bai Jing Xiao and Bai Hong Rui also took notice. Bai Jing Xiao silently stepped back with Zhou Wanshu and Xiao Mu Mu, adopting a protective stance. Bai Hong Rui took a step forward, his eyes filled with wariness as he inquired, Chu Jizi, has something occurred? Realizing they had misinterpreted the situation, Lu Chongling wiped away the blood and explained, oh, with your skills, how could that person have gotten the better of you? Bai Jing Xiao, intrigued, felt a flicker of suspicion beneath his curiosity. Lu Chongling sighed, that person took advantage while I was asleep. Even a fierce tiger must occasionally doze. And I am merely a young lad. Besides, who would expect someone to steal in the Cold Palace? Oh my, that is truly terrifying. Thankfully, they were merely a thief. Had they come to take your life, wouldn't that be perilous? Take my life. Lu Chongling nodded, pulling out a small mechanical turtle, albeit with a broken tail. Little princess, I intended to gift you this yesterday, but that person stole it and accidentally broke its tail. I hope you do not find it unworthy. Lu Chongling lowered his gaze, his tone carrying a hint of cautiousness. Xiao Mu Mu was initially taken aback, but soon became furious. How dare that audacious thief steal from me? Tell me who that person is, and I shall draw a circle to curse them. I will curse them to choke on water, trip while walking, lose sleep, shed hair, break out in acne, develop lumps on their head, and sores on their feet. Bai Jing Xiao trembled as he wrapped his arms around himself. The little princess is terrifying. One must never provoke her. Bai Heng Rue raised his eyebrows in surprise. So the little princess has such a fiery temper? Lu Chongling's lips curled into a smile. Truly, she is the little princess. Even her curses are amusing. Only Zhou Wanshu, unable to hear Xiao Mumu's thoughts, wondered what had caused her sudden excitement. Thankfully, it was just the tail that was broken, which did not affect the other mechanisms. If the little princess liked it, Lu Chongling could study more about mechanics in the future. He handed the small turtle to Xiao Mumu, temporarily quelling her anger. The turtle was small enough for her to grasp in one hand, and upon closer inspection, it was adorned with numerous intricate mechanical parts. Curious, Xiao Mumu pressed a protruding button on the turtle's back, and the sound of tiny mechanisms whirring filled the air as its limbs began to move. To everyone's astonishment, the turtle slipped from her hand and landed on her belly, slowly crawling about. Not only was Xiao Mumu stunned, but the other three were equally shocked to discover that Chu Zhizi not only possessed martial prowess, but also remarkable skill in mechanics. Second prince, you flatter me. It is merely a trinket I tinkered with. My skills are but rudimentary. This is delightful. I love this. Lu Chongling, I want a snake tomorrow, preferably more lifelike. I shall use it to frighten Father Emperor. Bai Jingxiao and Bai Heng Rue exchanged glances. Lu Chongling smiled, secretly noting the little princess's request in his mind. The little princess is injured? Even he was unaware that his words carried a hint of panic. Don't mention it. Yesterday, I encountered a lunatic who held a grudge against me for refusing her milk. She even pricked me with a needle. It was excruciating. Xiao Mumu recounted the events of yesterday, growing increasingly indignant as she animatedly punched and kicked the air to vent her frustration. Lu Chongling felt a mixture of emotions. He had thought the little princess had avoided him, unaware that she had been mistreated. Lu Chonglin was filled with both anger and sorrow. In matters concerning the royal family, Zhou Wanshu found it difficult to speak, so she held on to little Mumu and remained silent, while Bai Jingxiao laughed awkwardly and concocted a casual excuse to deflect. So that's how it is, dear princess. You must be in pain, right? Not at all. Su Yinluo's medicine works wonders. It's quite effective and comfortable, but she's stingy. She won't even give me an extra bottle. Oomph. When the blooming season of the 7 Stars flower arrives, I won't reveal its exact location to him, and let him search for it at his leisure. Bai Jingxiao chuckled, waved goodbye to Lu Chonglin, and departed with little Mumu. It was only after everyone had left, their figures vanishing around the corner, that Lu Chonglin leaped down from the wall. Upon entering the room, he found a disheveled figure bound tightly and tossed on the ground. It was not someone from the cold palace, but a young eunuch dressed in the attire of a palace servant. His mouth was gagged, allowing only muffled whimpers to escape. His gaze towards Lu Chonglin filled with terror. Lu Chonglin remained unfazed, slowly approaching, looking down at him, and then yanked the cloth from his mouth. Speak. Who sent you? The young eunuch bit his lip, refusing to utter a word. Do you think that by remaining silent, I won't kill you? You are gravely mistaken. Lu Chonglin struck swiftly, his hand morphing into a claw, seizing the man's throat and squeezing with force, producing a sickening crack as the young eunuch's head drooped lifelessly. His wide eyes still reflected shock, as if he could hardly believe that Lu Chonglin had truly acted. Without hesitation, Lu Chonglin discarded the corpse into a dry well in the backyard. At that moment, the cold palace had transformed into an ideal location for disposing of bodies. All the little trinkets he had made for little Mumu lay shattered. Chapter 84. The virtuous concubine Lu Chonglin stood in silence for a long while before crouching down to gather the scattered items. His drooping eyelids concealed most of his eyes, rendering the emotions within indistinct. After a brief time, he finished collecting the items, dozens of little trinkets, ultimately leaving not a single one intact. Pressing his lips together, he cast all of them into the brazier, where the dry wood ignited rapidly, crackling with sound. The intense flames illuminated his calm face, seemingly scorching away the last remnants of his innocence. He stood quietly until the fire extinguished and the surroundings returned to silence. Meanwhile, the group that had left the cold palace, under little Mu's strong insistence, diverted to another place to play, meandering until they reached a lakeside. Zhou Wanshu carried little Mumu as they strolled ahead, while Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hengrui trailed behind, maintaining a distance akin to 800 miles. Why are you two brothers keeping such a distance? One would think there is some deep-seated grudge between you. Your long faces have frightened the palace servants we passed. They would rather sprout wings and fly away. Upon hearing this, the brothers exchanged glances before quickly averting their eyes. Oh dear, look at those expressions. As if you can't stand each other. Is it really necessary? You share the same father. It's perfectly normal to have some conflicts. Why do you always present such an aloof demeanor? Little Moo Moo clicked her tongue, shaking her head. Although the second and third princes were never on good terms, they did not harbor any significant enmity. It was merely a matter of incompatible personalities, leading to arguments over trivial matters. Each quarrel only deepened their grievances, creating a vicious cycle that brought them to this point. I truly cannot comprehend what goes through your minds. How can you let such trivial matters escalate to this extent? What is the point? In the end, when our nation falls and our family is exterminated, wasn't it for your sake that you, third brother, died to save second brother? And second brother, did you not perish seeking vengeance for third brother? Clearly, you both care for one another in your hearts. Why must you inflict such deep wounds over insignificant matters? Would it not be better to show each other a little more patience? The two brothers felt as if her words pierced their hearts like daggers. The third brother had actually died to save him? Bai Heng Rui frowned in disbelief. This foolish brother had even sacrificed himself for vengeance? They locked eyes, but did not immediately look away as before. After a long pause, they spoke simultaneously. Third brother, elder brother. Both were taken aback and then insisted, "You speak first." "No, you go ahead." "What is this? Are we about to argue again?" They both fell silent, disregarding their earlier politeness. Bai Heng Rui, quick to react, spoke first. "Elder brother, the weather is lovely today. How about we two brothers practice at the training grounds this afternoon?" Bai Jingxiao was momentarily stunned. He had intended to suggest the same thing and nodded in agreement without a hint of hesitation. "Excellent. The training grounds are quite close to my Muyang palace. After our practice, we can sit together. I have 2 jars of fine wine to share." Bai Heng Rui readily accepted the invitation. Little Moo Moo watched in astonishment, wondering if the sun had risen in the west today. The two brothers, who always quarreled, were actually going to drink together? Did they not fear a drunken brawl that might dismantle Muyang Palace? Perhaps Little Moo Moo's gaze was too overt as it made the brothers' faces flush, particularly Bai Jingxiao, who could not hide his feelings in a moment of impulse. He threw his arm around Bai Heng Rui's shoulders. "Little royal sister, why do you look at us like that? Despite our frequent bickering, we are brothers and our relationship is quite good, right, third brother?" Bai Heng Rui glanced at the arm on his shoulder and nodded silently. Little Moo Moo raised her hand, giving him a thumbs up. "Wow, that's wonderful. It should be this way. You are brothers. Brothers should not harbor grudges overnight, right? But second brother, you should be cautious. Third brother can't hold his liquor. Don't end up getting him drunk, for a drunken third brother can become quite the fighter." Bai Heng Rui, and third brother, you must also be aware that second brother has a penchant for sweets, which have ruined his teeth. He often hides candy to sneakily eat. If you go to Muyang Palace, make sure to throw away all the hidden sweets. Bai Jingxiao, Mumu. That's a brother's lifeline. At that moment, both brothers were immensely grateful that the other could not hear Little Moo Moo's comments. Otherwise, they would indeed be stripped of their dignity. Bai Jingxiao hastily spoke, managing to silence Little Moo Moo, who nodded in agreement. Soon, the group made their way to Jian Palace. As they walked, they suddenly heard the pleas of a palace maid ahead. Curiosity piqued. They paused to observe a woman in a royal blue palace dress standing among a group of palace servants. From the kneeling maid's cries for mercy, they gathered that she had accidentally bumped into the regal woman. Little Moo Moo squinted, struggling to recognize the woman in the palace attire. Zhou Wanshu, having never seen her before, voiced her confusion. "Your Highnesses, who is that lady?" "That is the virtuous concubine," Bai Jingxiao replied. "Oh, so she is the virtuous concubine. The legendary woman who ran away from home for over half a month to avoid marrying Father Emperor? It was said that the late emperor intended to betroth the virtuous concubine to Bai Junya, who was then still prince. However, before the marriage decree could be finalized, news broke that the virtuous concubine had quarreled with her father and left home. Consequently, her father searched high and low for over half a month, but failed to locate her. Rumors began to circulate that the virtuous concubine had deliberately hidden herself to avoid marrying Bai Junya. Infuriated, the late emperor sought to quell the gossip and promptly arranged for another woman to wed Bai Junya. That woman is now the reigning empress. How gentle the imperial concubine appears, resembling the empress somewhat. I had presumed she would be of a much more imposing stature. No sooner had the thought escaped my lips than the imperial concubine raised her brows, her demeanor shifting instantaneously from softness to one of haughty disdain. The palace maid who had dared to offend her was swiftly dragged away, her cries of supplication fading into the distance, heart-wrenching in their intensity. It goes without saying that her fate would not be any better. Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hongrui, accustomed to such spectacles, remained unfazed. Zhou Wanshu, still merely a child of 10, could no longer restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Will she die?" Bai Jingxiao shrugged. "She is unlikely to perish, but a beating is inevitable. Whether she survives afterwards depends on her fortune." Zhou Wanshu comprehended the unspoken implications of his words and lowered her head in silence. Xiao Mumu hastily reached out to caress Zhou Wanshu's face. "Sister Zhou, do not be afraid. I shall protect you. Even if you marry my brother the crown prince in the future, I will still guard you. Neither he nor anyone else shall dare to bully you." "What? Zhou Wanshu and the crown prince?" Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hongrui exchanged surprised glances, soon followed by understanding. If that were the case, Zhou Wanshu would indeed become their sister-in-law one day. Meanwhile, the imperial concubine had departed with her entourage, and they continued their journey to Jian Palace. By the way, speaking of the imperial concubine, is my fourth brother, the fourth prince, not her offspring? I never expected such a noble and justice-filled person to be born of her. Speaking of which, my fourth brother has been away studying for so long. I have yet to see him even once. I wonder whom he resembles more. However, the imperial concubine is quite fair in appearance, so I believe he cannot be lacking. And what are the fifth, sixth, and seventh princes? I have never seen them either. In total, Bai Junya had 10 sons. Excluding those who had passed away, 7 remained alive. The eldest, the crown prince Bai Yinqing, the second Bai Jingxiao, and the third, Bai Hongrui, had all been seen by Xiao Mumu, leaving 4 whom she had yet to meet. The fourth prince, Bai Yunchang, born of the imperial concubine, was currently abroad studying, with no set date for his return. The fifth prince, Bai Luofan, born of Consort Wei, had been frail since childhood and was sent to a temple for upbringing under the guidance of a high monk. The sixth prince, Bai Hexiang, son of noble consort Mo, shared his mother's obsession with Buddhist rituals. Even their father, Bai Junya, saw little of him throughout the year. Lastly, the seventh prince, Bai Ju, had lost his mother early and was raised by the Long Princess, Bai Junya's own sister, who had no children of her own. Xiao Mumu mentally traversed the fates of these individuals as depicted in the original text. Alas, my brother's endings are rather bleak, and their choices leave much to be desired. Especially the seventh prince. What a tragedy. What do you mean by tragic, little princess? Pray continue. Bai Jingxiao urged. The sixth prince fares somewhat better, though still, alas. It is pitiful. Little princess, if you stop now, you shall drive me to despair. Oh, and the fifth prince, who has always been frail. I hope the Buddha grants him more blessings. Bai Jingxiao, now devoid of irritation, wore a weary smile. Simultaneously, Bai Hongrui appeared no better off, his lips pursed, curiosity swirling within him like a restless cat. Xiao Mumu, oblivious to the tension, continued counting on her fingers. Suddenly, her expression shifted dramatically. "Oh no, by my calculations, my fourth brother can only live for another 2 months at most." "What?" Both Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hongrui were taken aback, instinctively turning to Xiao Mumu, who continued, "We must urgently relay this information. Perhaps we can reach him in time. If we delay, it will truly be too late." Anxiously, Xiao Mumu's lips bubbled with urgency, and upon hearing her words, Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hongrui wore solemn expressions. Bai Jingxiao swiftly scooped Xiao Mumu into his arms and hastened towards Jian Palace. Bai Hongrui furrowed his brow, contemplating for a moment before opting to head to the imperial study, resulting in him lagging a step behind Bai Jingxiao. By the time he reached the study door, Bai Jingxiao had just entered. Upon seeing him, Eunuch Fu was visibly surprised. "Third prince, do you also have urgent matters to discuss with the emperor?" Indeed? Bai Hongrui speculated, nodding. Please inform the Emperor that I have important matters to discuss. Unfortunate timing. Third prince, the second prince, just entered before you. Perhaps you might wait a moment? Ah, it seems to be that foolish one. Bai Hongrui acquiesced, stepping aside to await Bai Jingxiao's emergence, while internally pondering what that foolish one sought from the Emperor. After waiting for what felt like an eternity, Bai Jingxiao finally exited. Upon lifting his gaze, he was startled to see Bai Hongrui standing nearby. Oh, you startle me. Why are you here? I have pressing matters to report to the Emperor, Bai Jingxiao replied, just as Eunuch Fu emerged to usher Bai Hongrui inside. Curious, Bai Jingxiao lingered nearby. Bai Junya, seated behind the desk, inquired, What brings you here, third prince? Bai Hongrui knelt upon the floor. Bai Junya paused, a wry smile playing on his lips. Your words are remarkably similar to those of the second prince. Could it be that you both share the same dream? Though seemingly jesting, a glimmer of suspicion flickered in Bai Junya's gaze. Bai Hongrui's heart raced, and he suddenly looked up, unable to conceal his astonishment. Had the second prince also come to the emperor regarding this matter? Bai Hongrui's surprise somewhat alleviated Bai Junya's suspicion, prompting him to take the matter more seriously. You truly had this dream? I assure you, should there be even a hint of untruth, may I be condemned to the realm of beasts. Such a vow was so severe that Bai Junya immediately believed him, especially since Bai Hongrui was renowned for his meticulousness and would never jest about such matters. I am aware of the situation you mentioned. I shall draft a letter to Yunchang forthwith. You may withdraw for now. Yes, I take my leave. As Bai Hongrui exited, he caught sight of Bai Jingxiao waiting outside. Recalling Bai Junya's earlier words, he scrutinized his brother closely. Could it be that he too had heard Xiao Mumu's thoughts? While contemplating this, Bai Jingxiao approached, nudging him playfully. Finally, you've emerged. Do tell me, what was it that brought you to father? After a lengthy pause, Bai Hongrui remarked, Why do you keep staring at me? If you have nothing to say, then why the prolonged gaze? It feels rather unsettling. Bai Jingxiao scratched his nose, stepping slightly away to create distance. Your stare is rather intimidating, as though you can see right through me. At that moment, Bai Hongrui spoke. What was the reason for the crown princess visit with father? Bai Jingxia et Gandin's supit Bai Hengui. Are you not concerned that father may not believe you? Huh? Would father doubt my words? This concerns the life of our fourth brother. Surely he would prefer to believe it is true. Bai Jingxiao scratched his head uncertainly, observing his naive demeanor. Bai Hongrui fell silent. There seemed little point in harboring doubts. Should Bai Jingxiao possess the ability to hear Xiao Mumu's thoughts, his obliviousness would have made the revelation known to the world long ago. Bai Hongrui nodded slightly. Indeed, what you say holds merit. Is that so? By the way, my dear third brother, what prompted you to seek out Father Emperor? Why have you been gone for so long? Bai Hongrui inquired. Coincidentally, I had a dream yesterday as well, foreseeing danger for our fourth brother, which is why I went to find Father Emperor. Bai Jingxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. Really? How extraordinary that we both dreamt the same thing. Could this be what they call brotherly unity? Perhaps, replied the crown prince. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave and await you at the training grounds this afternoon. With a wave, Bai Hongrui departed, closely followed by Bai Jingxiao. Shortly after their departure, a letter was dispatched from the palace, urgently sent over 800 miles to Shuzhou. Despite the swiftest of efforts, exhausting several horses, it arrived too late. When the letter reached the inn where Bai Yunchang was staying, he had already left Shuzhou, deviating from the prearranged route. They had lost contact with Bai Yunchang. How could we have lost contact? A grown man like the fourth prince cannot be kept track of. What purpose do I have in raising you all? Bai Junya slammed his palm onto the table in frustration. Your Majesty, please calm your anger. Do not harm your health. Eunuch Fu quickly interjected. That slap was not merely against the table, but struck at the hearts of the servants. Should anything happen to the emperor's hand, they would bear the brunt of his wrath. Bai Junya took a moment to compose himself, turning to the officials in the hall with an authoritative tone. Do not spread word of the fourth prince's disappearance. Discreetly send men to search for him. No matter what, I must see him alive or dead. The officials present hastily acknowledged his command, rushing to mobilize soldiers and set off for Shuzhou. Goodness, none of you allow me a moment's peace. Sooner or later, I shall find a way to exhaust your worries. Junya muttered, picking up a memorial but finding himself unable to concentrate. He cast it aside in irritation and stood up to leave. He had no desire to review the memorials. Instead, he sought to amuse himself with his precious daughter. Junya made his way to Jian Palace, only to find, unfortunately, that little Moo was not present. She had gone to the Cold Palace. His expression darkened immediately. Without his little joy, he felt disheartened. She still visits the Cold Palace daily? After the heavy rain a few days ago, she was unable to go and sulked for a whole day. The moment the rain cleared, she was eager to visit the Cold Palace again. I had to take a glance. And those little trinkets are indeed quite exquisite, remarked Consort in, half-jokingly. It was precisely because of this that Consort and did not stop little Moo. What intentions could Moo have? She merely seeks playthings. As long as she is happy, all is well. After all, she is the most esteemed princess of Ashi. What could she possibly lack? How could she be captivated by worthless trinkets made by that little rascal? He ordered eunuch Jiang Fu, go to my treasury and bring back some rare treasures for little Moo to play with. If they break, so be it. A princess should not be surrounded by worthless items. Those who do not know might think I treat her harshly. I would dote on her like my own eye. But I cannot bear the blame. Junya declared, filled with indignation. Were it not for Moo's feelings, he would have long since had her wooden carvings burned. And that Lu Changlin, even in the Cold Palace, he cannot remain still, always scheming to win over my precious daughter. Perhaps I should find a moment to cast him out of the palace? Junya began to ponder the feasibility of this plan. Just as the thought crossed his mind, an image of little Moo crying uncontrollably flashed through his mind. Forget it. He is just a little rascal who cannot stir up much trouble. If Moo likes him, so be it. With a sigh, Junya lifted a teacup to take a sip when suddenly, a small palace maid rushed in, breathlessly exclaiming, Your Highness, something is amiss. The little princess is in trouble. Half an hour earlier, Zhou Wanshu had brought an excited little Moo to the Cold Palace. Seeing her exuberance, Zhou Wanshu could not help but chuckle softly. In the common folk's tales, the Cold Palace is regarded as a forbidden realm, filled with ominous spirits. Before entering the palace, she had heard many ghost stories about the Cold Palace and believed it to be a place of great terror. Her own mother had warned her repeatedly not to wander, especially into forbidden areas. However, accompanying the little princess, visiting the Cold Palace had become a daily affair. Now, she felt she could traverse from Jian Palace with her eyes closed. What would my mother think if she knew? Perhaps she would be so shocked that she would faint. Yet it is thanks to the little princess that my preconceived notions have been shattered. It turns out the Cold Palace is not as dreadful as rumored. Aside from being remote, it is not much different from other places. I must thank the little princess for broadening my horizons, teaching me the truth that seeing is believing, and demonstrating how significantly rumors can affect a person or situation. It would not be an exaggeration to say that the little princess is my life mentor. Little Moo was caught off guard by Zhou Wanshu's high praise, causing even her notoriously thick skin to flush with embarrassment. Oh my, Sister Zhou thinks so highly of me. I am merely a little child. I hope Sister Zhou does not find me bothersome. Little Moo squirmed shyly. Just then, the little chick that had accompanied them let out a series of chirps, gazing intently at little Moo. Uncertain why this domineering human child suddenly appeared flustered. It felt a strong urge to peck at her. Gugu, I am not a bug. If you dare peck me, I will turn you into soup. Little Moo quickly grasped the chick's intent and threatened it with a clenched fist. Just then, from a distance, she noticed two eunuchs approaching the locked gates of the Cold Palace, presumably delivering food for Lu Changlin. Little Moo squinted upward. It is already past noon. What meal are they delivering? Breakfast or lunch? If it were breakfast, it was too late, and if it were lunch, it was too early. The kitchen had likely not even begun to prepare. I cannot fathom why they would provoke Lu Changlin, bringing such hatred upon the royal family. No wonder the first thing he did after destroying she was to raise the Cold Palace. It seems you lot have left him with a deep sense of humiliation here. It truly infuriates me. I ought to draw a circle and curse you all. Little Moo failed to notice that as she spoke, a faint aura emanated from her, enveloping the two eunuchs, unlocking the door. Suddenly, they both shivered. Those two idiots. If it weren't for delivering food to him, We would never set foot in this cursed place. And to eat so well. Does he even deserve it? One exclaimed, as he opened a food box and bit into a chicken leg, praising its deliciousness. The other eunuch followed suit, retrieving another dish from the box to indulge in. Before long, they had devoured most of the contents, both satisfied with full bellies. He is merely a hostage from another country. He should only receive leftovers. They mixed all the leftover food together, grabbed it with their hands, and even spat into it before carrying the food box and closing the door behind them as they continued inside. Little Moo Moo, whose senses were heightened, witnessed this scene in its entirety, trembling with rage, her tightly clenched fists making faint cracking sounds. What's wrong with the little princess? Is she feeling cold? Zhou Wanshu, unaware of the two little eunuchs, noticed the tremors in her arms and looked down to inquire. Feeling her small hands and feet, which indeed felt a bit chilly, she instructed a palace maid beside her to fetch a garment for Little Moo Moo from the Jian Palace. Little Moo Moo, seething with fury, wished she could crush her gums, glaring at the retreating figures of the two eunuchs. Sister Zhou, please teach those two scoundrels a lesson for me. Little Moo Moo cried out, but unfortunately, Zhou Wanshu could not hear her thoughts and merely assumed she was cold, pulling her closer into her embrace. Little princess, let us wait a moment before we go over. It's quite windy over there, and we wouldn't want you to catch a chill. Zhou Wanshu stood in a sheltered spot, holding Little Moo Moo while continuously rubbing her small hands and feet. Little Moo Moo grasped Zhou Wanshu's hand, gazing intently at her. At that moment, Zhou Wanshu finally understood the meaning behind Little Moo Moo's eyes. It turned out that the little princess was urging her to seek out Chu Zhizi. All right, I shall take you there right away. Zhou Wanshu smiled wryly, tightening her clothing around Little Moo Moo as she carried her forward. As they reached the familiar wall, they suddenly heard a creaking sound. The two eunuchs who had delivered the food emerged. However, unlike when they had entered, both now bore distinct footprints on their faces, their cheeks swollen and wearing expressions of anger, clearly having received some punishment. Zhou Wanshu was taken aback, realizing that someone had indeed entered the cold palace prior. Due to the corner that separated them, the two eunuchs did not notice Zhou Wanshu and Little Moo Moo, likely dazed from their beating, as they stumbled out without even closing the door, as if pursued by a vengeful spirit. Sister Zhou, hurry, let us go through the door. Chapter 88, A Deal with Gugu. Little Moo Moo excitedly patted Zhou Wanshu's hand, pointing towards the door, her vigorous pats reddening Zhou Wanshu's hand. Understanding her intent, Zhou Wanshu hesitated for a moment before leading Little Moo Moo through the open door into the cold palace. She thought that if she continued to disregard the little princess's wishes, her hand might very well be broken. Zhou Wanshu cast a glance at her reddened hand, her expression one of helplessness. Ultimately, guided by Little Moo Moo, Zhou Wanshu brought her to the courtyard where Lu Chonglin was temporarily residing. Upon entering, Little Moo Moo could hardly contain herself, shouting, "Lu Chonglin, you can't eat that food." Simultaneously, Zhou Wanshu opened the door that had not been fully closed, allowing Little Moo Moo to lock eyes with Lu Chonglin, who stood in the courtyard. In the next moment, Little Moo Moo's jaw dropped, her eyes filled with astonishment. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Chonglin, who usually kept his hair neatly tied back, now wore it cascading like a waterfall. As the wind tousled his hair, the strands brushed across his face, accentuating his fair skin, while his slightly pursed, rosy lips and strikingly handsome features created an image of perfection. Clad in a bamboo-patterned blue shirt, exuding an unparalleled charm that captivated all who beheld him. This was particularly true for the beauty-obsessed Little Moo Moo, who felt as though an invisible hand had gently plucked at her heartstrings. Thump, thump, thump. Listen, that was the sound of her heart racing, vigorous and rapid, as if it might leap from her chest at any moment. Ah! Lu Chonglin, have you descended from the heavens? You are just too handsome, more beautiful than the most stunning man I have ever seen in my past life. Little princess, why have you come now? This place is in disarray. Please wait a moment while Chonglin tidies up. Lu Chonglin couldn't suppress his grin, casually gathering his disheveled hair and picking up a broom to start cleaning. Only then did Little Moo Moo notice the scattered food all over the ground, still warm, evidently from the two eunuchs who had brought it moments ago. She let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness you didn't eat. that food had been spat into by those two eunuchs. I almost lost my temper when I saw it. If only I could walk and talk. I would make sure they face 100 lashes each for daring to bully someone under my protection. They must be tired of living. As little Moo Moo chattered away, Lu Chonglin had already tidied the courtyard. Hearing her, he chuckled. I apologize, little princess. I'm not presentable at the moment. Please wait a little longer while I groom myself. With a slight bow to little Moo Moo and Zhou Wanshu, Lu Chonglin retreated into the house. Moments later, when he emerged, he had transformed back into the spirited young man they were accustomed to. However, the jade crown that he usually wore to bind his hair had been replaced with a wooden one. Chu Jizi, your crown? Zhou Wanshu asked, taken aback. It broke. Lu Chonglin replied tersely. His original jade crown had shattered unexpectedly, as if foretelling something ominous. Zhou Wanshu glanced at the wooden crown, intending to say something but found herself at a loss for words, ultimately remaining silent. Little Moo Moo felt disheartened at the sight of the wooden crown. In this context, a man's hairpin was of utmost significance, akin to a second face. Yet now, Lu Chonglin had been reduced to wearing a makeshift wooden crown he had crafted himself. If others saw him in this state, it would be no different from a slap to his face. Such was the cruelty of psychological torment. Lu Chonglin was momentarily taken aback, then broke into laughter. Then I shall look forward to it. This was Zhou Wanshu South's first close encounter with Lu Chonglin. Although she maintained her composure, being only 10 years old, she felt a twinge of fear and deliberately chose to sit at the farthest distance from him. Lu Chonglin did not point this out, pretending not to notice, as he took out the gift he had prepared for little Moo Moo. However, the usually excited little Moo Moo, upon seeing the gift, now seemed disinterested, her little head repeatedly glancing at the pile of rubbish, her face clouded with worry. The food has been knocked over, and Lu Chonglin must be starving. How can I get Sister Zhou to fetch something from the kitchen in Jian Palace? Oh, how frustrating. It's all my fault for being so small. I can't even speak. If only... Suddenly, little Moo Moo spotted Gugu perched on a branch outside, and an idea struck her. She waved at Gugu, her face brightening with a smile. Once this is accomplished, I will have my mother give you lots and lots of meat. How does that sound? Isn't this a profitable deal? Gugu, huh? Why does that sound familiar? Gugu tilted its head, staring at little Moo Moo for a long moment before flapping its wings and flying away. Little Moo Moo felt a flutter of anxiety, uncertain if Gugu had understood her words. Thus, she began to play with the gift, and whenever Zhou Wanshu seemed inclined to leave, she would act coy, refusing to be put down. Zhou Wanshu, noticing this, wore an expression of utter resignation. Little Moo Moo leaned on the stone table, gazing up at the direction Gugu had flown off, her small hands supporting her upper body, motionless as she watched outside. Perhaps due to her eagerness, her legs gradually stretched forward, and in no time, she was in a kneeling position. This was her first time adopting such a posture. Both Lu Chonglin and Zhou Wanshu, witnessing this, dared not make a sound, fearing it would startle her and cause her to fall. At that moment, Zhou Wanshu hastily spoke up, her tone tinged with excitement. The little princess has just managed to prop herself up. In Chapter 89, surely there will be no ghosts. Xiaomu stared blankly at Zhou Wanshu for a long while before comprehending what she had just said. Instantly, excitement surged within her as she attempted to replicate the previous motion, only to find herself utterly at a loss. Do not rush, little princess. Take your time, Lu Chonglin reassured her from the side. Xiaomu, not one to be easily dissuaded, floundered for quite some time, only to find herself tumbling out of her position without ever managing to support her legs, leaving her utterly exhausted. After a moment of silence, she surrendered and flipped over, lying back on the table. At that moment, both of them noticed that Xiaomu was covered in dust from the table, particularly her hands, which bore numerous smudges. Zhou Wanshu intended to wash Xiaomu's hands, but instead, Xiaomu smeared all the grime onto Zhou Wanshu's face, bursting into giggles. Before long, both Xiaomu and Zhou Wanshu were filthy, their faces smeared as if they were beggars. Sister Zhou is so mischievous, threatening me. I shall draw a turtle on Sister Zhou's face, Xiaomu proclaimed, rubbing her small hands on the table again before launching another playful attack on Zhou Wanshu. Zhou Wanshu had already braced herself and dodged with a tilt of her head, a genuine, youthful smile emerging on her face. The two resumed their playful antics, becoming even dirtier. Lu Chonglin watched with amusement, unable to suppress his smile. Seeing him laugh, Xiaomu felt displeased and turned to smear him as well, resulting in all three of them becoming quite the mess. Xiaomu clapped her hands in delight. Upon closer inspection, one would notice that the little bird, Gugu, had grease on its beak and feathers, clearly having indulged in a recent feast. In the small kitchen of the Jian Palace, the chef's apprentice looked at the chaos with a distressed expression. "Master, what shall we do? The little princess's Gugu has wreaked havoc in our kitchen. How shall we serve the esteemed concubine?" The head chef also felt like weeping. "What do you want me to do? Just tidy up for now. I will report to the concubine." He walked out, his posture slightly hunched. The apprentice began to clean up the mess, muttering to himself, "Honestly, you can eat if you like, but why must you take things too? That food box contained dishes my master had just developed, and you ruined it before the concubine could even taste it." The apprentice shook his head, hoping that the concubine would not lay the blame on them. Otherwise, it would be as if snow fell in June, an injustice greater than Douyi's. Unbeknownst to Xiaomu, she found a food box brought by Gugu to be incredibly fragrant. Even without opening it, she could envision the delectable delights within. Lu Chonglin was not surprised, but Zhou Wanshu was utterly astonished, her mouth agape, speechless for a while. Xiaomu, using her considerable strength, pushed the food box towards Lu Chonglin, her meaning clear. "Little princess, Gugu is remarkably clever, knowing that Lord Chu had not yet dined and bringing him food. In all my years, I have never encountered a Gugu so intelligent." Zhou Wanshu did not dare to voice any suspicion regarding Xiaomu's involvement. Upon hearing this, Gugu puffed up its chest proudly, as if it were a general receiving accolades. "Lu Chonglin, quickly open it and see what Gugu has brought for you." Xiaomu urged him eagerly. Lu Chonglin smiled, feeling a warm surge of appreciation, and opened the food box in front of Xiaomu. Meanwhile, the two small eunuchs, who had been beaten and were bruised, suddenly remembered that the door to the cold palace might still be ajar. If it remained open and Lord Chu escaped, they would be in deep trouble. However, today seemed to be a day of misfortune for them. First, they had stumbled repeatedly in the cold palace for no reason, and now they were experiencing a string of mishaps. Despite a prominent stone in their path, they failed to see it, kicking it instead and falling unceremoniously. In their clumsiness, they also accidentally disturbed a nearby beehive, resulting in a swarm of angry bees. After narrowly escaping the bees, they accidentally stepped into a lake, transforming them into drenched messes. As if that weren't enough, the fish in the lake, seemingly disturbed by something, decided to bite their behinds. They yelped and scrambled to the shore. "What a cursed day! Surely we have not angered some unclean spirit?" One of the eunuchs quivered. The other, eyes wide with fear, nodded in agreement. They helped each other up and dashed back towards the cold palace at a frantic pace. Just as they were about to close the open door, they heard the sound of children's laughter from within. The two paused, a chill running down their spines. "Did you hear that? The laughter of a child." "Yes, I heard it. We cannot have encountered ghosts, can we? This haunted place, where could a child possibly come from?" Ignoring their fears, they resolved to lock the door and leave, vowing never to return to such a cursed place again. In their haste to shut the door, they discovered that no matter how hard they tried, the doors would not close, prompting a flurry of negative thoughts to race through their minds. Unbeknownst to them, two small stones had rolled beneath the door. At that moment, they overheard Lu Chonglin's light laughter, as if mocking them for being so timid. Strangely, the two eunuchs, who had just been terrified, suddenly felt a surge of indignation, eager to vent their frustrations at the one who dared to mock them. With a shared glance of understanding, they charged inside, only to be greeted by the sight of three figures smeared with dirt, joyfully gathered around an exquisite food box. Initially taken aback, their eyes quickly locked onto the food box, and the next moment, their expressions morphed into fury. "How dare you? You little thief! Where did you steal this food box from? Such a precious item is not meant for someone like you." In Chapter 90, "How dare you?" it became evident that these two small eunuchs believed Lu Chonglin had stolen the food box from somewhere. The intricate and lavish designs on the box indicated that it was no ordinary item, especially given their own misfortunes outside, Witnessing Lu Chonglin dining lavishly only intensified their outrage. They rushed forward, ready to kick the food box over. Anticipating their move, Lu Chonglin swiftly scooped up Xiaomu with one hand while raising the food box with the other, causing the eunuchs to miss their target and instead collide with a stone table, writhing in pain on the ground as they clutched their legs. Another eunuch, momentarily stunned, soon became enraged and charged forward, but Zhou Wanshu, fearing for Xiaomu's safety, shouted, "How dare you? Open your eyes and see clearly. This is Her Highness, the little princess. If you harm her, can you bear the consequences?" At her words, both eunuchs froze, one of them displaying a flicker of fear, instinctively glancing at the other. The second, though startled, quickly regained composure upon noticing Zhou Wanshu and Xiaomu's filthy attire, and their fear dissipated, replaced by an even more audacious retort. "You little brat, do you think I was raised by fear? In the entire Shi kingdom, who does not know that the little princess is the emperor's most cherished? Every day, splendid delicacies flow into Jian Palace. How could someone like this beggar child wear such tattered and shabby clothing? Your intent is to frighten me. However, I implore you to exercise your intellect and concoct a more plausible excuse. If she is indeed a princess, then I must be a prince. You two insolent girls. This is the cold palace, a forbidden ground. You dare to trespass without permission? Speak. Are you spies sent by the state of Chu?" Upon hearing this, the other individual felt a surge of validation while simultaneously feeling a wave of anger at having been intimidated by these two inexperienced girls, struggling to rise from the ground. He pointed at them with righteous indignation. "I believe you are indeed spies from Chu. Today, we shall rid the Shi of its scourge." With that, he picked up a nearby wooden stick, his eyes glinting with malice, and charged towards the three before him. Yet, contrary to his expectations of pain, a piercing scream erupted from the young eunuch instead. It turned out that Lu Chonglin had seized a long stick, yanked it away, and delivered a ferocious blow to the young eunuch. At that moment, these two young eunuchs seemed possessed, showing no sign of retreat, but rather charging in with reckless ferocity, determined to drag others down with them, even if it meant their own demise. Zhou Wanshu had never witnessed such a scene and was momentarily paralyzed in place. Fortunately, the two young eunuchs had eyes only for Lu Chonglin and did not direct their aggression toward her. These two young eunuchs were frenzied, oblivious to reason. And with Lu Chonglin cradling the young princess, she could not allow any harm to come to her. Thus, she resolved to seek help. However, in her haste, her foot suddenly slipped, and she felt a sharp pain as her ankle twisted. Zhou Wanshu grimaced, attempting to endure the pain and rise, but the agony rendered her pale. Gritting her teeth, she could not move, so she began to crawl forward on the ground. Having covered less than 10 paces, a figure suddenly appeared before her. Zhou Wanshu's heart leaped with joy, and she waved her hand. Upon seeing Zhou Wanshu in such a disheveled state, the figure was startled and rushed over to assist her, only to hear Zhou Wanshu exclaim, "Your Highness, it's terrible. The young princess is in danger." As soon as the words escaped her lips, she realized that the emperor was still seated in the hall. Both of them sprang to their feet. "What has happened? Where is the young princess?" Upon hearing this, Kair and the noble consort and hurriedly exited, leaving Kair behind to catch her breath. By Junius' long strides covered great distance, while noble consort and had to nearly jog to keep up. The expressions on their faces were fraught with anxiety, disregarding all protocol in their haste to reach the cold palace. The day was fine, and the Empress had taken a rare opportunity to step out, just as she noticed the two approaching and was about to greet by Junia when she saw their grave expressions. The Empress halted, a sudden sense of foreboding washing over her, and she immediately followed after them. The three arrived at the cold palace, where they instantly spotted Zhou Wanshu in a wretched state at the entrance. Simultaneously, a piercing scream resonated from within. "Ah, my eyes! You wretched scoundrel! How dare you ambush me? You all shall perish. Go to hell." Lu Chonglin. The shrill sound of Xiao Mumu's scream echoed violently in the minds of Baijunia, noble consort and the Empress. Their expressions changed dramatically, and without hesitation, they dashed inside. What they beheld was nearly enough to send their souls fleeing. A eunuch, clad in his garb, hefted a thick pillar and swung it violently towards Lu Chonglin, while from the opposite side, another eunuch raised a heavy stone aimed directly at the young Mumu in Lu Chonglin's arms. "You dare!" Bai Junya bellowed, striding forward to intervene. Yet he was a moment too late, witnessing the distance between the pillar and the stone growing ever closer to Lu Chonglin and Xiao Mumu. To evade meant Lu Chonglin would be safe, but it would send Xiao Mumu directly into the path of the stone. Conversely, to save Xiao Mumu would surely result in Lu Chonglin's head being crushed by the pillar. It was indeed a no-win situation. Noble Consort and was paralyzed with fear, barely able to breathe, while the Empress turned pale as a ghost, nearly collapsing without the support of Rong Shui. Bai Junya's face bore a mix of shock and fury, but beneath it all lay a profound fear for Xiao Mumu's safety. Everyone held their breath, awaiting Lu Chonglin's decision. Yet in that critical moment, Lu Chonglin suddenly dove to the ground, shielding Xiao Mumu in his embrace, rolling away just in time. The pillar and stones struck the ground with a thunderous crash, sending tremors through the earth and clouds of dust billowing into the air. Bai Junya reacted swiftly, turning and delivering a fierce kick to the eunuch wielding the pillar, sending him flying, blood spewing forth as he collapsed, unconscious. The eunuch with the stone paused, instinctively turning his head, only to realize the gravity of the situation too late. His face draining of color. "Your Majesty!" The eunuch fell to his knees, trembling uncontrollably, eyes wide with terror. He sought to beg for mercy, but was met with Bai Junya's furious kick that sent him sprawling, teeth flying amidst the blood. Soon, others rushed forward to bind the fallen eunuch, only to discover that the other eunuch lay lifeless. Meanwhile, Lu Chonglin, having cradled Xiao Mumu, rose from the ground, blood streaking his face from where he had scraped against the debris. Bai Junya hurried over, intending to take Xiao Mumu from Lu Chonglin, when suddenly calamity struck. A resounding crack echoed, and the entire wall behind them collapsed upon the three. "Your Majesty!" Both Eunuch Fu and the Empress cried out in alarm. Before the sound had faded, a deafening crash ensued, enveloping the spot where they had just stood in a cloud of dust, bricks, and debris. "Your Majesty!" Quickly, summon the physician. The dust obscured everyone's vision, rendering it impossible to discern what lay within. Eunuch Fu turned as pale as a corpse, his voice quaking as he shouted urgently. Just then, a tall figure emerged through the haze, and Bai Junya's voice rang out, "I am unharmed. The Chu Prince remains inside. We must search with all our might." Bai Junya emerged, cradling Xiao Mumu, covered in dust yet unscathed. At the very last moment before the wall could have consumed them, Lu Chonglin had thrust Xiao Mumu into Bai Junya's arms, exerting all his strength to push them to safety, while the opposing force drew him closer to the collapsing wall. Seeing him unharmed, Eunuch Fu felt a surge of relief, momentarily stunned before he quickly directed others to search for Lu Chonglin. The majority of the structure had collapsed. The cold palace, already in disrepair, was now filled with shattered bricks, complicating the rescue efforts. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, a shout rang out. "The Chu Prince is here." Immediately, everyone rushed to that spot, digging fervently until they unearthed Lu Chonglin. He lay unconscious, his face smeared with dirt and blood, appearing utterly battered. "Father, save him!" Xiao Mumu clutched the fabric of Bai Junya's robe, her eyes brimming with urgency and an unrecognized hint of panic, pulling with such force that she nearly tore his garment. "Jiang Fu, take the Chu Prince to Jian Palace at once. Summon Master Su. Spare no effort to save him." Jian Palace, the closest to the Cold Palace, had previously housed a consort who perished during the last smallpox outbreak. Thus, it was now vacant, perfect for Lu Chonglin's recovery. Yet, some were reluctant. "No," Xiao Mumu cried out desperately. "Not Jian Palace. Take him to Jian Palace. I want to see him." Little Mumu was truly frightened and dared not leave him alone any longer. Just moments ago, she had faintly sensed a trace of celestial power emanating from those two young eunuchs. This suggested that their actions were not entirely of their own volition, but rather under the manipulation of the celestial order. To be more precise, the narrative within the book had begun to unfold. The instant she perceived this celestial influence, Little Mumu experienced a sudden epiphany. No wonder her brother, the crown prince, had so harshly punished those who bullied Lu Chongling. Yet even after that, there were still individuals who persistently sought to undermine him. Clearly, the hand of fate was at play in this matter. With this understanding, little Mu felt even more compelled to keep Lu Chongling within her sight. What if he inadvertently fell victim to the machinations of this capricious celestial force? It was better to keep a watchful eye on him for the time being. Father, the Jian Palace is too remote, now that Lu Chongling is injured. If anything else were to happen, we would be unable to react in time. After all, he has saved both of us. We cannot neglect our benefactor. Moreover, these individuals have been punished numerous times, yet remain unrepentant. If such incidents continue to occur, what remains of your Majesty's authority? What remains of the dignity of our great Shi kingdom? Little Mu began to speak at length. Bai Junia sighed inwardly and turned to instruct Jiang Fu to carry the injured to the Jian Palace. Little Mu nestled quietly in the embrace of concubine and, feeling the tremors that emanated from her. Do not worry, mother, I am fine. Apart from being a bit dirty, I am completely unscathed. Little Mu raised her hand to wipe away the tears from concubine Anne's face. Concubine, however, was oblivious, holding little Mu as though she had lost her soul. The Empress approached and squatted beside concubine and to comfort her. Sister Ro, loosen your grip a bit. If you hold Mu too tightly, she may struggle to breathe. Concubine looked up at the Empress in a daze, and after a moment, she slightly relaxed her hold. Sister Ro, do not be anxious. Mu is perfectly well. Look, she is even smiling at you. This child, Mu, is blessed and under divine protection. It is said that those who survive great tribulations will surely reap future blessings. There are even greater fortunes awaiting Mu. The Empress spoke softly, gently patting concubine Anne's back, making it seem as though they were not just royal consorts but rather close sisters. Indeed, even sisters might not achieve such depth of affection. Under the Empress's persistent reassurance, concubine gradually calmed down. Su Yanluo was in a side hall attending to Lu Chongling. The atmosphere within the hall was heavy with tension. Little Mu nestled in concubine Anne's arms, craning her neck to look, her round little face revealing concern and urgency. Bai Junia and the Empress sat above in silence, while concubine kept her gaze fixed on little Mu, the only sound in the grand hall being the faint clinking of the Empress's prayer beads. Finally, Su Jianluo emerged. Mr. Su, how is Lu Chongling? Mr. Su, how is the Crown Prince? Bai Junia's voice coincided with little Mu's anxious query. The Crown Prince is largely unharmed, only suffering from some superficial injuries that will heal with time, Su Yanluo replied, wiping the blood from his hands. Is that true? But I saw so much blood on his head. Is there any damage to his brain? What about other areas? Are his arms and legs unscathed? No fractures? No internal injuries? Little Mu's urgent voice echoed in the minds of Bai Junia, the Empress, and concubine. Thank you, Mr. Su. I was under the impression that the Crown Prince was gravely injured, but it seems he only sustained minor injuries, which is truly a stroke of luck. Mr. Su, the Crown Prince is the little princess's savior. I implore you to look after him with extra care. Chapter 92. A Day of 100 Linkeds. Su Yanluo bowed respectfully to the Empress. Your Majesty, rest assured, I will certainly take good care of him. Despite the bloodstains covering the Crown Prince, most of it was from his shoulder wound, as his head had not suffered impact and his vital organs were unharmed. Even his limbs only bore minor abrasions. I have heard from the palace servants that the Crown Prince was trapped beneath a collapsed wall. In that case, he is indeed fortunate, Jiang Fu interjected. Mr. Su, when we found the Crown Prince, he was supported by a wall panel that had not collapsed. Oh, I see. It must have been that wall panel that saved his life, the Empress said. I shall go procure medicine for the Crown Prince now. Please, Mr. Su, do not hesitate to ask for any medicinal materials you require. If the Imperial Medical Department lacks them, we shall seek them from the National Treasury. In any case, we must ensure the Crown Prince's complete recovery. After all, he saved both me and Mu. Regardless of anything else, his injuries must be tended to properly. Su Yanluo acknowledged and then departed. Your Majesty, how shall we deal with those who dare to harm Mu and the Crown Prince? The Empress asked softly, her gaze lowering, concealing the flicker of ferocity within. Indeed, the Empress, while possessing a kind disposition, was not devoid of temper. Should her limits be tested, she could transform into a formidable force. Upon hearing her words, Baijunia's eyes glinted with a more pronounced ruthlessness. Such vile scoundrels do not deserve mercy. Jiangfu. Investigate all those who have bullied the crown prince. They shall be punished collectively with the most severe of penalties, a day of 100 linkets. Yes, your servant will attend to it immediately, Jiangfu replied, his expression calm, though a hint of relief could be discerned. Those who dare to harm their little princess deserved such punishment. It was in fact a mercy. Soon, all those involved in bullying Lu Chongling were identified. The extent of their actions was shocking. There were 3 to 4 dozen individuals who had tormented him. Half of them had tampered with Lu Chongling's food. Some had verbally abused him. Others had physically assaulted him, leaving him bruised and battered. Some had played pranks on him, such as throwing stones into the cold palace. And even more infuriating, among those who bullied Lu Chongling were not just eunuchs, but palace maids as well. Baijunia's face turned ashen with rage upon hearing of their deeds, his fury palpable. You wretched scoundrels, drag them away at once and execute them. Even Baijunia, who was accustomed to grand spectacles, could not suppress his outrage at their actions. To so cruelly torment a child who had yet to come of age was utterly despicable. Jiangfu, visibly enraged, promptly ordered for the perpetrators to be taken to a secluded location to face the punishment of a day of 100 linkets. This method of execution was an escalated form of lingxi. The executioner would use a specialized knife to methodically slice away the flesh and organs of the condemned, allowing them to endure excruciating pain until death. In the case of a day of 100 linkets, 100 pieces of flesh would be removed daily, without any anesthetic, while the victim's life was suspended by a century-old ginseng, forcing them to endure the same tortures day after day until they ultimately succumbed to death. This punishment was reserved only for those who had committed heinous crimes. Little Moo had long since been brought to tears. Oh my, I had no idea that Lu Chongling had suffered so much bullying while we were unaware. No wonder he would bring about the downfall of our great Shi kingdom in the original story. Who could blame him, let alone the downfall of the great Shi kingdom? If it were me, I would seek to destroy the entire world. I'm so sorry, Lu Chongling. I used to think only about how to avoid darkening my heart and bringing ruin to the great Shi kingdom. But I never truly contemplated why you acted as you did and what you endured. I lament my own inadequacy, always vowing to rescue you from the depths of despair, yet failing to take action and allowing you to endure the torment inflicted by those scoundrels. Had it not been for my fortuitous encounter today, I would remain oblivious to the audacity of those rogues and the suffering you have endured. Oh, Father, Lu Chonglin has suffered so greatly. Once he awakens, do ensure he is no longer confined to that cold palace, a place unfit for any human being. Should you wish to send him back there, then I implore you to cast me away alongside him, so that we may share in our meager sustenance and the indignities we face, quietly fading away together. With tear-filled eyes, Xiao Mumu gazed at Baijunia, her expression a blend of sorrow and grievance. Baijunia felt a tumult of anger and frustration, yet more than that, a sense of helplessness. How could the most esteemed princess of the great Shi kingdom demean herself for a foreign hostage? It was infuriating. Nevertheless, she was his daughter, and while he might not fully comprehend her, he understood her well enough to know she was resolute in her intentions. Casting a glance at Lu Chonglin, who lay in the inner chamber, he commanded Jiangfu, instruct someone to prepare the Lu Chao pavilion for the residence of Prince Chu. Jiangfu hesitated momentarily before complying. The Lu Chao pavilion, a residence for princes, boasted an advantageous location, close to the Minister's office, the Imperial study, and the Empress's Jiafeng palace, particularly adjacent to the Crown Prince's Yuchu palace. Thus, Baijunia had chosen this pavilion for Lu Chonglin to signify his regard for him, ensuring that no indiscreet individual would dare to humiliate him again, sparing his beloved daughter further tears. Oh, Father, you are truly wonderful. Mumu adores you, Xiao Mumu exclaimed, her tear-streaked face lighting up with a radiant smile. Father, since you have allowed Lu Chonglin to leave the cold palace, why not extend your kindness and let him study with my brothers in the Minister's office? He is of the same age as my brother, just a mere youth, and having endured such humiliation for so long, I fear he may become trapped in despair. Allow him the chance to study and perhaps shift his mood. Would you, Father? Bai Junior responded, "My dear daughter, you are being rather presumptuous. The matter of the minister's office shall be discussed at a later time." Unperturbed, Xiao Mumu persistently reiterated her request until Bai Junior could bear it no longer, finding an excuse related to state affairs to make his escape. The Empress followed suit, and with their departure, the hall fell into a sudden silence. Xiao Mumu tugged at the sleeve of concubine and mother. "Please hold me, so I may see him." Chapter 93. Like Jade, concubine and initially hesitated to take Xiao Mumu to see him, but the girl's persistence left her no choice. She was adamant, refusing to relent until she was granted her wish. Reluctantly, concubine and carried her inside, as Chiu Lai parted the beaded curtains for them. Xiao Mumu immediately spotted Lu Chonglin lying on the bed. He was clothed only in bandages due to injuries on his shoulder, exposing part of his skin, where faint traces of blood seeped through the fabric. His hands and feet bore various abrasions, particularly his handsome face, marred by several shallow cuts. Yet, this did not detract from his allure. Rather, it added an exquisite fragility that elicited a protective instinct. Xiao Mumu's heart filled with guilt. "Oh, Lu Chonglin, I am so helpless. Not only have I failed to assist you, but I have also caused you pain. I know that had it not been for my father and me, you would have escaped that place. But you, Lu Chonglin, are so kind-hearted. I cannot bear to imagine the turmoil you endured during that time. You must have felt such anger. Every time I think of how I failed to notice your suffering, I despise myself for not paying more attention to you, for not discovering your plight sooner. Had I realized earlier, you would not be in this situation." Tears welled in her eyes, cascading down her cheeks and falling upon Lu Chonglin's hand. Unbeknownst to anyone, Lu Chonglin's fingers twitched slightly. Though his consciousness was aware, he remained unable to awaken, as if his mind and body were severed from one another. He heard everything that had transpired outside, including Xiao Mumu's heartfelt remorse. He wished to reassure her that all was well, that the past should be left behind, yet he could not control his body. It was only when her warm tears fell upon him that the connection between his consciousness and body was re-established. As he attempted to open his eyes, he felt a soft, gentle touch, a small hand grasping his thumb. Xiao Mumu, holding onto Lu Chonglin's thumb, channeled a faint energy to him, and he sensed a familiar warmth coursing through him. Simultaneously, her hand continued to caress his. "Oh, Lu Chonglin, your hand is so beautiful like jade. I wish to take a bite." Unable to resist, she began to touch it. She simply adored beautiful things, especially hands. Lu Chonglin quietly closed his eyes again, feigning calmness, though the flush on his ears betrayed his true feelings. "All right, Mumu, you've seen him. Let us depart so as not to disturb Prince Chu's recovery," concubine and gently suggested. Only then did Xiao Mumu release her hold. "Lu Chonglin, focus on your recovery. I shall return to see you soon." Soon, he found himself alone in the room, slowly opening his eyes. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, his ears flushed once more, and a faint smile graced his lips as he examined his own hand. The following day, Bai Junior visited Jian Palace, intending to arrange for Lu Chonglin to move to Lu Chao Pavilion for recuperation. However, as soon as he broached the subject, Xiao Mumu began to protest with childlike persistence. "Puff, puff, puff." She blew bubbles, her sounds resembling a playful tune, while her thoughts echoed in their ears. If he does not move to Lu Chao Pavilion now, he should wait until his injuries heal. Bai Junior frowned. "This is the palace, not the streets. I cannot allow past incidents to repeat themselves. My dear daughter, your lack of trust in your father wounds me deeply." Bai Junior felt frustrated. How could his daughter consistently oppose him for the sake of an outsider? It was infuriating. He was reluctant to resort to anger or punishment, so he redirected his ire toward Lu Chonglin, casting a cold glare in his direction, silently urging him to understand the implications of his presence. Lu Chonglin lowered his eyelids, fully aware of Xiao Mumu's thoughts and the sudden drop in Bai Junior's demeanor. Though he wished to avoid disappointing her, he did not want to create a rift between her and her father. After a moment of contemplation, he raised his gaze. "Your Majesty, I am grateful for your kindness. However, it is not fitting for me to remain here any longer. I kindly request your permission to reside in Lu Chao Pavilion. It is but a short distance from Jian Palace, allowing the young princess to visit whenever she wishes. That is not my concern. I merely worry you may encounter danger again. Xiao Mumu sought to persuade him further, but found herself momentarily speechless as their eyes met. Very well, it is your choice to make. I cannot prevent you if you wish to leave, she huffed, turning away in frustration. Lu Chonglin, feeling helpless yet resigned, accepted the situation. Bai Junya observed her demeanor and chuckled, extending his hand to pinch her pouting lips. Your mouth. It juts out so high it could hang an oil pot. What is it? Are you so reluctant to part with him? If that's the case, shall we pack you off to the Lu Chao pavilion as well? Xiao Mumu immediately turned her head, her face brimming with a "can it really be done" expression, while also displaying a hint of eagerness. Bai Junya's smile abruptly faded. That is impossible. I was merely jesting with you. Xiao Mumu exclaimed, Father, you cannot jest with me like this. I shall never believe you again. Humph. Father is a scoundrel for tricking me. I want to let you embrace me. Struggling in Bai Junya's arms like a slippery fish, she was impossible to hold. Mumu, please stay still. You might fall. But Xiao Mumu ignored him, continuing to squirm. Bai Junya felt a headache coming on, raising his voice slightly. Mumu. Xiao Mumu froze for a moment, then pouted. You are scolding me, Wu. Father, you are scolding me. Mother, Father is scolding me. Large tears streamed down her cheeks, falling like heavy hammers upon Bai Junya and Consort In's hearts. Bai Junya hurriedly tried to soothe her. All right, do not cry, it is my fault. I apologize to you, Mumu. Please stop crying. Wah. Xiao Mumu cried even harder, and no amount of coaxing worked. Not even the previously foolproof methods nor the treasure-laden surroundings could quell her tears. Ultimately, it was only when Xiao Mumu exhausted herself and fell asleep that her cries finally ceased. Both Consort and Bai Junya bore a weary expression. This child, as she grows, her temperament grows fiercer. Your Majesty, do not be angry with her. Chapter 94. You two have a consort, and promptly sought to placate Xiao Mumu, fearing her tantrum might incite Bai Junya's displeasure. Bai Junya, however, smiled lightly. What need is there for me to be angry with a mere child? One must possess a bit of temperament, otherwise anyone could trample upon you. Mumu is my daughter, the most esteemed princess of the great Shi kingdom. A bit of temperament is only to be expected, as long as it is not an act of grave rebellion. I would even wish for her to be a bit more spirited. However, she seems quite fond of that lad, Lu Chonglin. I fear he may be deliberately approaching her. Bai Junya's tone grew somewhat somber, although investigations revealed that Lu Chonglin was indeed not favored in the state of Chu, hence sent to Great Shi as a hostage. He could not afford to let his guard down concerning Xiao Mumu. Consort chuckled softly. If Mumu were aware of your considerations for her, she would surely understand your intentions. Yet, being so young, there are many matters she cannot comprehend fully. We must continue to guide her with care. Indeed, my beloved Consort speaks true. Mumu is a child with her own ideas. After a nap, Xiao Mumu awoke, the inexplicable sense of grievance dissipating. Her spirits brightened anew. Even the memory of her earlier tears faded along with her slumber. Spotting Bai Junya, she eagerly reached out for an embrace. Overjoyed, Bai Junya removed a pearl for his own crown and placed it in Xiao Mumu's hands. Butler Fu remarked, Well, we must prepare anew. As the procession of rewards passed in front of a certain palace gate for the third time, a particular noble lady residing within could no longer contain her frustration and tore her handkerchief in half. At that moment, a few oblivious palace maids rushed out to observe, engaging in envious discussions. Good heavens, is this not the third batch? With so many rewards destined for our palace, it would surely fill the grand hall. I have never seen such exquisite hairpins and ornaments. Even receiving just one would make my life complete. What of it? Did you not see that resplendent fabric? It is a tribute, of which there are only two in the entire realm. The other is with Her Majesty the Empress. Wow! Does that mean Consort and holds a position in His Majesty's heart comparable to that of the Empress? Are you seeking death by speaking such things? If anyone hears you, it will be your end. The noble lady could bear no more and seized a whip nearby, charging out to strike the gossips. What are you all gathered here for? Idling about? If you have no work, then allow this palace to teach you lazy dogs a lesson. Lady Wu, spare us, we dare not. The palace maids cried out, wailing as they were struck. Lady Wu remained deaf to their pleas, venting her anger until two of the maids could no longer endure and collapsed, blood spilling from their mouths. Only then did the head maid step in to intervene. "Milady, cease your punishment. If a life is lost, we shall not be able to explain it to Consort. What do I have to explain to her? If anyone needs to be addressed, it is the Empress." Though she said this, her expression remained sullen as she reluctantly retracted the whip. After all, the power within the 6 palaces still resided with Consort. Today, the noble lady has shown great leniency. Should such behavior continue, there will be severe consequences. "Now, all of you disperse." The head maid commanded the kneeling palace maids before assisting Lady Wu back inside. Honestly, I cannot fathom His Majesty's thoughts. Simply having a daughter of no great worth, yet he dotes upon her so. Does he wish for the great Shi kingdom to produce a female emperor? Lady Wu expressed her resentment. The head maid gasped in shock. "Milady, you are courting death. How dare you utter such treasonous words? If others hear, we will all face dire consequences." Lady Wu quickly realized her error, her face paling, yet she feigned calm. "It is just the 2 of us here. If you do not speak, I shall not either, and no one will know. Now, let us not linger on this matter. I am parched. Fetch me a cup of tea." When the 3rd batch of rewards arrived at the Jian Palace, Bai Junya had to leave to attend to state affairs, planting a kiss on Xiao Mumu's cheek before reluctantly departing. As soon as Bai Junya left Jian Palace, Butler Fu could not contain a sigh of relief. Had he lingered any longer, he feared His Majesty might deplete his private treasury with gifts. Not a mere quarter of an hour after Bai Junya's departure, the Crown Prince and the 2nd and 3rd princes arrived. "Consort, where is our little sister? We came to see her," Bai Jingxiao exclaimed eagerly. "Mumu is over there." The group followed Consort and saw Xiao Mumu seated amidst a pile of gold, silver, and jewels. Dozens of necklaces and bracelets adorned her neck and arms, while her fingers sparkled with various exquisite rings, and in her hand she clutched a pearl the size of her thumb, nibbling on it. Upon seeing her 3 brothers, she broke into a wide smile. "Elder brother, 2nd brother, 3rd brother, you are here. Come quickly and see. Father has gifted me so many delightful things." Xiao Mumu raised her hand with difficulty, beckoning them. Observing the treasures, Bai Jingxiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as he rushed over, seizing the brightest jewel with delight. The Crown Prince wore a helpless expression, while Bai Hongrue's mood darkened. "Elder brother, those are gifts for our little sister," Bai Hongrue reminded him. Since learning from Mumu that they had both been willing to sacrifice for one another, they had tried to embrace each other's tempers and habits. Though their relationship had yet to reach a level of intimacy, at least they no longer exchanged barbs upon meeting. Reluctantly, Bai Jingxiao set the treasure down, a hint of reluctance in his demeanor. "Brother, take whatever you wish. I gift it to you." Bai Jingxiao's face lit up with joy, excitement radiating from his eyes, his affection for Xiao Mumu growing exponentially. "You all see, this is not mine. It is a gift from our little sister." With that, he happily tucked the treasure into his embrace. Bai Hongrue found himself momentarily speechless when, out of the blue, something appeared in his hand. Looking down, he saw that little Mumu had pressed her pearl bracelet into his palm. "Don't be angry, dear 3rd prince. You have one too. If you like something, just take it." Bai Hongrue's face flushed crimson at her innocent charm. How endearing. Chapter 95. The poisoner is found, though. Bai Hongrue's heart melted at her delightful demeanor. He maintained his composure, gripping the pearl bracelet tightly. "Thank you, little princess. I will cherish and protect it," he said, his voice slightly trembling with excitement. Little Mumu beamed, revealing her toothless grin, then turned to hand over a large pearl that Bai Junya had given her to the Crown Prince. How could she forget her dear Crown Prince? If she was to give, it must be the finest. The Crown Prince accepted the pearl with a smile. "Thank you, Mumu. We came to see if you were prepared for gifts, yet here you are gifting us first. Aren't you at a loss?" he said half-jokingly. "To my brother, how could that be a loss? Even if it were, I would gladly accept it, for my brothers treat me well. Thus, I must reciprocate their kindness," she replied, stirring a wave of emotion in the hearts of the 3 brothers. At that moment, Mumu suddenly produced several exquisite pearl flowers and assorted jewelry, thrusting them into the Crown Prince's hands. He was taken aback, puzzled by her intentions. Just as he was about to inquire, she said, "Crown Prince, if you find it convenient to leave the palace, Could you please deliver these to Sister Zhou for me? The others could not hear Muumu's heartfelt plea. But Bai Jingxiao chuckled at the sight. Muumu, your crown prince brother is a man. He has no need for such trinkets. Second brother, you are quite foolish. No wonder you remain a clod until your dying day. Who said these were for the crown prince? I merely request that he assist me in delivering them to Sister Zhou. She replied cheekily. Sister Zhou sprained her foot while seeking help from me. I must express my gratitude. Moreover, I can create an opportunity for the crown prince and Sister Zhou to interact. How clever of me. Bai Jingxiao's smile faded, shifting to Muumu instead, who giggled heartily. Bai Hongrui glanced at the crown prince's expression and walked over. This is a gift from the little princess to you. What more do you have to say? Worry less, he remarked nonchalantly. The crown prince discreetly observed the two, relieved that they harbored no suspicions, and quietly accepted the items. Though Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hongrui concealed their thoughts, both pondered whom the crown prince intended to gift these items. Meanwhile, the crown prince contemplated, was Zhou Wanchu's injury serious? Perhaps he should bring a physician along to examine her. The three brothers each entertained their own thoughts while indulging in play with little Muumu, who was wholly absorbed in adorning herself with the treasures. Before long, the crown prince took his leave, followed shortly by Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hongrui, while Muumu continued to delight in her newfound possessions. That evening, a momentous revelation swept through the palace like a tempest. The true perpetrator behind the poisoning of the concubines had been uncovered. Who is it? Who is it? Litu Muumu inquired eagerly. It is Yupin, who has taken her own life in shame. Leaving behind a confession, came the response. Who is Yupin? I have never heard of her, the Empress remarked, astonished. Indeed, it is Yupin. She was an old acquaintance from before your ascendance. Considering the timeline, she could indeed be implicated. However, her character does not seem fitting for such a heinous act, Bai Junya said with a cold scoff. She is certainly not the mastermind behind this. Rather, she has merely been presented as a scapegoat, he added. Little Muumu grasped the situation and clapped her hands in excitement. I understand now. The true mastermind must have seen that father was not deceived, that the beloved consort was unharmed, and thus learned of the connection between the beloved consort and the Bai family. This led to the assistance of their recognition and goodwill, ultimately revealing some clues to us. Hence, the mastermind panicked and threw out a scapegoat to take the blame for the poisoning. However, I am confused. Is this Yupin truly a pawn of the mastermind? Little Muumu pondered aloud, as one named Yupin had never appeared in the original narrative. Concubine and shot a glance at little Muumu before addressing Bai Junya and the Empress. Your Majesties, I find this perplexing. If we follow this reasoning, does it not imply that Yupin is merely a minion of the true mastermind? If so, exposing her as a pawn when she had never been suspected seems counterproductive. Concubine and had entered the palace after the emperor's accession and was unaware of many matters, but she continued, while Yupin has kept a low profile. Becoming less known over the years, she is indeed the sister of the Deputy Minister of Justice. The Empress turned to Bai Junya, then resumed, speaking slowly. However, due to certain circumstances, the Deputy Minister of Justice severed ties with Yupin. Yet, he remains one of the few loyal subjects in the court. Now, the Yupin has suddenly committed suicide and left behind a confession accepting such a grievous crime. It seems the true mastermind aims to incite suspicion against the Deputy Minister of Justice, thereby causing the Emperor to sever ties with him. With a sigh, the Empress lamented. Over the years, the relationship between Yupin and the Deputy Minister has not been as tumultuous as it once was. Who would have thought that this would come to pass? So, does the Empress imply that Yupin is also a victim of the mastermind's schemes? Bai Junya interjected. With a cold scoff, he replied, though the poisoning was not of her doing, she harbors ulterior motives, as evidenced by the documents we found in her quarters. Take a look. Bai Junya placed several letters before them, the yellowed paper revealing that these writings were indeed aged. The Empress opened one, her expression shifting dramatically. Concubine and intrigued took a look as well, her brow furrowing. Little Muumu, filled with curiosity, snatched the paper to glance at it. By the heavens! This Yupin even contemplated placing a curse on father. And this mysterious person, father, could this mysterious individual be the mastermind we seek? The letters bore a date from 7 years past, and contained a message from a mysterious figure addressed to Yupin, instructing her to plan a curse upon Bai Junya. The subsequent letters were filled with this mysterious figure's manipulations, persuading Yupin to abandon Bai Junya and to obediently carry out the curse. The final letter was one penned by Yupin herself. Chapter 96. The most admired individual in her correspondence. Yupin inquired of the mysterious figure's identity and motives, questioning the nature of the curse and her reluctance to harm Bai Junya, insisting that the individual should abandon such thoughts. However, the fact that this letter was discovered within Yupin's palace suggests that it was never sent out. Thus, they could not ascertain whether Yupin ultimately heeded the mysterious figure's words. Concubine and looked up, her worry evident. Your Majesty, the curse, I am unharmed. Since then, I have not encountered Yupin. Indeed, I recall that she had just suffered the loss of a child and blamed me for her misfortune, even attempting to harm me, which led to her being confined for many years. Now, it seems that her child's demise was indeed suspicious. And how could she place the blame on me? Your Majesty, I suspect that the true mastermind may be involved in this matter. Unexpectedly, Yupin's madness has incited the Emperor's disdain. It is also due to the Emperor's compassion for her recent loss that he has confined her otherwise. The Empress did not continue, but inquired, Your Majesty, is it possible to ascertain the identity of that mysterious individual through Yupin? Is this not the person we seek? Not yet, came the reply. The other party is exceedingly cautious and has revealed no information regarding their identity. Silence fell among the group, though they felt this was somewhat anticipated. To remain undetected for years, the mastermind must be a person of profound cunning. How could they so easily expose themselves? However, one reflected, the mastermind seems to possess a deep understanding of the Emperor. Now that the Emperor is free from the poison's influence, his temperament has mellowed considerably. Had he still been under its sway, he would likely have acted rashly against the Deputy Minister of Justice by now. Such an act would not only cripple the Emperor, but also dishearten his loyal ministers, leaving them in disillusionment, allowing the mastermind to elevate their own confidence. Furthermore, rumors could spread, leading to a loss of the Emperor's support among the people. What a diabolical plan, effectively striking 4 birds with 1 stone. Upon realizing this, Xiao Mumu felt a chill run down her spine, acutely aware of the depth of the mastermind's scheming. Your Majesty, it is clear that the mastermind possesses intimate knowledge of you. Bai Junya naturally recognized this as well, yet therein lay the issue. While the mastermind understood him, he remained in the dark about their identity. If the clues previously unearthed are to be believed, the mastermind is likely one of the 3 princes still living. However, Bai Junya did not possess substantial knowledge about these princes. Those he deemed insignificant in the past now left him feeling vulnerable. Your Majesty, with Yupin now deceased and the evidence undeniable, what shall we do regarding the poisoning incident? The Empress gently inquired. After such an uproar, an explanation was due to all within the palace. Bai Junya's face briefly flickered with reluctance, swiftly suppressed, and he spoke solemnly. The longer this matter is delayed, the more unrest will fester within the palace, increasing the likelihood of unforeseen complications. Since the evidence is irrefutable, let us conclude this case. As the Deputy Minister of Justice is Yupin's elder brother, despite their severed ties, he is still family. Thus, he shall be punished with a month of reflection and a year's salary forfeited, along with a written account of his reflections. As he is his trusted confidant, Bai Junya naturally wishes to protect him. The Empress spoke softly. The matter of the child's death involves half of the concubines in the palace. I fear that Consort may struggle to contend with them, so I shall take it upon myself. Upon her return, she would issue a decree to clarify Yupin's actions to the harem. Although Consort hailed from a military family, she was not one to underestimate the complexities of palace intrigue, and she instantly grasped the Empress's intentions, feeling a surge of gratitude. I thank Your Majesty, Consort said, solemnly bowing with Xiao Mumu in her arms. The Empress smiled and helped her rise. I'm not. I am quite spirited. Xiao Mumu quickly protested. Then, I shall take my leave, Consort said, not dismissing the Empress's kindness, and after taking her leave, she carried Xiao Mumu toward the Jian Palace. Even at night, the summer breeze remained stifling, brushing against their faces with oppressive warmth. As it was nighttime, the palanquin moved more slowly than usual. The flickering palace lanterns ahead cast shadows that swayed alongside them. Consort and unconsciously stroked the back of Xiao Mumu's hand, and in response, Xiao Mumu suizit, Herr Fingers. Mother, what troubles you? Please share your thoughts with Mumu. Think of me as a sounding board. Mumu, do you know whom I admire most in this vast palace? Consort asked, looking down at her daughter. In the darkness, Xiao Mumu could not discern her mother's expression, only hearing her gentle voice reply. The person I admire most is the Empress. From the moment I entered the palace, the Empress has been as benevolent as she is now, never erring in matters of the harem and treating the other consorts with sincerity. She is always present at the birth of each royal child, regardless of the weather, for she understands that childbirth is a perilous ordeal for women. The Empress truly treats these children as her own, nurturing and loving them. Even when a prince passed away prematurely, she grieved deeply. Consort suddenly chuckled lightly. Mumu. The Empress's virtues could fill days and nights of conversation. Sometimes, I ponder whether I could embody her qualities if I were in her position. Alas, I cannot. Perhaps this is the difference between myself and the Empress. Such a person is destined to embody motherhood on a grand scale. And how could such a person not be beloved by others? Mother, the Emperor also holds affection for you, Xiao Mumu reassured her. Affection? Perhaps. Yet, this affection is too widely dispersed. Everyone can claim a share. Alas, some things simply do not belong to her, and she cannot crave what is unattainable. Thankfully, I still have you, Mumu, which brings me hope in this palace. With this thought, Consort smiled. Now, all I wish for is that my Mumu grows up healthy and happy. Just as Xiao Mumu was about to respond, a piercing scream from the palace attendant ahead pierced the night, plunging them all into darkness. Chapter 97. The tiger-striped cat, what has happened? Consort asked, clutching Xiao Mumu with one arm while steadying the palanquin with the other. Your Majesty, something came rushing towards the lantern in my hand, the attendant replied. Shilai stepped forward to retrieve the lantern, discovering that it had indeed been shattered by some object. Suddenly, a faint cry of pain echoed through the darkness, and everyone's expression shifted. Those of a timid disposition immediately huddled closer together. What was that sound? Could we have encountered something unclean? Someone murmured quietly. Shilai snapped, silence. Do not sully the ears of the esteemed consort and the little princess. The speaker fell silent. In the dark, Consort maintained her composure, instructing Shilai to relight a lantern. As the light flickered back to life, the palace attendants felt a sense of calm return. Mother, look, there is something over there. Xiao Mumu pointed towards the darkness. Shilai, take the lantern and investigate what it is, Consort directed. Shilai approached and was astonished to find a mottled tiger-striped cat. Your Majesty, it is a tiger-striped cat, and it appears to be in distress from childbirth, Shilai reported, noticing a half-born kitten still attached. To save a life is greater than building a pagoda of 7 levels. Mother, this cat's fortune has brought it to us. Let us rescue it, Xiao Mumu implored. At that moment, the tiger-striped cat had given birth to its first kitten, but due to prolonged pressure during delivery, it showed no signs of life. Given her past experience assisting in the birth of a large dog, the Empress had arranged for Madame Xia to help the tiger-striped cat. As basin after basin of blood was produced, finally, after an hour, the tiger-striped cat successfully delivered all its kittens, 5 in total, one of which had perished, leaving 4. The tiger-striped cat lay weakly in the nest prepared by Consort, lifting its head with great difficulty to gaze at its savior before curling up next to its surviving kittens, falling into a deep sleep. Xiao Mumu was filled with excitement. Mother, we have saved 5 lives, and these kittens are so beautiful. May I keep them? I want to raise them. Little Mumu pointed at the tabby cats, chattering excitedly. Just a few cats, nothing extraordinary, and naturally, the noble concubine agreed to little Mumu's wishes. Overjoyed, little Mumu gazed at the kittens with great enthusiasm. Had it not been for enforcibly carrying her away, she might have watched them all night. Even upon awakening the next morning, her first impulse was to rush and see those tabby cats. After a night of rest, the tabby cats appeared less fragile than the night before, and upon seeing little Mumu, they meowed in a friendly manner. When she reached out to pet them, the tabby cat willingly leaned its head towards her. One might think it had always belonged to little Mumu. When went to her room and found her missing. She deduced that little Moo Moo had come here. Indeed, she found her there. Just as she was about to approach, Chiu Lai hurriedly came over. Your Highness, I have just received word that last night the walls of Yuchuan Palace suddenly collapsed, killing 2 passing palace servants. N's brow furrowed. When did this occur? Yuchuan Palace is the palace situated on the route from Jiafeng Palace to Jian Palace. Had she not encountered the tabby cat last night, she would have passed by Yuchuan Palace. Chiu Lai's expression was grim. I inquired, and it happened around the hour of the snake, just after we changed our path upon encountering the tabby cat. N's countenance tightened. Little Moo Moo, overhearing Chiu Lai, gasped in surprise. Wow, does that mean we were saved by Ban Ban? Mother, it turns out we didn't save Ban Ban. Rather, Ban Ban saved us. Ban Ban, Tang Zhu. If it weren't for you, perhaps it would have been me and Mother who were hurt last night. Rest assured, we will take good care of you and your kittens. Little Moo Moo chuckled while stroking the tabby cat's head, and also found it marvelous, her gaze towards the tabby cat growing increasingly gentle. This cat must have been sent by the heavens to protect Little Moo Moo. Had Little Moo Moo not insisted on saving the tabby cat yesterday, she likely would not have altered her path, and if Little Moo Moo had been harmed, she would have regretted it immensely. Watching the harmonious interaction between the girl and the cat, and smiled and instructed someone to look after Little Moo Moo before departing to deal with the matter of the collapsed palace wall. The tabby cat, having exhausted its energy from the previous night, soon fell into a deep slumber again. Little Moo Moo did not disturb its rest. After watching for a while, she urged Xie to take her to Lu Chonglin at Lu Chao Pavilion. Upon arriving at Lu Chao Pavilion, they happened to find Lu Chonglin practicing swordplay in the courtyard. Lu Chonglin, you still have injuries. How can you be practicing? Put down that sword. Little Moo Moo exclaimed, her face anxious as she waved her little hands and feet, fearing he might reopen his wounds while practicing. Lu Chonglin shifted his shoulder. In truth, his injury was to his left shoulder, and practicing swordplay did not affect him. But he still set down the wooden sword. Only then was Little Moo Moo satisfied. That's more like it. An injured person should look the part. Rest well, lest you leave lingering issues. Oh, Lu Chonglin, did you make that wooden sword yourself? It looks quite nice. Little Moo Moo reached out to touch it. Lu Chonglin handed the sword to her. As she spoke, Little Moo Moo began to mimic fighting an invisible enemy with her little hands and feet. Lu Chonglin couldn't help but laugh, bringing over a long bench and placing Little Moo Moo on it to play. While rolling on the bench, Little Moo Moo excitedly recounted the story of the tabby cat. Lu Chonglin, let me tell you, last night, my mother and I saved a tabby cat and helped it give birth to a few kittens. Those kittens are so beautiful. I've never seen such adorable little kittens. As she spoke of the tabby cat, Little Moo Moo's eyes sparkled with joy, revealing her fondness. Her happiness caused the corners of Lu Chonglin's mouth to gently curve upwards. Thus, Little Moo Moo remained at Lu Chao Pavilion until N sent someone to fetch her, reluctantly leaving. Lu Chonglin, you, as the words left her lips, her gaze suddenly locked with Lu Chonglin's. He smiled softly, his eyes warm, standing backlit as if bathed in a halo of divine light. Little Moo Moo instantly forgot what she had intended to say, staring blankly at him. Lu Chonglin raised an eyebrow slightly. Little princess, have you forgotten something? All right. I forgot something. Lu Chonglin, don't forget my gift. When you're healed, you must give it all to me. Lu Chonglin lowered his gaze, pondering for a moment before retrieving something from his robe and walking over to hand it to Little Moo Moo, smiling. I almost forgot. This is today's gift. It has some minor flaws. I hope the little princess doesn't mind. You finished it so quickly? You still have injuries, and I wasn't in a rush. When did you manage to make it? Little Moo Moo held the large bird crafted from vine and grass, her eyes wide with astonishment. The bird's wings had slight fractures, causing the vine to slightly indent. Yet, Little Moo Moo did not see this as a flaw. Rather, she felt it added a touch of charm, making the bird appear more lifelike. Wow, is this a Juke? It looks amazing. I love it. Thank you, Lu Chonglin, but you still have wounds. You don't need to rush with gifts. The most important thing right now is for you to recover. If I don't receive a gift tomorrow, I might get angry, and then I won't come and play with you for 3 days. Little Moo Moo's threat was soft and warm, flowing into Lu Chonglin's very bones. He chuckled lightly and waved goodbye. Little princess, see you tomorrow. Little Moo Moo wanted to say more, but she had already picked her up and left, leaving behind a parting remark. Lu Chonglin, I'm not joking. I'm serious. If you... Her voice faded in his mind until he could hear nothing more. Lu Chonglin couldn't help but smile again, turning back towards the palace. Lu Gao, Pavilion, as the residence of the prince, was naturally far grander than the cold palace. In truth, Lu Chonglin had long prepared a gift for little Moo Moo, but he suddenly felt these items were unworthy of her. He pressed his lips together, placing the wooden carving on the windowsill, his gaze drifting over the furnishings in the palace, shaking his head with a hint of regret. A skilled artisan cannot work without materials, without tools. Even the finest items are of no use in his hands. While in the cold palace, the wooden carving had been one of the best materials he could find. But now in Lu Chao Pavilion, was he to offer only a wooden carving? Lu Chonglin stood quietly by the window for a long time. Meanwhile, the news of little Moo Moo leaving with the crafted bird had reached Bai Junia's ears. He paused, ink spilling from his brush, splattering onto the rice paper and ruining a beautifully written piece. Bai Junia frowned, tossing both the paper and brush into the nearby wastebasket. What audacity to give anything to my precious daughter. Jiang Fu, go to the Bureau of Craftsmanship and fetch a complete set of tools for Lu Chao Pavilion. Then, go to my private treasury and bring some fine items for that lad Lu Chonglin. Tell him my daughter deserves nothing but the best in this world. Do not let him offer her anything beneath that standard. Recalling how Moo Moo cherished those items as if they were her very eyes left him exasperated. He had unwittingly provided Lu Chonglin with an opportunity to earn her affection, thus deepening their bond. Of course, that was a matter for another time. Shortly after Bai Junia issued his orders, Jiang Fu arrived at Lu Chao Pavilion loaded with supplies and subtly conveyed Bai Junia's intentions to Lu Chonglin. The latter remained unperturbed, calmly accepting the circumstances. As soon as he departed, Lu Chonglin eagerly set about tinkering with the tools, his face devoid of anger, and if not for his youth, he might have burst into laughter. The next day, when Xiao Moo Moo arrived, she discovered a plethora of new items in the Lu Chao Pavilion. Curiously, she watched Lu Chonglin as he busied himself with the apparatus. What is this? She inquired incessantly. Lu Chonglin gently explained the various objects to her, and before they knew it, the two had spent the entire day engrossed in their activities. The following day marked the occasion for visiting the Empress to pay respects. The Imperial physician arrived promptly, and after examining her, declared that she was merely fatigued, leading to unstable sleep and subsequent headaches, and prescribed a calming potion. Your Highness, the Empress has instructed that you need not pay your respects today due to your discomfort. Please take the time to rest. At this moment, noble Consort found that her headache had subsided since rising, and after massaging her temples, she remarked, "The Empress is kind-hearted. I must adhere to propriety. Zhu Lai, prepare me for my dressing and grooming." "Yes, Your Highness," Chiu Lai replied, stepping forward along with several other palace maids to assist noble Consort. Meanwhile, Xiao Moo Moo was delightfully playing with a few little tabby kittens in their cozy nook. "Little Black, why are you bullying Little Flower again? Look at you. Your belly is round from all that food. Step aside and let Little Flower eat." Xiao Moo Moo leaned over onto the soft cushion, physically nudging Little Black away to create space for Little Flower to nurse. Little Black tumbled off the tabby's belly, lying on its back with its round belly making it impossible to right itself, meowing in dismay. The tabby glanced at Little Black and, with a swift paw, flipped it over, then nestled its head into Xiao Moo Moo's palm, purring contentedly. Xiao Moo Moo giggled at the fluffy head that nudged her hand, creating a harmonious scene of one girl and 5 cats. At that moment in Jiafeng Palace, all the consorts of suitable rank had taken their seats to pay their respects to the Empress, including Lady Wu. The Empress had yet to appear, and the consorts engaged in quiet conversations, while Lady Wu discreetly fixated on noble Consort's seat, a flicker of jealousy crossing her eyes. Chapter 99. The Empress's fury. At this juncture, the Empress slowly emerged, supported by Rong Shui, her face adorned with a gentle smile. All the consorts promptly stood, bowing to the Empress in greeting. "Please rise. I have been feeling unwell these past few days, and I apologize for keeping you waiting," the Empress said with a soft smile. "I was relieved the Empress did not come out too early. Otherwise, I would surely have been late today." said a woman dressed in rosy pink palace attire. The Empress chuckled, glancing at her round belly. Noble Consort Shun, it appears you have indulged quite a bit this morning. Noble Consort Shun shyly stuck out her tongue. Not too much, just a bowl of porridge, half a steamer of buns, a basket of dumplings, and a few sweet rice cakes. Her words elicited laughter among the assembled consorts. Lady Wu, with a sly glint in her eye, chimed in, truly. Sister Chun has a hearty appetite. I can't help but notice your attire seems a tad tighter than when summer first began. Noble Consort Chun flushed, feeling bashful. Oh, sister, how could you tease me so? It is said that a good appetite is a blessing, which proves that I am indeed fortunate, she replied, smiling. The Empress joined in the laughter, acknowledging the truth in Lady Wu's remark. Indeed, enjoy your meals, but do not overindulge. Your health must come first. Do you understand? Yes, I understand, Noble Consort Chun replied with a smile, instinctively reaching for a pastry on the table to take a bite. Wow, Empress, your palace's pastries are delightful. May I take some with me when I leave? Her eyes brightened as she spoke. The others laughed once more at her enthusiasm. That would be wonderful. I thank you. Empress, Noble Consort Chun expressed her gratitude. The Empress raised her hand to dismiss the need for further thanks, and spoke a few more words symbolically, while everyone listened attentively. Just as the Empress finished speaking, Lady Wu's voice, laced with suspicion, broke the silence. Why has Noble Consort not yet arrived? Could there have been an issue on her way? I recall that she usually is the first to arrive at Jiafeng Palace. Upon hearing this, the atmosphere became tense. All eyes directed at her, yet no one responded. The Empress turned her gaze towards her, awaiting her continuation. Lady Wu felt a twinge of awkwardness but pressed on. Your Majesty is benevolent and regards us as sisters, for which we are grateful. However, in recent days, Noble Consort has been arriving later and later, and today, she has not come at all. Is this not a blatant disrespect towards you? As she spoke, Lady Wu discreetly scrutinized the Empress's expression. Noticing her sudden change in demeanor and feeling a surge of triumph, she continued, Your Majesty, you are known for your kindness and seldom punish us. But Noble Consort's behavior is truly inappropriate. If you do not address this, she may continue to show you disrespect in the future. I hold you in high esteem, and as the foremost matriarch, I cannot bear to witness such disrespect towards you. I understand that my words may breach decorum, but I must speak my mind. Should you wish to punish me, I shall bear no resentment. Lady Wu stepped forward, kneeling sincerely before the Empress. The others exchanged glances, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Anticipating the Empress's response, among those present, many harbored hopes for Noble Consort and to face consequences due to her recent prominence, which had incited feelings of threat and, more so, envy. How could someone who had yet to bear a prince receive such affection from the Emperor? And what of that little princess, born of some inexplicable fortune, who had captivated the Emperor's heart? Gifts and treasures seemed to flow into Jia and Palace as though they were free. Those in the know recognized the princess, while others might mistakenly think Noble Consort and had given birth to an heir. Such preferential treatment had not even been granted to the crown prince in his youth. Therefore, many hoped the Empress would take a firm stance to temper Noble Consort and rising influence. To their astonishment, however, the Empress did not direct her ire towards Noble Consort, but instead reprimanded Lady Wu harshly. Lady Wu, every time you come to pay your respects, I remind you that we are sisters, meant to coexist harmoniously, assisting one another in serving the Emperor and furthering the glory of our dynasty. Have you forgotten these words? The Empress admonished sharply. You accuse Noble Consort and of lacking decorum, yet it seems you are the one bereft of manners. As a mere Noble Consort, what right do you have to criticize her? How dare you, without discernment, slander her for disrespecting me? Do you think you are privy to her thoughts? Lady Wu's countenance turned pale, and she hastily bowed her head in contrition. The Empress, casting a regal gaze over the assembly, compelled them to lower their heads in respect. Since you all are present today, I shall take this opportunity to restore Noble Consort and reputation. In regards to the matter of Lady Wu's tardiness in greeting, every time she is late, Consort and always send someone in advance to inform me of the reason. Even today, it was due to Consort and's ill health that she did not attend. I never anticipated that this would become the basis for your disparagement of her. The Empress, incensed, slammed her palm on the table. Instantly, everyone in the hall fell to their knees, exclaiming, "Empress, please calm your anger." "Calm my anger? I cannot. Were it not for Lady Wu's comments today, I would have remained oblivious to the fact that some of you regard me and Consort in such a manner. Do you truly believe I am blind and cannot discern right from wrong? Do you think it necessary to inform me of who disrespects or looks down upon me?" The Empress's chest heaved with fury. At that moment, a young eunuch outside announced, "The consort has arrived." Chapter 100. Lady Wu under house arrest consort and entered. And upon seeing the multitude kneeling on the ground, she was momentarily taken aback. The Empress, seeing her arrival, reigned in her anger. Rong Shui responded with a nod and immediately arranged for someone to silence Lady Wu and drag her away. "You need not kneel any longer. Rise. I am in a foul mood today. If my sisters have no pressing matters, you may disperse. What brings you here? Were you not said to be unwell? May the Empress enjoy peace and longevity." "Punish? What punishment? If any punishment is warranted, it would be for you not to recuperate properly in the palace. Gulme, let us retreat inside." The Empress led Consort and into the inner chamber. "How is it? What did the physician say?" After settling down, the Empress inquired with a worried expression. Consort smiled softly. "It is nothing grave. I merely had a restless night due to Muumu's antics and suffered a slight headache." "Muumu was restless?" Consort appeared helpless. "Ha ha. It seems Muumu must truly adore those little kittens. And what did you do to finally appease her?" The Empress, her curiosity piqued, relaxed her posture and even smiled genuinely. Consort sighed. She would not relent. "I had to move the entire kitten nest onto the bed for her to sleep. Yet by midnight, all the kittens had scampered into my blankets. I have no idea how they managed that." The Empress burst into laughter upon hearing this. Once the laughter subsided, Consort tentatively remarked, "Your Majesty, it seems one of the younger sisters inadvertently angered you today, provoking such a great display of wrath." The Empress's smile faded. Upon hearing this, she huffed and recounted the earlier events to Consort. "So does this matter? Your Majesty, knowing that I harbor no such ill intentions brings me relief. Whatever they may say, if it were to cause you distress, I would find it unbearable. You, as always, have been this way since the Emperor ascended the throne and you enter the palace. I understand it is your nature to be uncontentious and magnanimous, not wishing to engage in disputes with them, but I cannot abide by their disrespect towards you. Regardless, I have already issued a warning today. In the future, should they wish to speak ill of you, they must think twice. Your Majesty, your kindness towards me is something I cannot repay adequately." Overwhelmed by the Empress's trust, Consort felt tears welling in her eyes. "We are all sisters. It is only natural. There is no need for talk of repayment. If you wish to repay me, I only hope you can raise Muumu well, allowing her to grow up healthy and happy. Enough of this. Let's change the subject. I have newly acquired Mengshan tea. As you are adept in the art of tea, do sample it." The Empress, wishing to divert the conversation, shifted the topic. Consort complied, lifting her teacup and taking a sip. In the palace, Lady Wu was seething with rage, smashing everything within reach. The chief maid beside her, visibly anxious, hurriedly tried to calm her. "My lady, please, for the sake of your well-being, cease this destruction. If word reaches the Empress that you are smashing things, she may think you are dissatisfied with her punishment. I refuse to accept it. I acted in her best interest, and instead, she punishes me. I shall await the day when she is replaced by Consort." Lady Wu, furious, spoke without thinking, prompting the chief maid to urgently cover her mouth. "For heaven's sake, how dare you utter such treasonous words? If anyone hears you and it reaches the Emperor's ears, we would lose our heads. Not only that, but our entire families might be implicated." The chief maid, her heart racing, felt like she might faint, wishing she could pry open Lady Wu's skull to see if her brain was filled with mush. To associate with such a person is to court disaster. It would be wiser to seek a more favorable master before it is too late. Suddenly, the chief maid's mind became more agile. Her words jolted Lady Wu back to reality, and she broke into a cold sweat, filled with trepidation as she wiped her brow. She was fortunate to have acted foolishly within her own quarters. Had it been outside, a shiver ran down her spine, and she dared not entertain such thoughts further. "My lady, The Empress has indeed ordered you to transcribe the palace regulations. Shall I prepare the writing implements for you? The chief maid inquired, simultaneously thinking. You should just close your mouth and write. Why must you speak thoughtlessly when you know better? Lady Wu's face darkened, resembling someone who had swallowed a fly, as she reluctantly began to transcribe the regulations. Were it not for Rong Chui's warning that every word would be scrutinized, she would not have bothered with such tedious regulations. All of this is the fault of that wretched consort, and I hope she never uncovers my shortcomings, or else. Before she could finish her thought, an ear-piercing scream suddenly pierced the air, startling Lady Wu and causing her to tremble, ruining the pages she had just completed. Go see what commotion is occurring. What madness is this during the day? My lady, that sound did not come from our palace. It is from the Yun officials' quarters. The Yun officials? What could she possibly be doing, wailing at our gates? The chief maid relayed the scene she had just witnessed, her expression complex. Upon hearing this, Lady Wu was taken aback. What? Such a thing? After all, she is an official woman. Why would she? Her words trailed off as she suddenly realized how ludicrous her previous thoughts had been. Such climbing and trampling of others is indeed commonplace in the depths of the palace. Not to mention an official woman. Even if Consort were to fall from favor with the emperor, her fate would not be much better. Recognizing this reality, a sense of heaviness settled in Lady Wu's heart, and a twinge of pity emerged as she made her way toward the main gate. Chapter 101. The earthquake before the Yun official was demoted, Lady Wu had maintained a reasonable relationship with her. She intended to offer comfort to the Yun official, but as she approached the entrance, she unexpectedly heard a barrage of curses from outside. Churo, you vile creature, were it not for you, how could I endure the torment of these eunuchs? I curse you. May you never find peace. Just wait. One day, you will kneel at my feet begging for mercy. The relentless curses echoed in Lady Wu's ears, word for word. Initially taken aback, her eyes suddenly lit up with a spark of inspiration, and in an instant, a plan formed in her mind. Seeing the Yun official about to leave through the crack of the door, she could no longer restrain herself, and called out, Sister Yun, Sister Wu, I did not realize you were in the palace. I thought you were not here since the gates are closed. The Yun official hurried over, urging Lady Wu to open the door. Lady Wu shook her head. I am sorry, sister. The gates cannot be opened today. I have been placed under house arrest by the Empress. The Yun official was taken aback. It is all due to Consort. Were it not for her, I would not be in such a predicament. Ah, forget it, forget it. After all, her rank is high. We, the likes of us, can only swallow our grievances. But enough about me. Let's speak of you, Sister Yun. How have you fared these days? The Lady Yun immediately felt tears welling in her eyes. It is dreadful, she lamented. Those eunuchs constantly bully me. They have just snatched away the hairpin that I had painstakingly procured. It took me ages to save enough silver to have it crafted. The most crucial part is that the hairpin contains the key to my redemption. Before I could even warm it in my grasp, it was seized by those eunuchs. It was baffling. Why would they take her hairpin? This thought only fueled her anger further. Lady Wu quickly gestured to the chief maid, who, albeit reluctantly, produced a pouch from her bosom. Lady Wu pressed the pouch into Yun's hands. Sister, I am powerless to assist you, but I do have a little silver here. Please, take it for your immediate needs. Yun's face lit up with gratitude as she hurriedly accepted the pouch, continually expressing her thanks. Her immediate instinct was to tightly clutch the note within, lest it be seen by others, and she shot a questioning glance to inquire its meaning. Lady Wu gently patted her hand. Sister, ensure you keep the items safe. Do not let those eunuchs snatch them again. As they moved to a secluded spot and opened the note, it revealed heartfelt lines. Lady Wu could assist her in exacting revenge on Consort should Yun desire it. She was to wait at the entrance at the same time the following day for further instructions on the plan. Upon reading this, Yun's breath quickened with excitement. The next day, a sense of foreboding overcame Xiao Mu Mu as she awoke and gazed at the sky. She hastily implored her mother, Madame Xia, to take her to see Consort and mother. My heart is racing. Something terrible is about to happen. Please send someone to investigate if there is any trouble, especially around the capital. Upon meeting Consort, Xiao Mu Mu urgently relayed her concerns. At that moment, Consort had just awoken, her grooming unfinished. But upon hearing her daughter's distress, she quickly arranged for an inquiry. Indeed, calamity had struck. An earthquake had suddenly shaken Wei County, and at that moment, Jian Palace trembled violently. Not only did Jian Palace shake, but the entire Imperial Palace quaked. Vases and ornaments toppled from the shelves, crashing to the ground. The tremors were so severe that the water in teacups on the tables quivered violently, and at their peak, the splashes of water rose a finger's height. Terrified screams echoed throughout the palace, with some dilapidated structures collapsing under the strain, trapping numerous palace attendants, particularly in the cold palace. Protectively cradled by Consort, Xiaomumu had no time to don her outer garments and swiftly ran to the courtyard's most open area under the cover of autumn leaves. All gathered closely, forming a protective circle around Consort, and Xiaomumu. In that moment, Xiaomumu comprehended the gravity of the situation. They were experiencing an earthquake. This tumult lasted no more than the time it takes to brew a cup of tea. Once the tremors ceased, everyone looked up, shaken by the sight before them. The ornate walls of Jian Palace were marred by cracks, and the interior was a scene of utter chaos. Furniture lay overturned, and shards of jade and porcelain littered the ground, while tiles from the roof fell, striking Consort in S bed. Alarmed, Consort could scarcely imagine the consequences had she not swiftly taken Xiaomumu to safety. Suppressing her own panic, she entrusted Xiaomumu to Madame Xie, instructing her to care for the child while she hurriedly changed her attire, not even pausing to apply makeup, and rushed outside. Given the extent of damage to Jian Palace, she could not bear to contemplate the conditions of the Emperor and Empress, hastening her pace. After the tremors subsided, Xiaomumu felt her initial anxiety dissipate, reassured by the newfound safety. Yet, rather than relax, her concern intensified. If the palace experienced such violent tremors, what must the epicenter have endured? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she pondered. Just then, she caught the sound of hurried footsteps and turned to see Lu Chonglin approaching, looking disheveled and worn. He rushed in, exclaiming, "Little princess, are you unharmed?" Only upon seeing Xiaomumu safe in Madame Xie's embrace did he let out a sigh of relief, nearly collapsing to the ground. Xiaomumu then noticed the blood seeping from his previously injured shoulder. "Lu Chonglin, you're bleeding." Madame Xie quickly summoned the physician. In her urgency, she nearly tumbled from Madame Xie's grasp. Startled, Madame Xie seemed to catch a glimpse of the matriarch. Realizing the little princess's distress, she looked to Lu Chonglin's shoulder, noticing the blood. Yet, being merely a servant, she lacked the authority to command a physician. Just then, another breathless figure burst into Jian Palace. "Little princess, are you all right?" It was none other than Deng Lu, the apothecary's assistant who had distinguished himself during the recent smallpox outbreak. Now, he had transitioned from apprentice to a disciple of Su Yanluo. "What brings you here, Deng Lu?" Xiaomumu quitted. "I was sent by the emperor to check on the little princess's well-being." Their voices chimed in unison. "I am unharmed, but Lu Chonglin is injured. Please attend to him, Deng Lu." After much gesturing, Deng Lu still appeared bemused, prompting Xiaomumu to pinch Madame Xie's hand to gain her attention. Understanding her urgency, Madame Xie urged, "Young Master Deng, the little princess is fine, but it seems Prince Chu has sustained injuries. Please, could you examine him?" "Of course," Deng Lu replied. "Prince Chu, allow me to assist you to a seat for a proper examination." He set down his medical kit and helped the kneeling Lu Chonglin to a nearby chair, where he began to assess the injury. Fortunately, it was not severe, merely a reopened wound that required fresh bandaging. Deng Lu, gifted and well-trained under Su Yanluo's guidance, had quickly matured into a competent healer during his brief time in the palace. Thus, in no time, Lu Chonglin's injury was properly dressed. Subsequently, Deng Lu meticulously examined all the palace attendants in Jian Palace, tending to every injury before patiently awaiting further instructions. No one could predict if aftershocks would follow, so Deng Lu had come specifically to protect the little princess. "Young Master Deng, having just arrived from outside, what is the situation beyond the palace?" Xiaomumu inquired with curiosity. Lu Chonglin cast a glance at her before turning to Deng Lu. "I rushed here without noticing. What is the condition outside?" Upon feeling the tremors, Lu Chonglin had immediately thought of Xiaomumu and rushed to Jian Palace, inadvertently sustaining an injury from falling debris. Deng Lu's expression turned grave as he shook his head. His words cast a heavy pall over those present, filling the atmosphere with a sense of foreboding. At this moment, the atmosphere in the Imperial study was even heavier. Bai Junia's dragon robe was stained, and he had an unknown injury on the back of his hand that was bleeding. He had no time to attend to his wounds as he hurriedly summoned the ministers to discuss the recent earthquake in Weijun. Initially, he intended to send another person for disaster relief, but unfortunately, that individual had just been struck on the head during the tremors and was now unconscious, leaving Bai Junia with no choice but to select someone else. My esteemed ministers, why do you remain silent? In the past, you were eloquent in the court, yet now, when it comes to going to Weijun for disaster relief, you have all turned mute. Bai Junia said, his expression grim. The ministers exchanged glances, lowering their heads even further, afraid to respond. The aftershocks in the capital were already so intense. One could only imagine the perilous situation in Weijun, the epicenter of the quake. While it sounded noble to offer aid, the reality was that they would be stepping into a storm of blades, uncertain which one would claim their lives. They had families to care for and could not afford to recklessly gamble with their lives. Seeing the minister's silence only fueled Bai Junia's anger, and he slammed his hand on the table. The ministers immediately knelt, calling out for the emperor to quell his fury. I cannot be calmed. I shall give you 3 counts to speak. Otherwise, I will have you all taken out and executed. With a sweep of his hand, he sent a set of white jade teacups crashing to the ground, shattering into several pieces. The ministers were startled, wanting to speak, but Bai Junia had already begun his countdown. 3. The ministers were drenched in sweat, trembling in fear. 2. They exchanged terrified glances. Just as Bai Junia was about to reach one, a loud voice interrupted. Your Majesty, General Chu requests an audience. The kneeling ministers had never felt such relief for Chu Mo as they did now, collectively exhaling. Bai Junia frowned and immediately instructed, let him in. He wondered why Chu Mo had come to see him at such a time. Could it be for? In the next moment, Chu Mo entered, clad in soft armor. I pay my respects to your Majesty. Long live the Emperor. His robust voice echoed throughout the hall. General Chu, rise. I did not summon you here to seek assistance for the injured in the capital. Why have you come? Bai Junia inquired. Chu Mo shook his head, Your Majesty. I have come to earnestly request permission to proceed to Weijun for disaster relief. Upon hearing this, the ministers who had been kneeling turned to look at him, their eyes filled with astonishment. Was there truly someone who wished to leap into the fire pit? Bai Junia was taken aback, gazing at Chu Mo with a complex expression. To his surprise, the first person to proactively volunteer for disaster relief was none other than the seemingly rigid and traditional Chu Mo. It seemed that Xiao Mu was indeed correct. While Chu Mo may have been somewhat old-fashioned, he had a genuine concern for the people. General Chu, do you realize what you are saying? Just moments ago, I asked repeatedly, and none of these ministers dared to utter a word. You come forth to volunteer. Are you certain you are not inebriated? The faces of the ministers flushed with embarrassment, burying their heads even lower. Chu Mo maintained a serious demeanor. Your Majesty, I am sober, and my words come from the heart. Moreover, I possess experience in managing and aiding disaster victims. Thus, I earnestly beseech you to allow me to proceed to Weijun. His words were delivered with strength, evoking a sense of shame among the ministers, who had remained silent. However, despite their feelings of shame, they were not willing to risk their lives. If the second son of the Chu family wished to go to Weijun, let him. It would provide him an opportunity to prove himself. This was the sentiment shared among them, as they found a beautifully crafted excuse for their cowardice. Bai Junia's anger intensified. He nearly wished to drag them all out and execute them one by one. After a moment of contemplation, he decided that entrusting this matter to Chu Mo might indeed be a wise choice. Very well, General Chu, I shall assign this task to you. I grant you troops and supplies for the relief efforts in Weijun. Depart at once. I shall not disgrace my mission, Chu Mo vowed. Within just an hour of departing the palace, he set forth with the elite troops and relief supplies dispatched by Bai Junia, embarking from the Imperial city. At that time, the entire capital was still reeling from the aftershocks of Weijun's earthquake, resulting in numerous casualties. However, due to Chu Mo's prior arrangements with his deputy, the populace was not in a state of panic. They followed the government's directives in an orderly manner, evacuating, providing aid, and delivering medical assistance as needed. Observing these reports, Bai Junia felt a measure of relief. Indeed, Chu Mo possessed commendable capabilities. Speaking of Chu Mo, Bai Junia's thoughts drifted to Xiao Mumu. He wondered if she had been frightened by the sudden earthquake. Yet, due to his pressing political duties, he was unable to visit her. At the same time, Concubine and was also busy in Jiafeng Palace, coordinating matters with the Empress regarding the inner palace. The aftershocks had significantly impacted the palace as well. Numerous dilapidated halls had collapsed, burying many palace servants, and the air was filled with their cries for help, while the stench of blood lingered throughout the inner palace. The medical staff was overwhelmed, and even the young apprentices had been dispatched to assist the injured. It was not until evening that the turmoil caused by the earthquake began to stabilize, with initial rescue efforts achieving success. The remaining tasks focused on repairing the collapsed and cracked palaces. The once splendid garments were now covered in layers of dust. When she saw Lu Chonglin, she was quite surprised. Zizi, what brings you here? Mother, Lu Chonglin came to protect me from injury. I must tell you, if it weren't for him, I might not have seen you again. Xiao Mumu chattered on, and only then did Concubine and realize the harrowing experience her precious daughter had just endured. As Lu Chonglin carried her, and they reached the door, a sudden crash echoed as the plaque of Jian Palace fell directly to the ground. Had it not been for Lu Chonglin's swift reaction to dodge aside, Xiao Mumu would have become the first princess in history to be crushed by a plaque. Remarkably, after the plaque fell, Xiao Mumu's heart palpitations instantly ceased. Is it possible that she sensed she was in danger? Although Xiao Mumu spoke with a laugh. Concubine and could foresee how perilous the situation had been, and she could not help but express her gratitude to Lu Chonglin. Zizi, I am truly grateful to you today. You flatter me, Your Highness. I must thank the little princess. Had it not been for her, I would have had no one to tend to my wounds. The Lu family had not housed a prince in many years, and even if Lu Chonglin had moved in, the palace servants would not have remembered that Lu Chonglin resided in Lu Cao Pavilion. I wonder how severe the disaster is in the city. Is Sister Zhou all right? Well, the Empress and Crown Prince, are they safe? Alas, the situation remains unstable. Aftershocks occur without warning, and we cannot seek them out. I am so worried. Xiao Mumu, with the demeanor of a little adult, rested her chin on her hand, her face etched with concern. Lu Chonglin glanced at her and asked, Your Highness, may I inquire about the current situation within the palace? It is manageable. Aside from many palaces collapsing, most of the injured are palace servants. The Empress has issued an edict to send all the injured to the Imperial hospital for treatment. The Crown Prince is in the court, addressing the calamities within the city alongside the second and third princes. As for the sixth prince, it is said that during the earthquake, he and Concubine Mo were in the small Buddha hall praying, when a statue fell and accidentally injured his head. Concubine and provided a brief overview of the palace's circumstances. Xiao Mumu nodded in understanding. Phew, as long as they are safe, that is good. However, the sixth brother is rather unfortunate. After years of devotion to prayer, it seems the Buddha not only failed to protect him, but instead caused him harm. TSK, if it were me, I would have swiftly kicked that statue to smithereens. By the way, dear mother, do you have any news from Sister Zhou's family? Surely, the Zhou family has not encountered any misfortune. As for the city, there have not yet been reports of significant casualties. The disaster relief is currently being managed by Wan Shu's father and Vice General Han. Oh, so it is Sister Zhou's father who is responsible for the resettlement of the victims. It seems the Zhou family is safe, which brings me relief. After being on edge for so long, I feel a bit drowsy. Once she relaxed, little Mumu felt a wave of fatigue wash over her and instinctively rubbed her eyes. The noble consort and quickly handed Mumu to Madame Xia, urging her to take the child to rest. Due to the possibility of aftershocks at any moment, it was unsuitable to sleep indoors. So they set up tents in the courtyard. The Luo Chao pavilion had also sustained varying degrees of damage, and since Lu Chonglin was alone, Consort decided to keep him temporarily at Jian Palace. This not only repaid Lu Chonglin for saving Mumu's life, but also allowed him to remain by her side for her protection, a win-win situation. As night fell, the Imperial city gradually returned to tranquility. However, at this moment, several hundred miles away in Weijun, Chu Mo was deeply engaged in fervent rescue efforts. Leading the charge, Chu Mo donned soft armor and rushed to the front lines of the rescue, her expression composed and calm as she directed others to salvage potential survivors from the rubble. Just then, a shout rang out from somewhere. "General, there are still people alive here." Chapter 104. Hurried to save lives, Chu Mo dashed over to investigate and found a pregnant woman, 8 months along, trapped under the debris, with a man beside her desperately shielding her and their unborn child. Gently patting the man's shoulder, she realized he had grown stiff, evidently having died some time ago. The pregnant woman, whom he had protected, was also growing weaker by the moment. "Quick, save her," Chu Mo commanded, immediately beginning to clear the nearby rubble, working swiftly to create an opening large enough to extract the woman. Soon, with collective effort, a passage was made, and they carefully lifted the pregnant woman from the wreckage. "Not good, she's bleeding. Quickly, boil water and prepare a room. Is there anyone here who knows how to assist in childbirth or has given birth before? Please come help." In the darkness, Chu Mo suddenly noticed a trail of bright red blood leading from where the woman had been, prompting her to shout urgently and direct the men. However, they were all capable men who had never assisted in childbirth, and after carrying the woman into the makeshift tent, they stood frozen, unsure of what to do. As the blood pooled beneath the woman and her complexion grew increasingly pale, anxiety filled the air. Fortunately, at that moment, an elderly woman hobbled forward. "I'll do it. I've helped my daughter-in-law give birth before." The group felt a surge of hope and quickly ushered the elderly woman inside. Chu Mo then sought out 2 other women to assist her before returning to the pressing rescue efforts. As time passed, the gentle drizzle transformed into a torrential downpour, soaking the rescuers but failing to dampen their fervent spirits. Meanwhile, within one of the tents, cries of pain from the woman mingled with the encouraging words of the elderly midwife. "Come on, just a little more effort. You're almost there. My dear, you cannot sleep. Open your eyes and think of your husband and your child." As the cries gradually softened, more people gathered outside the tent, each bearing wounds of their own, yet oblivious to their pain as they silently prayed. Finally, as a hint of white appeared on the horizon, the tent erupted with the sound of a baby's cry. "Wah, wah!" The strong wail of the infant pierced through the darkness like a blade, resonating in the ears of all who were suffering at that moment. At the same time, the first rays of sunlight broke through the sky, enveloping the earth in light and warmth, instilling boundless hope. 3 days swiftly passed. Those who suffered severe damage were given other arrangements. "Mother, since Lu Changlin has already been residing in Jian Palace for several days, why not let him stay a bit longer?" The noble consort and remained silent, gazing at little Moo, who felt a pang of guilt under her scrutiny. Eventually, Consort acquiesced, though her expression bore a hint of resignation. "Ah, fortunately, I have not yet applied my makeup. Otherwise, you would have devoured all my rouge. Well, I have matters to attend to, so Moo can go play with Prince Chu for a while." Consort confidently entrusted little Moo to Lu Changlin, who took her to the courtyard to swing. Before long, the sounds of her joyous laughter filled the air. Consort chuckled softly, turning her attention back to her royal duties. Unbeknownst to them, an hour slipped by unnoticed. The courtyard grew quiet, and Consort peered outside, only to discover an unexpected gathering of familiar figures. The crown prince, second prince, third prince, and even Zhou Shu, who was recuperating at home, had arrived. Long live the noble consort! Zhou Shu approached and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, your highness." The crown prince and the second and third princes followed suit in greeting. "You may all rise. Shu, what brings you here? Did I not instruct you to rest at home?" Consort's gaze fell upon Zhou Shu's ankle. "It is indeed fortuitous that you can come to the palace to accompany Moo. I would never punish you for that. In your absence, Moo has been carrying the cloth rabbit you made for her, so she must have missed you dearly." Zhou Shu smiled brightly. "What about His Highness the Crown Prince and the 2 princes? When did you arrive?" "Your Highness, we had just been here for a little over 10 minutes. We happened to pass by Jian Palace and thought it had been a few days since we last saw the little princess, so we came to take a look." "We will leave shortly," Jingxiao replied. In recent days, he had been assisting the Crown Prince with the disaster relief efforts in the city, witnessing the heart-wrenching scenes of loss and reunion, which had matured his once youthful demeanor. The Crown Prince, too, had become more composed and restrained, his every gesture reminiscent of Baijunia's poise. The third prince, in contrast, had grown even more taciturn, wearing a furrowed brow as if burdened by heavy thoughts. The recent earthquake had inflicted considerable damage upon the palace, necessitating extensive repairs and procurement, leaving them quite busy. Just then, little Moo Moo suddenly spotted something remarkable. "Oh, Sister Zhou, the adornment you're wearing on your head, could it be the double butterfly tassel pin I had the crown prince send to you? Huh, my taste is indeed impeccable. It looks splendid on you." Little Moo Moo reached out to grasp the tassels of Zhou Wanshu's pin. Bai Jingxiao exclaimed, "Oh, so those were meant for the young lady of the Zhou family." Bai Hongrui remarked, somewhat unexpected, but not overly so. The crown prince merely raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the unfolding scene. Zhou Wanshu, unaware of the thoughts running through their minds, quickly removed the pin as little Moo Moo reached for the tassels and joyfully said, "Did the little princess recognize that this is the pin you had the crown prince bestow upon me? I came today specifically to express my gratitude. I adore everything you gifted me, especially this pin. When I first laid eyes on it, I thought a real butterfly had landed upon it." Little Mumu abruptly halted, her hand grasping the pin, and shot an exasperated look at the crown prince. Chapter 105. Digging in a little garden. "How can you be so dense, brother crown prince? You should have said it was from you instead. Sigh, I truly worry for your future. If you continue like this, when will Sister Zhou ever realize your feelings for her?" Unexpectedly, dear elder brother, you appear quite intelligent, yet you remain as dense as a block of wood, just like our second elder brother. Bai Jingxiao exclaimed, "Little princess, that's not fair. If you're referring to the crown prince, why must you include me?" Bai Hongrui chimed in. Bai Jingxiao's foolishness knows no rival. The crown prince sighed, "My heart is truly weary." Meanwhile, Lu Chonglin, who had been eavesdropping, remarked, "Ah, so Bai Yinqing harbors unreciprocated feelings." Everyone present harbored their own thoughts, but only Zhou Wanshu remained blissfully unaware, continuing to play with little Moo Moo. The crown prince, genuinely apprehensive of little Moo Moo, hurriedly took the second and third princes away, citing urgent matters. "All right then, do attend to your affairs, and stay safe," little Moo Moo said, momentarily surprised. "Lu Chonglin, are you somehow a worm in my belly, knowing that I wish for water?" She grasped the edge of her cup, drinking eagerly, clearly parched. Lu Chonglin chuckled softly. It was no wonder she was so chatty. One would find it strange if she weren't thirsty. After quenching her thirst, little Moo Moo resumed her play with Zhou Wanshu, but soon grew restless, frequently glancing outside. "It's been 3 days since I last went out. I long to play, but mother surely wouldn't allow it. Oh, if only I could walk, then I could venture out whenever I wished. How I loathe being a mere infant. Why can't I be like Neza, speaking and walking from birth?" Lu Chonglin observed, "It seems she truly longs to go out." He glanced at the busy concubine and, lifting little Moo Moo, decided to take her for a stroll on this splendid day. Zhou Wanshu instinctively wanted to dissuade him, but was suddenly captivated by the hopeful gleam in little Moo Moo's eyes. She hesitated, unable to voice her concerns. "Miss Zhou, would you care to join us?" Zhou Wanshu bit her lip and glanced towards concubine, and very well. "But we must not let the little princess play outside for too long. That goes without saying." Thus, the three of them departed from Jian Palace. "Where'd you like to go, little princess?" Lu Chonglin inquired at the entrance. Without a moment's thought, little Moo Moo pointed towards the Imperial Garden. The Imperial Garden is splendid, filled with flowers, grass, trees, and a lake, not to mention the bamboo grove nearby, where we can admire the bamboo. It's a rich and delightful scene. Consequently, the trio made their way to the Imperial Garden. However, the garden had been affected by the earthquake 3 days prior, leaving a large area of plants dead and exposing bare soil. By nature, little Moo Moo was drawn to the dark, muddy earth and insisted that Lu Chonglin dig her a piece to play with. Lu Chonglin refused, prompting little Moo Moo to pout and turn her head away in silence. Just then, she spotted a figure stealthily digging in the garden. "Hey, what is that person doing?" Lu Chonglin turned at her voice and saw someone filling a bag with dirt. "If she is digging in the mud, why can't I?" Little Moo Moo exclaimed, both astonished and indignant. "That is my mud. Put down." She clutched Lu Chonglin's arm, urging him to intervene. He winced slightly, despite her small stature. She possessed surprising strength. "What are you doing?" he questioned, his tone carrying an air of authority. Startled, the woman digging immediately dropped her bag of mud and looked up. Noticing the trio, Upon seeing little Moo, she froze for a moment before hastily lowering her head, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. "Greetings, Your Highness. I am Lu, a servant in the palace. I was sent to gather some soil from the Imperial garden for a flower pot that the esteemed concubine Lu recently acquired." "Ah, so you're one of Father's concubines," little Moo remarked. "Very well, I am not unreasonable. Take what you need, but not too much." Lu Chonglin conveyed little Moo's words. The woman complied, though her expression was filled with disdain. A mere hostage, she thought, as if she were the master of this great nation. Ultimately, under little Moo's watchful eye, the woman took only 1/3 of the dirt she had intended to collect, hastily departing with her small bag. "Why is she running so fast? Do we appear frightening? How odd. We should investigate further," Lu Chonglin and Zhou Wanshu mused, unaware of the woman's official garb. After she left, little Moo persistently insisted that Lu Chonglin and Zhou Wanshu dig her some mud to play with. When they refused, she threw a tantrum, twisting and turning, adamant that they must comply. Finally, the two, unable to withstand her persistence, relented. With a sigh, Lu Chonglin picked up a thumb-sized clump of mud and placed it in little Moo's hands. "You may play with it, but do not eat it, otherwise I shall never take you out again," he warned. Little Moo nodded vigorously, delightedly squeezing the mud until her tiny hands were covered in grime. Meanwhile, the recently departed Lu, clutching her bag of dirt, cautiously approached the entrance of concubine Wu's palace. The grand doors, having suffered in the recent quake, now hung ajar, threatening to collapse at any moment. After ensuring no one was watching, she slipped inside. "Sister, I have come to see you. How are you faring?" she called upon entering the inner chamber. In the chamber, concubine Wu lay pale, her forehead bandaged, with faint traces of blood visible, supported by a senior maid. She attempted to sit up. "Sister Lu, you've arrived. I still feel quite dizzy. If you're dizzy, you must rest more. By the way, have you prepared the soil I requested?" "Rest assured, it is ready," Lu replied, patting the bag by her side, her eyes gleaming with anticipation. Concubine Wu lowered her gaze, concealing the glimmer of excitement in her eyes. "That is good to hear." Lu nodded eagerly, soon presenting a tightly sealed cage. Concubine Wu accepted it with great care. Giving it a gentle pat, Lu's eyes sparkled with eagerness as she cradled the cage protectively. Observing her enthusiasm, concubine Wu smirked disdainfully, quickly masking her expression before it was noticed. "I wish you success in your endeavors, dear sister. Alas, I feel a wave of dizziness returning." Wu Guiran shook her body and said, "If my sister is unwell, she should rest more. I shall not disturb her." The Yun official, cradling a cage, stood up. Wu Guiran acknowledged her with a nod, instructing the chief palace maid to discreetly escort the Yun official away. Once the individual departed, the frail appearance of Wu Guiran vanished as she swiftly tore off the gauze on her head, revealing a wound no larger than a fingernail. "I hope no one has noticed," she mused with a smile, clapping her hands. "That foolish Yunji. How naive she is to think there is true sisterly affection in the harem. It seems her demotion to an official was well-deserved. However, this could work in our favor. We can use her to eliminate our foes. I can hardly wait to witness their tragic demise." Wu Guiran's expression suddenly darkened. "Aside from that detestable mother and daughter duo, there's that wretched woman. I kindly warned her, yet she dared to punish me. Humph, they shall all pay dearly, for I, Wu Fangqiong, am not to be trifled with." The chief maid remained silent. "By the way, have you hidden our belongings well?" The chief maid nodded. "Rest assured, my lady, everything is secure. But my lady, do you truly intend to take action against her? If we are discovered, what if we are? Only you and I know of this matter. If you remain silent, who will find out? Besides, someone will inevitably take the blame for us. What is there to fear?" The chief maid lowered her head, offering no reply. Wu Guiran slightly restrained her expression. "Enough. At this point, further discussion is futile. Just follow my instructions." In a secluded, chaotic, and desolate courtyard, the Yun official stealthily entered through a broken wall with the cage Wu Guiran had given her and a small bag of soil she had dug up. This was her secret hideout. The courtyard was overgrown with weeds, showing no signs of recent visitors. She brushed aside the undergrowth as she ventured deeper. Inside the main hall, there was nothing but an overturned table. She approached and moved it aside, revealing a concealed brick beneath, prying it open to unveil a small bundle, her only possessions. The cage had a small opening no wider than 2 fingers, covered with gauze, through which she could faintly hear rustling sounds. She positioned the cage towards the blazing sun outside, peering through the gauze, catching a glimpse of intertwined shadows and the hissing of a snake. The sound alone sent chills down her spine, prompting her to quickly set the cage down and, following Wu Gairen's instructions, bury the entire cage in the soil for the Imperial garden. Wu Gairen had advised that this would allow the contents of the cage to absorb the essence of the Imperial garden, leading others to believe that they originated from there, thereby clearing her of suspicion. Unexpectedly, shortly after leaving, she encountered Xiao Mu and her companions. She hurriedly knelt and greeted them. Xiao Mu, being held by Lu Chongling, walked past her. Both appeared flustered, perhaps due to their guilty consciences. Isn't that the one who just went to dig mud in the Imperial garden? How strange, she looks so flustered. Even when she saw me earlier, she seemed scared. Do I really look that intimidating? And she has a peculiar smell about her. Xiao Mu wrinkled her nose, unable to discern the odd scent, and dismissed it from her mind as she directed Lu Chongling to turn right. They were engaged in a new game, with Xiao Mu guiding the way as Lu Chongling and Zhou Wanshu followed her lead. Thus, they wandered further into the secluded areas. Lu Chongling turned right and suddenly raised an eyebrow. There's no path left. Huh? Xiao Mu rushed to look, and indeed, ahead loomed only a wall. TSK, what's the point of having a junction if there's only a wall? I thought there was a way through. Let's head left instead. She pointed to the left, but just as she lifted her finger, another hand pressed it down. Chapter 107. Food residue. Xiao Mu looked down in confusion, seeing Zhou Wanshu's exasperated expression. Only then did she realize, though still wanting to play, she nodded in concession to avoid worrying her mother. All right, we can come back to play another time. I promise I won't lead us into a dead end again, she vowed. Just then, they encountered Bai Junya, who glanced at Lu Chongling before taking Xiao Mu from his arms. Why are your clothes so dirty? Have you been rolling in the mud? Bai Junya remarked, frowning at the stains on Xiao Mu's attire. I would have liked to, but someone wouldn't let me, she retorted, casting a glance at Lu Chongling. The latter remained still, allowing their gazes to rest upon him. Zhou Wanshu reported the situation candidly. Sister Zhou, why are you being so honest? Just say, I got dirty while playing in Jian Palace. After all, Father doesn't know. Father, please don't blame them. It was my own decision to play in the mud, and it has nothing to do with them. If anyone should be punished, let it be me. Punish me by making me massage you. As Bai Junya's expression darkened further, Xiao Mu quickly donned a charming smile, extending her small hands to pinch Bai Junya's chest. Hey, I didn't expect you to be so slim, yet muscular. I wonder if you have abs? In her past life, as a soon-to-be ascendant, Bai Mu loved to observe the sparring between cultivators in her leisure time. It was exhilarating, with every punch landing solidly, and she reveled in the sight of toned physiques. Bai Junya, however, did not appreciate such behavior. Where had Xiao Mu learned this? In the end, Bai Junya refrained from punishing the two, instead instructing Xiesher to take Xiao Mu away to wash and change into clean clothes. Furious, Xiao Mu splashed water in the tub. Stinky father. Bad father. It's just mud, not filth. Why do you have to be so disgusted with me? I want to wash. I refuse to wash. She suddenly rebelled, perhaps due to the constraints of this world's heavenly principles. Her temperament increasingly leaned towards that of a child over time, sometimes surprising even herself with her actions. For instance now, it was only after splashing water everywhere that she realized how juvenile her behavior had been. At that moment, she felt embarrassed to the point of curling her toes. Yet, this was not the most awkward part. The real embarrassment came when Bai Junya entered upon hearing the commotion. Father, you must not look. I'm not dressed. No sooner had she spoken than a clean, soft blanket enveloped her, and in the next moment, she found herself in Bai Junya's embrace. Surely, I cannot tell you that I rebelled because you found me repulsive and I refused to wash, Xiao Mu thought, her eyes darting nervously. Mu, do you know why your father wants you to bathe? What else could it be? He find me dirty. Xiao Mu pouted, feeling somewhat rond. Bai Junya, however, chuckled, a hint of mischief lurking in his smile. Mu, do you know why some soils are exceptionally fertile? Xiao Mumu blinked. Curiosity piqued as she gazed at Bai Junya, who continued, "It is because they are mixed with food residue." Food residue? What is that? Bai Junya chuckled, leaning closer to Xiao Mumu's ear and slowly uttering a single word. In an instant, her eyes widened in realization. "Ah, it's excrement. I need to bathe. I need to bathe. I need to bathe." The importance of the matter warranted repetition. She absolutely had to wash. The previous mud was such a source of amusement. Now, little Moo Moo finds herself in utter dismay, sensing an unpleasant odor enveloping her. Bai Junya chuckles softly. "Oh, my dear, you think I cannot manage you?" He then instructs someone to bring in fresh water. Not only does she refrain from causing a ruckus, but she also complains that the CF family is too slow in washing her, snatching the small cloth and scrubbing herself vigorously. Later, when Bai Junya recounts this amusing incident to Consort, and it elicits a sigh of exasperation from her. Bai Junya disagrees. "Your words do not sit well with me. Dear Consort, how am I deceiving her? The soil is indeed mixed with remnants of food, is it not? Your Majesty, please do not espouse such fallacies with me. I am well aware that the soil in the Imperial garden is enriched with specially formulated fertilizers, devoid of any food remnants. Consort, you dare to claim that I speak in error? You shall be duly punished for your insolence." With that, Bai Junya swiftly flips over, pinning Consort beneath him. Unbeknownst to them, little Moo Moo is oblivious to the happenings in the main hall. At this moment, she is frantically escaping in her dreams. Influenced by Bai Junya, her nightmares are inundated with remnants of food. Be it human or animal, all manner of food scraps rush toward her, exclaiming, "Come on, do you not adore us? Join us in our descent. Let us assimilate you into our kind. Get away. Who wishes to be associated with a bunch of food scraps?" Little Mumu shrieks. Bolting away, she runs throughout the night until the crowing of a rooster awakens her, liberating her from that bizarre and repulsive dream. Exhausted, she collapses on her bed. Devoid of energy, her thoughts consumed by a resolute vow never to visit the Imperial garden again. Fortunately, today holds another piece of joyful news that temporarily alleviates her dread of food remnants. It is the birthday of Zhou Wanshu. She learned of this occasion from Consort. Today is the 28th of July, and the 8th of August marks Consort's birthday. Being a consort, she does not celebrate extravagantly, yet many guests are expected, necessitating some preparations in advance. At this moment, little Moo Moo realizes that her mother's birthday is merely 9 days away, leaving her astonished to the point of losing her appetite. Just then, she spots Zhou Wanshu and, driven by curiosity, inquires by the way, "I still do not know when Sister Zhou's birthday is." Suddenly, Consort, who had been perusing a scroll, looks up at Zhou Wanshu. "Wanshu, if my memory serves me right, your birthday is the 28th of July, is it not?" Zhou Wanshu pauses, then nods, a hint of embarrassment crossing her face. Due to the recent earthquake, her father, who is responsible for assisting the displaced citizens, has been away for several days, leading them to forget her birthday. However, others in the household remember, but Zhou Wanshu thinks it inconsequential and does not wish to trouble her parents about it. Consort smiles. "Let us see. Today you must be 11 years old, correct?" "Yes, Your Grace," Zhou Wanshu replies, her eyes sparkling with surprise at the consort's attention to such trivial matters. "Wow, so today is Sister Zhou's birthday. We must celebrate. After being on edge for days, we can finally relax and enjoy Sister Zhou's birthday. Sister Zhou, how could you be so careless as to forget such an important day? I have yet to prepare your birthday gift. Mother, can we throw a birthday banquet for Sister Zhou?" Consort finds little Moo Moo's idea quite delightful and agrees, prompting preparations to commence. Zhou Wanshu, taken aback, repeatedly declines. Yet, Consort maintains her smile. Longevity noodles are a must, and as for the rest, if you wish to refuse, you may consult Moo Moo and see if she agrees. Zhou Wanshu instinctively glances at little Moo Moo, who furrows her delicate brows, her large, watery eyes glistening, and her pink lips pouting in a most pitiful manner. It seems that should Zhou Wanshu dare utter a word of refusal, Moo Moo would weep as if the heavens were collapsing. Zhou Wanshu's heart instantly softens, and she cannot find the courage to object. Only then does little Moo Moo wipe away her tears and break into a smile. A gathering is lively. Do you not agree, mother? Consort and gently wipes the drool from Moo Moo's mouth. No rush. Today is Wanshu's birthday. If the young master Chu does not mind, let us dine first. Very well. Then I shall intrude upon you. Lu Chonglin bows. Thus, the preparations in Jian Palace commence in earnest. Such a grand undertaking quickly spreads throughout the palace, even reaching the Empress. At that moment, the Empress is conversing with Bai Junya, and when she learns of this news from Rong Chui, she momentarily pauses in surprise. Bai Junya notices her reaction and gently squeezes her hand. What troubles you? Has something occurred? The Empress shakes her head, smiling. It is nothing. Rong Chui just mentioned that Consort is hosting a birthday banquet for the Zhou girl in Jian Palace. Oh, today happens to be that girl's birthday? Bai Junya reflects that her father has been diligently attending to the city's disaster relief efforts. And even her mother and uncles have been tirelessly establishing shelters and distributing porridge, leaving little time to remember her birthday. Bai Junya smiles, looking quite satisfied. I just received a memorial from Zhou Kun, who requested to go to Weijun for reinforcement. He must have forgotten his daughter's birthday. His wife was still at the western city distributing porridge this morning, so it is understandable. They are so devoted to the disaster victims that they forgot their own daughter's birthday. I feel guilty. Here's what we'll do. Jiang Fu, convey my decree. Zhou Wanshu is gentle and respectful, having performed her duties well in caring for the young princess. Thus, she is to be ennobled as the Princess Shui. The Empress looks up in astonishment. Your Majesty, why would you bestow such a title upon the Zhou girl? This is irregular. Rules are but rigid constructs, whereas humans are dynamic. It is merely a title. There is no need for excessive formality. Besides, did you not mention before that you admired this Zhou girl and considered her for the crown prince? I did say that, but I never, Empress. Do not fret over it. Should anyone object, let them approach me. To be honest, I find the Zhou girl quite promising. However, her father's position is somewhat lacking, making her unsuitable for the crown prince. No matter, since her status does not align, I shall grant her one that is fitting. Only then does the Empress comprehend Bai Junya's intentions. Your Majesty, you truly surprise me. You could have at least discussed this with me beforehand. You caught me off guard. She shoots him a mock glare. In the past, she would never have spoken to Bai Junya in such a manner, for her status was that of an empress. Yet now, she has come to terms with her identity. Besides being Bai Junya's empress, she is also his lifelong companion, Murong Qingluo, who has cherished him for over a decade. Their relationship is not merely that of sovereign and subject. They're also spouses and lovers. Bai Junya curls his fingers around the Empress's index finger. Whether I inform you sooner or later, you would still be taken aback, would you not? Moreover, am I not speaking with you now? The Empress, unable to withstand Bai Junya's charm, softens her tone. Very well, I can never win against you. I shall not dispute with you. Rong Chui, please prepare a gift for me to send to Jian Palace and extend my regards to Consort Un and Miss Wanshu. Inform them that I am unwell today and shall not attend. Rong Chui acknowledged with a soft response. Then, accompanied by gifts and Jiang Fu, who bore the decree of Bai Junya, they proceeded to Jian Palace. Shortly after the decree was read, the news of Zhou Wanshu, the daughter of a minister, suddenly being named a princess, spread through the harem like wildfire, reaching the ears of the princes as well. At that moment, the crown prince was at the horse racing grounds, serving as a judge for the second and third princes. When he received the news from Yongzi, he was momentarily stunned, causing him to miss the outcome as the two raced past the finish line. Meanwhile, the second and third princes both believed themselves to be the faster one, leading to a heated argument. Chapter 109. I won. What nonsense are you spouting? My horse clearly crossed the finish line first. Bai Jingxiao declared, his neck taut with indignation. Bai Hongrui shot him a glance. My horse was a good half-length ahead, yet you failed to notice. It seems your eyesight is failing. Your eyesight is the one that's failing. I can see every hair on your face. Is that so? Then tell me how many hairs there are. You. Third brother, we are discussing who crossed the finish line first. Stop diverting the topic. No need to discuss, I won. You're full of it. I clearly won. Your eyes must be deceiving you. Perhaps you should consult a physician. I've told you, my eyes are perfectly fine. They are so fine that you cannot see I won. Get lost. Clearly I won. Their bickering resembled that of small children. Bai Jingxiao's face flushed with frustration. The nearby servants watched the two with trepidation, fearing Bai Jingxiao might lunge at Bai Hongrui. It was only then that Bai Jingxiao remembered the crown prince was present, prompting him to say, "Humph, I won't waste my breath with you. Let the crown prince decide who truly won our race today." Bai Jingxiao strode up to the crown prince, demanding, "Crown prince, please adjudicate our race. Who won?" The crown prince looked at them, bewildered. "Race?" The moment the words left his lips, he realized and quickly added, "Yes, the race. The winner is—" He faltered. "Who was it that won again?" Bai Jingxiao exploded with frustration. "Crown prince, please tell me you saw who won." "Apologies, I was somewhat distracted." "It matters not. I won anyway," Bai Hongrui stated calmly as he approached. "Third brother, what nonsense are you spouting? I told you I won." "Oh, crown prince, why would you hit me?" Bai Jingxiao clutched his head, both surprised and aggrieved, staring at the crown prince in bewilderment, not understanding why he had been struck. The crown prince's expression darkened slightly. "Second brother, choose your words more carefully. Such coarse language is unbecoming." Bai Jingxiao fumed, but found himself at a loss for a retort. Assisting the crown prince with earthquake relief had exposed him to the harsh realities of life and death, as well as a variety of unsavory language, which he had inadvertently absorbed. Fortunately, only the three of them were present. Had others overheard, it would have stirred trouble, particularly with their father. If their father learned of this, he would surely administer a severe reprimand. "Crown prince, you clearly promised to judge our race, yet at the end, you claim you did not see the result. Do you not find that infuriating?" "It is indeed quite frustrating," he acknowledged with an awkward chuckle. "Never mind. Let's not dwell on it." Both Bai Jingxiao and Bai Hongrui spoke in unison. Bai Jingxiao shot Bai Hongrui a sidelong glance, nodding with a haughty demeanor. "Who asked for your concession? I already won." "You." Seeing that another argument was about to erupt, the crown prince interjected. "Enough of this bickering. Today, Jian Palace is hosting a birthday banquet for Miss Zhou, and our father has also decreed her title as Princess Shui. Will you not go and pay your respects?" Both princes were momentarily taken aback. "Huh? The future princess, cough cough, Miss Zhou has been granted the title of princess? This is significant news. We must attend. However, we cannot go empty-handed. We should prepare some modest gifts." Agreed. A short while later, the three of them, as if in perfect harmony, arrived at Jian Palace, meeting at the entrance before entering together. Before they had stepped into the inner hall, they heard the cheerful voice of Xiao Mumu. "Ha ha ha, Gugu, you are so foolish. You guessed wrong again. Ha ha ha. Wow. As expected of today's birthday star, Zhou Jia's luck is truly remarkable. Another correct guess. Wow, Lu Changlin guessed correctly too. Oh, the next one should be this princess. I guessed the one in the middle. Ah, my luck is also great today. I guessed correctly. Bonbon. It's your turn. Which one do you choose? Oh, the one in the middle again, go." Immediately, a loud, defiant neigh erupted from within, seemingly protesting. The three, both puzzled and curious, quickened their pace to enter. They beheld four figures, a bird and a cat, seated at a long table, where a little eunuch was engaging them in a game of guessing which bowl contained a small ball. "Your Highness, the Crown Prince, and the second and third princes, greetings." Zhou Wanshu was the first to notice them and promptly stood to salute. The Crown Prince was quick to respond, stepping forward to assist her. "Princess Shui, no need for formalities." Zhou Wanshu blinked in surprise, her cheeks flushing. "Your Highness, you are aware, so please call me Wanshu. I cannot dare to claim the title of princess." The Crown Prince smiled, entering the hall. "It is merely a title. What is there to be concerned about?" "Indeed, Princess Shui, do not belittle yourself. This is a distinction bestowed upon you by our father. Embrace it. If anyone speaks ill of you, let them go to our father." Bai Jingxiao chimed in, grinning at the Crown Prince with a teasing glint in his eyes. The Crown Prince remarked, "It seems I must inform our father that the second brother has once again secretly torn up the Grand Tutor's writings." Bai Jingxiao felt a shiver run down his spine, fearing he had let something slip, and quickly shuffled closer to Bai Hongrui. Bai Hongrui raised an eyebrow. "What nonsense is this?" He silently shifted away, creating distance. Chapter 110. Let's change the game. Due to Bai Jingxiao's words, everyone instinctively turned to the Crown Prince. Zhou Wanshu's gentle gaze lifted, only to lock onto the Crown Prince's eyes. In that instant, they felt as though the surrounding sounds faded away, leaving only each other in focus. They remained in this gaze until a voice broke through to the Crown Prince. "Oh dear, Crown Prince, your gaze is hardly innocent. It seems as though you wish to devour my Zhou Jia." "Ahem, second brother speaks truly. Princess Shu Wei, there is no need for excessive formality. Consider it as though you are among family." "He, royal sister, he, calling you royal sister." Xiao Mumu grinned widely. Aside from the Crown Prince, the others nodded in agreement. As for the Crown Prince, one could observe the flush creeping up his neck, nearly reaching a boiling point. Fortunately, at that moment, noble Consort and noticed the three princes and smiled, promptly inviting them inside, alleviating the Crown Prince's awkward predicament. Otherwise, he would have been exposed by his younger siblings, revealing his little secret. Unbeknownst to him, that secret had already become a silent understanding among all. With their arrival, Zhou Wanshu's birthday banquet became even livelier. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, the group gathered in the courtyard to play a game of poetic verses. Although Zhou Wanshu was the youngest present, aside from little Mumu, she was undeniably talented. When it was her turn, she would only ponder for a moment before successfully responding. The most unfortunate participant in this game was by Jing Xiao, who dejectedly accepted the group's penalties. "This is too difficult. Let us switch to another game," he lamented. "This game isn't hard at all. It's just that you—" "Dear brother, haven't studied enough," someone chimed in. "Besides, there are countless poetic lines about flowers. I can recall several, such as a pot of wine among the flowers, drinking alone without company, or clouds imagine garments, flowers envision beauty, and even the simplest one, in the night the sound of wind and rain, how many flowers have fallen. Are these not simple? By Jing Xiao, you should read more. At this rate, even I will surpass you," teased another. By Jing Xiao sighed, "Oh, it pains my heart. My little sister is actually disappointed in me." In deep thought, little Mumu pondered. By Jing Xiao reflected, "Sometimes, silence itself is an exquisite agony. Never mind, let us play eagle catching chicks instead. With you as the chick, dear brother," he suddenly proclaimed with grand enthusiasm. The expressions of everyone were quite hard to describe. Yet no one called him out, and they seamlessly began another round of poetic verses, where any line containing an animal would suffice. By Jing Xiao's expression froze. His mind went blank. Those observing the scene couldn't help but chuckle. Thanks to Zhou Wanshu, the atmosphere in Jian Palace was filled with joy, and even the esteemed concubine and made an exception to grant them half a day's holiday. Hence, while the group was engrossed in their games, they failed to notice a figure stealthily slipping into the palace. Only a perched dove seemed to sense something. It tilted its head in a certain direction, its eyes twinkling with a uniquely human-like curiosity, and then it flapped its wings and flew off in that direction. As the sun began to set, laughter echoed through the hall. "Ha, dear brother, just give up. You cannot win against them." Little Mumu laughed uncontrollably when Bai Jingxiao once again failed to respond in time. His face flushed with embarrassment. "All right, you all continue. I shall take my leave." He touched his nose and silently withdrew from his seat. The Crown Prince glanced at the sky and rose to his feet. "It's getting late. Let us conclude our gathering for today. We shall meet again when the opportunity arises." The others suddenly realized how late it had become and responded in agreement. Soon, the Crown Prince and the second and third princes bid farewell to concubine, followed closely by Lu Chonglin, who also stood to take his leave. He had originally intended to depart today, but because of Zhou Wanshu, he lingered a little longer. Today was the happiest day he had experienced since arriving in the Dashi Kingdom, and even as he proposed to leave, the smile on his face never faded. "Lu Chonglin, must you truly go? Look at this place. Once you leave, it will be lonelier than the cold palace," little Mumu pleaded, grasping his sleeve tightly with her big, watery eyes. Concubine and cast her a sidelong glance. "Mumu, let go. This was a promise made with your mother. You cannot go back on your word." A warm hand rested on her head. "Little princess, Chonglin always welcomes you to come and play. I will be right there, waiting for you forever." "Oh, very well then. You may go." Lu Chonglin, unaware of the underlying tension, chuckled helplessly, and after exchanging formalities with concubine, he departed. He thought perhaps he could craft a special gift for little Mumu to brighten her spirits. Once he left, little Moo Moo clutched her heart. Oh dear. That gaze from Liu Chonglin was dangerously captivating, like a succubus. What if someone with an unstable heart encounters him? They might be utterly enchanted. One can only say he is indeed the protagonist, able to ensnare hearts with just a look. It's no wonder so many women in the stories I've read are infatuated with the male lead. Thankfully, this princess's heart is steadfast and will never waver like those women in the tales. Little Moo Moo declared, hands on her hips, bursting into laughter. As she laughed, her expression suddenly changed. Oh no, I need to, Chapter 111. Speak up? Unable to hold it back any longer, an exceedingly loud sound echoed in the courtyard. Little Moo Moo's face turned crimson as she buried her head in concubine and S embrace, pretending to be dead. Hearing her mortified exclamation, concubine and couldn't help but laugh, which only embarrassed Little Moo Moo further, causing her to almost burrow into concubine and S armpit. Mother, please stop laughing. If you keep laughing, I will cry. Little Moo Moo squeaked, her bottom wiggling in distress. Finally managing to suppress her laughter, concubine and patted Little Moo Moo's rear and turned to Zhou Wanshu, smiling as she beckoned her over. Zhou Wanshu promptly stepped forward, positioning herself beside concubine and eager to assist her. The latter waved her hand, and Xiu Lai presented a pair of shimmering pink-blue earrings, a necklace, and several hairpins of the same exquisite material. Today, on your birthday, this set of blue jade ornaments shall serve as both a birthday gift and a token of congratulations for your title of County Lord. Zhou Wanshu was taken aback. While blue jade itself was not rare, the pale pink variant was a precious find. She never expected concubine and would bestow such a valuable gift upon her. Her immediate reaction was to refuse. She knelt on the ground, ready to decline. Concubine and saw through her thoughts and smiled gently, interrupting her before she could speak. Wanshu, this is my heartfelt intention. You need only accept it without concern. With such words, Zhou Wanshu understood that further refusal would be ungrateful. She bowed her head in gratitude and accepted the gift. Thank you, Your Highness. All right, rise now. With a glance from concubine, and Xiu Lai quickly stepped in to assist Zhou Wanshu to her feet. I have something too. Sister Zhou, I also have a birthday gift for you. Come a bit closer. Little Moo Moo waved her hand at Zhou Wanshu. Concubine and allowed Zhou Wanshu to step closer, curious about what Little Moo Moo would present. Zhou Wanshu sensed something and focused on Little Moo Moo, who was stretching her arm, seemingly trying to reach her forehead. Realizing what she was doing, Zhou Wanshu immediately squatted down. Little Moo Moo's soft fingers gently touched her forehead. Happy birthday, Sister Zhou. I have no other gift for you, so I bestow upon you a protective golden light. May you always be safe and happy, and may no evil approach you. Go. With her command, a flash of golden light surged forth, instantly merging into Zhou Wanshu's forehead. Zhou Wanshu felt a sudden warmth envelop her, a profound sense of peace washing over her. She widened her eyes in astonishment. Was that feeling bestowed upon her by the little princess? Meanwhile, after imparting the golden light into Zhou Wanshu, Little Moo Moo felt her own energy deplete rapidly, her vitality visibly waning. Concubine, in observing her daughter, was even more astonished than Zhou Wanshu. She distinctly heard Little Moo Moo's heartfelt wish, and having anticipated it, she scrutinized carefully enough to catch the fleeting golden light. Could her daughter truly be a celestial being descended to Earth? After the shock came a wave of relief. She surveyed the surroundings with a composed demeanor, allowing herself a slight sigh of relief. Fortunately, only she witnessed this scene. Had it been seen by others and reached the ears of those with ulterior motives, Little Moo Moo might have been regarded as a monstrosity. Throughout history, those labeled as such have never met with a favorable fate. At this moment, having expended a significant amount of spiritual energy, Little Moo Moo felt somewhat fatigued, her eyelids drooping on the verge of slumber. Consort and adjusted her position to ensure she could rest more comfortably. Indeed, it wasn't long before Little Moo Moo's eyes fluttered shut. I don't want to go. I want Mother to hold me. Mother's scent is delightful. Today, I wish to sleep with her, she mumbled drowsily. Consort and smiled gently, her eyes filled with tenderness. Very well, you may stay. Today, let the little princess rest with me. With a nod, Sierra retreated. Consort and cradled little Moo Moo, gently rocking her back to sleep. Yet, sensing a fear that Consort and might hand her over to someone else, even in slumber, little Moo Moo's small hand remained tightly grasping the sleeve of Consort, evoking a mix of helplessness and tenderness in her heart. Concerned that Moo Moo might be uncomfortable sleeping in her arms, Consort rose and carried her towards the inner chamber, intending to place her on the bed. However, just as they reached the threshold of the chamber, Goo suddenly swooped down from above, flapping its wings and blocking Consort's path. Consort furrowed her brow and quickly covered little Moo Moo's ears. "Xiulai," she called softly, and Xiulai immediately stepped forward to catch Goo. Yet, the once obedient Goo was inexplicably rebellious today, evading Xiulai's grasp while persistently darting towards Consort, emitting a series of increasingly high-pitched screeches. Consort raised her hand to shield Moo Moo, thinking Goo had succumbed to its primal instincts and intended to harm Moo Moo. Her face contorted with anger as she prepared to summon someone to apprehend Goo. In that moment, little Moo Moo, nestled in Consort's embrace, heard Goo's shrill cries and sensed a hint of urgency within the sound. She struggled to open her eyes a crack. "Goo, I'm so sleepy. Can you please be quiet?" Little Moo Moo wearily rubbed her eyes. "Chirp, chirp, chirp. Silly mortal, don't sleep. Quickly tell your mother that there are poisonous insects in her palace. If you don't want to die, you must leave." Little Moo Moo's eyes widened in shock. "What? You say there are poisonous insects in Mother's palace?" Her astonished voice rang sharply in Consort's mind. Consort gasped, immediately retreating while holding little Moo Moo. "Xiulai, go check the hall and see if there is anything unusual." It was then that Consort realized Goo had indeed been warning her. At that moment, a sudden crash of breaking porcelain echoed from the hall, accompanied by Xiulai's urgent shout. "Your Highness, retreat. There are poisonous insects in the hall." Could it be true? Both Consort and little Moo Moo were taken aback. The former quickly continued to retreat, bringing little Moo Moo to the safety of a nearby corridor, while little Moo Moo turned to look at Goo. "Goo, how did you know there were poisonous insects in Mother's chamber?" Suddenly, she realized something even more significant. Her eyes widened in astonishment. "Wait, did I just hear you speak?"